He scored all 4 goals as they turned around an early deficit to absolutely dominate Coventry City here and move out of the relegation zone just before Christmas. And maybe today is the day that Portsmouth finally arrived as a championship club. It's a day that Callum Lang will never forget, and Frank Lampard will have seen just how much work he has to do in his early days as manager at Coventry City. Full time at Fratton Park, Portsmouth 4, Coventry City 1.
Well, I mean, I said after 45 minutes, Ray, that was a fun 45 minutes, but unless you're a Coventry fan, that was a fun 45 minutes from a Pompey point of view as well. And from Callum Lang, I can't believe that was actually his first senior hat-trick, and he goes and puts a cherry on top of it with that 4th goal as well.
Yeah,
fantastic performance from him.
Yeah, you got to give all the credit to the Portsmouth players. It could have been quite a different game. 1-0 down, and then they could have been 2-0 down. Goalkeeper makes a magnificent save to keep it at 1, and then they showed a lot of bottle, a lot of endeavour to get back in that first half to lead 2-1. But I thought the second half they were excellent. You know, they've not got eye-catching players, apart from Lang was eye-catching today. I've got to be honest with you, he was absolutely brilliant, quality finishing. But the work ethic, the attitude, and I said that before a ball was kicked to you, if they show commitment, they show attitude, this home support will stay with them. And they certainly done that throughout the 90 minutes, and it was just the result they needed. Having lost to Derby in the manner that they did, to respond in the way that they did, to get the victory and take that into the game against Watford on Boxing Day. They'll enjoy the next few days, and they're out there celebrating with the fans and thanking them for everything that they did today to get them over the line.
Absolutely. Do you know what? In the course of the season, sometimes I feel as if a battering like the one that they had against Derby last weekend can sometimes do a team the world of good, because they wake up and just go, do you know what, we cannot play like that again. They've clearly, you know, John Mousinho has put them back to basics, told them what they're good at, they've done what they're good at, he's made a couple of changes in defence, and you know, they reacted from going a goal down early on and it ended up being a fantastic team performance. Even though one player stood out, the rest of the team stood up as well. Yeah,
but what you'll be asking questions about of the players now, Faye, is I've seen you at home, lads. Last 4 games you've won 3 and you've drawn 1. You've scored 10 goals in them 4 matches. It's your away form, it's letting us down at the moment. What are we going to do differently as a team to get better results? Because I think in the last few matches they've only got 1 point away from home. I think I'm right in saying the last 3 games, you know, they've lost a couple when they got the draw. But that's been it. So they're going to have to change their fortunes away from home, and that starts against Watford. I think they've got 2 away games, and then they've got Swansea here on New Year's Day. So the next 2 matches are going to be huge for them. But they've got smiles on their faces. I'm just looking at the players out on the pitch at the moment, and they're just making Lang run over to the crowd, and he's just done the old fist pump. I think it was 4 I counted for the number of goals that he scored today. He looked a little bit reluctant to do it, but just shows he's a team player. It's not about the individual, it's about the team getting the best result, working hard for each other. They're all out there celebrating with the crowd, as is the manager, because he had a bit of a hard time with the defeat to Derby. He'll enjoy today and he'll enjoy tonight. Yeah, he certainly will, but that away form really crucial for them. Watford and Bristol City are their next 2 away games. For Coventry though, they have an opportunity to bounce back against Plymouth, who are bottom of the table currently. Hull have lifted themselves off the bottom of the table with a win today. So they're going to have to approach it in a better way than they've approached Pompey, for sure, because you can't underestimate these teams in the bottom 3, because they're all capable of pulling out results. What do you think in terms of the positives for Frank Lampard to take out of this performance, or does he realise that he's got a lot more work? None in the second half.
No.
I mean, it'll be interesting to hear what Frank says afterwards. Well, now you'll probably go down and interview him in a few moments' time. Be interesting to see what he said in the changing room to the players, but more importantly when he comes out and speaks to the media and puts his point of view about what he's seen throughout the 90 minutes. I think he'll be reasonably happy with the first half performance. There was good signs. You know, they could easily have been 2 goals to the good, but they weren't. But he'll be worried about the way they defended. You know, Nigel mentioned during the commentary about the number of goals that they've conceded. You can't keep doing that. We've talked about they're young, yeah, but you've got to grow up, and you've got to grow up quickly in football, or else things will just pass you by, and that could be the case here. So be interested to see what they do in the next fixtures that they've got. You said Plymouth, yeah, they're expected to win that. No guarantee in this division who you're going to beat. It was proved once again.
Lampard against Rooney.
Oh my goodness me!
Yeah, that'll be interesting, won't it? Yeah, that'll be good for the managers' reactions and their press conferences. And we hope the game lives up to it. Today, I'm going to give all the praise to John Mousinho and his players, because having lost the way they did, to react, to go in the goal behind and get 4 goals today, all credit to him. And obviously, there's one player in particular we have to mention. That's Callum Lang. His finishing today was absolutely superb.
Yeah, it really was. He was superb, and it was a fantastic game of football for you guys to witness and for us to listen to. So thank you so much for that brilliant work as always. If I don't speak to you beforehand, have a wonderful Christmas. Thank you to Ray and to Nigel for their commentary. Oh, thank you very much. It comes thick and fast, doesn't it, this time of year? 50 festive fixtures we have across the TalkSport network. So stay with us throughout this period, and we'll keep you up to date on everything going on. Right, let me tell you exactly what's going on elsewhere, shall I? Because it has finished at Villa Park. Aston Villa 2, Manchester City 1. That is 9 defeats in 12 games, I believe, now for Pep Guardiola. And Aston Villa have moved up to 5th above City with those 3 points. Morgan Rogers assisting and scoring. He set up John Duran for the first goal, scored then himself. Of course, let go by Manchester City back when he was a youngster, coming back to haunt his club. So Aston Villa 2, Manchester City 1. That finished. Elsewhere, what other results can I tell you that have all come in? I think it's finished between Hull and Swansea by 2 goals to 1. Yes, it has. So Hull have definitely lifted themselves out of the bottom 3 and the foot of the table. Their new boss Ruben Sellers really making an impact there at the moment. Elsewhere, Sheffield Wednesday, despite being down to 10 men for the majority of the game after Deshaun Bernard was sent off at the end of the first half, they've beaten Stoke by 2 goals to 0. Josh Windass and Callum Patterson with the goals. Stoke in real trouble now, getting dragged into that relegation battle. Tom Cannon missed a penalty for them. Into League One, Bristol Rovers got a late equaliser. Promise Omochi against Wrexham, so that I think is just about finished, 1-1 at the moment. So Wrexham stay 3rd. Dance is a very happy man because Birmingham stay in 2nd place with about 3 games in hand against them at the minute. Lincoln beat Reading by 2 goals to 0. Reading had a player sent off in the first half. 2 goals from Lincoln, meaning that they move above Reading on goal difference into 5th. In League 2, Barrow beat Fleetwood by 2 goals to 0, and Doncaster beat Tranmere by 3 goals to 1, meaning that they move up to 2nd. Right, you're up to date with everything here on the TalkSport network, and here on TalkSport 2 we're going to bring you our 3rd commentary of the day across the network as relegation battlers Ipswich face European chasing Newcastle United here at Portman Road. That's the focus in our live and exclusive Premier League commentary on TalkSport 2.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL. Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day.
Hey, is your Aunt June still coming to Christmas dinner?
Yep, and her new boyfriend.
I'll get the extra chair.
And his daughter.
Oh, and some plates.
Plus her boyfriend.
Ah.
And his 2 mates, their girlfriends, their neighbours, their second cousins, twin sisters, the mailman, Glenn from down the road, his primary school teacher, my personal trainer, his dog, his accountant Bill, and that lady I met on the bus.
We're going to need to go to IKEA.
From extra plates to bedding and everything in between, get guests ready.
Oh, and Grandma's staying over.
IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
$1.39 at McDonald's gets you a delicious cheeseburger. $1.39 at a concert gets you... Testing. McDonald's Saver Menu. Actually get your money's worth. From 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Price varies on delivery, subject to availability.
The Screwfix sale is now on, and it's big! Save a big £15 on the Gold Screw Trade Pack, now only $19.99. And grab the Stanley Organiser for just $9.99, saving you a big £10. Hurry, the sale must end on the 5th of January. It's big. Delivery fees may apply, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
You don't just check in to a village hotel. You work out. You jump in. You play on. You tuck in. And drink up. Village Hotels. 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities. And a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet and play.
Football is back and it's game on. Get the ultimate football coverage with the Sun's free pull-out goals. With the best writers pitchside for in-depth match reports, it's all about goals. And with unrivaled news from the Premier League to League Two, it has to be goals. Stay up to date on all the latest football action. Get your free copy of Goals every Saturday, Sunday and Monday, only in the Sun.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Watching the big game cozied up in the snug.
Another 7-0 win!
Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games, available with no contract, on now. Like Crystal Palace versus Arsenal, live today. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, via internet, terms apply.
The time has come for the rematch in Riyadh. Tonight, TalkSport brings you full ringside commentary of the massive unified heavyweight world title rematch between Alexander Usyk and Tyson Fury, live from Saudi Arabia.
Uppercut from Fury, followed by the left hand and another right.
Hear all the build-up on Fight Night from 7:30 ahead of the main event.
The King has returned.
Usyk versus Fury 2, the rematch on TalkSport.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League.
A special link exists between Ipswich Town and Newcastle United, two clubs enriched by the late Sir Bobby Robson, whose statue stands proudly outside both St James's Park and here at Portman Road. The two sides meet this afternoon for the first time in 7 years when they were both in the Championship. You'd have to go back 22 years for the last time they played each other in the Premier League. That game finished 2-2. Newcastle finished 4th that season, while Ipswich were relegated. They are back in the big time now, but they're also back in the bottom three. So can they get their first win at home this season and lift themselves to safety?
There's a chance in the far stick. I said there was going to be a winning goal. The far side has just erupted from the Ipswich supporters. This is unbelievable. Wolves 1, Ipswich 2.
I've seen enough in the performances. We've been competitive enough in all the games. It still is not unlucky that we haven't won more games. We still want to own what we can own, but I think when you're as competitive as we have been in almost every game, that takes a lot. And if you're competitive and you're in the game every week, then some are going to go your way, even by law of averages.
Newcastle United 4, Leicester City 0. Jacob Murphy with his second of the afternoon, and this literally could be anything now for Newcastle.
Very good feeling around the team at the moment, so I'd like to think we're building some momentum, but proof will be in what we deliver. Portman Road, Ipswich, difficult game, so we're going to have to be hyper alert, we're going to have to be ready for the match.
They certainly are going to have to be ready. We've got a bit of a clash of music here because we've got My Way by Frank Sinatra being blasted out here at Portman Road in tribute of Sir Bobby Robson, who spent 13 years as a manager at Ipswich Town, with Johnny Be Good in the package, which I'm not quite sure quite merges together. We'll carry on with Frank, shall we, instead. This is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. I'm Faye Carruthers with you for our third and live and exclusive football commentary on the network today. Portman Road is our home. Ipswich looking to move away from the relegation places as they host a resurgent Newcastle who love to score a goal or two. Kick-off is around 25 minutes away, so let's get the team news from your match commentator Ian Danter.
Well, Ipswich can get out the bottom three if they get a win. I'm sure Kieran McKenna would have liked to have selected the same starting 11 that began the game at Wolves, but he is deprived of his top scorer Liam Delap through suspension. He's picked up 5 bookings and cannot play today, so Sammy Smodics takes Delap's place in Ipswich's only change. Ari Muric, their goalkeeper, Harry Clark, Dara O'Shea, Cameron Burgess and Leif Davies in the back four. Sam Morsey skippers the side in defensive midfield alongside Jens Kajuste, and then Wes Burns, Connor Chaplin and Amari Hutchinson are the 3 behind Sammy Smodics. On the bench for Ipswich, Christian Walton is the sub-keeper. Calvin Phillips still not getting much game time. Jack Taylor, who scored the winner at Molineux, Ali Al-Hamadi, Ben Johnson, Connor Townsend, Jacob Greaves, Nathan Broadhead and Jack Clark. As for Newcastle, they too are forced to make just one change to their side from the team that beat the Bees in the Carabao Cup quarter-final in midweek, and that's because of a suspension to Joe Linton. He's picked up 5 yellows, so he's out. His place goes to Joe Willock. So Newcastle lineup: Martin Dubravka still in goal, Nick Pope still out injured, Tino Livramento, Fabian Scher, Dan Byrne and Lewis Hall in the back 4. It's then Sandro Tonali, Bruno Guimaraes and Joe Willock as the 3 in midfield. Jacob Murphy and Anthony Gordon flanking Alexander Isak in attack. And the Newcastle bench this afternoon: Odysseas Vlachodimos is the sub-keeper, along with Kieran Trippier, Harvey Barnes, Matt Targett, William Asula, Miggy Almiron, Lloyd Kelly, Sean Longstaff and Lewis Miley. Lots of things planned for Sir Bobby today, as you mentioned, and also members of the 78 FA Cup winning squad and the 1981 UEFA Cup winning squad are here today, and they'll be presented to the crowd at half-time.
Wonderful, looking forward to that. Newcastle substitutes that Dan's just mentioned, they're stretching out in front of us. Players have been out doing their warm-ups for around 20 minutes or so as we head to kick off in around 20 minutes or so, 3 o'clock here at Portman Road. Alongside myself and Dan, former Arsenal winger Perry Groves, as always. How are you?
I'm good, Faye. I'm looking forward to this because this is going to be exciting. I'm not going to say there's going to be loads of goals because obviously yourself and myself are put them exactly. We're the binary couple. So, but it will be because Ipswich have to be on the front foot. Kieran McKenna's said they obviously their home form isn't good enough. They haven't won in the Premier League this season at home. And if you want to stay up and dance, if they obviously win today, they can get out of the bottom 3. I always think you've got to win probably 8 to 10 of your home games to give you a realistic chance of staying in the Premier League.
Yeah, 100%. And they're used to late goals as well at the moment, Ipswich. So even if they're not necessarily in this late on in the game, you can expect them to get themselves into it. Bearing in mind what happened at Molineux last week with that late win, Jack Taylor with the eventual winner on 94 minutes. They've got heart, this Ipswich side. What is it about them at home that look, their home form last season in the Championship was fantastic. They've come close here this season, but what is it that they can't just get over the line?
I think sometimes maybe they lack a little bit of creativity, a little bit of imagination in the final third, where away from home they can be nice and compact. I know we expect it to be a 4-2-3-1 today, but away from home they can go 4-5-1, hit teams on the counter-attack. And Dan said about Liam Delap not being in the... Sorry, Rory Delap not being in the side today.
No, Liam, you were right the first time. You've gone back a few years by saying Rory.
Do you know what it is? Because he had the long throw. That's why. That's what it was. And he gives them an out. When away from home, he can hold the ball up, he can get himself into channels. We expect Sammy Smodics to play up front, and he gives you a different option because he's very quick, he's very mobile. We look to get him behind, and a player that I'm interested in because he comes from the Colts United, that conveyor belt of talent, in their academy. Obviously, he's gone and scored goals at Blackburn. He's come here to Ipswich. He's got his 3 goals this season. And he's got a good record against Newcastle. I was just looking through, and he scored against Newcastle in the FA Cup 5th round for Blackburn back in February. So sometimes when you're playing against a team for no apparent reason, you get a good feeling, and you think that I'm going to do well today. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes up front.
They've got a couple of tough matches coming up as well with Arsenal and Chelsea. So to get 3 points on the board and lift themselves even psychologically out of the relegation places would certainly really help them. But they've got to stop conceding goals. 1 clean sheet so far, as we mentioned. They've got to tighten up at the back. maybe this is not necessarily the game they're going to be able to do it with when you think of the number of goals that Newcastle are scoring at the moment.
Yeah, I think what you need is settled back four, and Ipswich have used 28 different players this season, and it's only Southampton who use more with 31. So when you're in the back four and even the midfield in front of you, you need to build those relationships, so you can actually trust the person that's either beside you or in front of you, and you can actually basically play automate. You don't have to think about things, it just comes naturally. So I think maybe with the back four today, with Clark, O'Shea, Burgess and Davis, it's the same back four obviously that played against Wolves, and they got them a good victory in that last minute, the 94th minute header from Jack Taylor. So maybe that'll make them just that little bit more settled. But the crowd here at Portman Road, they will stay with this Ipswich Town team. They will be, and that again, you can get energy off the crowd. There's not going to be any moans or groans like we saw at Southampton with Russell Martin, because they got fed up with the way that the team were playing and kept losing. There's a belief here in this club, going from Kieran McKenna obviously all the way down. I mentioned about youth team setups. So the Portman Road faithful will stay with this Ipswich Town team because of where they've come from. Because they've come from League One, and I was looking as well at Sam Morsey and Connor Chaplin. They've scored goals in all top four tiers. So it just shows you not only as a team the journey that Ipswich been on, but individual players. They're just stepping up to different levels, and it takes a while. But I think they've actually proved that they can handle this level. It's whether they can handle the pressure of when you're 1-0 up or 2-1 up with 2 minutes to go, that you don't drop too deep and you start playing the way the game needs you to play to get through games at the end.
And this is the thing, the performances have been there for a large part this season, but a little bit of naivety perhaps, which we see quite often from newly promoted teams. Let's hear from the boss, Kieran McKenna. Ipswich obviously find themselves in the bottom three, but he thinks that if they keep performing well, they will start picking up points.
We've had a few go against us this year. Brentford was a tough one in the 97th minute, but we've had plenty go for us in the last few years as well, so there's no violence for us as a football club. It's about doing the right things as often as you can, and we know, I've said it many times, if we do really well this year, if we do a lot of things right, then we'll be competitive in the games. We're not going to blow teams out of the water, so we're competitive every week. It means that the games are going to be decided on fine margins, and we just got to keep working really, really hard on every tiny little detail and bit of of a game model, of our mindset, of our psychology that can turn the margins in our favour, and today we came out on top of it.
Yeah, you can understand why Kieran McKenna is saying that, and he's a very calm manager himself, isn't he? And so, he's going to be telling his players not to panic too much. Those performances are there, and they do end up turning into points. You've just got to start getting on a bit of a run. Yeah,
it's just that belief. Say the injury time winner they've got against Wolves, where, as he said, I've read his programme notes, that obviously Wolves are established Premier League club, with established Premier League players. So you've gone to Molineux and you've got that win where no one thought you'd be able to get yourself out of that sort of trouble. But you've got to start. They've got to make sure they start on the front foot today. They've got to make sure in that first sort of 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I mentioned about the crowd, that you get them behind you, because there is a little buzz when you come, around the roads at Portman Road. You can feel a little bit of buzz of anticipation, because the fans have got that belief now after that win against Wolves. And this Newcastle side, it'll be interesting to see how they are, because I actually think this group of players, they pick their games, this Newcastle team, because they can raise their game against the top sides. We mentioned about obviously beating Arsenal 1-0, and then sometimes I think their attitude can be found a little bit wanting against teams in the middle and the bottom half of the league, where they think they're going to roll them over. So it'll be interesting to see what Newcastle team we get here today.
Well, hold that thought, because we will be talking about Newcastle very shortly. This is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. Just under 15 minutes to kick off here at Portman Road. We'll discuss Newcastle and get all the odds ahead of this game next.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
The Screwfix sale is now on and it's huge! Save a huge £30 on the DeWalt 18-volt inflator cordless, now just $19.99. And grab the aluminium 6-step platform ladder for only $59.99, saving you a huge 10%. Sale ends 5th of January. It's huge. Delivery fees may apply, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
We all fantasize about our perfect home. Sipping a morning coffee out on the terrace. Good morning, Mr. Squirrel.
Morning.
The kids building a treehouse in the garden.
I'm living my perfect childhood.
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
Sack the gaffer! You need thesun.co.uk. Bagged a big move? Check out thesun.co.uk. Oh, come on, Ralph! Never a pen? Read thesun.co.uk. Seen red? See thesun.co.uk. Whatever's going on in the game, whenever you want it, wherever you are, from goals to gossip and everything football, it's got to be thesun.co.uk.
You could skydive out of a plane or swim with sharks. You might even skinny dip in icy cold waters. Or you could get that inexpressible high, that guaranteed rush from finding just the thing you wanted, the thing you needed, at a great sale price. IKEA Winter Sale now on. IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
You don't just check in to a village hotel. You work out. You jump in. You play on. You tuck in. And drink up. Village Hotels. 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities. And a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet and play.
Did you know you can order McDelivery deals? Like the Feed the Family deal for just $14.99. That's 4 selected burgers, 2 medium fries and 2 small fries. Who's in then?
Oh yeah, me.
And me. McDelivery. You in? Delivery only from 11 a.m. 4 times selected burgers, 4 times selected fries. Subject to availability. Price, delivery fee and participation may vary.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games available with no contract on now. Like Crystal Palace versus Arsenal, live today. Search Now Sports, 18 plus, via internet, terms apply.
Game day is go.
Stimulate your senses with a heavy-duty payload of thrilling Premier League football.
They're back in front!
Game day exclusive
on TalkSport 2.
This is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. Faker Rothers with you ahead of Ipswich against Newcastle, our third live and exclusive commentary of the day here on the TalkSport network. Shortly we're going to focus on the visitors, Newcastle United, but first let's get an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Alex Dunn, good afternoon again. We're very much looking forward to this one. Are we expecting goals?
You would expect so, because Newcastle have been pretty Jekyll and Hyde, well, full stop this season, but particularly away from home. Loads of goals have been scored and conceded by the Magpies. The 90 minutes betting sees Ipswich at 15-4. They're still looking for that elusive first home Premier League win of the season. The draw 3-1, Newcastle are 7-10. But there are a couple of markets that really drew my eye here, both enhanced. Newcastle to win and both teams to score, which have been boosted from 2-1 to 5-2. Quite simply, I don't think they will keep a clean sheet. So if you do think they'll win, you may as well take the bigger price. And I do like this for a bit of value. Alex Isak to score a header, boosted from 8 out to 10-1. He's had a very good season so far, and he did score with his head last time out on the road at Brentford.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much. I love those kind of stats. Thank you, Alex. That was today's odds update. Thanks to William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Well, Alex did mention Newcastle have been a bit Jekyll and Hyde this season, plagued by inconsistency, but are they finally starting to put together a good run of form? Manager Eddie Howe certainly hopes so.
Very good feeling around the team at the moment. Not just with the 2 games, but I think even Brentford was a blip within that. But going back behind those games, I think we've actually performed very well. So I'd like to think we're building some momentum, but proof will be in what we deliver. Portman Road, Ipswich, difficult game, really competitive team. I think Kieran's done an unbelievable job there, and they've been even the games they've lost this season, they've been in all those games, very tight matches, very competitive team, as I say, so we're going to have to be hyper alert, we're going to have to be ready for the match.
Newcastle manager Eddie Howe speaking there ahead of this game against Ipswich. TalkSport's commentary team of Ian Danter and former Arsenal winger Perry Groves are with me here at a very raucous Portman Road. Tributes being led to Sir Bobby Robson, who of course managed and was a great servant for both of these clubs. First time they're meeting in 7 years, when they both met in the Championship, and of course in the Premier League the last time they met was back in 2002. That game finished 2-2, so hopefully we're in for the same kind of cracker. This upturn in form, Perry, has been fascinating from Newcastle's point of view. They're into the League Cup semi-finals as well after that 3-1 win over Brentford, a 4-0 win over Leicester in the Premier League last weekend as well. It feels like they're on an upward trajectory, but why? Why are they turning it now?
I think there's been a little change in the midfield, although they're playing 4-3-3. Sandro Tonali has gone central and he plays that little bit deeper, and I think he links it together a little bit better. You know, they've got better patterns there. They've only won 3 of the last 12 Premier League games, and I was at the Nottingham Forest game on the Sunday where they're 1-0 down, they pulled it back, they won 3-1, they changed Joe Linton and Anthony Gordon over as wingers, and they were absolutely on in the second half. They were the Newcastle that we see, you know, the athletic Newcastle, you know, putting teams under pressure, actually outrunning teams, and I thought then that they'd turned it around, but then they go back to be the inconsistent Newcastle. I said before, you know, sometimes they fancy it, sometimes they don't. I think you mentioned there, obviously with the big win over Brentford in the quarter-final of the League Cup, semi-final, 2 legs come up against Arsenal. So these Newcastle players now, you should have an incentive anyway when you're playing in the Premier League, but now they've got this incentive of being in the team for those 2 semi-finals. They're 2 games away from Wembley. Newcastle haven't won a trophy since 1955, so I think Eddie Howe, you can just tell in his interview there, and even in his voice, you know, he's got that optimism where he thinks this is a good time for us to start getting that consistency, what they've been craving all season.
Well, they've been there before. They were in the final just a couple of years ago, weren't they? And it just didn't work out for them. They had a tremendous support at Wembley. It'd be fantastic. Obviously not for you as an Arsenal fan, if they could get there.
What will be the winner place?
If they could get there again. But they've got a really tough few games coming up this month. Villa, Manchester United and Spurs, their next 3 after this one. All teams...
Well, one of them's difficult.
Yeah, okay, I knew you were going to say that. All inconsistent, I would say.
And that's exactly how Newcastle are. Aston Villa obviously getting their really good win against Man City today. They look like that they're getting that consistency, but Manchester United are in that transitional period. With Spurs, you don't know. There is a box of chocolates, isn't it? You don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Because that game could be 4-2 to Newcastle, 5-3 to Spurs. So for neutral, it'd be brilliant to watch. But I actually, when they're at it, I like watching Newcastle play, because I say that they are high energy, and up front with Isak. Obviously, they've got one of the best centre forwards in the Premier League.
Yeah, terrible away form though. Just 2 away wins all season, which is not enough if they want to get into Europe again next season. They've got to improve that. How do they beat this Ipswich side today?
I think they've got to be very, very good in possession. I think they've got to make sure they don't make silly mistakes. They know, Eddie Howe will know that Ipswich are going to come and press you. They're going to come and, you know, try and close down in the final third. So if it's me personally, I'd be telling Dubravka, the Newcastle goalkeeper, look, don't take any unnecessary mistakes in their first 10-15 minutes. And with Cher and Byrne, obviously they'll want to split and push the 2 fullbacks, Livramento and Hall. I'd be saying just for that first, 10-15 minutes, let's keep our shape. I wouldn't be pushing Livramento and Lewis Hall too far up the pitch, because when they're in position they can play basically as wing backs. You want to ease your way into the game, and you want to quieten the crowd. If you can make it so it's nice and quiet or a little bit restless, then as an away team you've done your job in that first 15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you can hear that noise straight away, can't you? The referee Stuart Atwell takes the match ball off the Premier League plinth as both sets of players walk out here at Portman Road, led by their respective captains, Ipswich's Sam Morsey and Newcastle United's Bruno Guimaraes. So Bobby Robson's statues stand proud outside both St James's Park and here at Portman Road, and today the man that served both these clubs so well and brought so much success adorns the front of the matchday programme wearing a half and half scarf. Make of that what you will. I think for the one time only today, that is most certainly okay. Sit back and enjoy this one. I'm very much looking forward to it in the company of former Arsenal winger Perry Groves and your match commentator here on TalkSport 2, Ian Danter.
Thank you, Faye, and a very good afternoon to you wherever and however you're listening to TalkSport 2. Well, a chance to temporarily at least get out of the bottom three for Ipswich Town this afternoon, with Leicester not playing until tomorrow. To do that, a first home win of the season is required against a Newcastle side buoyed by reaching the League Cup semi-finals in midweek, and they are only 5 points off a Champions League spot, despite starting the day down in 12th position. The last gasp win at Wolves a week ago may well give Kieran McKenna's men a boost coming into this one against an opponent they've rarely got the better of in recent years, although they did win 3-1 here against the Magpies in the Championship 7 years ago, the last time that the Geordies were here. Jamal Lascelles was in the Newcastle side that day. He's still in the squad, although currently sidelined to the new year through injury. Liam Delap is sidelined through suspension today for the hosts. That's a blow, as he's their top scorer with 6. His place goes to Sammy Smodics in Ipswich's only change. Also missing out by reaching the 5 booking threshold today is Joe Linton for Newcastle, and he's replaced by Joe Willock by Eddie Howe in the away side starting 11. So for Ipswich Town, Ori Murich in goal, Harry Clark, Dara O'Shea, Cameron Burgess and Leif Davis in the back four, Sam Morsey, Jens Kuyeste holding in midfield, Wes Burns, Connor Chaplin, Amari Hutchinson and then Sammy Smodics in attack. For Newcastle, Martin Dubravka in goal, back four of Tino Livramento, Fabian Scher, Dan Byrne and Lewis Hall, Sandro Tonali, Bruno Guimaraes and Joe Willock are the 3 in midfield, with Jacob Murphy and Anthony Gordon either side of Alexander Isak in attack. Stuart Atwell is today's referee. We are sat in the East of England cooperative stand here at Portman Road. The Sir Alf Ramsey stand to our right, the Bobby Robson stand to our left, and the travelling Geordie faithful in the corner of the Cobbold stand that's opposite our commentary position, and it's a beautifully appointed commentary position that we have here. Things have changed at Portman Road since promotion. We're at the bottom of the top tier of the East of England cooperative stand, and I don't think there are many better views for us to bring you exclusive commentaries from than the one we've got here today, Perry Groves.
Aren't you missing the posts and the pillars? No? You're not longing for them, having to keep elbowing me out the way when the ball goes into the 18-yard box.
So Ipswich will be in their traditional blue shirts and socks with white shorts. Newcastle wearing that chain strip of white shirts and socks with green shorts and green trim around the shoulders of the shirts. Anthony Gordon is the captain. It seems, although no, it's Bruno Guimaraes who's got the armband. I thought that was a bit strange for a moment. There was a yellow fleck on the side of Anthony Gordon's shirt, but it's just a bit of extra advertising squeezed onto the Newcastle shirt. So it's been a busy old day already. Aston Villa beating Manchester City 2-1 in the TalkSport early game to move above Manchester City in the Premier League table. Further reaction to that later, but it's all about Portman Road and whether Ipswich can get that precious first home win. And Ipswich are attacking from left to right as we look, so Ipswich heading for the Sir Alf Ramsey stand to our right in this first half. And it's cleared downfield from that end of the pitch by Newcastle, and they're trying to get Jacob Murphy in behind Cameron Burgess already down the right. Swings the ball into the area looking for the run of Isak, and Isak scores! 26 seconds gone, but the whistle's gone. It will not count for Alexander Isak. The referee spotted an infringement, and Alexander Isak has not put Newcastle ahead. Natalie Aspinall quick with the flag for offside.
On the first look, Stanch, I have to say, Murphy did look quite a way offside, didn't he? It was a high line for Ipswich with no pressure on the ball. Then Cameron Burgess found himself out there 1v1. Yeah, it was a very good decision by the assistant on the far side.
Yeah, it was the early ball played over the top down the right hand side. Great finish from Isak. There was nothing that Ari Muric could do in the goal, but VAR is having a look. John Brooks is the video assistant referee today, assisted by Craig Taylor at Stockley Park, and the fans at least know that it's being checked, but that's all they've got, that message checking disallowed goal offside in the Jumbotron screen on the far side of the field.
It's going to be a lot tighter than what we first thought it was on first look. When Murphy actually received the ball, he looked about 2 or 3 yards offside. Now with Cameron Burgess's left leg, as we look across the lines, obviously we've got the different shades as they cut the grass. That is very tight. I can understand why this one, I know there's whistles from the Ipswich fans. We've got Eddie Howe and his Newcastle staff are looking at their own images.
Well, they're just waiting for the lines to be drawn on, because we're waiting too, and it's been a minute and a half since the goal hit the back of the net.
Just a good ball actually from Fabian Cher, and I said there's a high line for Ipswich right on the halfway line, no pressure on the ball, so the Ipswich back four have got to drop off. Murphy just helps it into the box. Sam Morsey does great, he gets in session at the near post. When it comes out, as you said, that's a fantastic finish from Isak, because as the ball bounced up, he's just make sure he's volleyed it into the ground, and then it's skidded past Muric, giving him absolutely no chance.
And still we wait to see whether a goal is being given. They're still making their adjustments, so Stuart Atwell just telling the players, you just have to wait until we know what happens. The ball has been placed where Murphy started his run down that right hand side, and it's now 2 minutes and we still don't know anymore, and I fully understand why the fans are booing. It's a joke.
That I can feel the panic and the tension back in Stockley Park from where we are now. You can imagine them thinking, we cannot get this wrong. This is very tight.
Goal's been given. He was onside, Jacob Murphy. VAR decides that he timed his run to perfection, and Alexander Isak has an 8th Premier League goal of the season, and after an interminable delay to get the lines drawn and the images sorted, Newcastle have the lead.
That's all good. Cameron Burgess, I said about the high line, the rest of the Ipswich back four are on the halfway line. Cameron Burgess is 2 yards inside his own half, and Murphy has timed his run to perfection. It's exactly the start the Ipswich didn't want. Fantastic start from Newcastle, and as I said before, it was a brilliant finish from Isak. Was a centre forward, he's in top form, just oozing confidence, and just smashed it into the ground past Muric.
You were only saying just before we started the commentary how good form Alexander Isak is in right now. As I mentioned, 7 goals in the Premier League this season, scored 25 in all competitions last year. Alexander Isak, it's his best ever season as a goal scorer, and Ipswich already up against it at home once again, as Anthony Gordon's dragged down by Harry Clark, and there's a free kick to Newcastle inside their own half. Early goals elsewhere. Chesterfield have the lead against AFC Wimbledon. Armando Dobra for the Spyrites, and in Ian Holloway's 1000th game as a manager, Swindon Town lead Grimsby by a 1-0 through Ollie Clark. 1-0 to Newcastle here on TalkSport 2. Nearly 5 minutes gone, but 2.5 of that was made up of VAR checks. Burns is wrestling with Lewis Hall for possession, and the assistant on this near side, Konstantin Hatzidakis, says that was a foul by Wes Burns, the Welshman, and Newcastle take the free kick quickly. 1-0 they lead.
Yeah, Clark just trying to feed it down this right hand touchline. Really good defensive play from Lewis Hall, just made sure he used his body really well. Burns just a little bit frustrated, decided to have a little tug at his shirt. Quite rightly, free kick was given to Newcastle.
Jeds Kuyusli trying to smuggle the ball out to the left hand side for Ipswich and find Davis, but it's won back by Livramento, who strides purposefully over the halfway line, feeds it out to the right hand side, looking for the run of Jacob Murphy, but this time it's overhit, and will go out of play for an Ipswich throw on their left hand side. The rain falling steadily here in Suffolk this afternoon. Was a bit blustery when we got here, but the rain seems to be coming fairly straight down, but it's making that surface very slick on Portman Road this afternoon. Here's Isak, the goal scorer, finds Willock, edge of the D, can roll it left to Anthony Gordon. Gordon trying to step inside, Clark can get a shot away. Shot is blocked and then volleyed clear by Kayusta. Chaplin heads it back inadvertently towards the edge of his own penalty area, but he's bailed out by Harry Clark, who volleys it away. Newcastle 1-0 up, and we played 6 minutes on TalkSport 2.
Looking very sharp going forward, just really good link-up play with Isak. Ball comes out to Gordon. I think Gordon should go on the outside dance, because as he comes on this left-hand side, he's 1v1 with Dara O'Shea, then he just comes back on his right foot, goes into a load of bodies, can't get his shot away, just go on the outside with left foot and try and smash it across Murich.
Barnsley 0, Leyton Orient 1 in League One this afternoon. That's Jamie Donnelly for the O's. 5 unbeaten going into this one against the Tykes, who have been on a bit of a bad run. Here's Dubravka for Newcastle United across to Fabian Schär. Nearly 7 minutes gone on TalkSport 2. Newcastle already have the lead if you're just tuning into Game Day Exclusive. Isak inside 30 seconds, and now Anthony Gordon trying to get away down the Newcastle left, but it's covered by the run of Harry Clark, who kindly guards the ball back to Ari Muric, and he clears out. Oh, there's 2 balls on the pitch. Surely the referee should blow the whistle, because Leif Davis did the right thing, kicked the other ball out and waited for the whistle. No matter, Ipswich will want it back. Smodic's getting away down the left-hand side, left-hand corner of the area, pulls it back towards the edge of the area. It's deflected back into his path off the backside of Fabian Schär. Davis into the box, and it's a comfortable catch low down for Dubravka in his 6-yard area. 1-0 Newcastle.
Leif David is unbelievable there, Dad, because he actually won 2 balls, didn't he? Like, nicked one off a play, make sure that the actual match ball just released Schmodic's down that left-hand side. He's 1v1 with Fabian Schär, tries to go on the outside of him, and because he's the centre forward who's ended up in the inside left position, Ipswich didn't have anybody in the 18-yard box.
Here's Sandro Tonali, lovely ball down the left-hand side to get Willock away into the Ipswich half, past our commentary position, plays a little reverse ball up to the left-hand corner of the area, looking for the run of Isak, but Morsey dealt with it and put it out for a Newcastle throw. 0-1.
Already, Dance, we said this was going to be entertaining, didn't we? And it's got a really good flow about it. You know, both teams, when they're in possession, looking to get the ball forward very, very quickly. A couple of times Newcastle have had the ball on the right-hand side, just trying to build up with Livramento, and he's knocked the ball out of play. We just see Ipswich now just dropping back into their 4-3-3 formation.
Clark intercepts a through ball down the Newcastle left, so Ipswich have it on halfway, right underneath where we're sat. Wes Burns does well in a very tight area to work it back down the line, and now Ipswich are trying to work it from right to left, and they do, as Burgess gets it out to Davis, midway point of his own half. Burton 1, Exeter 0. Burton only 2 wins all season, but Billy Bowden has put them ahead at the Pirelli. You're listening to Ipswich 0, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport. Here's Bruno Guimaraes down the right hand side for Jacob Murphy, thinks about a cross down the right hand side of the box, instead slips it into Guimaraes to the dead ball on his inside the area, lays it back to Livramento. Livramento calmly rolls it back into midfield for Fabian Schär. Now Byrne gives it back to Schär, just nicks it past Smodics. Tonali strokes it out to the right hand side for Livramento, thinks about a cross, but instead plays a 1-2 with Tonali. Now it's worked back in field to Schär. Guimaraes takes over, looking for the goal scorer Isak at the edge of the area, but his first touch was heavy and allowed Burgess to bring it clear. But then ball's taken off Hutchinson's toe by Guimaraes, who's working really hard early on for Newcastle United. Rain intensifying here in Suffolk. Guimaraes cross just over the head of Isak, half cleared by Harry Clark. Burgess gets his head to it, comes out to Lewis Hall just by the edge of the D. Then Gordon rolls it in field for Tonali, shapes to shoot, and it's not that far over, just skims the roof of the net on its way wide, and it's a goal kick to Ipswich Town. 10 minutes gone on TalkSport 2, Ipswich 0, Newcastle 1.
Dan, all that pressure came from Ipswich being sloppy in possession. Mari Hutchinson just gave the ball away really cheaply. Newcastle recycled it, come out onto the left-hand side to Anthony Gordon, he's right, just rolled the ball into Sandro Tonali, got his confidence up from his 2 goals midweek in the League Cup, just gets the ball out of his feet, 25 yards, gets his shot off, sails aimlessly over Muric's crossbar.
You're listening to Ipswich 0, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport 2 with Sky Sports. Don't forget you can stream the biggest Premier League games available with no contract on now, like Crystal Palace Arsenal live today. Search Now Sports. Hutchinson takes a shot that deflects out to Davis on the left. Great cross. Chaplin went up for a header, and it was beaten to him by Lewis Hall. And there was a little clash of heads there, and the Newcastle players rushed to Lewis Hall's aid. They think he's badly hurt. He was very brave there, the Newcastle left back, getting his head in front of Connor Chaplin, but he's come off worse, and he's lying flat on his back in his own penalty area. 1-0 Newcastle lead. Hopefully he's not too seriously hurt.
Yeah, I think it was just a glancing blow from Connor Chaplin. It was brilliant play from both left fullbacks actually on the left hand side. For Ipswich, Leif Davis, ball rolled out to him, just whipped it in first time. Connor Chaplin coming in centre 6-yard box. Lewis Hall did brilliantly, dance, because you've got to make sure that you track your run up when you're on the far post of the fullback. Exactly what he did. He knows he's going to get a bit of a clump, and understandably Stuart Atwell, the referee, because it was a clash of heads, he has to stop the game, which you can hear that the Ipswich fans are very understanding about.
Because he just handed the ball essentially to the Newcastle keeper Martin Dubravka. Burnley lead Watford in the Championship. Clarets 8 unbeaten, and Jayden Anthony's giving them the lead. Now there's a claim for a foul on Connor Chaplin by Tonali, and again the referee says, I don't see anything wrong with that, and we play on. Leeds lead Oxford by a goal to nil in the Championship. Gary Rowett, the new man at the helm at the Kazan, but Daniel James has already given Leeds an early advantage. Wigan 1, Shrewsbury 0 in League 1, and Northampton 0, Charlton 1 elsewhere in League 1. Greg Doherty for the Addicts. Here is Sammy Smodics for Ipswich, who trail by a goal to nil with 12 minutes gone. And now Ipswich get a free kick, and a huge ironic cheer from the home support as Stuart Atwell gives them a free kick just inside the Newcastle half.
A bit of a mismatch there. That was a super heavyweight against a flyweight, because as it comes into Smodics, he does well, just gets the ball from under his feet, and Dan Burn gives an unnecessary free kick away.
So much live sport to come today across the TalkSport network. The rematch, Fury against Usyk. Our coverage starts on TalkSport at 7:30 with Jim White and the team out in Riyadh. Here on TalkSport 2 we've got live Premiership Rugby Union once we're done here from Salford Sales Sharks against Exeter Chiefs at 5:15, and then we're straight back to Ali Pali for a really stacked card of entertainment on day 7 of the PDC World Darts, including Luke Littler in action. He's third up against Ryan Meikle. We'll get an update from the afternoon's events at Ali Pali in a few minutes time with Mark Wilson, who will keep us updated on what's going on there just now. Charlton got a second at Northampton. Tyrese Campbell makes it Northampton 0, Charlton 2. Newport lead MK Dons by a goal to nil, and Solihull Moors 1-0 up on AFC Fylde in the National League. Ball's back with Martin Dubravka, the Newcastle keeper. The Toon Army are 1-0 up here through that goal inside 30 seconds from Alexander Isak, their top scorer. Gordon on halfway tucks it back for Lewis Hall, who appears to be okay after that glancing blow he took off Connor Chaplin.
Just looking at Ipswich stance, they're trying to press, but I don't think they're committed to it. It's whether Amari Hutchins sets it off for Sammy Smodics. Basically they go on their own, and they're trying to cut off the Newcastle 2 centre halves. Then they look around, and Kayuste and Sam Morsey are far too far behind them.
Muric has stayed at home as Murphy's played in down the right hand side, lobs across into the box. Gordon heads it down and over the bar. Well, Muric was actually told by Cameron Burgess, come and get the ball as it was played down the Newcastle right. Instead, Muric backpedaled to his goal line. Murphy got there just ahead of Burgess to the byline, lobbed the cross to the far post, and Anthony Gordon's header down into the turf bounced just over the crossbar. So nearly 2-0 Newcastle.
Well, Anthony Gordon's got a score there, Dance. He's actually just taken his eye off the ball, and it was Harry Clark who just nudged him at the last minute. Brilliant ball in from Murphy as the ball's bouncing touchline, just hooks it in on the half volley again. It's Jacob Murphy on that right hand side for Newcastle, kept getting in behind Leif Davis and Cameron Burgess.
Now Isak sent it through to Woolley. Oh, he just lost his footing. It was a lovely pass from Alex Isak through the middle. Willett was coming in from the inside left channel, but just tripped over as he tried to latch onto it, and the ball rolled through to Muric. Ipswich 0, Newcastle 1.
That's the least time that you need a mole just to pop up. That's what's happened, because it actually looked like Willett was through, Dance, wasn't he? He's through one-on-one, and he's actually tripped himself up. I think it was his own right toe that's gone into the turf.
Show me a pitch in the Premier League with a mole in it, and I'll show you a 180 I've hit at Ali Pali.
It is
Leicester
flat as the proverbial.
Exactly, they're all like bowling greens. To be fair, at least Willock didn't look round and give it, when you like, as if there's a divot or a bubble come up.
Sandro Tonali down the Newcastle right. Oh, lovely little ball, clips in field for Isak, 30 yards out, up to the edge of the area, finds Murphy. Murphy goes for goal and it goes wide. Didn't take a deflection. It's a goal kick to Ipswich, but the home side have not got any control of this game. Newcastle are enjoying themselves out there so far, and they had the lead.
That every time Newcastle go forward, they look like they're going to score, because Ipswich don't have any defensive shape. You talked about the back four, before the game. It's the same back four playing against Wolves, but there's no understanding between them. You say that it's a half-hearted press, there's no pressure on the ball. Then the back four are a little bit too high. Newcastle just dinking it in behind for Murphy over on that right-hand side. So Newcastle just look at this particular time very, very comfortable. Tonali's in the centre midfield, just being the pivot, making sure he's making himself available.
To paraphrase one Perry Groves, Tonali's only problem is if the rain intensifies, it will blow his cigar out.
Or he might drop his baton, might slip out of his hand.
17 minutes gone, Ipswich 0, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport 2. Ipswich trying to come forward down the left-hand side, but Smodix is easily beaten to the ball by Fabian Scher. We'll check in at Ali Pally with Mark Wilson in just a second. Aberdeen have taken the lead against Hibernian in the Premiership. Toffee Keskinen putting the Dons in front. AFC File have equalised at Solihull Moors in the National League. Charlie Jolly at Halifax Town, FC Halifax Town lead at Barnet. And Barnet doing well in the National League so far this season. And Newport have got a second at home to MK Dons. What is the latest at Ali Pally then on day 7 at the PDC World Darts? Mark Wilson.
Well, Brendan Dolan is a leg away from round 3. He leads Lochyard Lee by 2 sets to 0 and 2 legs to 1. He's just missed a match start at the bullseye. Lee stepped in to win just his 3rd leg of the match. Winner of this one plays Michael Van Gerwen. It's Dolan 2, Lee 0.
Thank you, Mark. We're back at Ali Pally live from 7:30 tonight with Mark, with Chris Murphy, Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason. The commentary on tonight's matches, including Luke Little at Ryan Meikle and Damon Hetter the Heat against Connor Scott. Really good games tonight. Darts on the radio, it works and it wins awards. 18 minutes gone, Ipswich 0, Newcastle 1. Throw into Newcastle on the right hand side, taken back to halfway, and Tonali strokes into the path of Dan Byrne. So often a left back for Newcastle, but in the absence of Sven Botman, he's playing centre half regularly at the moment, the 6'7" man. Wes Burns getting down the right for Ipswich, gets past Hall, fakes the cross, sends it into the near post. Smodix trying to hold it up, can give it back to the Welshman. Burns has it again, thinks about driving for the byline, lays it off to Harry Clark. Lovely swirling cross headed away by Guimaraes, doing his defending there at the far post. Davis will let the ball, no, he keeps it in play. I thought he was going to let it drift out of play for a throw, but he keeps it in play in front of the Newcastle fans on that far side. Now Morsey into the feet of Chaplin. Kiyuse, great run down the left-hand side of the area, takes a left-footed drive and it whistles over the crossbar and ends up being a Newcastle goal kick. 19 minutes gone, Newcastle still 1 up. Perry Groves.
Better play from Ipswich initially down their right-hand side with Byrne getting the cross in, then they recycle it, little give and go from Connor Chaplin into Kiyuse, goes on the outside of Livramento, gets it onto his left foot, and to be fair, Livramento was very shrewd there, Dance. He just gave him a little nudge with his left arm, just knocked him off balance. That's why Kiyuse just smashed the ball over the crossbar.
Here's Chaplin, centre of the Newcastle half, looks to slip it through. Smodix blocked by Dubravka as he came out outside his 6-yard line. Still with Ipswich. Leif Davis works it infield to Amari Hutchinson, 25 yards out, plays the ball backwards of square to Morsey. Now Clark has it, gives it back to his captain Morsey. Just to his left is Kiyuse. Davis stationed out on the left wing. Rain absolutely hammering down now at Portman Road.
What Ipswich doing now, Dance, Hutchinson and Connor Chaplin basically playing as 2 10s just in behind Smodix when Ipswich possession. Leif Davis gives them the width out on the left hand side.
Little touch from Smodix, finds Hutchinson, but he can't smuggle the ball back through to his fellow Ipswich teammate, but Newcastle make a mess of the clearance. Wes Burns down the Ipswich right, tries to swing a cross in, comes up off Lewis Hall and out for a throw in, not far from the corner flag where the East of England co-op stand meets the Sir Alf Ramsey, just down to our right. Hibs equalise at Aberdeen, 1-1. Bromley lead at Morecambe in League 2. Owasawumni giving Bromley the lead at the Globe Arena. Harry Clark about to take this throw for Ipswich Town under darkening skies. Of course, this is the winter solstice, shortest day of the year in terms of daylight hours, and it's getting dark already. We're not even at 3:30. Newcastle only get the ball half clear, comes out to Kiyusti 30 yards out, has to shoot, but by the time he trapped it, Guimaraes was next to him. Little back heel from Davis trying to get Kiyusti away, but Newcastle bring it clear, and now Guimaraes is away down the right hand side. Ipswich funneling players back, it's 3-on-2 for the moment. Guimaraes up to the edge of the area, feeds it to Murphy with a drive, and that's a brilliant block by Cameron Burgess, and Sam Morsey it was, sliding in to block it out of play. But it looked at first that Bruno Guimaraes was running in treacle as he tried to bring the ball away. 1-0 Newcastle lead.
Again, there's naivety of Ipswich stance on the attack at the edge of Newcastle's 18-yard box, and all of a sudden, with one pass, as you said there, they're 3v2, comes out to Guimaraes. He knew he didn't have the pace, so then he just tries to hit it to Murphy goes on the outside of him. To be fair to Sam Morsey, he's run fully 60 yards to make sure that he gets that block in from the shot from Jacob Murphy. Really good defending from Ipswich's captain, but again, it's just that naivety defensively. You know, there's no sort of communication between Dara O'Shea and Cameron Burgess just to make sure at least one of your centre halves is back on the halfway line.
In the Championship, two sides on decent unbeaten runs meeting at Loftus Road, both 6 unbeaten, but Preston lead at QPR. Another goal for Militin Osmaic, putting the Lily Whites ahead, and Norwich lead at Sunderland in the Championship as well. I'll confirm the goal scorer shortly. No one in 3 for the Canaries, but it's Anis Ben Slimani who's got that goal at the Stadium of Light.
Dan, Sunderland are the only side in the Championship this season not to concede a goal from a corner.
Well, I don't know. I can't tell you whether that one's from a corner. I'm afraid I don't have that information to hand.
So you're there at Arsenal and Austin McPhee at Aston Villa, beware.
Yeah.
There's another set-piece coach after your job.
It's a really dark sky up above us now. The rain continues to hammer down onto the Portman Road pitch. Newcastle give it away. Ipswich 1 down here if you're just tuning in to Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. We played 23 minutes here in Suffolk, and it was a goal inside 26 seconds by Alexander Isak, ratified by VAR, that has given Newcastle this advantage. Ball back to Ari Muric, who was in the Burnley side that got relegated last season. Now Sam Morsey striding clear up to the halfway line, looks to pass it into the path of Hutchinson, but it was intercepted by Sandro Tonali. Here come Newcastle again, it's through to Isak. Oh, the shot was blocked on its way to goal, and it allowed Muric to make the save, and again Newcastle on the brink of going 2-0 up.
Isak's got a sword dance. I don't know what's happened there. It looked like he miskicked it completely, but it's fantastic play from Jacob Murphy again from that right hand side, just pinging it into Alexander Isak. He's opened his body out and he's tried to bend it with the instep of his right foot back across Muric, and he's just miskicked it completely.
Yeah, there's no deflection, it's just a poor connection. So Ipswich coming forward, they're still just 1-0 down. Burns to the right hand corner of the area, tries to float it out to the left hand side. Newcastle get it clear. Poor touch from Murphy, presents it to the captain Morsey. Square to Kiyuste. Davis calling for it out on the left hand side, but it will go to Cameron Burgess instead. Newport 3, MK Dons 0 in League 2. Now ball spread out to the Ipswich right, just down to our right, and Wes Burns up against Lewis Hall, drives for the byline, whips the cross in at pace, but it goes between goalkeeper, centre half and strikers, and out of play in front of the Newcastle fans for a Toon throw. 24 gone, Ipswich 0, Newcastle 1 on TalkSport 2.
Burns spins Hall right round, just gets on the outside of him, whips it across the 6-yard box. Sammy Smodics, who's a centre forward, he's got to make sure he gets in between the posts. If he does, it's a tap-in. Brilliant play from Burns.
You want to know this? My producer Sal's just investigated. That Norwich goal was from a corner.
Do you know Sunderland have only conceded 1 goal from a corner this season in the Championship?
Can't save it now. It's all gone. Ball out of play for an Ipswich throw, left-hand side. It's going to be taken by Cameron Burgess. He thinks about going back to his keeper, but he saw that Isak was on his marks, on his blocks, ready to go if he did, so instead he's left the throw for Lee Davis to take, being told by Stuart Atwell to get on with it. And Davis still looking for an option to get the ball back into play to. Kajusted is nearest to him, and the Swede now gets it. Works it back to Burgess. Kajusted again, being pressurised by Guimaraes. Runs across the line, midway point of his own half, left to right, and feeds it out to Harry Clark. And then Kajusted holds off Guimaraes, who thought he was being fouled there, but that's just good strength from the Ipswich midfielder. And the ball's back with Dara O'Shea at the edge of his own box. Brings the ball clear. Good strong run from Dara O'Shea. Then threads it over the halfway line, looking for Smodics. Intercepted comfortably by Fabian Scher, who brings the ball himself into the Ipswich half. It's coming down like stair rods now at Portman Road. Newcastle in front, and they've won the ball back in the centre circle. Guimaraes is then clipped by Chaplin as he tried to go past him. No yellow card for Chaplin, but a warning from Stuart Atwell. Newcastle are 1-0 up and they've got a free kick.
Just a little example there of Ipswich, they're sloppiness in possession. Dara O'Shea did brilliantly, Danton, initially getting the ball from Clark and then just going 10 yards through the middle of Newcastle's midfield, and then he should just release the pass probably 2 seconds earlier into Sammy Smodics. Then he runs another 10-15 yards of it. Sammy Smodics who's come to get it to feet, then turns away and spins, and Dara O'Shea gives it to him as if he's going to stand and receive it. So it's just that little bit of fluidity that they're missing with their final execution of their passing, because when Newcastle get in the final third, they've just got that little bit more quality, and they're 9 times out of 10 they pick the right pass.
Free kick to Newcastle in torrential rain, shipped up to the edge of the area by Hall, headed out by Ipswich, but Newcastle will retrieve it, and Hall's got to go back to his keeper Dubravka, midway point of his own half. Mansfield 1, Rotherham 0 in League 1. Ajeji Oshilaja puts the Stags in front. Now it's Ari Muric, the Ipswich keeper, passes across to Burgess. The ball is still running true on the playing surface, but it is really hammering it down here, and it will surely start to affect the way the ball runs and the way the players run and whether they can hold their footing.
Yeah, you might see a few Cucurellas, as it's known in the trade now, changing their boots.
Maybe so. Here is Dara O'Shea, right hand corner of his own box for Ipswich. Clark has to go in field to Kajusted, who knows he's got Guimaraes herring down after him. Muric passes outside the area. It's not collected by Morsey, so Ipswich have been dispossessed, and Newcastle, through Tonali, works it back into his own half for Lewis Hall. So no goals elsewhere in the Premier League so far this afternoon. Leyton Orient have just got a second at Barnsley as Dubravka volleys cleared. Notts County lead Bradford by 1-0 in League 2. And the ball's hooked up high into the Suffolk sky as the rain just relents for a moment. Ipswich have it back. They trail by 1-0, and then Chaplin trying to lob it out to Burns on this near side. Just lofts it instead straight out to play for a Newcastle throw. Willock and Gordon combining. Tonali looks a class act. I don't think I've seen Sandro Tonali live that many times. Watched highlights of him, Perry Groves, but not watched him live. He looks absolutely tailor-made for that role he's got in front of the back four.
Exactly, yeah. So he's just that pivot dancing in. He looks like he's got a lot of time, you know, when you're playing a testimonial game, when you just calm the game down to your pace. Never looks rushed.
Ross County 0, St Mirren 1 in the Scottish Premiership. No goals elsewhere in the 3 o'clocks in the Premier League. Aston Villa beat Manchester City at lunchtime. You heard it live on TalkSport. So Villa have gone above Manchester City into 5th place. Ipswich a goal down, but piling forward now with Kajusted coming through the centre circle. Tried to play the ball with the outside of his boot along the deck for the run of Hutchinson, but was comfortably intercepted, and Newcastle have it back. Guimaraes in the centre circle. Out to the left-hand side to Anthony Gordon. Just lets the ball run across his body. Now slips it down the left-hand side of the box for Hall. Hall tries to play it across the face of goal, but it's too close to Muric at his near post that he comfortably collects. Half an hour gone, Newcastle 1-0 up.
Dan, you mentioned about Tonali, how good he is in possession, but even there, we just see about his defensive structure, the way that he thinks about the what-ifs, because Guimaraes went to close down, Kajusted spun him, Guimaraes looks like he's running on treacle, and then Kajusted tries to play it into Hutchinson. Who's standing there protecting his centre halves? Tonali, just making sure that he's always looking over his shoulder.
currently Ipswich 0, Newcastle 1 for the latest odds. Head to William Hill, the official betting partner of TalkSport 2's Premier League coverage, where right now you can get Ipswich to win at 9-1, Newcastle to get the win at 100-30 on, the draw 4-1 against. That's all thanks to William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Tonali inside the Ipswich half now for Newcastle. It's found Alexander Isak, rolls it to the left hand side of the area. Gordon picks it up, checking onto his right foot, running across the line, can't get the shot away, feeds it into Murphy. 2-0 Newcastle. Thumping hit from Jacob Murphy, who set up the first and has rifled home the second off the underside of the crossbar. Ari Muric never saw it. Gordon with a set-up play, and Newcastle have a 2-goal cushion, and Ipswich are getting that familiar sinking feeling at home. 31 gone, Ipswich 0, Newcastle 2.
Well, there's Jacob Murphy trading places with Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon coming in that left-hand side, just goes into his right foot. Ipswich don't engage him, just gets to the edge of the 18-yard box, just rolls it to Jacob Murphy, who's in fantastic goal-scoring form, and then from 16 yards out, he just takes a brilliant touch, gets it out of his feet, and then thinks, right, I'm just going to put my laces through it. I'm looking at the goalkeeper down to Muric. It looks like it's gone over the top of him and hit the underside of the crossbar and bounced down. So there might be question marks about the goalkeeper, because that shouldn't be going through you, but it's a great strike from Jacob Murphy, and again, just far too easy for Newcastle to slice through that Ipswich back four.
That's 3 goals in 2 Premier League games for Jacob Murphy. Got a brace against Leicester in that 4-0 win, and that was leathered home by Jacob Murphy. Notts County 2-0 up on Bradford meantime. In fact, it's 3-0. David McGoldrick has got the second. Here's Isak. Newcastle in again. Murphy just beaten to the ball by Cameron Burgess, sliding in. He had to make that challenge 100% correct, otherwise that could have been a penalty to Newcastle. Ipswich trying to do something about this scoreline. 2-0 down. Hutchinson twisting and turning in the centre circle to get away from trouble. He lays it back to Harry Clark. Now Morsey. Well, we had the goals, Perry Groves. You and Faye were worried that you were going to be the Jonas again, but 2-0 already, and it feels like there's going to be more.
Well, we did say it would be entertaining, didn't we? And it has been entertaining. It's because of Ipswich's lack of coordination when they're defending, and Newcastle, that tackle started. We mentioned about Tonali and Guimaraes. They actually swapped positions. Guimaraes came a little bit deeper. Tonali came in 10 position, and that enabled Newcastle to get the ball on the right hand side, come out to Gordon.
Playing with a swagger at the moment, Newcastle. Guimaraes trying to feed it through to Willock. He was dispossessed, and Ipswich have it back. That 3rd goal for Notts County, 2nd of the game for Alassane Yatta. Tonali wins it back for Newcastle, piling forward again. Gordon inside the area, left hand side, tries to square it across. It's blocked by Clark, and then a little clip on the heels of Morsey by Gordon gives the home side a free kick. Solihull Moors back in front in the National League against AFC Fylde. That's Kevin Phillips' side these days. Let's not forget AFC Fylde in the National League. But 2-0 to Newcastle here, as Walsall take the lead at Harrogate in League 1. Walsall 4 unbeaten, top of the shop in League 2. Although Doncaster won today. Nathan Lowe got the goal for Walsall.
Drop my name stat of the day.
I'm ready.
In Walsall's last 4 away league games versus Harrogate, they've conceded a different number of goals in each game, going from 0, 1, 2, 3.
So what you're telling me is the comeback's still on?
I'll leave that with you.
Ball's back with Dan Byrne, midway point of his own half. Still very heavy rain coming down onto the Portman Road pitch, but the playing surface is handling it well. Not only are these Premier League pitches flat as a pancake, they've also got terrific drainage for the most part. 10 to half time on TalkSport 2. It remains Ipswich 0, Newcastle 2. Isak and Murphy, the goal scorers for Newcastle United, and it's the Toon Army you can hear in full voice opposite us in the Cobbold stand, making a right old racket. Ball's been passed out of play because Connor Chaplin needs a bit of attention. I don't know whether we can go to Mark Wilson and Ali Pally, get an update on the darts. We can't for the moment, but Brendan Dolan was on the verge of victory in his match this afternoon, but Connor Chaplin is just getting some treatment at the moment. So in the Premier League right now, earlier today it finished Aston Villa 2-1 winners against Manchester City. Elsewhere, West Ham and Brighton are 0-0. Brentford and Forest are 0-0. Palace and Arsenal gets underway at 5:30. Regular updates on that game during the course of the game day phone-in with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. In the Championship, games with goals: Burnley 1-up on Watford, Leeds 1-up on Oxford, Preston 1-up at QPR, and Norwich 1-up at Sunderland from a corner. Games with goals in League One: Leyton Orient 2-0 up at Barnsley, Burton 1-0 up against Exeter, Mansfield lead Rotherham 1-0, Charlton 2-up at Northampton, Wigan lead Shrewsbury by a 1-0. Newport have just got a 4th in League Two against MK Dons, going goal crazy there. Chesterfield lead AFC Wimbledon 1-0, Walsall, as you just heard, 1-0 up at Harrogate, Bromley 1-0 up at Morecambe, Notts County 3-0 up on Bradford City, and Swindon 1-0 up on Grimsby. As Hibs go 2-1 up at Aberdeen, Nicky Cadden, the former Forest Green player, puts the Highbees ahead. They've had a rotten season, but Aberdeen started so brilliant, but their form's kind of gone off a cliff. Chaplin's going to be okay to come back on. You've missed none of the action here. There's going to be a bit of stoppage time to add on. We had the delay for the VAR check for the goal in the first minute, and now Chaplin's had to wait to get his chance to come back on. Bryn Morris with the 4th for Newport, incidentally, that 4-0 lead they've got over MK, a Bryn Morris penalty. Back underway, Ian Danter and Perry Groves with you. Faye Carruthers here too. You'll hear from Faye at half-time. Ipswich 2-0 down in front of their own, and Hutchinson dispossessed by Tonali, tried to flick it with the outside of his boot into the area for Guimaraes, but it was just overhit.
Dan, we just saw the difference in both teams pressing there. Newcastle's press is far more coordinated. Starts off from Isak, then Guimaraes goes, then Tonali makes sure that when the ball tries to come into Hutchinson, who's playing in the 10 position, then Tonali just follows him all the way in, ends up managing to nick it off him. Ipswich can't get out.
Ball is with Tino Livramento, into the feet of Isak, 30 yards out, back to goal, works it out to Guimaraes. Guimaraes back into the area. Isak trying to keep it in play down by the dead ball line, but O'Shea got the better of him and hooked it out of play. Third for Charlton at Northampton, Miles Leaburn, son of Carl Leaburn, gets the goal for Charlton, and Plymouth have the lead against Middlesbrough, bottom of the Championship after the lunchtime results. And it's Gibson who's given Plymouth the lead at Home Park. Wayne Rooney up against his old teammate Michael Carrick, and Forest lead at Brentford. Ola Aina makes it 1-0 to the side with the 3rd best away record, at the side with the best home record. Here come Newcastle down the right hand side, ball into the box, but it's straight to the grateful arms of Ari Muric. 2-0 here. What's the latest at Alexandra Palace in the PDC darts? Mark Wilson.
Yeah, Brendan Dolan's wrapped up a tie with Michael Van Gerwen after Christmas. He's beaten Lok Ying Lee by 3-0, average over 92, 69% on his doubles. Really solid performance from Dolan, who will give Van Gerwen a run for his money in round 3. Brendan Dolan 3, Lok Ying Lee 0.
Thanks, Mark. One more match to play. We'll keep you in touch with that during the course of the rest of the afternoon here on TalkSport 2. And all 4 matches tonight from Alexandra Palace are live here from 7:30 with Mark Wilson, with Chris Murphy, Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason, our top team at the top of Muswell Hill. Here come Ipswich 2-0 down with Amari Hutchinson with his back to goal, 30 yards out or so. Options left and right. Lobs it into the box, looking for the run of Smodics. He'll keep it in play down by the dead ball line, flicks it out to the right wing for Burns, but the offside flag belatedly goes up against Sammy Smodics. Newcastle have a free kick. Lewis Gibson confirmed as that Plymouth goal scorer against Middlesbrough.
Yeah, just Sammy Smodics going a little bit too early. Lazy play actually, because he can look right across the line. He can see Dan Burns' number. He's just got to make sure that he just comes back, gets himself onside. That just completely takes the momentum out of Ipswich's attack.
So a free kick for Dubravka, the Newcastle keeper, to smack downfield down the left hand side, headed up in the air by O'Shea, out of play for a throw to the visitors. Taken quickly, Isak down the left hand side, 2 balls on the pitch again temporarily. Isak still has it, The second ball's been cleared away. Now Anthony Gordon, left-hand corner of the area, swings the ball to the far post, and Leif Davis gets the shout to leave it so it can drop behind and merely be an Ipswich goal kick. You're listening to Ipswich 0, Newcastle 2 on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes, so if you've got a plan, they've got a van, and we've got Perry Groves.
Man with a van.
Of course.
Cash only though.
Yeah, we don't recommend that.
Cash is king where it used to be.
We don't encourage that.
It's not king anymore, is it, to be fair?
Not these days. Ball's back with Ari Muric.
Again, just look at the press dance. They want to play out for the back. Morsey's normally conducts, isn't he? See Willock there, just follow him all the way in, just right up his back, so that Ipswich can't get out very easily. That's been the difference in both teams. So Newcastle's press is more cohesive, more coordinated, and Newcastle are better in possession in the final third.
3.5 minutes to half time. Ball cleared downfield by Muric. Ipswich just can't keep hold of it though, and it's come for Anthony Gordon, who's sprinting into the Ipswich half, plays it left to Isak inside the area, curls it, goals, good save. Muric saved it at the second attempt, almost dropped it as he landed, but he held on to it well as Isak was looking to bend it into the top corner. 2-0 Newcastle.
Yeah, it's one for the cameras for Muric, because good play from Anthony Gordon again, just cutting in from this left hand side, rolling that to Isak, just squares up Dara O'Shea, just using him as a shield, trying to bend it round him. In the end, it was a good height for Muric, grabbed it at the second attempt.
Swindon have a second at home to Grimsby in Ian Holloway's 1000th game as a manager. Kabogo Shimanga gets that second for the Robins at the county ground. Gateshead 2-0 up at Ebbsfleet in the National League. Luke Hannett with a penalty for one North East club, another North East club 2-0 up here, but they've got some defending to do, Newcastle, because Amari Hutchinson trying to sprint away down the left hand side. Sandro Tonali just took it away from him with ease and knocks it down the right hand side for Murphy.
That was like an under 15 playing against an under 10, wasn't it? At first it looked like Hutchinson was going to be away, and Tonali just tracked his run, put his left shoulder into him and just basically shouldered him off the ball.
Space for Guimaraes to try and tope up the ball into the area looking for Isak, but the hosts win back possession. Davis gets to the midway point of his own half, then fires it into the feet of Burns, who's inside the centre circle, just inside the opposition half. Only Davis up with Burns at the moment, and he gets dispossessed by Dan Byrne this time. Burn against Burns, and it's back with Dubravka as we edge toward half-time on TalkSport 2. Newcastle 2 up.
So was that second degree Burns?
Oh boy, oh boy. You just thought of that off the top of your head, didn't you? That's what worries me about you. What you can come up with on a whim.
I've gone into catchphrase, say what you see.
We should get you on celebrity catchphrase with old Stephen. With the amount you trot out, you'd be in the final round, no problem at all. There's going to be 4 minutes of minimum stoppage time when we get to 45 minutes. There's still a minute of normal time to play. Gordon lies flat in a heap after trying to win a header against Clark. Ipswich keep the ball in play. Gordon's told by one or two around us to get to his feet.
Again, just looking at Newcastle, you can see that Joe Woolley is the one who's been designated to go on to Morsey.
Good ball from Hutchinson, turning it around the corner so Kiyusti can get away into the Newcastle half. Slows the attack down though, brings in Leif Davis left hand side. He finds Chaplin at the edge of the D. Next to him is Hutchinson. It's rolled back for Morsey 30 yards out. Clips it out to Burns on the right wing for Ipswich. Support just behind him from Clark. Gives it back to the right back. Infield it goes to Morsey. Newcastle have got everybody behind the ball and forcing Clark to go back to O'Shea on the halfway line. Very, very well organised so far this afternoon, Eddie Howe's men.
Yeah, when it came out to Burns on this right-hand side, he just could have rolled it back into Clark's and he can whip it in first time. Takes too many touches.
Little touch from Chaplin trying to guide it into the path of Smodics at the edge of the area. Newcastle get it clear. Murphy guides it down for the right back, Livramento. We're into that 4 minutes of added time now at the end of the first half. Guimaraes shrugs off the challenge of Chaplin and he finds Isak onto the halfway line, wants it back from Tonali, but the ball's given away by Tonali, and here come Ipswich. Sammy Smodics running at the Newcastle back line, up to the edge of the area, gets it on his left and fires it wastefully over. A couple of times they've had that sort of position from which to shoot Ipswich Town, and both times it's whistled over Dubravka's crossbar for a goal kick. 2-0 to the Toon Army.
Yes, Hamish Modric found himself 1v1 with Cher, but he just wasn't strong enough to go on the outside of Cher. Got it on his left foot, just fired it over the crossbar, didn't even hit the target.
I know what you did there. I heard it. I believe you did another pun. Goal kick for Dubravka.
Well, Smodic twisted and found someone.
Stop it.
That's it. That's enough.
That's enough now. Yeah, yellow card.
Yeah, sorry, Sal.
Sal, producer.
He's just scared. I've had enough.
Not HP. Ball given away. Isak's going to make it 3. Oh, what a mess at the back for Ipswich Town. The ball just presented via a ricochet to Alexander Isak after Ipswich were guilty of not clearing their lines and just mucking around with it inside their own 18-yard box, and how they have been punished by Alexander Isak, who has his second and Newcastle's third right on half-time. Ipswich 0, Newcastle 3.
Dance, I'm looking at the Ipswich players. Muric is challenging his inner Fraser Forster because he just takes too much time. He tries to roll it into Kajuste. We said about the closing down from Ipswich been excellent. Guimaraes closes down Kajuste. He gets a little foot in. Isak's totally unmarked on the edge of the 6-yard box. He's 1v1 with Muric, and he just takes his time, gives him a little dummy, flicks it past him. What is Harry Muric doing, Dance? Your team's 2-0 down, you're just coming at half-time, and you're trying to play too clever into Kajuste, and Ramirez read it like a book. Just shocking goalkeeping from Muric.
We saw that from Harry Muric all too often at Burnley last season, and it was no secret what sort of goalkeeper Kieran McKenna had invested in, that he likes to play out from the back and believes in himself. But there's a time and there is a place for that sort of approach, and with Guimaraes haring down on Kajuste, that was neither time nor place, and Ipswich find themselves 3 down at home right on half time, and more than a mountain to climb.
Just about game management. So you're 2-0 down, coming up to half time.
Hutchinson at the edge of the penalty area, twists away from Tonali, tries to play the cross in, deflects out of play. Ipswich have their first corner of the game in the 49th minute, right at the end of the half, in front of the Alf Ramsey stand. Can they make it count and give them something to hang on to as they go in at the break, because they're 3-0 down here?
Well, they've just panned over to Kieran McKenna, obviously the Ipswich Town manager, and he looks dejected, Dance. You know, he's got a lot of talking to do at this half-time.
Corner whips into the far post. O'Shea heads it back across goal. Out by Joe Willock. But it's retained by Morsey. But Morsey had to turn under pressure from Tonali and feed it back to the goalkeeper Muric. Clearing it downfield down the right-hand side. O'Shea has stayed forward. Knotted in field. Anthony Gordon with a heavy touch. Chaplin, the other number 10 out there, tries to get a piece of it. But it's just walloped downfield by Newcastle, and Isak's giving chase, and Isak's been guilty of fouling Leif Davis. I thought for a moment the referee Stuart Atwell was going to let that go, but Isak penalised in the end. But it looked like he'd muscled Davis off the ball and was going to have a clear run on goal again.
That was very, very minimal contact. Leif Davis has got to be so much stronger, Dance, because basically it's a brush with Isak's left forearm, and Leif Davis has gone to the full like he's been hit on the top of your head with a lift.
Free kick smacked downfield by Muric, comfortably won back by Cher, and now Tonali, who's had a great first half in Newcastle, orchestrating everything. Guimaraes releases Murphy down the right hand side. This is how the first goal came about, up against Davis, checks inside him for the moment, right hand corner of the box, slips it into Willock. Willock turns it back to the edge of the area, trying to find Guimaraes, but he couldn't control it. Oh, poor clearance, Ipswich. Isak to the far post. Gordon drives it over the bar from a very tight angle, and it will end up being a goal kick. That was nearly number 4 at the end of the 4th minute of added time.
Dance, Ipswich have gone. Ipswich are punch drunk. There's no leadership there.
Well, there goes the half-time whistle and boos around Portman Road, as you might expect for a team that have shipped 3 goals in the first half. You heard Eddie Howe in our build-up saying in the pre-match press conference what a good feeling that the Newcastle squad has had in recent times, and my how that's shown in that opening 45 minutes that we've just brought you. They were ahead inside 30 seconds. Alexander Isak smacking it home after the pullback from Jacob Murphy. There was a VAR check, but it went in Newcastle's favour. They then went 2 up when Jacob Murphy turned from assister to goal scorer, rifling home a drive from the right hand side of the penalty area that went right above Muric, in off the underside of the crossbar and in. And then Isak got his second, Newcastle's third, after an awful pass from Muric straight out of his penalty area, intended for Kiyuste, dispossessed by Bruno Guimaraes. It rolled to Isak. He just sat the goalkeeper down and rolled it in to give us a half-time score in Suffolk of Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 3.
I've just been told that's the first time Ipswich have been booed off at half-time. We talked about the importance, Perry Groves, of Ipswich getting 3 points. I mean, that's long gone, it feels. Although we have talked about comebacks equally, but that's a long way to come back. What a mess of a first-half performance that was.
Very much so. In fact, it started off in the first 15 seconds, because when we're talking before the game, Ipswich need to be on the front foot. They need to get the crowd behind them. They get that momentum, a lot of positivity. And it's all these little details where there's no pressure on the ball. Fabian Schär's got it in the sort of inside right back position for Newcastle. He just helps up the line, and Cameron Burgess is 2 to 3 yards behind the rest of the Ipswich back four. So they're on the halfway line. He drops in 2-3 yards too deep. That plays Jacob Murphy onside, because at first, when Jacob Murphy received the ball, we're right in line with Jacob Murphy.
Yeah.
I thought he was probably 2-3 yards offside.
Yeah.
So then, obviously, Burgess is trying to get back. Murphy gets the cross in. Morsey, to be fair, does well at first, gets in the near post. Then it gets a ricochet, comes to Isak. He smashes it into the ground on the volley. Brilliant technique, and then skips off. Then all of a sudden, you're 1-0 down after 35 seconds.
26, I think it was.
26 seconds,
yeah.
And you've had the kick-off. Ipswich kicked off.
I know.
If you remember, they had kicked off.
But also,
they kicked it out of play.
Leif Davis was miles away. So their line is so high. It's a real problem, because then he's completely exposed, Cameron Burgess, and he was looking in the wrong direction. So he didn't even see Jacob Murphy on the right-hand side, on the left-hand side.
Yeah, but if he's up that extra 2 yards, then he's on that. You're right. There's no pressure on the ball, so you have to drop off.
Yeah.
But he's got to look at his other back four members and go, right, I've got to be up level with you. And the big difference as well is we talked down to myself in the commentary. Tonali's been brilliant on the ball and can touch everything. But on the press, Newcastle are far more organised and far more cohesive when they actually go and press that with Isak. Then Guimaraes goes in. Tonali's the one at the base, and they're all coordinated. Ipswich press, and it's a little bit haphazard. I don't think there's any conviction in it. You know, whether Schmodic goes first, and then it's Chapman or Hutchinson. Then they look round, and there's no other Ipswich players pressing behind them. So Newcastle, Tonali's been brilliant on the ball, but he's able to then get it into Guimaraes or get it into Joe Willock, and then Newcastle, Ipswich's back four. It's been very, very comfortable for Newcastle.
Yeah, he's disrupted everything in the middle of the park, Sandro Tonali, but to be fair, every time Ipswich have had an opportunity, which has been few and far between, they've wasted it. Schmodic's just, I mean, he must be so infuriated, Kieran McKenna, that Liam Delap's got his 5th yellow card and is suspended today, because I think he would have buried a couple of the chances that they had there. But they've gifted everything else to Newcastle on a plate. We'll see if we've got time to analyse the rest of that first half very shortly, but we do have to preview tonight's Premier League action first with Sky Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport 2 with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games, available with no contract, on now. Like Crystal Palace versus Arsenal, live today. Search Now Sports, 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
Well, feeling like a little bit of deja vu perhaps for Ian Abrahams as we look ahead to Crystal Palace against Arsenal. These two sides met midweek in the League Cup. Arsenal came out on top after a 3-2 win. Can we expect much of the same today, Ian? And did that game tell us anything about tonight's game?
No, I don't think it did. Good afternoon from a wet and dreary and windy Selhurst Park, which will suit Crystal Palace down to the ground. 72 hours since these two met. I think Arsenal will be much changed, and I think there might be about 7 or 8 changes to the Arsenal team tonight. Palace will be very similar to the one that lined up at the Emirates, but yesterday's press conference from Mikel Arteta was all about his 5-year anniversary. He would love to nail another bit of silverware and the big one, the Championship, to celebrate his 5th year anniversary. I'm not sure it's going to happen this season, but they can achieve something that hasn't been done in London for nearly 20 years, and that a London side has gone a whole calendar year without losing a London derby. They played 9 already in 2024. This is obviously their last one of the calendar year, and if they manage to get out of here tonight with either a win or a draw, they'll achieve what Chelsea managed back in 2005. So there's something there for Arteta's team to go for, but also to try and put some pressure on Liverpool, who play tomorrow at Spurs.
Yeah, really important for them to do that, especially again Manchester City dropping points in our lunchtime kickoff. Additionally, Eddie Nketiah up against his former side, scored for Palace in the week as well, and welcome for him because he's really struggled so far since his move to Selhurst Park.
Yeah, I mean, he struggled really last year at Arsenal and at Palace. I thought, like many, that pastors knew might show Eddie Nketiah that. I mean, listen, I covered the under-21s and I saw Nketiah break the goal-scoring record for the under-21s. He never missed, basically, when he was in the under-21s. And I think he just at Arsenal it wasn't working for him. It hasn't really worked for him here either. Jean-Philippe Mateta is the main man in terms of goal-scoring, but whether he gets a chance today or not, I'm sure that if he scores, he'll absolutely love it.
Yeah, he would indeed. Enjoy the game. Should be quite good fun, I think, after the midweek one, although changes, as you say. Ian Abraham's there. He'll bring you updates on the game day phone-in with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy over on TalkSport from 5:30. That was a look ahead to this afternoon's Premier League action with Sky Sports. Don't forget you can stream the biggest Premier League games available with no contract on Now, just like Crystal Palace against Arsenal, which is live today. Search Now Sports.
Stay ahead of the game on TalkSport 2 with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games available with no contract on Now, like Crystal Palace versus Arsenal live today. Search Now Sports 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
This is game day exclusive on TalkSport 2. Second half of Ipswich against Newcastle coming next, with Newcastle coasting at half-time, leading by 3-0. We'll bring you the other half-time scores from across the Premier League and the EFL next.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the English Football League.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport 2 with Sky Sports. Stream the biggest Premier League games available with no contract on Now, like Crystal Palace versus Arsenal live today. Search Now Sports 18+, stream via internet, terms apply.
We all fantasize about our perfect home, watching the big game cozied up in the snug. Balmy summer nights with the kids playing on the lawn.
We're playing real-life football!
But come on, this isn't real. Listen, if you're serious about making your fantasy a reality, find out what your home is worth instantly with a free online valuation estimate. Get real about moving. Get on the market. Most common time to obtain an online quote between 1st of April 2024 and 30th of June 2024 was under 3 minutes. Excludes Northern Ireland.
$1.39 at McDonald's gets you a delicious cheeseburger. $1.39 at a concert gets you... Testing. McDonald's Saver Menu. Actually get your money's worth. From 11 a.m. Price and participation may vary. Price varies on delivery, subject to availability.
Football is back and it's game on. Get the ultimate football coverage with the Sun's free pull-out goals. With the best writers pitchside for in-depth match reports, it's all about goals. And with unrivaled news from the Premier League to League Two, it has to be goals! Stay up to date on all the latest football action. Get your free copy of Goals every Saturday, Sunday and Monday, only in the Sun.
The Screwfix sale is now on and it's big! Save a big £15 on the Gold Screw Trade Pack, now only $19.99. And grab the Stanley Organiser for just $9.99, saving you a big £10. Hurry, the sale must end on the 5th of January. It's big. Delivery fees may apply, subject to availability. See screwfix.com for full T's and C's.
You don't just check in to a village hotel, you work out. you jump in, you play on, you tuck in, and drink up. Village Hotels, 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities, and a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers, and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet, and play.
Hey, is your Aunt June still coming to Christmas dinner?
Yep, and her new boyfriend.
I'll get the extra chair.
And his daughter.
Oh, and some plates.
Plus her boyfriend. And his two mates, their girlfriends, their neighbours, their second cousins, twin sisters, the mailman, Glenn from down the road, his primary school teacher, my personal trainer, his dog, his accountant Bill, and that lady I met on the bus.
We're going to need to go to IKEA.
From extra plates to bedding and everything in between. Get guests ready.
Oh, and Grandma's staying over.
IKEA, the wonderful everyday.
Game day exclusive with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Rent from the best lineup in the UK. Enterprise has 450 branches with all the vehicles your business needs.
Step up to the Oki for exclusive coverage of the 2025 PDC Darts World Championship. Tonight from 7:30, live on TalkSport 2.
That is something special!
TalkSport 2 hits the bullseye with live and exclusive commentary direct from Alexandra Palace as the giants of world darts clash in pursuit of the Sid Waddell Trophy.
It's double two!
The 2025 PDC Darts World Championship. Tonight from 7:30, live on TalkSport 2.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the English Football League.
Is game day. Halftime classifieds.
This is Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2. I'm Faye Carruthers. Let's take a classified check on the halftime scores. Starting with
Premier League.
Brentford 0, Nottingham Forest 1, Ipswich 0, Newcastle 3, West Ham 0, Brighton 0.
Sky Bet Championship.
Burnley 1, Watford 0, Cardiff 0, Sheffield United 0. That's just kicked off for the second half. Leeds United 1, Oxford United 0, Millwall 0, Blackburn 0 has just kicked off. Plymouth 1, Middlesbrough 0, QPR 0, Preston 1, Sunderland 0, Norwich 1.
Sky Bet League 1.
Barnsley 0, Leyton Orient 2, Blackpool 0, Stevenage 0, Burton 1, Exeter 1, Mansfield 1, Rotherham 0, Northampton 0, Charlton 3, Wigan 1, Shrewsbury 0.
Sky Bet League 2.
Accrington 0, Salford 0, Chesterfield 1, AFC Wimbledon 0, Harrogate 0, Walsall 1, Morecambe 0, Bromley 1, Newport 4, MK Duns 1, Notts County 3, Bradford City 0, Port Vale 0, Carlisle 0, and Swindon 2, Grimsby 0. Wow, some fantastic results, or half-time scores, should I say, there earlier on, just in case you missed it, live and exclusive on TalkSport. Aston Villa 2-1 winners over Manchester City. The pressure continues to pile on Pep Guardiola. 9 defeats in their last 12 games. Absolutely unbelievable for the current champions. Here at Portman Road, the Ipswich Town players are out. They've been sent out early by their manager Kieran McKenna. Still a good 90-odd seconds until the second half kicks off here, but they trail by 3-0 and were booed off at half-time. The Newcastle substitutes warming up just in front of us on the left-hand side of the pitch. Eddie Howe, no doubt, thinking who he can save for this upcoming festive fixture list. Of course, plenty of games across the TalkSport network coming up for you over the next few days. And Newcastle, in fact, in action on Boxing Day against Aston Villa on the TalkSport app. That's an exclusive, and then exclusively on TalkSport on Monday the 30th as well at Manchester United, Old Trafford, an 8 p.m. kickoff. So many games coming up for you. On Boxing Day, you've got a real feast as well. Manchester City Everton is our 12:30 kickoff. On TalkSport 2, we've got Chelsea against Fulham. In the evening, we've also got Wolves against Manchester United in the Premier League, a 5:30 kickoff, and then 8 o'clock Liverpool against Leicester. Everything else is available for you either on TalkSport 2 or on the TalkSport app, including live EFL Championship football as well. What is the second half going to bring for Kieran McKenna's side? I'm sure they will have been told to pull their socks up on this second half, because they absolutely need to. Some shocking goals they conceded in the first half against this Newcastle United side. So I'll hand you back to our commentary team of former Arsenal winger Perry Groves, alongside your match commentator here on TalkSport 2, Ian Danter.
Thanks, Faye. And Newcastle are just continuing their form against promoted sides. They do so well against teams coming up from the Championship. They've lost just one of 22 before today against promoted sides and won their last 4. And they are firmly in control of this one. And a half-time substitution has been made by Ipswich Town. And Ali Al-Hamadi has been brought on for Amari Hutchinson at the start of the second half. Al-Hamadi, who was brought from AFC Wimbledon for £1 million and scored against AFC Wimbledon when Ipswich went there early in the season in the League Cup. Ipswich then went out on penalties later that night. So that is more of a striker, and I was surprised, Perry Groves, that given that Delap was suspended, that Al-Hamadi wasn't given the start, so at least the shape of the side and the idea behind it was similar.
And also, Dance, he's just that little bit bigger, because there's a small front line, wasn't it, for Ipswich in that first half. They really missed Liam Delap, the physical presence and the focal point. So Al-Hamadi will go through the middle. And it's like Sammy Spodix was come on this left-hand side, Burns down the right, and Connor Chaplin just stands the 10.
Forest Green are 1-1 with Aldershot in the National League, and it's 1-1 as well at the Stadium of Light. Sunderland have equalised at home to Norwich. Dan Ballard for the Black Cats. I'll run you through the lineups here at Portman Road in a minute, but the second half is well underway with Newcastle in their chain strip of white and green. They're attacking the Sir Alf Ramsey stand to our right as we sit at the back of the East of England Cooperative stand. Ipswich in blue shirts and socks, white shorts. They're attacking the Sir Bobby Robson stand to our left. Kieran McKenna just down beneath us. He's decided to make that change at the turnaround. Eddie Howe with his trusty Lieutenant Jason Tyndall just beneath us as well. Gordon wins the ball back for Newcastle. Isak, who got things going inside 30 seconds in the first half with that opening goal. Turns away from a challenge, but he's brought it out of play. So let me run you through the lineups. Ipswich, Muric in goal. Clark, O'Shea, Burgess, Davis, Morsey, Kayuste, Burns, Chaplin, Smodics and Al-Hamadi. Newcastle have Dubravka in goal, then Livramento, Scher, Byrne, Hall, Tonali, Gimaresh, Willock, Murphy, Isak, Gordon. And Perry Groves alongside me this afternoon as the rain has finally stopped. It was absolutely hosing it down about half an hour ago, but whilst the skies are now very, very dark on this winter solstice day, at least the rain has abated. Newport County 5, MK Dons 1. Newport picking up in the second half where they left off at the end of the first. Bobby Campbell with a second. Salford lead at Accrington in that local derby, Haji Minoga. Newcastle trying to come forward with Scher, protects the ball away from Smodics, who was trying to take it off him, and Newcastle have it just in front of the centre circle with Guimaraes. Then it's took back to Byrne on the halfway line. Middlesbrough equalise at Plymouth. Johnny Houser makes it Plymouth 1, Middlesbrough 1 in the Championship. And Rangers lead Dundee in the Scottish Prem. Václav Černý putting Philippe Clement's side ahead at Ibrox. Newcastle fans still full of song on the far side of the field in the Cobbold stand. As always, they travel in these ridiculously large numbers, and they've been richly rewarded for that long trip down from the northeast coast.
Yeah, there's 1,500 of them come down today, Dance. So they're buoyed from the midweek win against Brentford, get themselves into a major cup semi-final, and they've just carried on that momentum into the game today.
A second for Nottingham Forest at Brentford, so Brentford's unbeaten home record looks set to go. And it's Anthony Elanga that's got the second for Forest. A year in charge for Nuno Espirito Santo. We saw them beat Ipswich just a couple of weeks ago, Perry. And you have to tip the hat. After Steve Cooper's dismissal, people thought, oh, Nuno Espirito Santo, what kind of appointment is that?
You have to cross yourself when you say that, Dan.
You do, but what a great appointment. It's a perfect fit, it seems. Leif Davis for Ipswich Town. Into the centre circle, turn round the corner, Al-Hamadi's in behind Byrne, but across comes the defender Lewis Hall, and he comes out to Al-Hamadi again. The shot blocked by Byrne. That was a big chance early in the second half. In fact, there was a point where I thought Dan Byrne was kind of having a swipe at Al-Hamad as he tried to run through. If he'd caught him, that could have been denying a clear goal-scoring opportunity. You know what that normally brings? Morsey finds Clark. Out to Burns on the right wing. Just level with the edge of the penalty area. Swirls in a left-footed ball, headed out strongly by Livramento. But it'll break for Cameron Burgess. QPR equaliser home to Preston, that's 1-1. Leighton Orient 3-0 up at Barnsley, Charlie Kelman. And Hibs 3-1 up at Aberdeen. Martin Boyle with a third for the Highbies. Share clears the ball downfield for Newcastle, but it's a poor touch from Jacob Murphy. Davis has it back for the hosts. Works it infield to Kiyuste. Now Morsey. Steps away from Willock, slides it out to Davis again on this left-hand side. Good early ball down the box. It was a good idea, looking for the run of Kiyuste, but just slightly overhit by Leif Davis. 5 minutes gone in the second half on TalkSport 2. It is still, as it was at the break, Ipswich 0, Newcastle 3.
Yeah, Ipswich has started on the front foot. You can bet your life that Kieran McKenna, the Ipswich Town manager, has had the proverbial hairdryer out at half-time, trying to get reaction from his team. Newcastle have just dropped off a little bit because they're 3-0 up. They're just conserving their energy.
Willock dispossessed. Al-Hamadi has it again. 25 yards out. Support from Chaplin. Trying to pirouette his way around Tonali. Tonali's too smart for that. Just took it off his toe. And Newcastle bring it clear. Gordon hugging the far left-hand touchline. Lovely ball from Isak to release Lewis Hall down the left-hand side. Early cross looking for Guimaraes. Oh, it's off the post and wide. That would have been a sensational counter-attacking goal from Newcastle United. As Bruno Guimaraes stooped to get the ball onto his head, it brushed the outside of the post and went out for an Ipswich goal kick.
He should score. Guimaraes, really good attack from Newcastle down their left-hand side. Just coming into Isak. Nice little wall pass out to Lewis Hall, that left-hand side. Just rips the ball in first time. Guimaraes coming in the centre-forward position, round about the penalty spot. Just got too much actually, Dan. I think it come off his right shoulder. It didn't even come off his head. He said he hit the post. Should be scoring.
So nearly 4-0. But in the end, it's still 3-0 to Newcastle with 6 minutes gone in the second half. Wigan have a second at home to Shrewsbury in League One. Dale Taylor makes it Wigan 2, Shrewsbury 0. Remember later today, Crystal Palace and Arsenal, Perry's old team, meet at Selhurst. We'll give you regular updates on that in the game day phone-in with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. Brighton have just taken the lead at West Ham in the Premier League. One of the other 3 o'clock kickoffs, so it's all going the away side's way in the 3 o'clocks. Forest 2 up at Brentford, Brighton 1 up at West Ham, and here at Portman Road, Newcastle 3 up against Ipswich. Share finds Livramento in the right back position, up to Jacob Murphy. Tucks the ball in field, but he won't find Guimaraes. It's won by Kiyuste. Chaplin back to play, has to work it back to a teammate, finds Cameron Burgess. It's Matt Beeper that got that goal for Brighton, incidentally, at the London Stadium. VAR's checking it. Kiyuste for Ipswich. Finds the captain Morsey in the centre of the Newcastle half. Worked out left to Leif Davis, but again, Newcastle just working Ipswich back towards the halfway line. Tonali wins it back, floats the ball out to Gordon, brings it down neatly just inside the Ipswich half, has to roll it back into the Vistas half for Hall. Byrne and Share now exchanging passes.
Just looking at Newcastle, Dance, when they're out of possession now, obviously they were closing down really well in the first half. They've gone like rope-a-dope. They're just sitting back. They're going to a 4-5-1 formation. Just let Ipswich have the ball in front of them.
Gordon finds Isak trying to drag the ball into the area. Important touch from Burgess. It's won back by Jacob Murphy, snaking his way into the area. Finds Isak in front of goal. Toe pokes it in. Brilliant finish from Alexander Isak. Improvised so well. A hat-trick for Isak inside an hour. This one just poked beyond Ari Muric after great work from Jacob Murphy, and Newcastle are going further and further clear into the distance at Portman Road. Ipswich 0, Newcastle United 4.
Dance. From Newcastle's point of view, it's a fantastic goal. Jacob Murphy showing really great feet coming in from the left-hand side, just getting into the box. He's got 4 Ipswich players around him. No one goes to engage him. It's an outrageous back heel from Jacob Murphy. Goes along the 6-yard box. Isak's standing there, and he's got all the time in the world, Dance. You shouldn't be given that amount of time to get a touch with his left foot, gets it out of his feet. Leif Davis should go and close him down. Then he just toe pokes it past Muric, gives him absolutely no chance whatsoever. Brilliantly crafted goal from Newcastle's point of view, but shocking defending from Ipswich.
So that's a hat-trick for the Swede. That makes it 10 goals for the season in the Premier League for Alexander Isak. In such great form. Just before we carry on, Ipswich just getting back underway. Nearly 10 minutes gone in the second half. Ipswich 0, Newcastle 4. Let's get back to Alexandra Palace, see how the final match of the afternoon session's going in the PDC World Darts. There for TalkSport 2, Mark Wilson.
Yeah, big Newcastle fan Chris Dobie will be pleased with the scoreline there and the scoreline here. He's beaten Alexander Merckx by 3-1, won 6 of the opening 7 legs to race into a 2-0 lead. Merckx won set 3, 3-0, finished really well in that, but Dobie struggled on his doubles, found the finishes at the end, a 1-2-2 the highlight in the final set. It's Dobie 3, Merckx 1.
Thank you, Mark, and 4 matches this evening from Ali Pali live on TalkSport 2 at 7:30. Danny Noppert, Ryan Joyce, Raymond van Barneveld against Nick Kenny. Luke Littler, last year's beaten finalist in Young Sports Personality of the Year, against Ryan Meikle, and Damon Hetter against Connor Scott. Join the boys for darts on the radio at 7:30. In between this and that, we've got some live Premiership rugby for you. Sale Sharks against Exeter Chiefs with Andrew McKenna and co at 5:15. Newcastle coming forward again, looking for a fifth. It's inside the area for Willock, who blasts over from the penalty spot. How on earth has he missed that? He'd done all the hard work to wrestle his way into the area and get clear of trouble, but then he skied the effort over the crossbar, and it only ends up being an Ipswich goal kick. 4-0 Newcastle.
Dance, brilliant play from Guimaraes, just getting the ball, just feeding it inside Harry Clark. He said there, Willett gets away from him, just gets in the inside left position, comes into the 18-yard box, gets it on his right foot, and just loses his balance and skies well off the crossbar. This is going to get that. This could be very dangerous for Ipswich, because I thought Newcastle would come out in the second half. They're 3-0. What happens is you just do enough. You think, right, we'll see this game out. We've got loads of games over the Christmas period, but actually, apart from that first 2 or 3 minutes, Newcastle have got themselves back on the front foot. Ipswich defensively is like herding ferrets. They are all over the place. There's no structure to them whatsoever in the back four. Willock should be scoring. It should be 5-0.
Willock's just getting some treatment. Took a blow to the back of the head, I think, as he landed trying to take that shot. So he's getting some treatment for the Newcastle physio. So play hasn't restarted. Meantime, Leeds are 2-0 up against Oxford United. Jaden Bogle with the second for Leeds at Ellen Road. Swindon 3-0 up on Grimsby in League 2. Kabongo Shimanga with his second of the afternoon. Swindon's third. Double change coming up for Ipswich. Calvin Phillips and Jack Taylor are going to be on shortly for Kiyuste and Chaplin. Gateshead 3-0 up at Ebbsfleet in the National League. And I'll remind you that in the Premier League 3 o'clock kickoffs, it is all going the away side's way. Brighton 1-0 up at West Ham, that goal confirmed for Mats Viper. Forest 2-0 up at Brentford, and cementing their place in the top 4, let's not forget. And Newcastle here, 4-0 up at Ipswich. And we'll be back underway as Willock's now just been led to this near touchline, and play will restart with an Ipswich free kick inside their penalty area. Perry Groves.
Yeah, I think that's what happened with Willock as he cut in from that left-hand side and he just knocked himself off balance. When he hit his shot and his foot landed on Dara O'Shea's outstretched left foot was on the floor and he's just twisted his ankle, but I think he's going to be alright.
Wins earlier today in the lunchtime games for Villa, Hull, Portsmouth, you heard that live on TalkSport 2, Sheffield Wednesday, Lincoln, Barrow and Doncaster, and a draw between Bristol Rovers and Wrexham. That's the tale of the lunchtime football, and Villa beating Manchester City was the game you heard live on TalkSport on Saturday lunchtime. Manchester City fans may want to have more to say about that to Jamie and Jason on the game day phone-in, and Villa fans who seem to have ridden out that little blip they had a few weeks ago, both domestically and in Europe.
We've not few Man City, like their punch drunk dance, haven't they? Lost 9 out of the last 12. It's like when Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson, took away that air of invincibility. So if you was a boxer, you'd be actually telling the boxer to retire. You'd be saying, because this Man City team are done. They're going to need another 6 or 7 players. No, in January maybe, beginning of next season. Because this team are completely shot.
And as Perry's mentioned boxing, it would be remiss of me not to say that our coverage from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia starts 7:30 tonight over on TalkSport. Tyson Fury, the rematch against Alexander Usyk, and a great undercard as well. Join Jim White and the team out there, Gareth A. Davis, Spencer Oliver, and many, many more. John Rawling, your big fight commentator as well tonight. You're listening to Ipswich 0, Newcastle 4 on TalkSport 2 with Sky Sports. Don't forget, you can stream the biggest Premier League games available with no contract on Now, like Crystal Palace against Arsenal live today. Just search Now Sports. An hour gone at Portman Road, and Newcastle are a bit like Tottenham at Southampton on Sunday. They've almost declared.
Yeah, they're just conserving energy, dance. You just say we've got Tonali who sits at the base of the midfield. He'll just keep helping the ball. Guimaraes is coming a little bit more central now. So there's very, very few games in your professional career that you can actually enjoy. And now Newcastle are in that position because the game was done and dusted at half-time at 3-0. Now at 4-0, it's even more enjoyable for Newcastle.
West Ham have equalised against Brighton. Mohamed Kudus makes it 1-1 at the London Stadium. Livramento charging forward down the right for Newcastle, holds off the challenge of Smodix, keeps the possession well. A real clever footballer, Tino Livramento. Perry and I saw his Premier League debut when he was at Southampton at Everton, and we remember just what a brilliant first half particularly he had at right back.
I think he was just probably 18, I think, wasn't it, at the time. He was absolutely outstanding. We said that, he will go on to bigger and better things. It's exactly what he's done. Just looking at Isak.
Change has been made, by the way. So off goes Kiyuste and Chaplin to allow Phillips and Taylor to come on. So Calvin Phillips, who's not had a great deal of football since coming to Ipswich Town, not featured since the red card against Leicester at the start of November. And there's also a triple change being readied by Newcastle United. Trippier, Barnes and Longstaff all going to be coming on. Willock, Murphy and Livramento, the player we've just picked up, are going off.
I tell you, there's no understanding and compassion, is there, from Eddie Howe making 3 subs at the same time? Does he know what these commentators have to go through?
Burnley 2, Watford 0. Josh Brownhill with the second for Burnley, and Sheffield United at the top of the Championship lead at Cardiff. Kiefer Moore, back in Wales, gets the goal to put the Blades ahead at the Cardiff City Stadium. Omar Risa must be wondering what's happening. He had great form as an interim manager. He's been given the job permanently, and they can't get themselves sorted at the moment. What a ball from Guimaraes to find Gordon as Newcastle come forward. Gordon into the area, tries to slide it into the back of the net and makes it a comfortable save in the end for Muric. 4-0 Newcastle.
There's the ball of the afternoon from Guimaraes in the centre circle with the outside of his right foot, just spins it across to Anthony Gordon, comes inside, and it's a really tame shot with his right foot. Easy save for Muric, like a P-roller basically. But as I say, this Newcastle now are enjoying themselves. There's a bit of exhibition football going on. Isak's just overplayed by trying to do a Cruyff turn on the volley.
Here's Burns coming forward for Ipswich. 3 to aim at in the penalty area. Burns is going to go alone and fires it across the face of goal, and it just drifts behind for a goal kick in the end. went between the on-rushing strikers and the goalkeeper, and Dubravka knew he could just let it go, and here comes that triple change for Newcastle. So Trippier on for Livramento, straight swap at right back, and then elsewhere Harvey Barnes is coming on for Jacob Murphy, and Sean Longstaff from the Newcastle Academy replacing Joe Willock. So like for like pretty much everywhere on the pitch there, Perry Groves.
Yeah, just fresh legs. Jacob Murphy's had a really good afternoon, D'Antoni. Been very instrumental in Newcastle's goals. Got one himself, fantastic back heel for the fourth goal, which obviously Ipswich have allowed him to do, which is really bad defending, but he's looked really confident, Jacob Murphy. Every time he's got the ball, he's been very, very direct.
Gateshead have a fourth at Ebbsfleet in the National League. Ebbsfleet 0, Gateshead 4. York are doing well in the National League this year, towards the top, along with Forest Green and Barnet. They lead Southend by 1-0. Dipo Akinyemi puts the Minster men ahead. Newcastle playing the ball out from the back, and they win a free kick as Guimaraes got shoved in the back there. And it's going to be a yellow card for Sam Morsey. He does like a yellow, does the Egyptian captain of Ipswich. I don't think it's that many this season, but that was a very swiftly issued yellow card from Stuart Atwell.
I was going to say, that wouldn't be a yellow card that then sees him out of the Boxing Day fixtures, is it?
You cynic. Honestly.
Yeah, probably been a bit too harsh.
Wigan 2, Shrewsbury 1. Will Aimson gets a goal back for Shrewsbury with an own goal at the DW. Wigan 2, Shrewsbury 1. You're listening to Ipswich 0, Newcastle 4 on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Whatever the mission, home or away, Enterprise helps over 120,000 people every day. Long ball downfield for Newcastle, looking for Isak, who scored a hat-trick this afternoon to get up to double figures in the Premier League this season. Al-Hamadi trying to charge through the middle. What an interception from Fabian Schär. Went to ground, had to make it, and did it superbly. Guimaraes floating the ball out, looking for Trippier on this near side, but Sammy Smodic's tracking back into his own half, will win it back. Leeds 3, Oxford 0. Welcome back to Championship Management, Gary Rowett. Brendan Aronson with a third for Leeds, and Charlton are 4-0 up at Northampton now. Greg Doherty with a fourth for the Addicts.
So that Leeds won the last 9 at home in the Championship, and the 10 all season. I don't think any team's won more at home.
And yet the fans aren't necessarily all having Daniel Barker. Amazing, really.
Well, he would have quelled it today, to be fair, wouldn't he?
You would hope so.
Just like, yeah, calm down, have a nice Christmas.
So Leeds are 3-0 up, Sheffield United 1 up, Burnley 2 up towards the top of the Championship. Newcastle trying to get back to the upper reaches of the Premier League table, 4-0 up and pushing for more. Guimaraes down the left-hand side of the area, tried to flick it across for Isak, who wants a fourth himself. And it was put behind for a Newcastle corner where the Cobbold stand meets the Sir Ralph Ramsey.
Brilliant stretch of play from Sean Longstaff on this right-hand side for Newcastle. Just had a little look over his left shoulder, just whipped the ball out to Anthony Gordon on the left-hand side. There's Guimaraes coming in on the underlap, just couldn't quite get his cross across 6-yard box, corner for Newcastle over on their left-hand side.
Which Gordon will take, a right-footed in-swinger. Takes it short to Lewis Hall, left-hand corner of the area. Gives it back to Gordon. First-line ball whipped to the far post. Byrne, all 6'7" of him, somehow kept it in play. Volleyed over the top by Barnes as it dropped for him 15 yards out. And it goes out of play harmlessly from the Ipswich point of view for a goal kick. Quarter of the game to go. 4-0 to Newcastle. So yeah, those scorelines in the Championship means the top three stays the same. 1, 2, 3, Sheffield United, Leeds and Burnley. Sunderland, Blackburn and Middlesbrough in 4th, 5th and 6th are all drawing currently, so the top three starting to open up a bit of an advantage. And Watford, losing at Burnley, are dropping out of the top 6.
Dan Burn was like a felling of a pine tree there at the far post, wasn't it? As the ball come over from Lewis Hall, he was just like jogging backwards and basically falling over. And as he was falling over, he managed to head the ball back across the 6-yard box, and Harvey Barnes should be doing better with a volley, smash it over the crossbar.
Ball's back with Dubravka. still keeping goal with Nick Pope injured. I remember Dubravka making his debut for Newcastle against Manchester United. Myself and Ray Houghton, who was on TalkSport 2 earlier today at Portsmouth, were watching, and we found out he was on loan from Sparta Prague, and he played that well that day. We were saying, what's the number 1 at Sparta Prague like if this guy's the number 2 and can't get a game? And he's been at Newcastle for some time, been pushed down the order, but he's not really been troubled this afternoon. Martin Dubravka, has he, Perry Groves?
Can't remember him having a save to make, Dance. You know, what he's done is sort of fielded the ball from back passes, basically. Ipswich, can't remember having a shot on target. I'm just surprised with Eddie Howe actually leaving Isak on, because he's got his hat-trick, you know what I mean? You'd want to protect him a little bit.
Ball's out on the Ipswich right with Wes Burns up against Lewis Hall. Tries to play the crossing, comes back off Hall onto Wes Burns. Hall wants to protect it behind for a goal kick, and he's done that. Very cleverly done. Plymouth are back in front against Middlesbrough in the Championship, and Sunderland have come from behind to lead against Norwich, who are down to 10 men, and Sheffield United have a second at Cardiff. Plenty happening in the Championship right now. That could be a real important scoreline for Wayne Rooney at Plymouth if it stays that way at Home Park. As I mentioned, they were bottom of the Championship at the start of play. They could be climbing out of the bottom 3 with that win and sending Cardiff to the foot of the table and putting Hull back in there. Hull beat Swansea earlier today and were out of the bottom 3 before the 3 o'clock games began. Championships just nuts every single year. Absolutely balmy. Walsall have a second at Harrogate. Uncle Albert's got it. Albert Adoma with a second for the Saddlers. What a season they're having under Matt Sadler. Here's Ali Al-Hamadi darting down the right side of the box for Ipswich. Won a corner off Dan Bird, and in fairness to the Ipswich fans, they may have booed their team off at half-time, but they're still giving their team encouragement. 20 minutes to go and 4-0 down.
To be fair, Dan, I think it's because they've seen effort from their team in the second half. You know, they haven't just rolled over, had their bellies tickled. They started off the first half, you know, on the front foot, that first 5-10 minutes. Then obviously when the fourth goal went in from Isak, that took the wind out of sails a little bit, but each player is still giving everything they've got, and that's why you see the applause here from the Ipswich fans that are getting behind their team, because they know that they're needed. They know that if the crowd turn, then there's no way back from not just in this game but all season.
Davis with a corner at the Bobby Robson stand end, deep to the far post. Up goes O'Shea, nodded it down, almost broke for Burgess, but it's hammered away by Newcastle for a throw. Keeper Moore got that second for Sheffield United. Joe Bellingham scored the goal for Sunderland to put them 2-1 up, and it was Darko Giabi for Plymouth to make it 2-1 at Home Park against Middlesbrough. Leeds have got a fourth against Oxford United at Ellen Road, and Exeter 2-1 up at Burton in League One. Again, just 2 wins all season for the Brewers, struggling again at the Pirelli. Ball's out of play for an Ipswich throw, bang on halfway. Clark takes it. O'Shea lets the ball run across his body. The ball's played into the Newcastle half of the field. Great tenacity from Ali Al-Hamadi, barreling his way up to the edge of the area. The ball just wouldn't sit down for him. He couldn't get the shot away, and Newcastle get it clear. But that's better from the Ipswich striker, showing a bit of spirit and a bit of tenacity.
Yeah, and just a little bit more direct, used his body well, got himself turned, got himself into the box. Really good covering tackle from Fabian Schär, just sticking out a long left foot, the outside of his left foot, getting the block in, making sure they're surrounding the ball.
Calvin Phillips with a trademark ping from left to right. Oh, but Wes Burns can't control it. Trickles under his right boot and out of play for a throw to Leeds United, as Miggy Almiron's going to get a brief cameo here for Newcastle United, and it is Alexander Isak who's getting a rest, as Perry Groves said should happen about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, just wrapping me cotton wool, getting me his Winnebago with his robe on, pair of fairy slippers, go and have an ice bath, bit of yoga, chill out. Just talking about his goals.
That's a long list of things to do. That would confuse.
That's on his rider.
Oh, is it?
Just look on his goals in.
Does he have a bowl of M&M's with all the brown ones taken out as well? Alexander Isak, a hat-trick. He's had 5 shots, all on target. passing accuracy of, well, just over 2/3 of his passes are accurate, but the important thing is all his shots today have been on target and 3 of them have gone in.
Well, 2/3 of his passes have gone into the back of the net.
That's very true. So Almiron on for him. That means Gordon's moved into a more central position now for Newcastle.
It's just Almiron out on this right hand side, Harvey Barnes go on the left hand side. Just looking at his goal scoring in 2024, he's got 23 Premier League goals, so it's only Haaland and Cole Palmer who've got more, and he's been injured for quite a period of that time.
And Callum Wilson is out injured for a while again. He's been so luckless with injuries lately, the Newcastle and England striker Callum Wilson. Don't know when we'll see him back in a Magpie shirt. It's Manor Solomon, by the way, that got that fourth for Leeds United at home to Oxford. And Newcastle, through Kieran Trippier, lobbed the ball downfield. Gordon tries to bring it down the sky as it comes over his right shoulder. Moritz with another risky clearance, almost straight to Harvey Barnes, but Clark bailed out his goalkeeper by getting there in the nick of time.
I can't believe that Harry Clark hasn't said to Moritz, what are you doing? I've got my back to goal, you're playing it to me, got Harvey Barnes is breathing up, you can see Harvey Barnes, why are you passing it? And Harry Clark just turns away as if nothing's happened.
Tonali will roll the ball back to Dubravka. Just over a quarter of an hour to go on TalkSport 2. Don't forget, live Premiership Rugby coming up at 5:15. Sale Sharks against Exeter Chiefs. Andrew McKenna and the team live in Salford. 2-2 at Plymouth. Middlesbrough have equalised again at Home Park. Newport 5, MK Dons 3. Comebacks on for MK. Luke Offord gets the third for MK against the Exiles. Exeter in front at Burton. Milenik Ali, their striker. And it was Hayden Hackney that got the second equaliser for Middlesbrough down there in Devon. So a quarter of an hour to play exactly of normal time here at Portman Road. If you're just tuning into Game Day exclusive on TalkSport 2, let me remind you, Newcastle were 1-0 up inside 30 seconds. And they haven't looked back since. 4-0 up now, a hat-trick for Alexander Isak, a goal and an assist for Jacob Murphy. And Ipswich are just, well, they're working hard, but there's a visible gap in quality.
Yeah, they're playing with professional pride, which is understandable. So Newcastle have just dropped off a level because they're just 4-0 up. Al Hammond is just smashing the back of Guimaraes.
Yeah,
frustration.
Yellow card for the Iraqi striker for Ipswich Town. Guimaraes gives him a withering look as he gets slowly to his feet.
Guimaraes has actually got to his feet and he wanted to look to see who'd done it. So he's just looking at his number, obviously, and you think, okay, number 16, I know it's you. I'll guarantee you within the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Are you guaranteeing me a Norman Hunter Francis Lee style?
I don't think there's going to be the haymakers at the side of the pitch.
Okay.
But
that's one for the teenagers.
Exactly. He's just looked at it, Guimaraes, think, right, there'll be a little late tack or studs down the back of his calf.
Any of our younger listeners who want to look it up, Norman Hunter Francis Lee at Derby County in the early 70s. You wouldn't believe it happened on a football pitch in this country.
I used to work for Franny Lee, right, for his company, and Franny Lee said he waited for him in the changing rooms, and Norman Hunter and the physio locked themselves in the changing room because Franny Lee wasn't go after him.
And Francis Lee was a good foot shorter than Norman Bites Your Legs Hunter.
And he had 2 Jack Russells, Franny Lee, and what did he call them? Norman and Hunter.
Newcastle coming forward. Harvey Barnes down the left-hand side of the area, faced up by Burns, ships it to the far post. It just skims off the head of Almiron, who was trying to head it back from whence it came to tee up a teammate. But instead it's an Ipswich goal kick, and Newcastle have not declared here. They want more. Another double change coming up for Ipswich Town. Nathan Broadhead and Glenn Johnson are being introduced. Sammy Smodix is making way for Broadhead, and Wes Burns making way for Glenn Johnson. Elsewhere, York City in the National League, 3-0 up on Southend United now. That's David Ajiboye. A reminder in the Premier League, 1-1 at West Ham. Kudus equalising Vipa's strike. Forest 2-0 up at Brentford, and therefore handing Brentford's first home defeat of the season, it would appear. Earlier today, Aston Villa dished out another defeat to Manchester City. 2-1 the scoreline at lunchtime. And here at Portman Road, Ipswich are still without a home win, and it'll be 9 matches at Portman Road without 3 points in the bag. Here's Al-Hamadi though in the area, trying to put some respectability onto the scoreline. Finds Broadhead, shot is blocked by Dubravka, blocked it out in front of him, but there were Newcastle players there way before any Ipswich players were on the scene for the bits and pieces. Now Johnson looking to pick it up right hand side of the area. Lewis Hall trying to protect it behind. Johnson is adjudged to have fouled him, and the Ipswich fans over on that far side are not happy at all. Plymouth 3, Middlesbrough 2. Plymouth back in front for a third time, and Watford have a goal back at Burnley. That's 2-1 to the Clarets in the Championship. Mustafa Bundu with the goal for Plymouth, and Kwadwo Bar got the goal back for Watford at Turf Moor. Goals going in all over the place. Falkirk leading Hamilton in the Scottish Championship, looking to get back into the SPFL for the first time in a number of years, the Bairns. Free kick to Newcastle United. We've got 11 minutes to go, Perry Groves, and the fans are still very much engaged in this game, even though the scoreline's beyond them.
Yep, and looking round dance, nobody's left. Normally, if you know you're home, if your team's down, the home team fans normally have a little wander off, don't they? So we've got 10 minutes of normal time to go, but to be fair to the Ipswich Town fans, they've stayed in the stadium.
Well, there were Southampton fans leaving at 3-0 last Sunday. Never mind when it got to 5. Ball's out of play, and another change coming up. Lewis Miley's getting a run out, and Bruno Guimaraes will not have a chance to settle the score as he might want to see it with Ali Al-Hamadi, because he's getting a rest, and he's had another very creative and inventive afternoon in Newcastle's midfield. It's currently Ipswich Town 0, sorry Perry, Ipswich Town Newcastle 4. For the latest odds, head to William Hill, the official betting partner of TalkSport 2's Premier League coverage, where right now you can get Harvey Barnes to score next to 8-1. Anthony Gordon also priced at 8-1. If you don't fancy any further goals, that's priced at 19-20. That's all thanks to William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Perry.
Yeah, just talking about Guimaraes. Obviously, he just plays to the right hand side of the midfield now, just in front of Tonali, but it was him and Tonali that really ran that midfield in the first half. You know, they swap as well, where sometimes Guimaraes goes in front of Tonali, so the rotation's good, and they're obviously both very, very good on the ball.
Newport 6, MK Dons 3. Bobby Campbell gets another for the Exiles. Apparently it's 3-3 down at Home Park now. Middlesbrough have equalised a third time at Plymouth. Goodness me. And it's Emmanuel Latte-Lat who's got that goal to bring Middlesbrough level for a third time. Cool. How's your nerves if you're a Plymouth or Middlesbrough fan down there this afternoon? Long ball over the top for Newcastle, trying to get Lewis Hall in behind Clark, but Clark and Johnson tidy up for Ipswich. Ball flicked in field, and Taylor, who scored that late-headed winner for Joy Unconfined in the away end at Molineux last week, keeps possession alive for Ipswich. Johnson just shy of the halfway line, being pressurised by Miley, gives the ball back to O'Shea. Good ball into the centre circle. Broadhead can run at the Newcastle back line. Options right and left. Plays it left to Al-Hamadi. Inside the area, gets it onto his right and drives it wastefully wide. And it goes out of play for a goal kick. And another half chance goes begging. And once more, Dubravka is not troubled by an effort on goal from Ipswich Town.
Yeah, good play from Broadhead initially in the number 10 position, just getting the ball, then bringing it out to Al-Hamadi, and Al-Hamadi is coming in from that left-hand side. He's just trying to get it onto his right foot, takes probably too many touches. Longstaff gets himself back, gets his foot across the ball, and in the end it's Al-Hamadi who just smashes the ball high and wide. As you said, doesn't make Dubravka make a save.
I think he's had one save to make in the entire 90 minutes. And we've got 8 minutes of that 90 to play at Portman Road. Apparently it's a 378-mile trip from Teesside down to Plymouth.
I think the trains have to be well stocked up when they jump on at Ipswich and getting themselves into London.
Now out to the left-hand side, Ipswich trying to make headway But the ball's out of play. It's a Newcastle throw. Apparently it's light traffic at the moment if you're going to be heading back from Middlesbrough from Plymouth to Middlesbrough.
You are the guru. You're actually AA Auto route now as well, aren't you? Other routes are available.
Yeah, got the chip in my head. Lewis Miley for Newcastle.
What's it like at the Dartford Bridge at the minute? Any updates at all?
Oh, shabby.
No?
I bet it's dreadful. You don't need a chip in your head for that. Ball over the top for Newcastle again, trying to get Gordon away this time. Almiron was up there too, but Ipswich deal with it well enough. Tucked back to Cameron Burgess. And Muric clearing along his 6-yard line from left to right. He does find O'Shea, and he tries to release Al-Hamidi down the right-hand side. Tonali's gone out there with him just to hold him up. Al-Hamidi keeps possession well.
In this second half, Dan, Al-Hamidi has given him a focal point. There has been a difference because he's physically obviously stronger. His movement's good. He looks to try and get him behind. He's holding the ball up a bit more. So I think maybe Kieran McKenna at the end of the game, you know, with his coaching staff, might actually think we've made a bit of a rick there by not starting.
Well, it's a big leap, remember, going from League 2 where he was at the start of last season all the way through to the Premier League. But he's got the physicality, that's for sure, and the ball sticks with him more often than not. Miley brings it away for Newcastle, just shy of the halfway line, gives it to Anthony Gordon. Gordon trying to release Almiron through the middle, ball just skips away from him, and it's Muric who can clear his lines. Broadhead runs into the brick wall that is Sandro Tonali. Wow, what a game he's had. I know I've said it a couple of times, but it's the first time I've watched Sandro Tonali live, and he just looks an absolute specimen.
Do you know who he's very similar to, Dan? He's very similar to Rodri when he gives that screen in front of the back four.
When he's suggesting Pep's going to put a bid in January.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Wigan 2, Shrewsbury 2. George Lloyd gets a late equaliser for the Shrews, and Salford look to have nicked the points at Accrington Stanley. 2-0 Salford lead. Cole Stockton, Cole the goal, with the second for the Ammies. Don't forget, we're in Salford next on TalkSport 2 with live Premiership Rugby Union, Sale Sharks against Exeter Chiefs. Bit of blood coming from the nose of Anthony Gordon, or is it the lip?
Gordon's alive.
Oh, very good. Ball's back with, it's his lip rather than his nose. Just getting a bit of treatment there, a bit of a 1001 adrenaline solution, I think, like the boxers have, like Fury and Usyk will be using later in Riyadh. Our coverage starts at 7:30 on TalkSport. And if you're not a fight fan, what about the flights and the darts at Ali Pali? Because our coverage of the evening session in the PDC World Darts Championship will be at 7:30. Free kick for Ipswich after Al-Hamidi was cleaned out on the halfway line by Fabian Scher, and the free kick's been taken quickly, looking for Broadhead, who's offside. He went too early for the free kick, spotted by the assistant on the far side. 4-0 Newcastle.
Just a little glimpse there as well, right, with Al-Hamidi. When it comes into him, he gets his body across Fabian Scher. So Scher comes in and tries to obviously win the ball. He gets his team a foul. Ipswich can keep it. I know they've given it away cheaply because Broad's offside, and they get a little bit further up the pitch. They couldn't do that in the first half.
Dan Byrne works it back to Dubravka. Right-footed clearance from the goalkeeper. Burgess should head that clear. Drops in the centre circle. And it was Phillips that got there first for Ipswich, but Lewis Hall can tidy up and give it back to Dubravka once again. Ipswich next, Arsenal away, Chelsea at home, Fulham away, before they play Bristol Rovers here in the FA Cup. So 3 tricky fixtures on the way for the Tractor Boys.
The thing is, well, with Kieran McKenna, he's got his, principles of way of playing, but when you're playing in the Premier League, make teams work hard to score against you. Make them do something out of the ordinary. Today, Newcastle haven't had to, although they've been performing very, very good. If you look at all the goals, they're all individual mistakes from Ipswich's point of view.
Well, the first goal came from them passing the ball straight out play from their own kick-off.
Exactly, giving possession away to Fabian Scher, who then puts the ball down the line to Murphy, and Burgess is 2 yards behind the rest of his back four.
Down the left-hand side, Lewis Hall finds Miley infield for Newcastle. Miley floats the ball to the right-hand side, and Miggy Almiron, right-hand corner of the penalty area. Longstaff takes over, tries to flick it down the inside right channel for Anthony Gordon, and then Trippier hits it against Davis and wins a throw. Almiron collects the throw-in down this near side of Newcastle right. 2 minutes of normal time to go. They do fancy a fifth. Seems to me that Newcastle are quite happy to press on and look for another goal here. 5-0 to Charlton at Northampton. QPR, a late goal against Preston. They lead 2-1 at the Loft. Here's Lewis Hall, great run into the area. 3 to pull it back to. Almiron was at the far post, but the ball plucked out of the air by Muric because the cross didn't have the pace that Lewis Hall wanted. 4-0 Newcastle.
Did brilliantly initially, Lewis Hall, just getting off Harvey Barnes. Fantastic feet, then gets himself into the 18-yard box, and he's picked the right option because he's just trying to dink it up to the far post for Almiron. It's got to be more of a pitching wedge. He's hit the 7-9, it's went a little bit too flat. Then Muric just plucks the ball out of the air.
We're heading for 4 minutes of minimal added time here at Portman Road. There's 6 minutes of added time underway at the London Stadium, where West Ham and Brighton are still lots at 1 apiece. 5 minutes of added time at Brentford, where Forest are 2 up. Here's Broadhead for Ipswich Town, piling forward up to the edge of the area, runs into Lewis Hall, and the ball deflects out of play for a throw, and Lewis Hall desperate to protect that clean sheet, and that's what Newcastle are after here. They don't want to give an easy goal away at the end of the match. They want their clean sheet bonus. 4-0 they lead.
Very much so. Good play initially from Broadhead. Again, he's been very lively. He's coming on in the second half, playing in the 10 position, gets the ball out of his feet. Maybe he just doesn't pass it early enough to Johnson out on his right hand side. That gives Lewis Hall the chance to get back and get his challenge in, and then Broadhead just hits it off for a goal kick for Newcastle. Not going to be any rush to get the ball forward, just keeping it out the back.
Ball fired out to the right hand side for Newcastle, brilliantly kept in play by the chest of Kieran Trippier. Now Almiron jinking his way up to the halfway line. The 4 minutes of minimum stoppage time is underway now here on TalkSport 2 at Portman Road. Poor touch from Al Hamadi. It's first of the game, really, in fairness to him, and Newcastle have it back.
I just heard the shout of nuts there from Andy Gordon. Al Hamadi just put it through his legs.
Did you say nuts or megs?
Nuts. Okay. It was normally on me, to be fair. I couldn't stop thinking of corridor, that was my problem.
Dan Burn bringing the game down to walking pace for Newcastle United. The job long since done for the Toon Army, whose supporters will head back up to Tyneside in really good heart. And that is another glutful of goals for Newcastle. They're enjoying themselves in front of goal. Newcastle will go up to 7th, just a point behind Manchester City with this win that they're getting. They started the day, remember, in 12th. So they've leapfrogged Bournemouth, Brighton, Fulham and Tottenham and Brentford. Although some of those sides aren't playing today. There's games tomorrow. Sunday session will have you covered on TalkSport with Sam Matterface and Perry. You're at Tottenham tomorrow, aren't you?
Yep, false nose and glasses. Under the radar.
Liverpool. I'll be at Ali Pally for the afternoon and evening sessions of the PDC darts as we go into day 8 at Alexandra Palace.
Just looking at Newcastle's squad as well, Dan, it's like the 5 subs that have come on: Trippier, Longstaff, Miley, Almiron and Harvey Barnes. That's not a massive drop down. Them players are at the same standard of players that they're replacing. Obviously Isak is the one glaring player maybe that they can't replace, but on the others, they've got quite a good squad depth, Newcastle, when all their players are fit. And talking about Isak as well, his movement is brilliant. He ends up on the left wing, he ends up on the right wing, he goes in behind, but his hat-trick today, 2 of his goals in the 6-yard box, and the other one's from 10 yards, which was a brilliant volley down into the ground in the centre of the goal.
Newcastle fans cheering every completed pass as they watch their team bring it out from the back through. Dan Burn finds Miley, slides into the path of Anthony Gordon, who can charge over the halfway line.
Now he plays it to Harvey Barnes, who's in behind Burgess. Across the face of goal, it's blocked. Knocked back to Longstaff. He can't get the shot away, but it's tucked in by Dan Burn, right on the line, and the flag belatedly goes off for offside. Burn sliding on his knees. He thinks he's got a fifth, but the referee and the assistant are about to let him down, and he's just realised.
Dan, have a look over your right shoulder, mate, and have a look at the assistant on this side, because he's just done a massive knee slide in front of all the Newcastle fans on the far side, and even the Newcastle fans are like, mate, it's going to be chalked off. There's no point in sliding over towards us.
It just depends who the touch came off, whether it was off Longstaff or whether it was off Morsey. I think it's Longstaff who got the touch. And Dan Burn was standing right on the goal line to tuck it away.
Even then, Dad, I have no idea why Harvey Barnes is passing. It's a brilliant ball from Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, he was in behind Burgess in a way, wasn't he? Yeah.
Exactly, so I don't see why he's not shooting. He's tried to cross it to Dan Burn. Dan Burn puts his hands on his head because he thinks he's going to have a tap in. Then he comes back from the far post, and the assistant obviously side is flagged for offside, which will be checked by VAR. But it's just overplaying there from Harvey Barnes. He should be the one who's put it in the back of the net.
Millwall look to have won it late on in the Championship against Blackburn. David Livermore is the interim manager, and Mihailo Ivanovic with a 96th minute winner, it seems, for the London Lions. That goal has been ruled out. It stays 4-0 to Newcastle, and Dan Burn's got his knees muddy for nothing.
And it's not exactly incognito, is he, Dan Burn? Is it 8'8", just trying to sneak back?
6'7", he's like Nikola Zigic was for my lot back in the day.
Exactly, trying to sneak back from an offside
position.
position.
Can't do that when you're 6'7".
It's not working.
We played the 4 minutes of minimum added time, but there'll be a bit more to add on because of that VAR delay. Here come Newcastle, maybe one last chance for them to get a fifth goal. No, Sal, Muddy for Nothing was not a Dire Straits song. I know what you're thinking. Hartlepool 1, Yeovil 1 in the National League. There goes the full-time whistle. Ipswich's wait for a home Premier League win goes on and on and on. That's 9 here at Portman Road without a 3-point haul, whilst Newcastle have scored 17 goals in their last 6 games. 4 here this afternoon, including a hat-trick for Alexander Isak to get to double figures for the season himself. Jacob Murphy with the other. And remember, Newcastle had gone ahead inside 30 seconds. And from that moment, when Isak swept home from Jacob Murphy's cross, Newcastle never looked back. The Toonami faithful will travel back up to Tyneside in very, very good heart. But for Ipswich Town, more soul-searching, as another game in front of their own does not bring them the victory that came so often when they were a championship side last season here. Full time at Portman Road, Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 4.
Well, it was all done and dusted really in the first half, Perry, wasn't it? But I do feel as if Ipswich came out with a bit more intent in the second half, but again, the same kind of mistakes, just undoing them. Let's talk about Newcastle though, because they've been in such an upward turn at the moment, scoring goals for fun, second 4-0 win in a row. Could have just been 5, to be honest, could have been 9. Anthony Gordon himself had a couple that he probably should have buried. It was a brilliant performance from them, but they were gifted a couple of those goals by Ipswich Town.
Yeah, very much so. I said before the game, didn't I? I said they're like a spaghetti western, didn't I, Newcastle, like the good, the bad and the ugly. But they came here today looking for a few dollars more, and they've left with a fistful of dollars because they have been absolutely excellent in this game today. Because as you said there, Ipswich did make it easy for them because they gifted them with like very basic individual mistakes for the goals, but you still have to work for your goals. And in the first half I was really impressed with their pressing. I thought it was miles more cohesive than Ipswich. The closing down was great with Isak started it, then Gimres would follow in and Tonali would come in afterwards, Gordon coming in for the left hand side. So they put Ipswich under pressure. I mentioned Sandro Tonali, and Dance and myself were talking about how good he was in that change position where he's playing at the base of the midfield three, obviously with Willock and Wimmerus in front of him in the first half. He was outstanding. So right through the middle, Newcastle had more physicality than what Ipswich did. And Ipswich players just walking round clapping their fans. To be fair, there was a few boos, wasn't there? Like, I think rather than angry boos, it was more
frustration.
Boos of disappointment and frustration. It wasn't really aggressive. The Ipswich fans stayed with their team in the second half. They mentioned it again, they didn't leave, So, when your team's 4-0 down, there's normally a mass exodus.
I think the boos probably stem from the way that they conceded that third
Without
goal.
a doubt, yeah.
Yeah, that's what
it was embarrassing, wasn't it? And Muric isn't going to want to look back at it anytime soon. And again, it just, we talk about it every week, and it makes me feel like we're really old, but we've all watched a lot of football. Perry has played in a lot of football matches, playing out for the back. We've already seen Russell Martin lose his job as a result of it. Sometimes, in the context of a game, just don't.
Exactly, because I know your manager wants you to play in a certain style and keep to your principles, right? But you have to have game management. You have to have a knowledge of yourself. Say, this isn't we saw with Spurs against Manchester United with Fraser Forster when Spurs are 3-0 up and they go 3-1, he gives the ball away first one, and then it's like, no, just smack it long for 10-15 minutes and we'll get ourselves out of this. Does the same thing again, they concede. Same thing with Muric here today. You're 2-0 down, just coming into half-time. You're still in the game at 2-0, right? Because if you nick a goal, the crowd gets on your side again, then you get momentum. It should have just been, I'm going to smash it. I'm going to smash it long. If I'm going to give it away, I'll give it away in the opposition's half, even though obviously Ipswich, we said about how many come and give more physicality. And he tries to roll it into Kayuse. Kayuse doesn't really want the ball. He's thinking, well, I'm facing you, I'm on the edge of my own 18, but I know that Guimaraes is breathing down my neck. I don't really want it. And he's rolled it to him. Guimaraes just gets his toe into it. He actually gets an assist because he gets the toe. And he goes to Isak, who's unmarked on the edge 6-yard box, rolls the ball in the back of the net, and the game is then done and dusted.
Yep.
From that one person's lack of responsibility, and and actually reading the game. And I think I might sound like a bit of a dinosaur, but I think in the modern day game, the thing that's changed, players individually don't take responsibility. And I didn't see one Ipswich Town player shout and be angry and have a row with Muric.
No.
They just all turn around as if to say,
well, that was inevitable.
Right, we've conceded another one. There's no anger.
No.
Do you know what I mean? We're getting frustrated, us four, like Sal, yourself, dancing, me watching it. And on the pitch, it's just the body language of players is like hunched over, turn around.
We don't have
away.
a dog in the fight.
Exactly.
We're the neutrals.
This is what I find very bizarre, and I'll tell you what, we talked pre-match, didn't we, about Ipswich having real fight and being close on a few occasions and being unlucky on a few occasions. I didn't see any fight from them apart from when El Mohammadi came on at half-time. There just wasn't any.
No, he gave them more physicality up front. I thought Broadhead did okay when he came on. You give him, he was buzzing around a little bit, but it's easy to play when your team's, I know it sounds silly, but there's no pressure on when your team's 3-4-0 down. And Newcastle had dropped down the level because they're just trying to see the game out. But you said there, if you look at all 4 goals, the first one, Burgess is 2 yards behind the rest of his back 4. The second one, which is Jacob Murphy, when Gordon cuts inside, he goes inside Morsey, goes inside another 3 players, no one tackles him. Murphy has the time to get a touch and then think, I'm going to get a shot here. Smash over Muric, which I think he should save it. The fourth one for Isak's hat-trick, it's a back heel from Jacob Murphy.
A lovely back heel.
It's a brilliant back heel.
Terrible defending.
But he's got 4 players around him. So you could go through all of those goals. And Muric, obviously, the third one, which we've said already, just for half-time. So I think that Kieran McKenna will just blame individual mistakes for the goals. But it's still, even in their press, wasn't particularly. It wasn't aggressive in the first half. When they're trying to press, there was no belief that they was going to press. Smodic might have gone on his own, or Hutchinson might have gone on his own, and they look round and nobody else is there. Where Newcastle just looked far more assured.
Yeah, comfortable.
Yes,
almost. You must be rubbing your hands with glee because Ipswich are next in action live on TalkSport in an exclusive on Friday, the 27th of December. At the Emirates against Arsenal. 8:15 kickoff.
I thought you would say how easy it is going to be choose man of the match.
No, that's next. But thanks for teeing it up for me because it is time for us to pick our man of the match with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Man of the Match on TalkSport 2 with Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Enterprise has vans of all shapes and sizes. So if you've got a plan, we've got a van.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, Perry, but it's difficult, isn't it? Because Sandro Tonali had a fantastic game, but surely you're going for the man who walked away with the match ball tucked under his arm.
Absolutely. Jacob Murphy, mentioned dispatches because he was excellent. I've scored and had an assist as well, and he's playing with an abundance of confidence. He said there about Tonali was outstanding. I sort of compared him, to Rodri-like, and that's how he is for Newcastle at the minute. But Alexander Isak, as a centre forward, and we've watched him live today, and his movement is brilliant. He links up play really well. He will end up on the left wing sometimes, on the right wing sometimes, and he's not lazy. He'll set the press off. But as I said earlier, he's got an sometimes you can't teach strikers' instinct. He's got an instinct to be in the centre. I know it sounds ridiculous, but in between the posts. Two of his goals, obviously, in the 6-yard box. The other one is a brilliant volley, which is fantastic technique, where he actually volleys it into the ground because he knows that the ground's wet and it's going to skip past Muric. So I just thought, he's going to get it. He would have got it if he hadn't touched the ball. He touched the ball 3 times, got a hat-trick. He still would have got it away from home. But also his general play. And he's not a lazy centre forward. As I said earlier, it's 23 goals he's got in the Premier League 2024. Only Haaland and Cole Palmer have got more. I think Haaland's 26 and Cole Palmer 25. So I'd just like to thank Isak, actually, because it's just made the job a lot easier.
It's just been so much fun, hasn't it, watching him? And actually, I'm looking at the heat map of him, and there is a great big massive dot right where the penalty spot is, 6 yards out. Perfect, isn't it?
Exactly.
Perfect.
Sometimes football is very simple, and he makes it look easy, but you still have to read the situations and read the games and be in the right place at the right time, and he's exactly what he was.
Yeah, it was indeed. 2 hat-tricks we've had in our commentary games on TalkSport 2 this afternoon. Callum Lang earlier on for Portsmouth.
In future, Faye, I think the narrative is going to be there's going to be goals here today. It's going to be entertaining.
Yes, that's a very good idea. I like that. It's all about the semantics, isn't it? And also not just putting ourselves immediately under pressure. Right, that was our man of the match from today's game with Enterprise Rent-A-Car.
Ipswich, Muric in goal, Harry Clark at right back, O'Shea, Burgess and Davis the rest of their defence, Morsey, Cayusta in the middle, Burns, Chaplin, Hutchison and Schmodix. And Newcastle United, Dubravka in goal, Livramento, Scher, Byrne and Hall, Bruno, Tonali and Willock, Murphy, Gordon and Isak. The United bench, Odysseus, Trippier, Barnes, Target, Osula, Almiron, Kelly, Longstaff and Miley. Scher and Tonali, got to be careful. They are one more booking away from an automatic one-match Premier League ban. It's an opportunity, John Anderson, to continue the momentum after 2 good results, and you make them favourites given the gap between them in the Premier League table and also Newcastle's progress in the last couple of games.
Yeah, you definitely would. I think Chris Jones last night had his odds on to beat these today. Bookies don't very often get it wrong, do they?
We're underway on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV, and Newcastle have immediately got Jacob Murphy in on the right-hand side, shooting towards the left. Here's the ball in from Murphy, which comes down to and Newcastle United, after 25 seconds, have hit the back of the net, but the flag has gone up after Isak's shot into the ground went up into the top of the net. Now VAR, as a matter of course, will check, but the offside
Murphy did look offside.
Jacob Murphy.
Yeah, Murphy did look offside, to be fair.
It was a quick ball over the top on the far right hand side. Murphy got away, looked for Willock with the cross, half cleared as far as Isak. Great finish, but will it count? Ipswich preparing to kick off. It would be Jacob Murphy for the offside rather than Alexander Isak. And VAR still having a look with John Brooks, the official in charge of the video technology. Newcastle players surrounding the referee, but it's all quite mild-mannered and calm. Looks tight, but I think he might just be ahead, Jacob Murphy, but we'll see, John Anderson, whether Newcastle are awarded a goal.
and an early goal at that.
Yeah, I mean, almost. The boy tries to play him offside. Does he get it right?
It was.
I tell you what, they're taking their time over it.
Cameron Burgess, the centre-back, who didn't quite get it right in terms of the dealing with the ball over the top, and it's just whether the line was in place from him with Jacob Murphy. Now Murphy...
It's taken an eternity, isn't it? This could be really close.
It's very, very tight. We haven't yet seen the lines drawn on the pitch. We've now played 2 minutes since the ball hit the net, and Newcastle United are still waiting to find out whether they have taken a very early lead inside 30 seconds at Portman Road. Referee Stuart Atwell still talking to United players. Isak, Bruno, Willock, a couple of the Ipswich boys are there with Stuart Atwell as well. And
come on.
We
I mean,
continue to wait. And you find the wait frustrating, don't you?
It's ridiculous how long it takes.
What does VAR say? Jacob Murphy onside or offside before Alexander Isak finished the opportunity and put the ball in the net. Here's the referee to put the whistle to his lips. He's given the goal. He's given the goal. Newcastle United have an early lead after a 3-minute VAR check. Jacob Murphy ruled onside from the ball over the top, and as he broke up the right hand side, his cross came to Alexander Isak, who finished superbly into the ground and up and into the net. Murphy onside on the far side, Isak into the net, and finally the VAR check is complete, and it's Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 1.
How long did that take? I mean, what? Ball's been in play 40 seconds and we played nearly 5 minutes.
Well, that is the perfect way to get the afternoon going. 1-0 to Newcastle United, and big celebrations on the far side from the away supporters. They've got half of the upper tier and about a quarter of the lower tier. They're all on their feet, lots of black and white on show, lots of red and white Santa hats that we can see. It is Christmas after all. This weekend last year they went to Luton, a promoted team, and lost 1-0. Today they lead 1-0, but it was very, very tight. And I don't know, sometimes it's the perspective, isn't it? It's the angle of the camera when it comes to trying to judge whether a player is onside or offside. Lewis Hall has been fouled by Ipswich winger Wes Burns from a ball rolled up the line near side, right in front of the assistant referee Konstantin Hatzidakis, who flags, and Newcastle get a free kick which they've taken quickly and short, and now Byrne up to Isak, heads it on. Gordon coming in off the left wing, Harry Clark for Ipswich forwards, Livramento header into midfield straight to Sam Morsey, and now Cayusta against Murphy. Newcastle have it back. Livramento away from Cayusta, strong run from Livramento, now into the Ipswich half and still going. What about this from Livramento? Look from Murphy, just overhit it, but he made good progress under pressure.
Yeah, he picked it up. He's good at that, isn't he? When he picks it up and he starts running, he gets himself into really good advanced positions, good areas.
Here's Isak, 5 yards outside the area to Willock. Gordon makes a run to the left. Willock rolls him in. Anthony Gordon cuts inside. Still Gordon, and scoops the ball across the box. Ipswich half clear. And then out off Clark for a Newcastle throw, 30 yards from goal.
They don't look convincing defensively, do they? Ipswich getting themselves all in a muddle. Not the start they would have hoped for. The goal down after 25 seconds.
That's Fabian Schär with a diagonal ball, but it's too high for Jacob Murphy. And a throw taken by Leif Davis. Schmodix might have slipped on the greasy surface as the rain continues to fall here at Portman Road. And Newcastle have the ball back following the Ipswich throw. Hall to Dubravka with Hutchinson closing down. Fabian Scher's got it again. Bruno comes to get it at the edge of the United box, gives it to Scher in the right corner, and another diagonal ball, and Harry Clark's lost the flight of it. Lewis Hall chasing, but Clark managed to recover, did well eventually. Back to goalkeeper Muric, and now Newcastle have it back. There were two balls on the pitch. Livramento went to intercept the one that was in play, and now Ipswich win it back through Davis, and Schmodek's on the left tries to win a corner. Tonali makes a block. Cross in from the left-hand side, caught by Dubravka. Newcastle have it. There were two balls on the pitch.
Yeah.
When Muric played it out to the left,
should he not have stopped the game?
Yeah, Davis kicked off the spare ball. Newcastle played with the one that was in play, and then they lost it, and Ipswich went on that break.
Strange decision. I thought he would have stopped the game.
Faces Willock, Murphy and Isak with him. Joe Willock just outside the area, on towards Isak, cleared, scooped out for a throw by the Ipswich centre-half Dara O'Shea. 1-0 to Newcastle, 8 minutes gone. Isak scored after a lengthy VAR check against Murphy, who was ruled onside. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. If you want the Sunderland game against Norwich, it's on DAB and Freeview Channel 711. Lewis Hall looking for Gordon, intercepted by Clark at fullback, and Burns does well under pressure on the near side, and Ipswich play it now to centre-back Burgess, and away to the far side to Davis, still in the defensive third, with Davis on the far touchline into midfield. Hutchison on his chest, holds it up, finds Cayusto with the short sleeves and gloves, and then Ipswich give it away. Bruno wide right to Murphy. Isak wants it in the middle. There's four Newcastle bodies in there. One of them is Bruno, foot on the ball, turns and goes back to the wide position to Livramento. Ipswich, everybody behind the ball. Newcastle to Scher now in the middle of Ipswich's half. Big Dan Burn to Scher and on to Tonali, who turns and goes wide right to Livramento again. Back to Tonali, 30 yards out. Fabian Scher with it, moving the ball around, and Ipswich trying to sit in and close off the space. Bruno up to Isak, can't hold it, and the home side regain possession, and then Bruno wins it back off Hutchinson, wins it back with ease. Murphy through the legs of his man, and Bruno across from the right hand side, misses out Isak. Ipswich can't clear. Now Hall, edge of the D, gives it to Gordon, close to the corner of the box, back inside. Sandro Tonali hits one. Ooh, it's the stanchion. Went for the far top corner, firmly struck from Tonali, but just too high.
Yeah, it's a good hit, isn't it? Just rolled him, gets it out of his feet nice and early, takes the hit on. Toes just rising. Worrying signs for Ipswich though.
Newcastle 1-0 up and completely in charge, John Anderson.
Yeah, in the opening 10 minutes, I mean, it's an absolutely perfect start, wonderful start. Ipswich can't get hold of the ball.
Newcastle won it there from the goal kick. Ipswich through Morsey in midfield. This could be interesting. On to Hutchinson. Schmodek makes the run up ahead through the centre. Hutchinson left-footed from the far side. It's blocked. Davis with a dangerous cross.
Great
header.
It's a
brave header, and it's a head injury. Lewis Hall is down.
It's a great header.
Came charging in, Hall to clear the danger. A really wicked delivery, whipped in from Davis, left-footed, far side of the pitch, and that is brave from Lewis Hall. Threw his head into danger and caught as he did so. Referee Stuart Atwell is making sure that Lewis Hall's all right. He doesn't need any treatment, but he has to stop the game if there is any sense that there could be a head injury. 12 minutes played, Ipswich 0, Newcastle 1. Isak with the goal, his 9th of the season. And the home fans at a packed Portman Road. Don't like the fact Newcastle get the ball because the referee stopped the game. Dubravka to Byrne. Now Tonali under pressure. Goes into a challenge with Connor Chaplin. Referee points to the ball and says it was a fair challenge. To be fair, Chaplin doesn't appeal. It's the home supporters getting upset.
Yeah, he's not endearing himself, is he?
Big day for them, and they were behind after 25 seconds. And then they had the 3-minute VAR check. But it's not the start Ipswich were looking for. And they're trying to find a way back into the game, and they get a free kick on the far side. The referee has given them something. It was a foul on the touchline next to the start of the away section.
Dan Bourne on Smodage, wasn't it?
Had his arms around his waist. And Schmodix took a tumble. Jens Kajuste, on loan from Napoli, previously linked to Newcastle. The central midfielder, Isak's international teammate. Take a look at him, see what you think. It's a name that would come up regularly in previous transfer windows in connection with Newcastle, but he's not alone in that regard, is he?
No.
1-0 the score. Earlier today, Aston Villa beat Manchester City 2-1. Dubravka to Share, right side in Newcastle's defensive part of the pitch. Murphy making a run through the middle. Share plays it short to Willock, who's moved over to the right-hand side of midfield. The fluidity of Newcastle's midfield three there in evidence. Now Bruno in the centre and Tonali to the right. He's on the ball, the Italian. Back to Share and into Dubravka. Forwards to Livramento, who's popped up in the middle here. Turns away into space. Hall wants it. Gordon as well next to halfway. Here is Anthony Gordon. Back to Lewis Hall. Speaking to some media who cover Ipswich, Ando, before the game, they were worried about Harry Clark up against Anthony Gordon. He's not had the chance to run at him yet.
No, not yet.
But you might remember Harry Clark's Premier League debut at Brentford. He was credited with an own goal, which was then taken off him. He gave away a penalty and got sent off. Here's Jacob Murphy in behind, right-hand side, manages to get the cross in. Here's Gordon! Header into the ground and over the top. Well, he got away from his man that time and met Murphy's cross, but a ball that was hung up, and Gordon connected, but couldn't make the most of the opportunity with the header. It bounced into the ground and over the crossbar.
Oh, he's coming on to it. You fancy him to score. Heads it down, just takes a big bounce and bounces straight over the top of the crossbar. Huge opportunity to double the score.
Dan Byrne with a header at the other end to Livramento. Bruno on halfway, Kajuste on his shoulder. Bruno with the bleached hair, the new hair colour, and bright red boots. Back to Byrne. Here's Isak, scorer of the only goal. Through the middle, Joe Willock. Oh, he couldn't take it in his stride.
But Clark totally lost him. He just let him run.
It's back through with goalkeeper Muric, but that was a turn from Isak, and the right ball and the run from Willock.
Just lost his footing, doesn't he?
He seems to have caught the end of his boot in the turf. He went for it with his right foot. It could have come onto his left maybe, but they were almost in a one-on-one situation there with the goalkeeper. 15 minutes played, Ando, you are not at all impressed by Ipswich defensively.
No, look, we've started really brightly. I mean, obviously the goal after 25 seconds, but every time we get it into those advanced areas, you're just causing Ipswich all sorts of problems. They just can't handle it.
Isak drops in deep to play it wide right now. He's got it back edge of the area. Still Alexander Isak looking for another goal. Finds Murphy. He goes for a shot left-footed, and it's just wide from Jacob Murphy. In confident mood. Set up 2 goals at Brentford. Scored 2 against Leicester. Hit the post the other night and played a part in Newcastle's opener today, and they're not too far wide on the turn, left-footed.
Yeah, he's just drifted off that right-hand side. It's another one of those that's always moving away from goal, though.
Fabian Schär wins a comfortable header in front of Schmodix on halfway. Bruno with a bit of time in midfield, back to Byrne. and share right hand side, out wide, Byrne in the centre, back to goalkeeper Dubravka wearing green and yellow, Muric at the other end in bright yellow, referee all in black today, and Newcastle with a 1-0 lead here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Lead here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Centre half Burgess misses the ball, then O'Shea forwards. Scored against them last season for Burnley at Turf Moor. Dara O'Shea, consolation goal, and Muric was playing in that game. Newcastle won 4-1 in May. Both now Ipswich players. Cayusta, left side of central midfield. Plays it back to Burgess, the 6'4" centre half, an international with Australia. Morsey clips it to O'Shea in front of the penalty area. Clark on to Chaplin, given away straight to Lewis Hall. Hall turns inside, passes it to Bruno, and Newcastle a few levels above Ipswich here on the evidence of the opening 18 minutes. 1-0 ahead through Isak. Bruno across the halfway line to Tonali, back to Bruno. And they're looking for the next pass, Newcastle. Murphy tries to get in behind, Tonali looks for him. And Leif Davis won the header. It's a United throw 25, 30 yards from the goal.
Just can't keep it, can they? Ipswich. They've been taught a little bit of a lesson here early on.
Byrne to Hall, just behind the halfway line. Forwards to Gordon, trying to help it on. Stopped by Clark. And that's a good run by Burns away from the challenge of Hall. Tonali with him, low cross from Burns. Schmodix in the penalty area, near side, back to Wes Burns, the Ipswich right winger. Harry Clark, first time cross, it's a decent one. Bruno flicked header away. And Davis decides to keep it in rather than letting it run for a
No
throw.
urgency about them at all, though, is there?
I thought he was just going to let that go out. It's gone back to Morsey. And Cayusta away from Livramento. Cayusta with a shot from the left side of the penalty area. Tried to beat Dubravka at his near post. It just went wide. But that's Ipswich's best moment, best move of the game so far. Still 1-0 to
first
Newcastle.
shot. First effort they've had on goal, always rising high over the top with his left foot, never really troubling Dubravka.
Dubravka, long kick towards Isak, header from O'Shea. And Chaplin against Tonali, but he's got it back. Now a through ball, Dubravka off his line and makes a block with Hutchinson for Ipswich, trying to get on the end of it in the penalty area. Clark, 35 yards out, plays the ball into centre to Morsey. This is Ipswich with their first spell of pressure in heavy rain at Portman Road. And dreadful conditions. Newcastle trying to repel another attack. Bruno with a challenge. Gordon now to Willock. He's giving it away, giving it straight to Burns. Taking on Gordon and Hall, and it's the latter who makes a block, and Ipswich have a throw next to the corner flag on the near side. 1-0 to Newcastle United. And the fullback Harry Clark, Ipswich born, but went to the Arsenal Academy before coming to his hometown club last year. He takes the throw, cleared by Dan Byrne at the near post, then into the central position to Cayusta. They try to play a move up the far side, and here go Newcastle. Isak with a ball away up the right hand side. Bruno charging towards the penalty area. Murphy with him. Here's Bruno, plays in. Jacob Murphy. Big block challenge, big recovery challenge by the Ipswich skipper as Murphy tried to get the shot away from the right side of the penalty area. It's gone for a throw for Newcastle, but they were close there to making it 2-0.
Well, they just left themselves wide open. They threw so many blue shirts forward. All of a sudden, we just broke, and there wasn't a blue shirt anywhere. Skipper did well to get back and get the block in.
A couple of goals elsewhere to tell you about after this Newcastle attack. Tonali's given it away to Amari Hutchinson, Ipswich's record signing, and he plays it inside. The little winger on loan from Chelsea last season, signed permanently for 20 million. One of their danger men. Haven't really had him in the game so far. Newcastle with the ball on halfway, still 1-0 up midway through the first half. 1-0 down are Sunderland at home to Norwich, Ipswich's big rivals. And commentary on that one from the Stadium of Light, Freeview channel 711 or BBC Radio Newcastle on DAB. And in the National League, Gateshead 1-0 up at Ebbsfleet through midfielder Callum Whelan. Cher to Bruno, Livramento back to Cher in front of the Newcastle penalty box. Inside it goes to Dubravka, second Premier League appearance of the season for him. Here's Gordon, turns a couple of times, bamboozled Clark, but then overran the ball in the centre, lost it, and Ipswich, O'Shea back to the goalkeeper. Gordon trying to close down, blocked off by the Irish defender O'Shea, and Muric into the feet of Cayusta. Gets it back from Burgess, gives it to him again, and then they use the goalkeeper. Isak closing down, Morsey to O'Shea, and they pass their way around the Newcastle press, have Ipswich, and then they've given it straight to Sandro Tonali on the halfway line. Jacob Murphy, Tonali up ahead, Isak in the box, Alexander Isak straight at the keeper.
What a chance again.
Isak,
how many times have we seen him do that this season?
It's when he gets one-on-one. Isak, that those
just plays it straight at the keeper.
Opportunities are often not taken. That was a great ball to find him from Murphy, and Isak took a touch, and then with the inside of his right boot from about 10 yards has lifted it up straight into the hands of Aaron Muric, anywhere low or to the side of the keeper, and that's 2-0. It's a massive opportunity to double the lead as Ipswich go on the attack up the near side. Livramento away, Murphy on into midfield, straight to Morsey. 25 on the clock at Portman Road on BBC Radio Newcastle. He's got to score there.
Yeah. How many times have we said that in recent games? I mean, how many of them has he had where he's clean through on the keeper and just hits it straight at him?
Burns with a dangerous delivery, hard, about chest height across the 6-yard box.
Nobody wants to score, nobody wants to gamble, get in on it.
Well, they're missing their leading scorer Liam Delap, 6 goals, and you might have felt that he would have been throwing himself with that sort of delivery. Dubravka couldn't come for it, defenders couldn't touch it, but nobody in Ipswich blue and white made a move for it. Newcastle throw, Livramento and Tonali play their way out of trouble, and the ball bounces once in the Ipswich half, and they've seen it out for a throw of their own. And no hurry to take it. Eddie Howe makes
They've been in no hurry to do anything. They've been really placid. No pace about the way they're playing at all.
Eddie Howe now with arms folded outside the technical area, joined by Jason Tyndall. Ipswich play it to Cayusta in midfield, Bruno all over him. He manages to hold him off. It's Clark, almost given away to Bruno. Played Cayusta into big trouble, and the Ipswich midfielder did very well to come away with the ball. Now Clark back to O'Shea. By the way, Jack Clark, who they signed from Sunderland, on the bench today for Ipswich. A forward ball out from the back, intercepted by Cher. Newcastle looking to attack themselves now. Fabian Cher into the final third, but tried to slide it in behind for Isak, and Ipswich intercept. Now Joe Willock's got it, and it's with Bruno away from Chaplin, who's had a bit of a swipe at him next to the centre circle. A talking to from referee Stuart Atwell, and a Newcastle free kick.
Just can't keep the ball, can they? Ipswich keep giving it away as the rain belts down here.
We are covered by a huge roof.
I'm pleased we're not at St James's.
I know. Everyone would get a good soaking there. Newcastle have the 1-0 lead given to them after 25 seconds by Isak, but there was a 3-minute VAR check to determine that Jacob Murphy was onside in the build-up. And a free kick here just in front of the centre circle. Byrne and Scher have gone forwards. Ipswich holding their line in front of the D. Lewis Hall clips it up looking for Fabian Scher. 2 Ipswich headers away. Livramento to Hall, might go back to Dubravka from halfway, and does. 28th minute. Dan Burn stayed up there. Clark lets it run. Muric, Kosovan international, drives it over to the far side to Burgess, one of the players that has come on the journey with them up the leagues, part of their League One team, and then the Championship side that was promoted as well. Back to Muric. A reminder, Sunderland 0, Norwich 1 on DAB and Freeview channel 719, the commentary from the Stadium of Light. Clark to the edge of the penalty area. Kayusta. Bruno closes down the keeper. Up to Morsey. He's missed it. Dan Byrne has it now near to halfway, and Tonali runs back with the ball into Newcastle's half, and Hall safely. No risk taking from Lewis Hall to Dubravka. Out to Scher, right corner of the penalty area. Murphy comes in deep. Scher turns inside his man, back to Dubravka, and a long ball away. There's nobody there in white and green for Newcastle. Header from Burgess straight to Bruno, on to Murphy, and he's lifted it up. It's come over to the near side. Burns with the header, and then that's going to be a Newcastle throw. Ipswich had the last touch. Gordon on halfway to Willock, closed down, back to Gordon, inside to Tonali. Newcastle keeping possession on this near side of the pitch in their own half. Still haven't been able to get Gordon isolated 1v1 with Clark.
No, not yet.
Isak drops in, takes it. And the ball is behind Gordon, who made the forward run. Isak thought he'd held his position, so it's an Ipswich throw. His movement's been good. Isak scored once, but we'll know he should have had 2. Clark closed down by Gordon. Up the line it goes. Byrne forwards. Chaplin inside to Kayusta, who's got the freedom of the middle of the park and is driving forwards, but then misplaces a pass, and it's straight to Tonali. Jacob Murphy on the move for Newcastle.
Yeah, it's not the first time that's happened, is it?
Laid off to Bruno in the centre circle, and now for Gordon. Here's his opportunity to run at his man. They double up on him. Hall makes a forward run, gets it from Gordon, and a low cross to the near post, caught by Muric.
Yeah, just couldn't get Anton on the cross. Rolls safely into the arms of the keeper.
We've played half an hour. Newcastle lead 1-0. Ipswich playing it again with the couple of dicey balls out from the back involving the goalkeeper and defenders facing their own goal. They move it into midfield, back to Clark. Forwards it goes. Well, Schmodix, who's barely been involved, he missed the game last week, back today.
Clark delayed it, didn't he?
Yeah, he
delayed it and delayed it. All of a sudden Schmodix finds himself in an offside position, just lets the ball go.
It was neither the right run nor the right ball. Tonali away from Chaplin, just stronger than the Ipswich man. Finding Willock inside to Isak, close to the edge of the penalty area, now into the box for Anthony Gordon, inside onto his right, still Gordon, plays the pass, Jacob Murphy hits one and in! Jacob Murphy off the underside of the crossbar and into the back of the net. He is having a purple patch, Jacob Murphy. 2 goals last week against Leicester, and today a hand in Isak's opener, and now another goal for himself. And it's a powerful strike that crashed off the underside of the bar beyond Muric and into the back of the net. 32 played, Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 2.
Well, the marking's non-existent, is it? I mean, Gordon just picks it up. You're looking for the left back. You just don't know where the left back is. He's got all the time in the world to get it out, have a touch, get it out of his feet, line the shot up and hit it. No one near him.
He really gave that one everything, Murphy. So much power. Muric is 6'6". He's got it up and above him and off the underside of the bar and in. Accuracy from Murphy, and a 2-goal lead, John Anderson, that I say to you is far more reflective of the way the game has actually played out.
Yeah, and you'd be surprised if it stayed 2-0, to be quite honest. The way that this game has gone, they've won it back in the middle of midfield. Bruno onto Isak. Murphy could have it. Murphy gets it. To be fair to Murphy, the ball favoured the defender, and Burgess slid in just before he was about to take a touch. Hutchinson for Ipswich on the turn and away from Tonali on the centre spot, and keeps possession by playing it back to Clark. Eddie Howe frustrated with something, arms outstretched, pointing and shouting in the direction of some of his players. Ipswich have kept possession, but they've gone backwards with it, and Newcastle, it's a commanding, a comfortable lead. Byrne now from a forward ball to Hall. He's got man at his back, holds him off, and it's Livramento. It's really, really comfortable, this. Oh, so comfortable. It's
Isak wants to be played in behind. Bruno's still got it, carries it. Willock now trying to find Isak. He was offside and Willock couldn't get it onto him anyway. They could, Newcastle, because they're in the mood and they've won it through Tonali, win this by a few. Here's Gordon into the box, goes on the outside, blocked by Clark, and Gordon has tripped Morsey, who was doubling up. That's what they've done to Anthony Gordon on the odd occasion he's had.
They just can't keep the ball though, Ipswich. You know, they're not helping themselves, but they're being outclassed here.
The odd occasion Gordon's had it in that left wing, left forward position. They've got two around him and he tripped Morsey. Played out from the back by Ipswich. Shea gets his boot to the ball. Schmodix manages to regain possession for Ipswich, plays a pass, then slips, and then Kayusa loses out to Bruno.
Not the first time.
Ipswich 0, Newcastle 2. Isak and Murphy, and Byrne on halfway. The away fans, long journey. Of them, and many of them getting a good soaking on the far side, but they're having a great afternoon. Hall to Tonali, over the top. So the first one is miscued or misplaced because there's nobody there in a white and green Newcastle shirt. They're going through all the songs. The Newcastle fans been chanting Sir Bobby Robson's name this afternoon as well. Sir Bobby Robson stand is the end of the ground that Newcastle have scored twice at. We have a stoppage. Ipswich, Connor Chaplin.
He's never seen a ball, has he?
Has gone down and requires some treatment. Another player that's come up with Ipswich, Chaplin. He scored in all four of the top divisions of English football, and Jack Taylor, who's on the bench, has scored in the top 5 leagues, including the National League. And a lot of their players are new to this level, new to the Premier League. Also on the bench for Ipswich today, Calvin Phillips, who remember January and know when Newcastle looked at him, but with PSR a factor, they didn't make the move. He went to West Ham, didn't work out, and now he's not able to get into the Ipswich team at the moment.
What does that say?
He has started games, he's had a suspension and a knock, I think, but a substitute today for Ipswich, Calvin Phillips, as is Jack Clark and Nathan Broadhead, two former Sunderland players. Newcastle lead 2-0, 8 minutes to the break. Chaplin's going to come back on. He's getting some words from his manager, Kieran McKenna. Ipswich put the ball out. Newcastle through Murphy and Isak give it back to them. Muric into midfield. That's the way they play, but they lose it to Murphy. Tonali, just too hard for Bruno, who made the run, ghosted into that position. Edge of the area from midfield.
They're just too lightweight in the middle of the park. They're getting pushed and shoved around all over the place.
Well, you look at the four forward players, Hutchinson, Chaplin, Burns and Schmodix, and they're all 5'5" to 5'9",
yeah.
So there's no height there.
No,
there's not a lot of physicality. Here's Livramento, they've won it back again. Isak to Bruno, right corner of the area. Isak in the box, makes a run near post, gets it, but is dispossessed by O'Shea, and his clearance goes out for a throw. They're really missing Delap up front, who does have a bit more physicality about his game. Hall to Gordon, back into the Newcastle half. Nottingham Forest 1-0 up at Brentford. Ola Aina, the fullback, scored for Forest.
Oh,
Isak,
now they're in trouble.
He's got loads of room, halfway, right-hand side, plays it up the line to Murphy. Gordon wants it at the far post. Caught by Muric in the 6-yard box. The right idea. And Gordon was gearing up for a tap-in, but the goalkeeper got there.
Yeah, it wasn't the worst ball played in, was it? Just needed somebody getting across that near post. But Isak's dropping into the hole, nobody's coming with him, nobody's picking him up, he's allowed to get it, turn, start things off again.
He's done that all afternoon.
Yeah.
Newcastle lead by 2-0. Their first visit to Portman Road, 7.5 years, and their first Premier League encounter with Ipswich since the 2001-2002 season. They won here that year. Nobby Solano scored in a 1-0 victory in a season Newcastle finished 4th. Here's a ball into the box towards Schmodix. It's gone away from goal, but he's kept it in, and now he's been flagged offside. It's the only disappointment, John Anderson, that it's not a lead by more goals. It's 2-0 at the moment. Isak with a big chance. They've had other moments and opportunities around the box as well.
It should be more. I mean, we've seen very little of Ipswich. And look, we've seen Ipswich and we've seen Leicester in the spot in the last fortnight. The one thing you would say is the gulf between Premier League and Championships getting bigger season by season.
Newcastle with a throw on the left. Gordon quickly with it to Isak into the box. Still Isak rolls it back to Gordon. Delivers across. It's too long though for Bruno. So it's a goal kick in the 41st minute. We'll have some reaction from Eddie Howe and a phone in after 5 on BBC Radio Newcastle and also on BBC Sounds, sharing the post-match discussion with Sunderland, who are losing 1-0 at home to Norwich. DAB and Freeview channel 711 if you're looking for the Sunderland commentary this afternoon. Here Newcastle lead Ipswich 2-0. Davis on the far side to Hutchinson, back to centre-back Burgess. way back to Muric again in the penalty box. Not a lot for the home fans at a packed Portman Road. Not many empty blue seats today to get excited about. Here's Gordon, he's won it back on halfway and is on the move. Anthony Gordon at speed, edge of the area to Isak. Isak with a curler towards the far corner, and Muric spilled it and gathered at the second attempt at the feet of Jacob Murphy.
Yeah, he made that save more difficult than it actually was. I mean, there's a bit of curl on it, but it's straight at him. Almost dropped it, didn't he? Grabbed it at the second attempt.
It's a Tyneside 2-0 away from home double, because in the National League, Gateshead, who were fourth in the table going into the weekend, lead Ipswich 2-0, a penalty from Luke Hannant, who last week scored 2 penalties and then put another one over the bar. No mistake from him today. Here's Ipswich with a ball for Hutchinson. Tonali with him. He'd made a run off, but he didn't have the legs to run in behind, and Tonali
just gets out-muscled.
Has done exactly that. Got in the right position, out-muscled him, found Murphy, and Newcastle threatening to get away again. Jacob Murphy's done well, seen a gap, played the ball through it for Anthony Gordon. Hall on the overlap. Gordon comes into the centre to Bruno, gets it out of his feet, but then Chaplin makes a challenge and pushes the ball back to a blue shirt, and Ipswich have possession again. And they've worked it up to Wes Burns. It was a good play from Leif Davis, the left back, into midfield, and then Newcastle regained possession. Ipswich are just not able to play at the same level as Newcastle, and you can hear the frustration from the home fans.
Too many weak players. Not enough physicality in that side.
Wouldn't be surprised if Kieran McKenna made changes at half-time. Newcastle will be looking to get to the break with a third goal. Murphy to Bruno. It's a crowded central midfield area. He goes back to Cher. Got about 90 seconds before on time for the VAR check. There should be 3 minutes at least put onto this first half. Burn up to Gordon. It was too high for him, and seems to have hurt himself when he landed. He's back on his feet now. Ipswich up to Hutchinson, around the corner for Cayusta. Davis has got space outside, and he receives it, plays it to Chaplin, edge of the D, back to Hutchinson. Bruno forces him backwards to Morsey, wide right it goes. Where's Burns looking for an option? It's back to Clark. There's no movement from Ipswich.
It's too slow.
Morsey to Clark.
We're going to end up back with a keeper.
He's gone to O'Shea on the halfway line, and yeah, back to the keeper. Now Burgess next to the centre circle. Newcastle pushed up to the middle of their half with the defensive line. Wide left to Davis. Drives a ball up towards Chaplin. Edge of the box, looking for the knockdown to Schmodix. Newcastle intercept and then head away. And Murphy to Livramento. And there's going to be a minimum of 4 additional minutes on BBC Radio Newcastle as Bruno gets away from his man in the middle of midfield. Lays it off to Isak.
Chaplin's too weak in there. Just gets pushed and shoved all over the place.
Tonali looked for a return ball to Isak. Ipswich have got it back, and now Schmodix into the penalty area. Too high with a left-footed shot into the fans behind the goal.
Never threatened, did it?
Martin Dubravka putting the ball on the 6-yard line. Newcastle make their way forwards. Isak and Murphy the goal scorers. And as we reach half-time, the rain finally ceases after they all got soaked for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Back to the goalkeeper from Ipswich. Bruno's won it. No. Here's Isak, and he just strokes it into the bottom corner. Ipswich have had an absolute nightmare playing out from the back. They've taken risks all afternoon, and Bruno intercepted in the box, straight to Isak, right in front of the goalkeeper, waited for Muric to move and slid it into the bottom corner. They have got a third before half-time, and this really could be anything. It's Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 3, Isak's second of the day.
There's not a great deal you can say about that, is there? I mean, what's the goalkeeper doing? Dear oh dear. You know, we seen Foster the other night do it at Spurs, but he's giving it to a boy almost on the 6-yard box. It's almost on the 6-yard line. He's trying to play a ball to him. Unbelievable.
Isak, double figures now, 10 goals this season for Newcastle United's leading scorer, and that one's a gift, and he should have a hat-trick because he missed an easy one-on-one chance. He'll fancy it in the second half, and Newcastle will fancy winning big. I said to you at the start of the game, Ando, Stuart Atwell was referee for the 8-0 at Sheffield United. Not saying this will finish 8-0, but they were bad that day defensively, and Ipswich don't look
any better.
An awful lot better than Sheffield United did last September at Bramall Lane. And be ruthless, Newcastle. Win big. There's still a minute to play in the first half. Ipswich have kicked off. It's 3-0. Here's Hutchinson trying to get around Bruno, edge of the area. He's moved it well and wins a corner.
That's got the biggest cheer of the day.
Something for the Ipswich fans. Some cheers, a ripple of applause. But a party at Portman Road in the away section. Hello, if you're listening on DAB and Freeview channel 711. Newcastle 3-0 up at Ipswich in first half additional time. Corner for the home team round the back. O'Shea's header. Newcastle with a couple of headers clear. Tonali closing down Morsey, who has to go back to his own half to the goalkeeper. It's been a frustrating first half for Ipswich. It's been a terrible first half for Ipswich, really. Newcastle win it back from Muric's ball forwards, and then Dan Burn with a big clearance away, and Isak's after this. Davis trying to watch the bounce. Isak trying to get his hat-trick. Well, he won it on the corner of the area.
That is soft.
But the referee says he pushed Davis over, and it's a free kick to Ipswich.
That's soft. Really soft.
Leif Davis, the Geordie in the Ipswich team, is one very relieved man to get that decision. We'll have all the scores from Dom James in the studio during the half-time break. There was a 3-minute VAR check for Newcastle's first goal, scored by Isak. Murphy got the second, Isak with the third, after an Ipswich mistake at the back. Here's Tonali to Bruno. Can they get one more? Murphy's in behind from Bruno's ball up the right-hand side. Ipswich getting players back. Murphy with Davis trying to make the challenge. Murphy cuts inside, rolls it to Joe Willock. Willock in the area, pulls it back to Bruno. Didn't get that quite right, Newcastle, but they still have it. Isak with the cross. Gordon just wide at the near post. There was just a bit too much behind the ball from Isak, and Gordon at full stretch couldn't get it on target.
There's the half-time whistle, and they'll be so relieved, Ipswich, because they've been second best all over the pitch. It's been men against boys, to be quite honest. You know,
Newcastle should have more goals, Ando.
Yeah, should do. I mean, I mentioned earlier on that the two sides that have come up from the Championship, Leicester and Ipswich, we played in the last fortnight. Yeah. The gulf between Championship and Premier League, if that's what they are, is getting bigger and bigger game by game, season by season.
If the second half is anything like the first,
it could be anything. It could be absolutely anything. It's been very, very comfortable. You know, I mean, Ipswich haven't helped themselves with the third goal. I mean, people have to watch that tonight. If you thought Foster was bad the other night, well, you see this one. But look, they're playing for a bit of pride now, Ipswich, because, as I say, 3-0 at half time. by the time the full-time whistle goes, this could be absolutely anything.
2 goals for Isak, 1 for Jacob Murphy, and gulf in class between the two teams at Portman Road. Half-time on BBC Radio Newcastle. It's Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 3.
When your dream is to reach the Olympics or Paralympics,
the reality can be a long and tough journey.
This just feels like it's been ages working towards this.
I'm Rebecca Adlington.
And I'm Kristen Coombs. Join us on New Year's Eve for Paris Grassroots to Glory.
For me, it was just focused on crossing that line first.
We'll hear from members of Team GB and Paralympics GB who brought home medals from Paris.
I was told I was never going to be able to swim competitively again.
We'll also hear from their proud family, friends and teachers who have helped them achieve their dreams.
Couldn't ask for more than that, I don't think.
Paris Grassroots to Glory.
Tomorrow morning from 9.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Dominic James back in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio at half time. Then at Portman Road, Newcastle United lead 3-0 against Ipswich. Alexander Isak with a brace and Jacob Murphy also on the score sheet. Less good news for Sunderland, who are 1-0 down to Norwich at the Stadium of Light. Work to do again for Sunderland in the second half. Let's run you through some of the other scores from around the country. Today we'll begin in the Premier League in the early kickoff. Aston Villa, they beat Manchester City 2-1. And Rodgers with the goals for Aston Villa. Phil Foden with a consolation goal in the 93rd minute. Into the 3 o'clocks then, there's only a couple others. And Nottingham Forest are 1-0 up away to Brentford, and it's goalless between West Ham and Brighton. In the late kickoff today, Crystal Palace are against Arsenal at Selhurst Park.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Into the Championship then, there was 3 early games, and Hull beat Swansea 2-1. Portsmouth were 4-1 winners over Frank Lampard's Coventry, and Sheffield Wednesday have beat Stoke 2-0. Sheffield Wednesday also had a man sent off too. Into the 3 o'clocks then, and Burnley lead Watford by a goal to nil. It's goalless between Cardiff and Sheffield United. Leeds are 1-0 up against Oxford. It's goalless between Millwall and Blackburn. Plymouth are 1-0 up over Middlesbrough, and the only other game in the Championship today is QPR and Preston lead by a goal to nil.
Total Sport North East.
The Newcastle and Sunderland AFC podcast
on BBC Sounds.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Into League One then, and there was 2 early games here. Bristol Rovers, they played out a 1-1 draw with Wrexham, and Lincoln, they beat Reading 2-0. Reading had a man sent off there as well. Into the 3 o'clocks then, Leyton Orient's 2-0 up over Barnsley. Goalless between Blackpool and Stevenage. Burton Albion 1, Exeter 1 at the break. Mansfield Town lead Rotherham by a goal to nil. Charlton 3-0 up away to Northampton, and the only other game in League One is Wigan against Shrewsbury. Wigan leading 1-0.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Into League Two then, 2 early games. Barrow beat Fleetwood 2-0. Doncaster ran out 3-1 winners over Tranmere. To the 3 o'clocks, and it's goalless between Accrington and Salford. Chesterfield 1-0 up to AFC Wimbledon. Walsall away to Harrogate, they lead by a goal to nil. Harrogate with a man sent off. Marsh, the man seeing red there after getting a second yellow card. Bromley 1-0 up away to Morecambe. Newport 4-1 up over MK Dons. Notts County 3-0 up over Bradford. Carlisle are away to Port Vale this afternoon. It's goalless there. The only other game in League 2 today is Swindon against Grimsby. Swindon no 2-0 up.
Total Sport North East.
Get the latest team news, score updates and post-match reaction on Twitter at BBC Newcastle.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Non-league wise today, and a few big games for us in the National League. Gateshead, They are away to bottom of the table Ebbsfleet. They lead by 2-0. Callum Whelan and Luke Hannand scoring for the Heed Army this afternoon. In National League North this afternoon, South Shields, they host Marine, are 2-0 up at the break, and yes, you probably guessed it, Paul Blackett with both of their goals. Their goal scoring machine he is this season. Our featured non-league game though comes in the NPL Premier, Heaven Town against Blythe Spartans, a local derby for us this afternoon, and our non-league reporter Paul Dixon is there and can tell us how it's gone.
Yes, Dom, at half-time is Heaven 2, Blythe Spartans 0, and Heaven have played absolutely superbly with the wind on their back in the first half. Controlled the game in lots of departments, very little seen from Blythe Spartans. And it was Heaven who went ahead on 7 minutes. Pedro Gomez finished superbly after Danny Savage had played him in. Gomez kept his head and just coolly slotted the ball into the corner. Excellent finish. 2 minutes later, Connor Panny on loan from Gateshead had a terrific effort, but Hunter in goal did well to save. 20 minutes in, Ollie Martin really should have made it 2. Cut in from the right, drilled his shot, and Adam Richardson on loan from Sunderland for Blythe, diving full length to push the ball round the post. Excellent effort and an excellent save. But then on 27 minutes, Heaven did go in front. The corner fell to Matty Elsden at the back post. He took a touch and then lashed a right foot shot into the far corner of the net. A really good goal. 2-0 at half time to Heaven. Needs to be some tough words in the Blythe dressing room, but they have got the wind on the back of the second half. Half time score, Dom. Heaven 2, Blythe Spartans 0.
Paul Dixon, thank you very much for them, and Paul will be back at full time to give us a full match report. Also in the NPL Premier today, Morpeth Town, they are 1-0 up against Gainsborough Trinity at Craig Park in the East Division this afternoon. Ashington are 2-0 up against Ossett United, a big relegation battle there. Heaton Stannington, they are away to Belper this afternoon. Tough task for them. Belper third in the table. Heaton Stannington also struggling down the bottom. They are 1-0 down, Heaton Stannington there. Concert, they are at home this afternoon to Sherwood Colliery and are 1-0 down at the break. Dunstan, they are fighting for the playoffs. They are currently sixth in the table, and they are beating Pontefract Colliery's 2-1 this afternoon. We'll round up all of the non-league scores at full time.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Hi, it's Matt here, and I am done for the year. I'm off for Christmas. Thank you so much to every single one of you who has listened to The Breakfast Show and got in touch all through the year. We've had loads of great festive music from local artists on the show this week.
Won't you stay another day?
And you can hear all of those artists on a BBC Sounds special. Don't worry, The Breakfast Show continues. Kelly Scott will be back Monday, and I shall see you in the new year.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Dominic James back in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio. Right, on BBC Radio Newcastle, we're going to be splitting our frequencies now. We're going to be heading back to the Stadium of Light on DAB, Digital Radio and Freeview Channel 711, where we will be going back for the second half. Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett will be with you in just a moment. Sticking on our FM frequency, though, we, of course, have been focusing on Newcastle, who are 3-0 up away to Ipswich this afternoon. What could be the score by full time? It could be a cricket score, hopefully, for Newcastle. Alexander Isak with 2 and Jacob Murphy with 1. Just a few other things to bring you before heading back to Portman Road then. And in rugby union this afternoon, the Newcastle Falcons take on the league leaders Bath this afternoon. Our full match commentary with Dean Gray and John Pearson. The Falcons consultant director of rugby, Steve Diamond, says he's expecting a tough test this afternoon.
I think they are one of the Galacticos of the league. They have an endless budget by the looks of things. They handpick everybody else's squads, certainly with us. They're obviously well coached. They've got top class internationals all over the field. They've got a fantastic set of halfbacks, so it could be our day at the office for us. It's about us doing our own things and sticking to it. And when we do that, we're highly competitive. Everybody's disappointed about the last 2 results, but they've gone. We need Bath to have an off day, and we need to play out of our skins. That's what it's got to be about. And The belief in the team in the squad is good. The knowledge is good, and we've just got to make sure the skill set is there. And if we turn up with the right attitude, which I know we will do, because that's never been a question, then we've got a good game in our hands, and you never know.
That is Steve Diamond, the Newcastle Falcons Consultant Director at Rugby. They're talking ahead of their game with Bath this afternoon. Just a reminder then, full match commentary with Dean Gray and John Pearson on the BBC website and app. Kickoff is at 5:30. Basketball, and last night in the Men's Super League Cup, the Newcastle Eagles lost by 90 points to 87 at home to the Caledonia Gladiators. They're back in action tomorrow. In the Men's Super League Trophy, they're away to the Leicester Riders in the playoffs there. In the Women's Super League this afternoon, earlier on, a heavy defeat for the Durham Palatinates, losing 106 points to 50. The Newcastle Eagles are currently in action away to the Cardiff Met Archers this afternoon. They are into the second period there, and they lead 38 points to 28 there. In darts then, and in the PDC World Championship, we have 3 players in action this weekend. Chris Dobey is currently in action against second round. He has taken the first 2 sets there at the Alexandra Palace. We also have Callum Ridds, also from Bedlington, like Chris Dobey. He's in action tomorrow. He takes on Martin Schindler. But later tonight, Ryan Joyce from Newcastle, he takes on Danny Noppert. The evening session gets underway from 7 o'clock. And even if you're not really a boxing fan, it's a big night of boxing. Tyson Fury takes on Alexander Usyk in Saudi Arabia. They fought 6 months ago in Riyadh, and Usyk narrowly beating Fury with a split decision. This weekend, they fight for the WBA, WO and WC World Heavyweight titles. To help us preview it, earlier this week on TalkSport, we had Newcastle heavyweight Stephen Robinson, who was part of Usyk's fight camp for the first fight, and he's given us a fantastic insight on what we can expect tonight.
I've done over 100 rounds with the man, and I've been part of 3 camps. His training methods are insane. He's just an elite level. He's an inspiration to anybody who's involved in the sport of boxing, both physically and mentally. To listen to the man, he's a role model for anyone.
What does Fury have to do to beat him?
I think Fury beats him. I think Fury's took it a lot more serious. I don't like the demeanour of Fury into the camp, but when you've been away from family and you get angry, and you can see that in the build-up. I think it's disrespectful to Usyk, but listen, that's the way he approaches fights. He gets into your mind, but I do think Fury beats him this time. I think Fury's took it a lot more serious. I think it's going to be very Deontay Wilder-esque. He's coming in heavier. I think he's taken training very serious, which he didn't in his last fight. He's taken sparring very serious, and I think he can stop him. He hurt him in the last fight. He was just too unfit to finish him off.
Yeah, it should make for an intriguing fight. Of course, there's commentary this evening on 5 Live. Their coverage starts from 9 o'clock tonight. But it's time for us to head back to Portman Road then for second half commentary of Newcastle United against Ipswich in the company of Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Back to the goalkeeper from Ipswich. Bruno's won it. No. Here's Isak, and he just strokes it into the bottom corner. Ipswich have had an absolute nightmare playing out from the back. They've taken risks all afternoon, and Bruno intercepted in the box, straight to Isak, right in front of the goalkeeper, waited for Muric to move and slid it into the bottom corner. They have got a third before half-time, and this really could be anything. It's Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 3, Isak second of the day.
Total Sport Northeast.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
3-0, Isak with 2, Murphy with the other one, and the second half about to begin at Portman Road against Ipswich, who haven't won here all season, and it looks like that is
going to continue.
Yeah. It will be a big shock. You get a good price.
I'll give you a good price.
Yeah.
If you want to have a little dabble.
Yeah, you don't see it after the way the first half went. Now Newcastle with no changes for the second half. Ipswich are making a change. They have brought on striker Ali Al-Hamadi, and he has replaced Amari Hutchinson. Al-Hamadi is the first Iraqi to play in the Premier League. He grew up in Liverpool after being born in Iraq, and they signed him from Wimbledon in League 2 in the middle of last season. So he's a striker on for Ipswich, quite raw by all accounts, still only 22. Newcastle, Dubravka, Livramento, Cher, Byrne, Hall, Bruno, Tonali, Willock, Murphy, Gordon, Isak. Newcastle kick off for the second half. White and green, third kit against the blue and white of Ipswich, and shooting to the right-hand side in the first half, in the second half rather. Murphy to Livramento, now Tonali, and Byrne in possession, centre of the Newcastle half of the pitch. Ipswich, Muric in goal, Harry Clark, O'Shea, Burgess, Davis, Morsey and Cayusta in the middle, Burns, Chaplin, Schmodix and Al-Hamadi in attack. Jacob Murphy beats Schmodix to the ball on the near side, and Bruno, the only player who's started all 17 of Newcastle's Premier League matches this season, Bruno. Joe Linton wasn't ever present but suspended today. Here's the skipper on the ball again next to the centre circle. Livramento to Murphy. Isak goes up the line, the ball's played back to Livramento. Jason Tindall with the instructions from the touchline. Eddie Howe watching on alongside him. That rule that Newcastle often break
doesn't apply to us.
It's not applying here. They're not allowed to stand next to each other in the technical area. Here's Gordon to Isak, sidesteps his man, looks for Murphy. It's cut out by Leif Davis. Isak wins it back and starts to go up the line, but overruns the ball. And throw for the home team. Possession in play with Ipswich. Davis into Cayusta, central midfield. Bruno goes to close down. They play it to the far side towards Harry Clark. Willock adjudged to have fouled Morsey. So he put a boot in to win the ball, and free kick given to Ipswich by Stuart Outwell, and Newcastle have it back. Fabian Cher, Isak makes the run. Oh, he's hit his pass straight against Murphy, and then Cher's been, well, he was fouled, but the referees let play go on. Fortunately, it came straight back to Fabian Cher. Newcastle have gone back to halfway, so the momentum from that move and the advantage that they had with numbers and positionally has gone, but they still have the ball. Alexander Isak with 2 goals, hoping to be the first Newcastle player to score a hat-trick since Ayoze Perez in April 2019 against Southampton. 5.5 years ago, more than 5.5 years ago. He's never done it, neither has Callum Wilson. That's in competitive fixtures, obviously. And that's something that Newcastle could change today. Isak chests it down towards Murphy on the halfway line. Ipswich have it back. Sunderland have an equaliser against Norwich, scored by defender Dan Ballard. Bruno and Tonali. And Cayusta was the meat in the sandwich there, and it's a free kick for Ipswich, left side of central midfield. Brentford 0, Nottingham Forest 2, Anthony Elanga. Forest second. Darkness descends on Portman Road. The rain is still holding off. Breeze is picked up. It's 3-0 to Newcastle. Davis. And Ipswich looking to get Al-Hamadi in behind. He takes a touch at the edge of the area. Horn makes a block challenge. Still Ali Al-Hamadi. And Dan Byrne with a block. Ooh. He got away from him in behind initially, but then Newcastle did enough to deal with the situation. That's his first involvement since coming on at half-time. Morsey to Clark, the fullback, and it goes wide on on that right-hand side to Burns. Left-footed curling cross straight onto the head of Livramento. Burgess has it. And Davis. And midfielder Cayusta back to centre-half Burgess in Newcastle's half. Tries to pick out a pass and he's given it game possession. They don't want to give them any encouragement. Even if Newcastle in total control at 3-0. Ball into the box from Davis. Asked too much of Cayusta. And it's gone behind.
Yeah, just got too much on it, didn't he? Just trying to play a little one round the corner. Dubravka just shepherds it out of play. Goal kick.
Lewis Hall to Tonali and back again, but intercepted by Ipswich and then given it straight back to Tonali. Here's Willock. Newcastle looking to move up the pitch. Willock dispossessed. Al-Hamadi just outside the area. And now Chaplin trying to barge his way through.
He's just so weak. He's so lightweight.
Hall to Gordon through the legs of his man into Isak. It's quick play from Newcastle. Slick football and across towards Bruno. He's hit the post. Bruno with a header off the base of the post. It was almost 4.
Just so easy, wasn't it? Chaplin just so weak in the middle of the park. Loses it yet again. Break down that left side, ball played in. Arriving late. He's unlucky.
No, that was a really good move up the left hand side. Lewis Hall's cross, Bruno almost had a second header in 2 Premier League matches. Clark tackled by Gordon, out for an Ipswich throw. Newcastle bench is Odysseus, Trippier, Barnes, Targett, Sula, Almiron, Kelly, Longstaff, Miley. Ipswich bench. Christian Walton, the goalkeeper. Calvin Phillips on loan from Manchester City. Jack Taylor scored their injury time winner at Wolves last weekend. Newcastle close to winning it back. Ipswich go back to the keeper. Ben Johnson, Connor Townsend, both full-backs. Jacob Greaves, the centre-half. Nathan Broadhead and Jack Clark. Brighton 1-0 up at West Ham. Matt Biffa has scored for Brighton. Cayusta and Chaplin 20 yards out, left of centre, back to Burgess. Well, Ipswich have had more possession with the ball on the floor in the final third in 7 minutes of the second half than they did in the entire first half, but Newcastle showed on the break the threat they carry, and that's risky back pass, and Burgess has now given the ball away to Livramento. Gordon wants it. Tonali looks for the quick pass out to the left wing, brought under control by Gordon, who has to go back to Hall and inside to Byrne, and now Newcastle with it and a bit of time and space at the back. 3-0 up here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Livramento to Murphy, back again, inside to Bruno.
Well played.
They've got a man free on the left side, it's Willock. Gordon in the centre, plays it through for Isak in the area, tries to go beyond his man, it's blocked, and it comes to Murphy, still Jacob Murphy. He's kept hold of it and found Isak. Isak stabs it into the net! Alexander Isak's first Newcastle United hat-trick, and the first Newcastle player to score 3 times in a game since Jose Perez more than 5 years ago. He had the initial chance and was tackled, and then Jacob Murphy kept it alive, found him with a back heel, and Isak celebrates a hat-trick, and Newcastle celebrate a 4th goal. 54 minutes at Portman Road. They have increased their lead. It's Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 4.
Just so easy, wasn't it? Good little back heel by Murphy, and he's just toe poked it, isn't it? It's an Art Areoli. Just a little toe poke. I mean, when you think how many goals he could have had in the last 3 games.
And And the one-on-one he missed in the first half.
Frightening.
There's quite a few Ipswich fans heading towards the exits. I don't know if they're going to get some refreshments or they're just going Christmas shopping. But we may not see some of them again. This game is over.
Oh, this game was over at half-time, Razor. Dear. This game was over after 25 seconds.
Al-Hamadi with a foul aerial challenge with Fabian Scher. Free kick awarded by Stuart Atwell. Referee for the 8-0 last season. Referee 4-0 here. What was it at half-time at Bramall Lane? It was 3-0 like it was today. There are parallels. But look, it may finish 4-0. There may be more goals, but you would certainly back Newcastle to get a few more. The way this has gone. Out on the far side, close to halfway, a United throw. And look at who they could still bring on. Harvey Barnes, sure, he'll be licking his lips seeing the positions Newcastle are getting into. All the goals he's scored, particularly as a substitute. Gordon onto Bruno and played through now, and Joe Willock the chance to go one-on-one. Here's Joe Willock. Oh, he's got to score.
He's got to score.
Joe Willock with a bad miss, and he knows. He's lying flat on his back in the box, hands across his face. He might have been hurt, but Bruno slipped it in for him. He got the other side of the defender, couple of touches, penalty spot sort of position, but he put it high and wide. It should have been 5-0.
Should have been. Big chance, wasn't it? Yet again, defensively, Ipswich all over the shop.
Eddie Howe has got Lewis Miley, Sean Longstaff and Harvey Barnes warming up. Joe Willock.
I think it's one of those injuries, that he thinks he should have scored, and I'll just give it.
Well, the physio is on. Yeah, it looks like a neck or shoulder. It might have been the way he landed. Calvin Phillips is coming on for Ipswich, and so is Jack Taylor. He's played for Ireland, Jack Taylor. He played once. You can see Ando's face. Bladen races from the away fans. As Joe Willock continues to receive treatment. Gateshead 3-0 up now, trying to keep up with Newcastle away from home. Their top scorer, striker Owen Oseni, with the third goal. Or Longstaff maybe to come on. Although Joe Willock seems as though he's going to come back on at least for a bit. Eddie Howe saying 2 minutes to one of his subs and telling them to warm up properly.
Becoming comical, isn't it?
Ipswich made a mess of the restart. Ball is in play, and they have it in midfield with Morsey, Harry Clark. Joe Willock still off the pitch, got to go off for 30 seconds after receiving treatment on the field. It's 4-0. And a bouncing ball that Ipswich haven't really dealt with. Gordon trying to get their edge of the area. Burgess comes across in the nick of time and clears. Livramento watching this one. Schmodix with the header, but it's come straight to Willock. First touch is coming back on. Gets it back from Livramento. And now with Scher. And Al-Hamadi closes down, but the ball reaches Dubravka. Equaliser for West Ham. 1-1 with Brighton. The West Ham goal scorer Mohamed Kudus. 5:30 is Palace against Arsenal. and then there are 5 Premier League matches tomorrow, 4 of them at 2 o'clock, and Spurs-Liverpool at 4:30. Newcastle giving the ball away, but the Ipswich forward pass straight to Dubravka.
They just haven't got the quality to hurt you. You know, you present them with chances and they just keep giving it back to you.
Murphy inside to Bruno. Leif Davis has won it back.
They've done it again.
Straight to Tonali. Gordon wants it. Tonali takes his time, passes it to Hall. Every time they get it back, they've got runners, they've got movement, they've got the opportunity to get away from Ipswich. And we've reached the hour mark at 4-0. How many more goals will Newcastle score this afternoon? Tonali back to Byrne. Bruno 5 yards from halfway to Tonali on the left, inside to Cher, closed down by Schmodic, straight to Byrne and inside to Cher again. Livramento free on the near touchline. Cher gives it to Tonali, takes it forwards and across a couple of blue shirts to Livramento, and he starts to make a forward run. Livramento, Schmodic slides in, Livramento still has it, support from Murphy, 20 yards out, still Tino Livramento. Newcastle going to make 3 changes at least. Trippier, Barnes and Longstaff. They've crossed it into the box towards the 18-yard line. Ipswich regain possession. Willock then blocks a clearance but did so with his hand. Substitution time. First, it's Ipswich. Jens Kayusta off and Calvin Phillips on. Jack Taylor replaces your man Connor Chaplin. Jack Taylor. Won the game for them at Wolves with the header from the corner last week.
Not going to win it today.
Newcastle preparing to make a triple substitution. Lewis Miley has gone to sit down. Miguel Almiron sent out to warm up. Burgess receives a back pass in the box, didn't really want it. Phillips to the goalkeeper. Muric swings it away. It beats Al Hamadi. Newcastle. 3 substitutes ready to come on, but the numbers board isn't ready. 4-0 up, 3 at half-time, and then Isak got his hat-trick early in the second, with Bruno's already hit the post, and what a ball! Bruno outside of the right boot for Anthony Gordon, taking on his man. Gordon with the shot straight at the keeper, low down.
Oh, what a great ball. Outside of his right boot, straight into the pad. Should do better as well, shouldn't he?
Gordon should have scored, just as Willock should have scored in the second half. Lewis Hall wins it back from Burns on the far side. Gordon to Bruno, and back again. Isak, with a flick, but it didn't reach a teammate. And Ipswich with a quick ball to the right wing. Burns running at Tonali, and dangerous cross to the far post, but Al Hamadi couldn't get there.
Was that a shot or a cross?
Here are the Newcastle changes. Trippier on for Livramento. He came on for Hall the other night. It's Livramento who gets a breather this time. Murphy with a goal, an assist and a hand in the first is replaced by Harvey Barnes, and Longstaff comes on for Willock. Maybe no surprise given his the knock that he had, Joe Willock, and also brought in to start today. After not being involved at Brentford away and then coming on in midweek. 4-0 to Newcastle, 64 minutes, goal kick about to be taken by Dubravka, and Gateshead have caught up with Newcastle. 4-0, they lead away from home at Ebbsfleet. Owen Oseni with his second. Gateshead who are 4th in the National League. Sunderland still 1-1 with Norwich. Commentary on DAB and Freeview Channel 711 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Bruno caught late. Yellow card for Sam Morsey. First booking
Yeah, he's got to get the bookings up. Didn't book anybody in the first half, did he?
No, it's the first one.
So he's got to get it. He's got to get his quota up.
Bruno just tying his bootlace. As we have already said, John Anderson, it's been game over for a long time. Newcastle way out in front, but the game is starting to drift a bit. The only, I think, question is, Eddie Howe, I'm sure, will make 2 more changes. The 2 he's able to. How many more goals can Newcastle add? And they've scored once in the second half. They could have had more. Here's Al-Hamadi, challenged by Cher. It's a great challenge. Longstaff in midfield to Bruno, whipped over towards Trippier, but Schmodix gets there first. Barnes chases Schmodix, who goes back to the keeper. Harvey Barnes playing on the right wing, Gordon stayed on the left, by the way. Al-Hamadi rises to win a header. Longstaff then caught by Al-Hamadi from the second ball. 66 minutes played on BBC Radio Newcastle. If you fancy a chat after the match with Ando, call us now on 0800 234 6565. A ball up the right wing to Barnes, who controls with his head and then takes another touch. That's good. Longstaff sweeping crossfield ball, a good one as well to Gordon. Now for Bruno in the area, and it's a corner for Newcastle. Their first of the second half, out on that far side next to the away fans.
Yeah, just tried to play it in with the outside of his right boot, didn't he? Defender got a touch on it.
A corner kick to be taken, to be delivered by Anthony Gordon. Byrne round the back, Cher in the middle, being held by a defender. They play it to Hall, then back to Gordon. Now it comes in. Byrne on the stretch with a header. Tonali rises. Harvey Barnes hits it and hits it over the bar on the volley as it was dropping. And
yeah, he's capable, isn't he?
He could have made more of that.
Yeah, he's capable. Just didn't sit down for him, though, to be fair. That defender's getting to him as well. Just snatched at it a little bit. Got balls on the pitch all over the place again.
Yeah, 2 balls again. Ipswich defender plays it to the goalkeeper. He plays a long pass. Tonali there before Al-Hamadi stabbed back to Pope. And the goalkeeper, Dubravka rather. I knew I was going to do that. Taken so long.
Well, he hasn't had a lot to do, has he?
I know.
In fact, he hasn't made a save, has he?
The shots they've had have been off target, haven't they? It's caught across, didn't it, in the first half? Gordon comes across midfield and then passes it straight to Schmodix, who now gets away. Gordon trying to win it back. Trippier helps him out. Newcastle have it in the penalty box. And here is Sean Longstaff as Newcastle in midfield try to go forwards, inside to Barnes, and now to Tonali, centre of midfield. 4-0 here. Sunderland have turned it around against Norwich and lead 2-1. Joe Bellingham scored, and Norwich now have 10 men, so it's looking good for Sunderland. Jack Taylor, the Ipswich sub, wide right to Wes Burns. And the cross is blocked by Hall. It hits Burns, and Newcastle let it run out for a goal kick. Eddie Howe and Jason Tindall continue their conversation. Folded arms in the technical area. Almiron jogging up and down the touchline. And they've also got Osula, Miley, Kelly, Target on the bench as outfield players. It's Hall and Bruno linking up well, a 1-2 on the far side up the line to Gordon. Ipswich have tackled Anthony Gordon and have it back now. Al-Hamidi helps it out wide towards Taylor. But Taylor's turn put the ball over the line. We enter the final 20 minutes. Isak hat-trick this season, who's unavailable as well, along with Liam Delap. And they've had no focal point in the first half.
No, they've had absolutely nothing.
And Al-Hamidi has a bit more size than the front four that were playing before the break. Almiron comes back to the bench, takes his orange bib off. Looks like he's going to come on as Newcastle defend the corner at the Sir Bobby Robson stand of Portman Road. Dan Burn throws himself at it, and then Lewis Hall next to the post smashes it out of play. Calvin Phillips with the throw. Bruno closes down. Clark to Smodics. Back to Phillips. A driven ball across the edge of the penalty area. It's not a bad one. It's found Burn straight against Gordon, and Hall there with a quick pass up the left wing. It's gone out of play. Isak unable to reach it in time. But you could see very much the vision. Al-Hamidi here and holds up a couple of white and green shirts. This is not bad from Al-Hamidi. Blocked shot. Dan Burn puts it out for the throw.
Yeah, you can see he's raw, but as I say, at least he's had a little bit of a goal, a little bit of intent about him.
Hasn't started in the Premier League yet, and wasn't one of their main players after joining last season from League Two, but for Newcastle, something to think about. Calvin Phillips, crossfield ball, and Wes Burns with a touch that takes it out of play. Miguel Almiron coming on, and it's for Alexander Isak. Anthony Gordon goes to centre forward. Isak has today delivered his first Newcastle United hat-trick, and he turns to applaud the away fans on his way over to the near touchline.
Yes, well played. Hopefully the first of many for him. Could have had more as well, couldn't he?
Yeah. The one-on-one he put straight into the goalkeeper's hands. But a special day for him. William Osula warming up now as Almiron takes his place on the right side and Harvey Barnes goes to the left wing. This is Almiron. His last Newcastle goal, Almiron, was more than a year ago. A year and a week since he scored against Fulham. This is his 30th appearance since then. 4-0 the score, 74th minute. Dubravka for Hall. Looked for Longstaff in the middle. It's intercepted by Clark.
Oh dear, oh dear.
And his forward pass goes behind. Kieran Trippier for Anthony Gordon with the last defender. Gordon can't bring it down. O'Shea back to Murich. Bruno right on top of him. Oh, and Clark plays it against Barnes at the edge of the area. And it falls for a blue shirt. Morsey in midfield. Al-Hamidi now to Davis, inside straight to Tonali. Just mopping up and giving Newcastle that extra layer of protection. Trippier forward pass, Almiron. Oh, he's helped it on nicely to Cher, but it hit an Ipswich player just as Cher was about to bring it down. Almiron did well. It was a difficult ball, and Newcastle trying to win it back here through Gordon from Morsey. Back to O'Shea and Phillips dropping in next to his two centre-backs. Matt Targett warming up for Newcastle. can make one more change in the final 15 minutes here on BBC Radio Newcastle, and they have a throw on the far side of the pitch next to halfway. Send us a WhatsApp message, put BBC at the start, and the number is 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333 for a WhatsApp message about the game. Put BBC at the start. Bruno, deep in the United half, finds Almiron. First touch takes him backwards, stabs it to Trippier. On to Almiron again. Inside to Bruno. Cher receives it. Bruno caught by Al-Hamadi, and he could be in trouble here. There's a card for the Iraqi international, and it's yellow for catching Bruno as he played the ball away. Stuart Atwell saw that and dealt with it quickly, and it's a yellow card for Ali Al-Hamadi.
Yeah, it was never any more than yellow. As I say, he's got to get his quota up.
Dan Burn having words with Al-Hamadi, and now keeping Bruno away from him, acting as the peacemaker. Any further thoughts, observations, John Anderson, on the way the game has
it's just petered out
since Newcastle made it 4?
It's just petered out, hasn't it? It's just controlling it, just seeing it out. He's made the substitutions. It's all been very, very comfortable.
Ipswich are going to make further changes shortly. Longstaff to Bruno, on now for Lewis Hall. Newcastle have got runners. Hall with a really good ball to find Harvey Barnes on. Teasers across to the back post. It's too high for Almiron. Goal kick for Ipswich. Nathan Broadhead, who was on loan to Sunderland when they came up from League One after 4 seasons. Moved to Ipswich, coming on for his 3rd Premier League appearance from the bench this season. And Sam Schmodics goes off, and Ben Johnson, the fullback, free transfer signing in the summer from West Ham, is coming on for Wes Burns. He's been playing on the right wing. And we'll see if that changes Ipswich's system, formation. 78 minutes played. Newcastle, I think we're going to see Lewis Miley rather than William Osula. Miley is ready indeed to come on. Broadhead to Al-Hamadi, left side of the penalty area, back to Broadhead, tries the shot, Dubravka pushes it away, and Hall clears. He has finally made
They've had a shot
save. With 12 minutes to play and Newcastle 4-0 up. Johnson trying to get the better of Hall. It's a foul by Johnson. Ipswich don't like it. Newcastle free kick close to the goal line, out on the left. Listening to BBC Radio Newcastle. We bring you every Newcastle United match exclusively live, and every Sunderland game. And if you're looking for the red and white coverage today, Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett are on DAB or BBC Radio Newcastle's Freeview channel, which is 711. Ipswich 0, Newcastle 4. Dubravka goes long. Gordon now at centre forward, being held by O'Shea. The defender wins the header. Trippier now into space on the left. Gordon getting after it. O'Shea comes across, and that's into the away section. And Newcastle. Gordon with a throw, but they're going to make the change first. Lewis Miley coming on for Bruno Guimaraes. Gives the captain's armband to Kieran Trippier. And Bruno jogs over to the near touchline. Could have scored himself with the diving header that hit the base of the post at the start of the second half. And how good to see Lewis Miley back.
Filled out, doesn't he?
The Newcastle United matchday squad. He's been fit for a couple of months, but Eddie Howe hasn't really used him yet, despite seeing him as having a big future. It's only his second appearance after a late introduction against Chelsea in the Cup. He's on for the final 10 minutes. Played 45 minutes for the under-21s on Monday. Anthony Gordon looked like he hurt himself. Newcastle have the ball at the other end of the pitch, defensive end, and Gordon's got back up. Miley's gone to the left of the midfield three, Tonali in the middle. So after all the changes, it's Trippier, Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Schär, Byrne, Hall, Longstaff, Tonali, Miley, Almiron, Barnes and Gordon. Schär in behind, but it just didn't reach Lewis Hall. A stretching Harry Clark managed to head it infield towards a colleague, and Ipswich clear it up the right-hand side. Taylor into midfield. Almiron makes a block challenge. And Ipswich through Johnson near to the halfway line, go back to central defence. And now there's room for Nathan Broadhead on his way to the penalty area. Gives it to Al-Hamidi, trying to get a shot off. Ali Al-Hamidi, it's well wide of Dubravka's left-hand post.
He's got to learn to pass it though.
He's picked up some good positions
to
receive the ball.
He's picked up good positions, but his decision making.
Before today, Newcastle had won only 3 of their last 12 Premier League matches, having won 3 of the first 4. It's going to be a very good week for them in terms of the table as it stands, up to 7th from 12th. A boost for the goal difference, a point from Manchester City in 6th and 2 off Villa, their opponents at St James's on Boxing Day, who occupy 5th. Ipswich have given it away. Trippier now towards Miley, but he can't hold it. And Leif Davis for Ipswich, who win it back, and Broadhead challenged by Schär. Trippier out of Davis, Newcastle through. Other scores in the Premier League: Forest 2 up at Brentford, West Ham 1-1 with Brighton. Gateshead 4-0 up at Ipswich in the National League. And Sunderland, DAB and Freeview Channel 7-1-1 on BBC Radio Newcastle, 2-1 up against 10-man Norwich. Trippier looking for the ball for the run of Almiron, chested away by O'Shea into the corner on the near side, and Burgess up the line, gets it back from Phillips. And goalkeeper Muric here, across the 6-yard box. It's 4-0, which is how it's been for almost 30 minutes of match play. Isak scored at 54, and we're now in the 84th minute.
You were expecting 8, weren't you?
I was expecting at least 5. There's still time for that. I think that would better reflect how the game has gone, even if Ipswich have had a bit more of the ball since it went 4-0. I'm not saying Newcastle have declared at 4, but they've missed some big chances, haven't they? Willock, Gordon and Barnes. Schär with a header down. Lewis Miley gets it at the edge of the box and strides forward with it. Long legs, moves such grace, doesn't he? Miley through midfield. Gordon, Almiron can get there one-on-one, but the keeper comes to the edge of the box. Just had the positional advantage, the goalkeeper, as Tonali wins it back from Broadhead in the centre circle, and now Fabian Schär in possession. The ball looking for Almiron, but intercepted by Muric. Gordon seems to have been caught in the face. He's down on his haunches. The referee is telling the medical staff to wait. He's okay. He's caught by Broadhead, but it seemed accidental. Those two were at Everton together. They actually made their debuts for Everton in the same match in the Europa League 7 years ago as teenagers. Gordon is now receiving treatment on the pitch, and they're saying he has to get off. There may be some blood. The doctor and the physio are with Anthony Gordon. Newcastle temporarily with 10 players. Give us a ring now, 0800 234 6565, and you can be on BBC Radio Newcastle to discuss the match with Ando. Share, good ball. Trippier's made a really good run and a through ball for Almiron to try and get on the end of battle for the second time in the space of a couple of minutes. Share has caught Al-Hamadi on halfway. Ipswich free kick. They want a card for Fabian Share.
But to be fair, that's no different to the other two.
Fabian Share, fortunately, has avoided a yellow card, because if he gets booked, he'll miss the next match. Ipswich offside from the free kick. Share and Tonali, 4 yellow cards. They've got to get through this one. Aston Villa and Manchester United a week on Monday, and then they will be clear of the threat of a looming threat of a one-match ban. Back to Dubravka. 4-0 up. Miley controls with his thigh. Ipswich hammer it away. Hall back to the keeper. Alexander Isak has scored a hat-trick. Jacob Murphy got the other. And they've had a number of other big chances. Newcastle 4-0 up. Here's Tonali. He's shaken off the attentions of Phillips on the far side. Gordon to Miley. Back it goes to Share. Longstaff, centre of the park, foot on the ball. He's got Taylor at his back. He plays it to Share. Into the box to Dubravka. Longstaff comes to get it. Newcastle moving it around. Gordon on the move through the middle. Wants it over the top. They go up to Miley on halfway, left-hand side. And now the pass is played to Hall. Slows it down. Comes inside to Miley. Might hit this. Floats it instead across to Almiron on the near side of the pitch. Almiron to Longstaff, edge of the area. Try to thread it through for Gordon. It's blocked by Broadhead. Trippier out off Davis. Throw 15 yards out for Newcastle. Taken quickly to Almiron. 89 minutes on the clock at Portman Road. Newcastle on the attack with Kieran Trippier. Now they go back to Fabian Share. Every Ipswich player behind the ball. Dan Burn to Lewis Hall. Up the left wing to Harvey Barnes. Back to Hall again. And wide for Barnes once more. Hall makes a run into the middle. Gets it from Barnes. Goes on the outside of his man. Lewis Hall's cross.
Oh, what a goal.
Great
move. Unlucky.
Almiron was coming in at the back post, but the goalkeeper reached out his arms and claimed the cross. But what a move.
Good build up again, wasn't it? It's like a knife through cake, isn't it?
To be a soft and spongy cake, wouldn't it? Moist.
Well, they have been.
Yeah,
they've been very soft.
Morsey in the middle. 4-0 to Newcastle. Between the lines, though, is Broadhead. Goes on the outside of Byrne. Fancies it here, Nathan Broadhead, and then decides not to shoot when he had the angle. Went to roll in Johnson and passed it straight out of play. Dan Burn, ball on the floor, walking out of the Newcastle penalty area. Fabian Share receives it. 20 seconds left. Fourth official picks up the numbers board. Whatever he puts on it, Ipswich will not thank him for that. There probably won't be much. Trippier to Almiron. One last attack maybe for United. Almiron carries it. Gordon has run offside. It's 4 minutes. And they've found 4 minutes from somewhere. Al-Hamadi has lost it to Gordon, who then nutmegs him, passes it to Tonali. Eddie Howe's Black and White Army sing the away supporters. Trippier and Tonali exchanging short passes on the near side, and then the Italians' ball across to Dan Burn. Trippier wanted to play it up the line. Back it goes to Cher. Now Burn. Gordon still a long way offside. Lewis Hall receives it, brings it infield, then goes back to the goalkeeper. We've played the first minute of the additional period now. BBC Radio Newcastle, phone in to follow 0800 234 6565. Give Ando a ring. If you've never called us before, today could be the day to have a chat about Newcastle United. 0800 234 6565. Ring us now. Dubravka to Hall, inside to Miley, who's got loads of room.
Acres of space.
Ipswich had stepped off him. Barnes back inside to Miley, and Barnes again. Miley once more, moving it nicely across midfield. Trippier's come into the centre to pick it up, and now Cher to Longstaff. Back to Cher. Ipswich 0, Newcastle 4. Alexander Isak emulating Kevin Nolan. We've got 3 here in the 2009-10 Championship in a 4-0 win. Burn with the ball close to the edge of the penalty area. And Dubravka now to Cher. Goalkeeper gets it again. Ipswich have pushed up. It means there's big gaps at the back. Sean Longstaff is currently at centre forward. Dan Burn now gets away from Al-Hamadi and makes his way into the middle of midfield, and Newcastle have got a runner. Barnes wants it through the middle. He had loads of room, but so has Gordon. Now in the Ipswich half, Barnes wanting it, getting it from Gordon. Harvey Barnes one-on-one with Muric, squares it, it's blocked. Barnes plays it back, Longstaff, and then turned in. Turned in by Dan Burn.
Offside.
Well, the flag's gone up as big Dan Burn celebrates a goal in front of the away supporters, turning it in from close to the goal line. Newcastle thought they had 5. The assistant referee says not. VAR, like VAR did in the opening minute, will check to see if there's an offside here. Barnes should have scored. Burn did, but it might be ruled offside.
It was just so easy, wasn't it? Really what? And he started it, to be fair, because they just gave him so much room. He carried it forward, played it, and just kept going. Got himself into that advanced position. Be cruel if it's...
I think they're looking at whether the touch was from the Newcastle player or the Ipswich player.
It'd be cruel if it's cancelled on him.
VAR still looking. We await the decision. I think this might get disallowed. Well, now they're looking at whether he is actually offside. There is an Ipswich player on the line as the ball goes forward.
There's got to be 2 players, and
still and the goalkeeper just trying to see it again. VAR check continues. If it stands, it's 5-0, and Dan Burn gets himself a goal. Stuart Atwell, the referee, says offside.
Oh, unlucky. Well, took an eternity again, didn't it?
That's the biggest cheer from Ipswich's home supporters. Dan Burn is able to smile about it, but...
Well, you can when you're 4-0 up.
It's a shame. They should have had a 5th long before then, but 4-0 is still a great scoreline away from home. Being dominant, Ipswich have really struggled. Here's Tonali. Can they go and get one more? There's 30 seconds plus anything more following that VAR check that Stuart Atwell wants to add on. Trippier's forward route, right-hand side, is blocked off. They go back to Cher. Westburn has the ball at his feet. Across it comes to Fabian Schär. There's the final whistle. That's enough for Ipswich, who endured a really tough day at home as Newcastle United win by 4-0 at Portman Road. Alexander Isak with a hat-trick and Jacob Murphy with the other, as Newcastle move up to 7th in the table. Second Premier League win in succession, 3 in a row in all competitions across a very good week for Eddie Howe and his players. And a wonderful away day for the thousands of travelling fans on the far side. Ipswich's wait for a first home win in the Premier League goes on, but John Anderson, it was just so easy.
It was very easy, it was very comfortable. I mean, from 25 seconds, and it was just so comfortable. It reminded me of the cup tie, the FA Cup tie last season, where it was just men against boys. You know, Ipswich had no physical presence in there at all. They were getting pushed and shoved. They were getting moved all over the place. 4-0 flatters them a little bit, to be fair. You know, they could have and probably should have won it by more. But it was, you're not going to get many away days that are as comfortable as this, but it was very comfortable, really comfortable.
Hat-trick for Isak, who missed a big chance as well.
Yeah, look, we've said this before. You know, he's had opportunities to get more goals. I mean, he had another one today where he's clean through one-on-one, and yet again he hits it straight at a goalkeeper. You know, just puts it right in his chest. We've seen him do that a few times this season. But look, the boy still knows how to score goals, and he still gets goals. He's delighted for him that he's got a hat-trick. You know, he deserves it. But he was, they were great today. You know, they did exactly what they had to do, and it was very comfortable indeed.
The players go to the away fans, who've all stayed. They're on their feet, some of the tops are off, but big celebrations. This is what it's all about for an away day, a long trip, when Newcastle United win big, as they have done today. Ando back with us shortly for the phone-in on BBC Radio Newcastle. Hat-trick for Alexander Isak, his first for the club. Jacob Murphy with the other. A big win at Portman Road. Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 4.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Dominic James back in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio. Newcastle with an emphatic victory at Portman Road. Is this the turning point for Newcastle United's season? Alexander Isak cashed in today with a hat-trick. How good was he? Jacob Murphy also impressing with a goal and an outrageous assist today. What a backheel. That was Sunderland once again coming from behind to get all 3 points. This young side just doesn't know when it's beat, does it? Showing all the traits of a potential promotion side. Joe Bellingham and Dan Ballard, like last week, scoring the goals for the Black Cats today. Luke O'Nien started at right back this afternoon as well. How well did that work? It's time to have your say then this evening on those two games. Give us a call for free. It's 0800 234 6565. That number again, 0800 234 6565. You can send us a message as well on WhatsApp, 08000 321 333. 08000 321 333. You can give us a text as well. It's just 81 333. But if you are sending us a message, start your messages with the letters BBC.
Total Sport Northeast.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
On BBC iPlayer.
I'm going to share a story that barely seems believable.
Keanu Reeves tells one of the greatest underdog stories in Formula One.
You either push to the limit or you're nothing.
Brawn, the impossible Formula One story.
We push to the limit.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Total Sport Northeast.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Two big wins for Newcastle United over Ipswich today and Sunderland over Norwich at the Stadium of Light. Let's run you through the other results from around the country today. We begin in the Premier League. In the early kick-off, Aston Villa beat Manchester City 2-1. Duran and Rodgers with the goals for Villa, and then Phil Foden with a bit of a consolation goal in the 93rd minute. Nottingham Forest have beaten Brentford 2-0 at the G-Tech this afternoon. And the only other 3 o'clock kickoff today was West Ham and Brighton. That one has finished 1-1 at the London Stadium. And in the Premier League later, well, in about 20 minutes or so, Crystal Palace take on Arsenal at Selhurst Park.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Into the Championship then, and we had 3 early games this afternoon. Hull beat Swansea 2-1. Portsmouth are out 4-1 winners over Frank Lampard's Coventry City, and Sheffield Wednesday 2-0 winners over Stoke this afternoon. Sheffield Wednesday also had a man sent off. Into the 3 o'clocks, and Burnley, they have beaten Watford 2-1. Sheffield United have gone away to Cardiff and won 2-0. Leeds, a pretty big win for them. Today doesn't really help Sunderland's cause, but they beat Oxford 4-0. Millwall 1-0 winners over Blackburn this afternoon. An interesting game in Devon. Plymouth and Middlesbrough have played out a 3-3 draw. QPR 2-1 winners over Preston. That was the only other game in the Championship this afternoon.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Into League One then, we had 2 early games. Bristol Rovers played out a 1-1 draw with Wrexham, and Lincoln, they beat Reading 2-0. Into the 3 o'clocks, and Leyton Orient 4-0 winners away to Barnsley. It finished goalless between Blackpool and Stevenage. Exeter 2-1 winners away to Burton Albion. Mansfield Town 1-0 over Rotherham. It finished Charlton 5, Northampton 0 this afternoon. Charlton away from home in that one. And the only other game in League One this afternoon was Wigan in Shrewsbury. That one finished 2-2.
Total Sport North East.
Get the latest team news, score updates and post-match reaction on Twitter at BBC Newcastle.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Into League Two then, there was 2 early games this afternoon. Barrow, they beat Fleetwood 2-0, and Doncaster were 3-1 winners over Tranmere. Into the 3 o'clocks, and Salford won 2-0 away to Accrington Stanley. Chesterfield 1-0 winners over AFC Wimbledon. Walsall going away to Harrogate in winning 1-0. Bromley this afternoon, they went away to Morecambe, winning 2-0 there. Newport put 6 past MK Dons, finished 6-3 there. Notts County, they've run out 3-0 winners over Bradford City. Carlisle went away to Port Vale and got a point. It finished goalless there. The only other game this afternoon in League Two was Swindon against Grimsby, and Swindon won 3-1.
Total Sport North East.
The Newcastle and Sunderland AFC podcast
on BBC Sounds.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Non-league wise, this afternoon Gateshead were away to Ipswich in the National League. They won 4-1 this afternoon down there. Ipswich bottom of the table, so a pretty expected result for Gateshead this afternoon. International League North then, and South Shields, they return to struggling at Marine. South Shields have pushed themselves closer to the playoffs with a 2-0 win. Paul Blackett with 2 first half goals. Our featured game this afternoon came in the MPL Premier, where Hebburn Town were taking on Blythe Spartans in a bit of a local derby this afternoon. And that's where our local football reporter Paul Dixon was watching and can tell us how it's finished.
The full-time score, Dom: Hebburn 3, Blythe Spartans 1. Brilliant performance by Hebburn, especially in the first half with the wind on their back. They went ahead on 7 minutes. Pedro Gomez, excellent finish. It was superb through ball by Danny Savage, set them up, and Gomez just dinked the ball into the corner to put them 1 up very early in the game. And then on 27 minutes, they deservedly went 2 up. And it was ex-Blythe player Matty Elson scoring with a fierce low shot at the back post following a corner from Ollie Martin. 2-0 at half-time. The home team were good value for their 2-0 at half-time. Came out in the second half and it took them 4 minutes to go 3-0 up. Top goal scorer Arwell Purewell finish up a good move. Mark Noble with all his class, a delightful ball into the box, and there was Purewell to finish. Blythe picked themselves up the last 20 minutes and pulled a goal back. Bullet header from Captain Shea Richardson following a corner from Dean Briggs, but it was all too little too late. It was Heburn's day, really worthy winners today. Excellent 3 points for Hebburn, but Blythe still firmly cemented at the bottom of the league.
Paul Dixon, thank you very much. For the moment, Hebburn Town up to 7th in the table. Morpeth Town up to 10th after a 1-0 win this afternoon. So great result for Morpeth there at Craig Park this afternoon. They were against Gainsborough Trinity. Into the East Division this afternoon, a good result for Ashington at home to Ossett United this afternoon. Bit of a relegation battle there. Ashington winning 2-1. Heaton Stannington also sitting just above the relegation zone in 18th. They were away to Belper, who are 3rd in the table, but they lost 3-0. Heaton Stannington there, so a defeat on the road for them this afternoon. Concert, better news for them though, they won 2-1 at home to Sherwood Colliery, and great news for Dunstan this afternoon. They have pushed themselves up to 6th and sit just outside the playoffs after a 3-2 win away to Pontefract Collieries this afternoon. Of course, we will round up all of those games in our local football roundup at 5:45.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Dominic Jameson back in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio. Keep your calls and messages coming in. Give us a call 0800 234 6565. WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Send us a text about A1333. Start your messages though with the letters BBC. We'll go to them shortly and speak to Ando and Benno. But first, just want to quickly preview our other commentary this afternoon in Rugby Union's Premiership. The Newcastle Falcons take on Bath at Kingston Park at 5:30. We'll have full match commentary with Dean Gray and John Pearson via the BBC Sport website and on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. And Dean joins me now. It's going to be a tough old task for the Falcons today, Dean.
It certainly is, Dom. The weather conditions are not great. There's a bumper crowd here tonight. It's got to be said, 8 and a bit thousand, I think, expected. It looks pretty busy already as we move towards kick-off. This Bath side is top of the tree, top of the Premiership finalists last season as well, of course, and they're there for a reason. They are very good. They're a team packed with international talent. 243 caps in the starting 15, another 69 to come off the bench. They've lost one game this season, and it's going to be a tough ask for Newcastle tonight, although the conditions might well be a leveller. It's getting colder, it's dark, it's Newcastle, a very big home crowd to cheer the boys on who have won the last 2 Premiership games at home.
I'm going to go with what I said last week, Dom, and that is I think that the back row of Bath will be too strong, too mobile and too ball carrying, and of course at number 10 you've got that mercurial maverick, the Scotsman Mr. F. Russell, who can bring bits of magic from nowhere.
Yeah, I was going to mention Dean, Jamie Blumeyer back for the Falcons too, but a big player to have back in there.
He certainly is, yeah. He's obviously, I don't think it's been confirmed by the club yet, Don, but he's away at the end of the season as the Whisper, replacing Julian Montosha down at Leicester. But yeah, he's a big player for the big occasion, and Jamie will make a difference. The Newcastle missing Sammy Arnold through injury. They've got a long injury list if you actually have a look at it. Arnold is a big player this season for them so far in terms of carrying in midfield. There's 16 players out, injured or not available for different reasons, which is a big slab of players when you've got a slim squad. So a tough ask, as we said before, for Newcastle, but they'll be buoyed by their Gallagher Premiership performances so far this season. The 2 wins that they've taken are important. They're off the bottom of the table, and they turned over Saracens not so long back, which was a shock to everybody.
Stranger things have happened. Dean and John, thank you very much for the moment. Then just a reminder then, full match commentary with Dean and John from 5:30 via the BBC Sport website and app, or you can listen on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. Back to the football though. Dominic James back in the Radio Newcastle studio. John Anderson at Portman Road. Gary Bennett at the stadium. We're reflecting on 2 big results for our sides this afternoon. We'll start with you, and pretty emphatic that, wasn't it?
It was unbelievably comfortable. I don't think you'll get a more comfortable away result. I mean, at 25 seconds in, you're a goal up, and from that moment on, it was plain sailing. Could have been more. Delighted for Isak getting his hat trick. He could have had more. Ipswich offered very, very little. They were just outplayed all over the park. They were out-muscled. They were pushed. They were shoved. And 4-0 doesn't flatter us at all. If anything, it probably could have been, and should have been more. It was a real good performance to come away from home and do that. So yeah, I think we've looked at the last couple of games and thought, can we do it away from home now? Well, the answer is yes, because we've come here, we've totally dominated from minute 1 to minute 90. And as I say, 4-0 doesn't flatter us at all.
Yeah, Ipswich probably were caused their own downfall a bit. I mean, Isak's goal where he got it basically on the 6-yard box, and you're not going to get much easier than that in the Premier League, are you?
No, you're not. I mean, you watch Foster the other night at Spurs, and you think, will teams learn from that? And then you go and you see one here to that, and you go, well, no, they don't. I mean, the goalkeeper tries to pass a ball from his goal line to a boy on the 6-yard box, and you think, what are you doing? What are you absolutely doing? You can't do that with the quality of players that you've got in and around there. And Isak was never ever going to miss. I mean, it was probably the simplest goal he'd score all season. But from an attack and sorry, Dom.
I was going to say, how about that assist as well from Jacob Murphy for Isak's
the back heel. I mean, and then he did an Arthur Rowley little toe poke past the goalkeeper.
Hit with some venom.
He's look at Isak's he's a good player. He should have more goals than he's got, to be fair. When you look at the chances that he's missed, he's had another one today where he's through and he's done what he's done in the last few games, just chipped it straight into the keeper's hands. So even though he's scoring goals, he could have had an awful lot more.
Yeah, and so Newcastle then up to 7th in the Premier League table, 26 points, a point behind Manchester City, and only 4 points off Arsenal in 4th. This week, these last few matches, and it's turned their season around all of a sudden, hasn't it?
Yeah, we said it was going to be a big week, and so it's proved. Absolutely battered Leicester again. Could have been so many more than the 4 that we got. Should have been so many more than the 4. Then obviously the good cup win against Brentford, and then coming here and putting 4 past Ipswich. It doesn't get much better than that. It sets us up nicely for the Christmas fixtures coming up. But look at today, if you're going to be really blunt about it, it was men against boys basically. They were just never at the races.
Gary Bennett at the Stadium of Light, and Benno, this young team just doesn't know when it's beat, does it?
No, not at all. What they have shown, especially in the last couple of games, is a little bit of character. You've got to say, in the first 45 minutes, Norwich were the better team. They came, they were bright, they got themselves in the lead, but credit to Sunderland, half-time they came out and they pressed higher up the pitch, started to ask questions, made it not so easy for Norwich to play, and we got back into the game with a Ballard header, which was the equaliser. And again, you look at the turning point, and it may be because the referee, for me, was poor. He's handed out 9.
I was going to say, how many yellow cards do you want to give out on one match?
Nine yellow cards, and it was odds on that somebody was going to get sent off, and that was the turning point. Cordoba, second yellow, and from the free kick, Joe Bellingham scored a fantastic goal. He could have hit it with his left, he's pulled it back onto his right and slotted it into the far corner.
Yeah, he's getting the knack now, isn't he, of scoring important goals from midfield for Sunderland, which, with the likes of maybe Isidore, maybe not in form, they're going to need these goals from elsewhere, aren't they?
Yes, as you say, you can't just rely on Wilson Isidore. He had a great opportunity, especially in the second half, to score, and he's put it over the bar. But Mayenda, he showed bright sparks today, and that's going to be interesting. Do you start with Mayenda as an out-and-out striker rather than playing him wide on the left or right-hand side?
Yeah. Let's go to the phone lines, because Ando, I know we've only got you for 15 more minutes before you have to make the long trip back to the northeast. At least it'll be an enjoyable one. But let's go to the phone lines. Johnny is a Newcastle fan and joins us now. Evening, Johnny.
Evening, gents. How you doing?
Hey, Johnny. Yeah, good.
Good, thanks.
Yeah, I think you summed it up perfectly, Ando. I think it was men versus boys today. I think Ipswich were very naive, particularly at 2-0, playing it from the back, particularly when there was only a couple of minutes left. But it was very, very comfortable. Like, Isak should have been hoping for a minimum a hat-trick. chances when it was 1-0, but it was so comfortable. But I have to give a lot of credit to Jacob Murphy today. Fantastic performance of Jacob Murphy. He's had a lot of criticism from Newcastle fans alike, but I know he's up against a level of opposition that he expected to do well, but he just didn't give Ipswich a moment's rest. It's a fantastic finish. His first goal, the assist for the fourth goal was absolutely fantastic. He has meant to try and get the ball to Isak, who puts it away, but it was a very, very comfortable and dominant performance in his 3 minutes and so
Yeah, look at it Ipswich got off to an absolute nightmare start. They concede after 25 seconds. The boy tries to play offside and he gets it wrong. It was tight, but it seemed to take forever for them to come to the decision that he was onside as well. But ball played in, they don't clear it. Isak coming on to it, just hits it into the ground, flies past the keeper. Isak, Murphy's goal, he has all the room in the world in the penalty area. They just don't pick him up, and it's a great look at. He can strike a ball, there's no doubt about that, and it's a great strike. It's past the keeper before he even sees it, and we should have won by more, to be quite honest, Johnny. We took our foot off the pedal a little bit in the second half, but we were in total control of that game from minute one. Well, from 25 seconds in all the way through to 94 minutes. Ipswich never laid a glove on us, and I thought they'd be a bit better. I thought they'd have a bit more about them, but they showed absolutely nothing at all.
No, they didn't. I think they were missing Delap massively. I think he was a real presence for Ipswich, and I think when you see Sammy Smoddick's no disrespect, a very, very good Championship player, but unproven in the Premier League, it was a very easy afternoon for Share and Burn. But you look at the midfield.
They had no physical presence about them at all. They'd no height about them. They got shoved and pushed and got dominated all over the park. It was a real good performance, and it sets us up nicely for the Christmas period. I mean, Villa, good win today, but we've got them on Boxing Day, and it's been a real good week for Eddie Howe and his team.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's what we needed. We needed a good week going into 3 very, very difficult games, Villa, Manchester United and Spurs. But yeah, I think the thing is, it's in terms of the Premier League, it's back-to-back clean sheets, and that'll just give the likes of Nebraska a lot of confidence, the defence a lot of confidence, and let's give a shout out to Lewis Hall as well. I thought he's been absolutely fantastic since he's had a real good run in the team, and he's been absolutely immense, and he's going to be England's left back for the future. He has to be, because he is that good. Hopefully he gets a chance on the two-ball.
Well, you would hope so. If he keeps performing the way that he is, I don't think there's any doubt about that. He was excellent again today. He got forward, he joined in, used the ball well. Defensively, he was solid. The boy most definitely has a huge future. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, Johnny, thank you very much for your phone call this evening. You can give us a call as well tonight, 0800 234 6565. This message is from Ken, who says, great win and performance for Eddie Howe's Newcastle. The only critique I can offer is they missed glaring chances on goals. They need to take time to watch how Alan Shearer scored goals. Some Hollywood, some scrappy. He also scored goals low and hard to beat the keepers. Isak, Gordon, Murphy and Barnes, take note, says Ken.
Dear oh dear, you come away from home, score 4 and you win 4-0 and people are complaining. Hey dear. Look, it's crazy. Look, I understand. Yeah, we could have had more and probably should have had more, but you come away from home in the Premier League and you win 4-0. You've had a 4-0 win at home the previous Premier League game. I don't think you can have too many complaints of that, though.
Yeah, let's go back to the phones. Rob is a Sunderland fan. Good evening, Rob.
Hiya. Firstly, before I go to Gary, John, all the best to you and Razor and all the Newcastle lads.
And you, Rob, thank you. Yeah, okay, and you. Right, cheers, mate.
Right. Okay, right, Gary.
Hello, Rob.
Right, I am thrilled with that win this afternoon. We were awful. It was a touchy win. It was a bad-tempered game. But, when you can win in conditions like that, because the conditions weren't very good either, and I don't think we played well at all, but that is the sign of a good team, and that, Gary, is why we will go up this season. I'll tell you that now.
Yeah, they've shown good character today, Rob. You've got to say the first 45 minutes. You've got to give credit to Norwich. They came here, and they did cause us one or two problems. You know, their movement and the amount of times they got behind us. You know, and you come at half time and we were scratching our heads, and you're thinking, right, what are we going to do? What's plan B? And to be fair to Reggie Lebris, what he's done is they got further up the field, they pressed higher up, and they started to get hold of the ball and started to ask questions.
They certainly did. I mean, when we scored, you know, it was a good time to get that equalising goal just after half time. And after that, it was, you know, we pushed on. Yeah, we got the break when they had that player sent off, but you know, you've still got a team to beat, and getting the goal immediately after you just lifted it. We could have won more comfortably in the end, but I'll take those 3 points any day. You know, we're hanging in there. You know, we're still fourth, I know, with the 3 teams above us already today. But it's put a little bit of a gap now between us and Blackburn in 5th place. And, you know, there's still a lot of football to play, but I really, really am pleased with that tonight. I'm in the fans museum at the moment, and you know, it's absolutely buzzing in here. It really, really is.
It was an easy game, was it, Rob? Because you know, people look on it and thinking, yeah, we should easily beat Norwich. But you've got to say, the first 45 minutes, what I've seen of Norwich, they looked a very good team. You know, they passed the ball well. They caused us one or two problems. But you know, credit to Sunderland that we stuck at it. And you're going to have games like that. But we came out in the second half, and we got our game going. And again, you know, sometimes we criticise Anthony Patterson about his distribution, but I tell you what, he made a fantastic save.
He certainly did.
He did an excellent save there. You know,
3 points.
So. But it was a huge win for Sunderland this afternoon.
I mean, I don't know what the general consensus is, because obviously I'm just seeing it from where I'm sitting. But the Norwich number 7, who was he irritated us all afternoon. I know he got booed. He was going down left. But I tell you what, he looked a good player, you know. And that's the player. He looked a good player. And I mean, yes, I booed him and told him to stop it, you know. But yeah, that's the type of player you've got to look at. But I cannot describe how much I'm pleased tonight with that. Really am.
Sanic, he was, shall we say, a pain in the butt.
He was. Okay. Right, anyway, you all have a wonderful Christmas.
You too, Rob.
Thank you, Rob.
And we'll see you on Boxing Day. Bye now. Bye.
Good stuff.
Take it easy.
A very happy Sunderland fan, Rob, after that win today. And Benno, I guess Rob's probably every Sunderland fan tonight. The belief is all of a sudden back. Sunderland 4th in the Championship, 43 points, 2 points off Leeds in 2nd, and that belief's back now, isn't it?
Yeah, the belief's back, the character's back, and you know, I think that just typifies the last couple of games. You know, we was 2-0 down against Swansea, we've come back 1-3-2. We was 1-0 down against Norwich in at half time, we've come back and win 2-1. That shows character. You know, and again, you know, the young players are growing, and each game they're getting better. And again, I keep pointing out or highlighting the lad Bellingham, Joe Bellingham. He is a player.
Yeah,
he is a player because he took his opportunity fantastically well. He could have easily hit it with his left foot and hoped, but he's pulled it back onto his right and placed it into the far corner. It was an excellent finish.
Yeah, he showed some great composure. We'll go back to the phone lines in just a moment. Keep your calls coming in. 0800 234 6565.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Hi, it's Matt here, and I am done for the year. I'm off for Christmas. Thank you so much to every single one of you who has listened to The Breakfast Show and got in touch all through the year. We've had loads of great festive music from local artists on the show this week.
Won't you stay another day?
And you can hear all of those artists on a BBC Sounds special. Don't worry, The Breakfast Show continues. Kelly Scott will be back Monday, and I shall see you in the new year.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Comes down to Sirkin. Now Joe trying to get on the end of this one. And Joe!
Yes! Get in!
Brought the ball down beautifully onto his right foot and curls it past Gunn. And Sunderland now lead 2-1.
And it comes to Murphy. Still Jacob Murphy. He's kept hold of it and found Isak. Isak stabs it into the net. Alexander Isak's first Newcastle United hat-trick and the first Newcastle player to score 3 times in a game since Jose Perez more than 5 years ago. He had the initial chance and was tackled, and then Jacob Murphy kept it alive, found him with a back heel, and Isak celebrates a hat-trick and Newcastle celebrate a 4th goal. 54 minutes at Portman Road. They have increased their lead. It's Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 4.
Total Sport North East.
Call free 0800 234 6565.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Dominic James back in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio. Gary Bennett at the stadium. I've like John Anderson at Portman Road for just a couple more minutes, and we've got Graham, who's a Newcastle fan, who's give us a call tonight on 0800 234 6565. Good evening, Graham.
Hiya fellas. Hiya John.
Hey Graham.
John, I've watched the game, and I think you mentioned it, the gulf between Premier League and the Championship is huge, and to me it looks as though the 3 teams that came up this season for the 2nd year in a row more than likely will go down again, because that gap is getting bigger and bigger. I mean, we've played Leicester, we've played Ipswich today, and to use one of your phrases, I don't think neither team laid a glove on us.
No.
You know, it's just the gulf is huge, really is huge. It was a great performance, and the good thing is now we haven't got that international break that interrupted us a few weeks ago when we went on a similar little run, but then we had that international break, remember, and then I think we went to, can't remember what it was now, but obviously we didn't come back.
Palace, wasn't it?
Yeah, Palace, sorry. But this time, you know, hopefully we can keep it going. I mean, it's a great preparation for the Aston Villa game. The fact that he was able to take players off, give them a little bit of a rest. Yeah, of course it could have had more, but listen, whenever you win 4-0 and 3-0, people are always going to say it could have been more. Isaac, one-to-ones. I mean, how many has he missed this season, one-to-ones?
Yeah.
But you can't criticise him because he's prolific. You know,
but he keeps. The thing is, great. He keeps getting in those positions. As long as he keeps getting in those positions, you know, he'll back himself. You know. But look, it got off to a perfect start. Goal after 25 seconds, and from then on in, it was just all. It was one-way traffic for the rest of the game. You know, it was. I said it was men against boys. You know, they didn't have a physical presence. They never won a 50-50. They never even tried to kick us, to be fair. You know, it was very, very comfortable. It really was.
To be honest, John, I don't know who was worse, either Leicester last week or Ipswich this week. They were both as bad as each other. You know, neither side at any stage of the game, not even a 5-minute spell when you thought, whoa, you know, we're on the back foot here. We just literally bossed it again for 2 games in a row. And again, you know, the gap between Premier League and Championship is huge, absolutely massive. But listen, I think going into the Boxing Day game now, I think obviously Villa will be a tougher game, but we've got nothing to fear. Confidence should be high. We've got a good, strong bench again. Keep Isaac fit. January transfer market coming up. Hope you bring a couple of players in. And then we've got the semi-finals to look forward to against Arsenal. So, you know, happy days, great, brilliant.
Yeah, definitely. You know, look, I think the Villa game it'll be a good game. They had a good win today. You know how they play. It won't be easy, but I think confidence-wise, we've got to be buzzing. You know, you've scored 4 against Leicester. You put 3 past Brentford in the cup, and then you've come here and scored another 4. So, you know, you got to be happy with that. All of a sudden, we wondered where the goals were going to come from. You know, the goals had dried up a bit, and all of a sudden we started scoring them again. And there's other people getting on the score sheet as well, which is a big bonus for us. But look at it; it could have been more today. But anytime you go away from home in the Premier League and win 4-0, you've got to be more than happy.
Yeah, Graham, thank you very much for that. Ando, we'll let you go because you've got to make
Thank
the
you.
long trip back to the northeast.
All the best, boys. Have a good Christmas. See you soon.
Yes. All the best,
Cheers.
Ando.
Bye-bye.
Safe journey, Ando boy.
Cheers, Gary. All the best, mate.
Good
Thank
stuff.
you.
John Anderson, thank you very much. Keep your Sunderland calls coming in, though. Benno's here for another 15 minutes, so do keep your calls coming in. 0800 234 6565. And up next on the line is Sunderland fan Colin and Imogen. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, Colin.
How are you,
Imogen,
mate?
how are you?
We're doing really well.
Really well, yeah.
And Colin, I believe it was Imogen's first game today.
Yeah, she's been to a couple of friendlies and she's been to some of the women's games. This is the first one that she's had in the winter. Absolutely freezing, but loved every minute.
Oh, that's brilliant. What did you think of it, Imogen? What did you think of the game?
I thought all the players did really well, but if I was given man of the match out, I would say number 13, Nico 9 would win man of the match.
Luke O'Nan was your man of the match.
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah, because he was moving into space and not just standing waiting for the ball to come to him. And I also think that Job did really good as well, because it wasn't his best game, but he scored the goal and it was a really good goal.
That's some great analysis,
that's very
that,
good.
Imogen.
That is indeed.
Colin,
do you
who
play
was your man
football,
of the match?
Imogen?
Oh, sorry, say that again?
I was just going to say, who was your man of the match, Colin?
Oh, to be honest with you, I thought Mepham and Ballard were absolute rocks at the back tonight. I thought they were fantastic. It was hard playing in the wind, but I reckon they were just solid as always.
What was your better question for Imogen?
I was going to ask Imogen, do you play football, Imogen?
Yeah.
Do you? What position do you play? What position do you play?
Left wing.
Left wing? Wow. What did you think of Mayenda or Patrick Roberts playing on the left wing today?
I think they did really good as well.
Did they? Fantastic.
Yeah, because Roberts did some good runs up the line.
Yeah. Colin, what was your thoughts on Luke O'Nien starting ahead of Trey Hume?
I thought it was a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect him to start at right back. First half, I think the team kind of started off really, really well and then kind of fizzled out a little bit. And I think Luke O'Nien was on there for his kind of leadership and a bit of graft. I think Saints got the better of him a couple of times to pick up the yellow card as everybody was kind of getting stuck in. But we know what Luke O'Nien's like. You can stick him any position you want, and you know you're going to get a good performance out of him.
Yeah. Would you keep him at right back, or would you bring Trey Hume back? And would you keep Luke O'Nien in the team? And if you do keep Luke O'Nien in the team, where would you play him?
Well, I think with Ballard going off, I think he slots naturally back into centre half if he's not fit for the next game. But it's a good problem to have when we've got 3-4 centre halves if you count Alessi and Hale. I don't think he's done anything wrong this season as well. All literally competing for spaces. And if he can cover it right back, left back, wherever he's kind of needed as well. I just think he brings a real leadership to the team and a bit of a drive. Even when there's 40,000 in, you still hear his gob going and you can still see the energy that he brings. So if you can find a place for him, I think he does as well as anybody pretty much in any of them.
Excellent.
Imogen, are you wanting to go to another game now after that?
Definitely, yeah.
And here's the big question for them, Imogen. Are Sunderland going to get promoted this year?
Yeah.
That's confidence for you, Benno.
Brilliant, Imogen. That's fantastic, that. Keep supporting the players, the boys.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
All of the time, definitely, yeah.
Oh, good.
Thank
Colin
you.
Colin and Imogen,
Brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Cheers,
thank you
Colin.
very much for giving us a
Imogen.
call.
Thank you.
Thanks, cheers out.
Thank you.
That's what football's all about, Benno, isn't it? Going to your first game.
It is indeed. First
Those
game.
memories last a lifetime.
Oh, it will. She'll always remember her first game.
Just coming after your job as well with analysis like that.
It is indeed. She knows a lot about football. Fantastic.
Indeed. We'll go back to the phone lines in just a moment, but we can get some post-match reaction to Newcastle's win this afternoon at Portman Road. Matthew Raisbeck has been talking to... Have we got it? Yeah, we have. We can now hear from Eddie Howe, who's been talking to Matthew Raisbeck.
Really good performance from us. I think it helps when you score so early in the game. It settles you down. Our away form has been a bit patchy. But I thought today, from start to finish, it was a really strong performance against a very difficult opponent, so we're absolutely delighted to win. I think you could see that we had won our previous games. I think it was a confidence that maybe we haven't exhibited well enough away from home. There was a really high level, I thought, to our performance and our mentality today. I think we know it's in there. We've just got to deliver it on a consistent basis, but the recent signs look good.
Eddie, that was Alexander Isak's first hat-trick for Newcastle. It was actually the club's first hat-trick for more than 5 years, so a very meaningful thing, but it's been probably a long time coming for him. He's scored twice a lot, but today he got the 3.
Yeah, it's not lost on me how important that is for him more than anyone else, really, because I think he has scored a lot of singular goals and doubles. We've really wanted him to go on and try and get the hat-trick for himself and just to boost his confidence levels even more. Delighted for him. It'll be a moment I'm sure he always remembers.
And Dan Burn had one disallowed right at the end for offside. Is the only disappointment today the manner of the size of the scoreline, because you could have had more goals, couldn't you? There's so many big chances.
Yeah, there was, and I think for us we're a little bit frustrated that we weren't more clinical, because on another day we might have needed those goals to win the game. But I think the big thing for me, we're creating. A few weeks ago we were shy of that. Those combinations in the attacking third. Great to see us return to our best.
That is the Newcastle head coach Eddie Howe talking after Newcastle's win against Ipswich this afternoon. We'll try and bring you some Regis Labreus if we've got time before 1:45. The full interviews will be available to listen to on BBC Sounds later. Back to Sunderland though, and on the phones now is Neil, is a Sunderland fan. Give us a call tonight on 0800 234 6565. Another comeback, Neil. Another good win.
Amazing, Dominic. Gary, I said at half time, I was with my mate Liam, I said, well, 2 things. I'll settle for a 1-1 draw, and because we cannot expect to come back again the way we did. I'm just absolutely high as a kite. It was a good performance second half. I'm absolutely delighted. And and it gives that extra 10%. Everybody's going to have a happy Christmas, because at 4:45, we were just going to have a bit of a downer over Christmas till Boxing Day. And now we're all happy, aren't we?
Yeah. And what do you think the difference was at half from, in the second half?
I think we moved the ball quicker. We moved the ball quicker. I felt sorry for Isidore, because he worked his socks off and he makes runs and they don't find him. But I thought we moved the ball quicker. I thought the lads took control of the midfield. The defenders, Metten was outstanding again, I thought. To answer your question about Trey Hume, I would definitely start him ahead of Luke O'Nien. I thought, I prefer Luke O'Nien. I prefer Trey at right back. But very good. I thought Job had a great game. Scored a great goal.
Yeah, he did.
All promising, Gary.
Yeah, and again, I think we're learning from this team, aren't we? And one thing which is coming to the forefront is the character from the players. They're growing, aren't they? And they're growing, and they've got that belief that they can go and win games. Even though they might be trailing by a goal or 2, they've got that belief that they can come back into the game and go on and win the game, and that's a good sign.
Excellent. One thing, I don't know, I've just got back the car, Gary, so I don't know if you already covered, but I thought the referee didn't referee the game sensibly at all. He made, there was always going to be a sending off, and I thought he had a poor game. And obviously we benefited from it in the end, but poor refereeing. But hey ho, we'll take it sometimes with a victim of poor refereeing.
I think he caused that situation in regards of the amount of yellow cards which he, shall we say, give out, and it was odds on that somebody was going to get sent off.
Yeah.
So, Neil, just quickly, we've had a couple of messages. This one is from Nick. Great result today, but a little bit concerned of Wilson Isidore's form, struggling in front of goal. Is that any concern for you, Neil?
It is a bit. I would prefer to get us to get a centre. I would like us to get another centre forward in.
he scored a couple of wonder goals, didn't he, earlier on? And I just don't know if the round the box stuff is his game. Maybe it's more Aaron Connolly. I want to see Connolly on, actually. So it's a slight concern, but as long as the goals are coming, we're still scoring plenty goals overall, aren't we? As long as the goals are coming, we can't complain. So can I just wish everybody Merry Christmas,
Neil,
even the black and whites.
Good stuff. Neil, thank you very much for your phone call this evening. Thank you very much to everyone who's called and messages this evening. Just on that point, Benno, is it a little bit of a concern at all for you that he's now gone a few games without getting a goal?
It's not a major concern because he's getting there to miss the opportunities. You know, you look at the opportunity which he had in the second half at Hull. He did the same. It was the same. Ran about 40-50 yards with the ball, and it was a little dink over the goalkeeper. This time he's ran the same, but he's put the ball over the crossbar. So, you know, you got to look at when he first was burst into the team. You know, everything he touched went in. At this present moment, everything he touches going wide of the post or over the crossbar. He can't score to save his life. But he's just got to get there. You know, he's getting there. He's in that, shall we say, position where he is missing them. So if he wasn't in that position, then questions would be asked.
This message is from Ryan, who said, I mentioned earlier that the belief was back for Sunderland fans. Ryan's replied and said, the belief never went. Yes, we had a little bit of a blip. Saying it's back, it never went. That's from Ryan.
Yeah, you're going to have little blips, aren't you?
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
you're not always going to go right throughout the season playing attractive football, keeping clean sheets, winning every single week. It's not going to happen.
And if Sunderland's blip is them drawing a few matches and then being fourth and 5 points off the top, Sheffield United, who are top, then that's not a bad blip, really, is it, to have?
Listen, I don't think anybody was expecting Sunderland to be where they are at this present moment, and you've got to say that they're in a very, very good position. And it'll be interesting once we've got the Blackburn, Stoke coming up, games coming up, Sheffield coming up, you know, get through this period here, and then we'll see where we are.
And this one is from Keith, who just says, we can't keep giving teams a head start. That one's from Keith in Washington.
That's how good we are, we can.
Just testing themselves.
No, you know, we'll learn. You know, the goals which we've conceded again. You know, the Swansea goal, couple of Swansea goals. You know, the second one at Swansea was an excellent strike from a free kick, but today a set piece, poor to defend. So, you know, once we put them right, you know, we'll always create opportunities going at the other end.
Yeah, and I guess just final point, I guess, is that they keep learning, don't they, these Sunderland players? Lebris,
that's right,
keeps getting reactions out of this side.
Yeah, he keeps asking and they keep delivering, and that's a good sign.
Indeed. Well, that's a very positive way to finish before Christmas, Benno. And I guess now it's all smiles heading into that busy festive period.
All smiles and Merry Christmas, Dom.
Indeed, Merry Christmas to you, Benno. Thank you very much for your company this evening. Enjoy your festive period, whatever you may be up to. Right, we unfortunately didn't get to hear from Regis Lebris, but we will put the full interview up on BBC Sounds later on this evening, so you can go on X, where at BBC Newcastle, we'll post the link there, or on the BBC Sunderland Facebook page. But now on BBC Radio Newcastle, we're going to be talking non-league football next.
They're the Christmas songs that you know and love, but have you ever wondered who were the real kids who sang with Wizard?
When I told my mum and dad, they were, I don't know. And I said, if you don't let me go, I'll never speak to you again.
Why the girls in Wham's last Christmas video could have been different.
He didn't want me to go because George is so impossibly handsome. He said, I'll pay you not to go, because he was jealous.
Or what was it like being on set in the snow in Lapland with Shakin' Stevens?
Getting called onto set by an elf was, I thought, pretty amazing.
The untold stories behind the festive songs you know so well. Christmas Hits Unwrapped with me, Sally Lindsay. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
Local football.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
You're listening to the local football roundup here on BBC Radio Newcastle with me, Dominic James. It's the only place to hear reaction to the day's non-league games in the North East. We'll hear from some of those involved in today's games in just a moment, but first we'll hear of all today's results is Grace McDonough.
Thank you, Dom. Starting in the Vanarama National League, Ebbsfleet 1, Gateshead 4. And in the Vanarama National League North, South Shields 2, Marine 0. And in the Pitching In Premier League Premier Division, Hebburn Town 3, Blythe Spartans 1, Morpeth Town 1, Gainsborough Trinity 0. And in the Pitching In Premier League East Division, Ashington 2, Ossett United 1, Belper 3, Heaton Stannington 0, Concert 2, Sherwood Colliery 1, Pontefract Collieries 2, Dunstan 3. And in the EBAC Northern League Division 1, Newcastle Blue Star 4, Seaham Red Star 2, Blythe Town 0, Shildon 5, Borough Rangers 2, Mask United 0, Crook Town 0, Birtley Town 0, Easington Colliery 0, Whitley Bay 1, Northallerton Town 2, Newcastle Benfield 4, Penrith 0, Penrith 0, Gisborough Town 2, Redcar Athletic 1, North Shields 2, Towler Town 3, Kendal Town 4, Carlisle City 2, Wickham 1. And in the EBAC Northern League Division 2, Billingham Town 1, Redcar Town 0, FC Hartlepool 0, Horden CW 0, Grangetown Boys Club 3, Washington 1, Darlington Town 2, Sunderland West End 2, Eschwinning 0, Chester Street United 1, Jarrah 1, Yarmouth Eaglescliff 2, Newcastle University 1, Prudhoe IC Seniors 1, Sunderland RCA 2, Chester Street Town 4, Thornaby 2, Alnwick Town 0, Billingham Synthonia 4, Brighton and Crawcook Albion 3. And finally, in the East of Scotland Qualifying Cup 4th round, Crossgates Primrose 2, Berwick Rangers 2. Dom.
Grace, thank you very much for all of them. We'll head to our featured game first, which came in the MPL Premier, a bit of a local derby. Hebburn Town against Blythe Spartans, and Paul Dixon was there for us, and a good day for Hebburn, not so much for Blythe.
Brilliant day for Hebburn, Dom. I've really enjoyed myself here this afternoon. Great atmosphere. It's Christmas, as we know, but nearly 700 people here enjoyed a real good game, especially if you're a Hebburn fan. I've got Daniel Moore with me, the manager of Hebburn. Daniel, great win, 3 good points, but the performance that he has played in the first half really caught my eye, and I think that's the best I've seen you play for a long time.
Yeah, I think we played well the last few weeks. I think obviously last week we went down to 10 men after 1 minute and still played really well. And then we seem to be backing it back up after, I'd say, a sticky spell, which you're going to have in this division. And with our small squad, you lose 1 or 2, it can affect you, which it did. But we've got everyone back, trained really well, and we worked on a few things in training, and that first goal was probably the best goal I've seen us score all season, and we worked on that in training, so it's nice to see it come into play.
And you're talking about goal scorers. It was a brilliant goal, the first goal from Pedro Gomez, but Armour Purewell, that's his 12th goal. He just keeps, as he gets older, just keeps scoring goals, doesn't he?
Yeah, and the good thing about him, he gets annoyed when he doesn't score, and I think that's a sign of a goal scorer, when they get annoyed that they might have only scored 1 or not got 1, but he keeps pushing himself, and he's an example, I think, to not just the rest of the squad, but any young striker watching him or playing in the divisions below is one to look up to, I think.
Now, Daniel, you're 7th in the league now. Them 3 points have pushed you there. You definitely want to get into the playoffs. 2 tough games coming off: Stockton away on Boxing Day and Workington at home here on New Year's Day. You need to get something out of them, don't you?
Yeah, I think any level of football, if you can get 2 wins out of 3 or 6 or 7 points over your festive fixtures, especially part-time football, you're going to snap someone's hand off. So that's what we're aiming for. 3 wins would be great, but be a tough game down at Stockton on Boxing Day, and looking forward to it.
And just quickly going back to the crowd here, I mean, Blythe brought a few today, but just short of 700, and it's been a carnival atmosphere. I know, like I say before, it's Christmas, but great spirit at the ground.
Yeah, we obviously, every club will say the same. They want more fans through the gate. Well, I think when people do come in, they have a good experience when they come to the ground, the setup, the facilities, and obviously we try and put the best team out there on the pitch to succeed. So the club's going really well. There's a nice feel around the place, and we're just doing our best to keep it going.
Well, good luck for the second half of the season, Daniel. At terrific game this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Paul Dixon and Daniel, thank you very much for that. Yeah, great win for Hebburn Town this afternoon. From one winning manager to another, let's go to Elliot Dickman, the South Shields manager, who, after their win over Marine this afternoon, 2-0, a great result for them. Good evening, Elliot.
Good evening, how are you?
Yeah, it's always nice to win in front of your home fans, isn't it?
It certainly is. 1,800 people here today, and conditions are, on great up here in the northeast, and just delighted that we managed to keep a clean sheet and a good win for us.
And of course, it was Paul Blackett that scored twice, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's like Groundhog Day, isn't it? Paul's such a big player and such an important player for us. He scores goals. He's got a real eye for goal, but his all-round game is certainly developed and improved. But yeah, he's a goal machine, the lad, and we're just really, really grateful that he's part of our setup.
And it moves you back to moves you ninth and close to those playoff places again, which I guess is the most important thing.
Yeah, we're 2 points out just outside the playoffs.
2 points off Alfreton, yeah.
Yeah, so that's really important for us. I think today was certainly a game of 2 halves. I thought some of our football was excellent in the first half, and we scored 2 brilliant goals. And then second half, we showed a different side. I think people are quite quick to label us as being a little bit of a soft touch at times, and we've maybe not backed up performances. But fair play to the team and the players today. They certainly did that in testing conditions.
Yeah, and I guess it sets you up nicely going into the Christmas period, which is always difficult because it's always the local derbies. You got a trip to Spennymoor and then Darlington at home. How do you see how much you're looking forward to those games now after a win like that?
Yeah, we have to. I think we're back in training Monday. We'll be preparing the team as we normally do for what's going to be a difficult game at Spennymoor. Spennymoor are a tough team to play against it, either home or away. So I think we just got to make sure that we get our game plan right, and we need to make sure that we turn up. And on New Year's Day, hopefully, a similar sort of scenario where we're at home and we'll get a good crowd behind us, and hopefully it'll be a good game of football.
Indeed. Elliot, thank you very much for your time tonight. Really appreciate it. Great win for South Shields this afternoon, moving them closer to the playoff places. One team that's moved closer to the playoffs as well is Dunstan in the East Division this afternoon. A 3-2 win away to Pontefract. The Dunstan manager, John McDonald, joins us now. It's always great to win on the road, isn't it, John?
It is. It's always a tough game at Pontefract. We've had some good contests with them over the years, but really difficult conditions today. The pitch was in, I think it's fair to say, terrible condition, and the wind was howling. So it definitely wouldn't have been first on match of the day, that's for sure. But to come away with 3 points, we're delighted.
Yeah, all managers have mentioned the conditions today. How do you sort of go about setting your team up and tactics-wise when you're having to play in conditions like that?
Well, today it's the wind was actually going directly down the pitch. So first half we were under the cosh. They scored from a set play first, but we went in at half time 2-1 to the good, and we knew we'd hopefully be able to control the game in the second half, and I felt like we did that, and we ended up getting our noses in front 3-1, but we got a man sent off with about 10 minutes left, so we reverted back to just trying to defend lots of long balls for the last 10 minutes, but to be fair to the lads, to a man that hung in there, and we managed to get the 3 points, so over the moon with that, really.
Yeah, and it moves you to a point off North Ferriby in those playoff places. Still, it's such a tight sort of league and fighting for those playoff places that every point matters in this division, doesn't it?
It does. It's interesting this season because I think over the last kind of 3 or 4 seasons there's always been a standout team, but it doesn't feel like that's going to be the case this year. And you can see from the results every week that teams take points off everybody. So it's going to be nip and tuck to get into those playoffs, but I'm really confident with what we've got in the dressing room that we'll be in and around it, hopefully like we were last season.
Yeah, and you enter now obviously the busy period of around Christmas, and it's the local derbies now. You've got Newton Aycliffe and Ashington coming up, but I guess a bit like I mentioned to Elliot there, you go into confidence off a result like this today.
It is without a doubt. I mean, that's we've only lost 1 game in the last 10, I think it is. So we're a team in good form, and we know Newton Aycliffe are in good form. So it promises to be a good game on Boxing Day. I would suggest that both teams try and play football the right way. So it'll be different to today, but hopefully we'll get a good crowd in, and once again we can get 3 points. Yeah,
it should make for a great match. Newton Aycliffe, who are 4th in the table as well. John, thank you very much for your time tonight. Really appreciate it. A great result for Dunstan on the road today then. Paul Dixon, just your reaction to South Shields' result, and obviously you've just heard John speaking there about Dunstan's result on the road.
2 great managers who are running their clubs, and South Shields, brilliant at home. Elliot said there, maybe when they go away, they need to be a little bit tougher and dig things out to get a point and even a win away. But terrific at home. And John, he's a top manager. To go to Pontefract, it's not easy. And as he said there, they've only lost 1 in 10. So, they're pushing very much for the playoffs. I mean, I think they've got unfinished business, Dom. If you remember last year when they lost to Stockton in the playoffs, yeah. I think they want to put that right this year.
Just some other results then. Paul Gateshead, expected win on the road today, 4-1. Carl Magnay, job done. Get back to the northeast, isn't it?
Well, that's right. I mean, it's 3 points. It doesn't. If you're playing the top of the league, it's still just 3 points. They had to go to Ebbsfleet today and do the job, and they give them no opportunity at all. They got a consolation goal 1, but it was 4-1 and 3 great points. I mean, they've got 2 tough games over the holidays. They're playing York City and they're playing Hartlepool, so that'll set them up very nicely. They'll be ready to go into them 2 games. I'm sure they will.
Yeah, Morpeth with a win today, bouncing back after what happened last week.
Wow.
1-0 win over Gainsborough.
Well, that's a terrific result, because I seen them last week against Ashton, and they didn't play very well at all. But they must have had a few harsh words this week, and that's a terrific result, because Gainsborough been going very well this year.
Yeah, just back in the East Division. Concert winning today, Ashington winning, a really important result for them against Ossett down at the bottom of the league there. And just in the Northern League, Paul, the big game today was Blythe Town against Shildon. Blythe losing 5-0 at home.
Well, they wouldn't be expecting that. I mean, Shildon are a good team, but then again, you probably don't know what the wind has affected the performances
conditions
up
probably
there.
Played a big part today.
Yeah, because it's very open where Blythe Town play, but that'll be a bit of a disappointment for Blythe Town supporters, I think.
Indeed.
Getting 5-1 there.
Indeed. Paul Dixon, thank you very much for now. That was your local football roundup on BBC Radio Newcastle. Of course, we've had 2 big wins today for Newcastle and Sunderland. All the reaction will be available on BBC Sounds. BBC Upload is next on BBC Radio Newcastle.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Match day. BBC Radio Suffolk Sport.
The Sir Bobby Robson Premier League derby is our main feature in Matchday this afternoon.
It's not lost on me the relationship that Sir Bobby Robson had with Ipswich.
No, it's an incredible legacy. He's an icon here. As soon as you come to the club, you realise it even more.
Managers Kieran McKenna and Eddie Howe on the way shortly. Had a full commentary of Ipswich Town versus Newcastle United. Dara O'Shea tells us Town will have to be at their best defensively to get a result against the Magpies.
They've got one of the most dangerous attacks in the league, and we know what the threats are. We've been working on that all week. So yeah, it's going to be a good battle for us, and yeah, hopefully we'll come out on top.
What a 2024 for the Tractor Girls. We'll hear from manager Joe Sheehan in today's programme, along with last weekend's FA Cup match winner Sophie Peskett.
I'm definitely stronger, and as a team we're obviously got a lot more funding now and got a lot more backing from the club.
And as ever, we're around the grounds locally as a very busy festive period gets underway for the county's non-league teams.
For the players, you know, we expect them to have a good Christmas, but not a merry one, if you like. And it is an incredibly busy period with games sort of like on the 26th and the 29th, and then again on New Year's Day.
We'll talk darts and boxing as well. It is the final match day before Christmas on BBC Radio Suffolk. Graham Mack in the studio, Brenner Woolley at Portman Road with today's team news.
Both managers have made one change because of players that have been suspended for one game. No Liam Delap, no Joe Linton. Delap's place goes to Smodix up front for Ipswich Town, back after illness. Otherwise, it's the same 10 that helped Ipswich Town win at Wolves a week ago. So Murrich in goal, a back four, Harry Clark, O'Shea, Burgess, Davis. Then it's Morsey, the captain, alongside Kiyuste. The three are Burns, Chaplin and Hutchinson, and up front Smodix. So again, 6 players from the League One days in that starting lineup. On the bench, Walton, Jack Clark, Johnson, Phillips, Broadhead, Al-Hamidi, Townsend, Taylor and Jacob Greaves back in the 20. The one alteration for the visitors sees Joe Willock come into a 3-man Newcastle midfield for Joe Linton, who picked up his 5th yellow last weekend. Dubravka is the visitors' keeper. A back four of Livramento, Share, Byrne and Hall. Tonali will hold in midfield, supported by the captain Gimaresh and Willock. Isak is their central striker. To his right-hand side, the former Norwich player Jacob Murphy. To his left, the England international Anthony Gordon. On the bench, Vlachodimos, Trippier, Barnes, Target, Osula, Almiron, Kelly, Longstaff and the youngster Miley.
Thanks, Brenner, and thanks already to Jay in Bury for your text, and a Merry Christmas to you as well. Jay says, can't help but think about Sir Bobby Robson today. Such a connection with him between Ipswich and Newcastle. Great man, 2 great clubs. It's going to be a toughie for Town with Delap out and the injuries Town have, but I think they'll give it their all and hopefully at least force a draw or just nick a win. I've been critical of Murich lately, but if he's at his absolute best, he could be the key to getting a result today. Your thoughts at a kick-off, most welcome. 81333 to text in, 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Start your messages with SFK. As Jay alludes to there, it is the first Premier League fixture involving these two since the passing of Sir Bobby Robson, the legendary former manager of both clubs. Current Town boss Kieran McKenna was asked what legacy he felt Sir Bobby had left at both St James's Park and Portman Road.
No, it's an incredible legacy. You know, I think it's a massive part. I've said it many times of when I arrived here and there's 30,000 supporters in League One. That wasn't because of me. It wasn't even because of new ownership necessarily. It's because of the history of the football club and the generations of supporters that support the club, and so much of that comes from, of course, Sir Bobby's team and the fantastic success that they had. So yeah, he's an icon here. As soon as you come to the club, you realise it even more. Of course, he had a great affiliation and some good times at Newcastle as well. So no, he's someone who's loved and adored and remembered as fondly as possible by everyone involved with both clubs. So it's always a nice link when they play against each other.
Now, given that Jose Mourinho was his translator at Barcelona and that's where he learned a lot of his trade, you then learned from Jose Mourinho at Manchester United. Does that make you something of a direct descendant?
Yeah, it's some sort of football lineage there. It's a nice link. It's an honourable link. A few people made it whenever I first arrived at the club, and it's something to be proud of to have worked with a great manager like Jose, and I know he was proud to have worked with a great manager like Sir Bobby. So yeah, it's a nice link.
And now you're 3 years into your tenure at the club. Could you have imagined just before taking charge of your first game against Wycombe 3 Decembers ago that you'd be here in the Premier League now?
No, I wouldn't have imagined it would have been as quick as this. We've not had any nostalgia for a couple of weeks, so let's give it a go. No, I certainly wouldn't have imagined it would have happened as quick as this. We knew it was the ultimate, destination, but destination's maybe the wrong word, because we want to build. We wanted to rebuild a Premier League football club, and we're competing in the Premier League at the moment, but we still got some strides to go. So yeah, we know it's been a brilliant journey. We've just hit the 3-year mark. It's not something I reflect on a lot. Maybe coming up to Christmas makes it a little bit more memorable, because I remember my first one in the Salthouse Hotel, and the kids waking up, and thankfully Santa Claus managed to reach Ipswich and reach the hotel bedroom, which was a big bonus. But maybe things like that make you reminisce a little bit more. But other than that, it's from a football point of view, I say it's all happened really quick, and we're just cracking on with the next game and trying to get better.
If you had to zone in on one moment in particular across those 3 years, what would it be? You'll have to give me 2 moments, I think, instead of two promotions. Yeah. And then coming into the weekend, how nice would it be to get another moment and a first home win before Christmas? That'd be amazing. I have to say I'm aware of that going into this weekend. That's the power of football, and a good performance and a good result, and a win would be an incredible Christmas present that we could give everyone associated with the club. So we got to fight for that, with every single ounce of strength that we have, and that's what we're going to try and do. We've had some good days already this season with the games we've won, also with some of the draws and the teams that we've shown that we can compete toe to toe on the pitch with. But we know winning a league game at Portman Road is, when it happens, will be a really special day, and we're going to try everything to do that on Saturday. We're going to do it with a lot of respect, first and foremost, and a humility. Really good side, picking up some good results as of late, and in good form, and with some outstanding qualities. So we go into it with our eyes wide open to the level of the opponent, but we believe in ourselves. We feel like we're in pretty good form, and performances have been consistently really competitive. And we're coming off of a good result last week, so it's a game to look forward to. It's the last game at home before Christmas, which always feels a little bit special, and we know a good performance and a result to go with it would make everyone's Christmas extra special around these parts. So that's what we're going to try and do. We've progressed, I think. I say, it's easier to say that after a win. After the way the Bournemouth game finished, it's maybe harder to talk about progression. But I think in general, the easier ways to see it, or the ways you can see it, is how competitive we've been in pretty much all the games. Certainly in our last, maybe our last 6, 7, 8 games, maybe our 1-goal margins. So it means we've managed to be really, really tight in games. I think from a defensive point of view, we're managing to find a pretty good balance and not giving away too many chances. But I think the clearest way is in individual performances, to be honest. I think it's the clearest way. You look at, some of the boys who came into the club, like maybe a Dara O'Shea or a Jens Kajus, who've been playing a fair bit over the last few weeks, and you look at their progression in performances now, having arrived really late in the window to where they are a few months on. I think there's a clear progression there. You look at, Connor Chaplin, Cameron Burgess, I think Wes Burns has been really, really good for the team last couple of weeks. Players like that who've been on the journey with us. Jack Taylor's impact the last few weeks. Players who have came all the way through the divisions and are experienced in the Premier League for the first time. I think you look at their performances in recent weeks and see that there's clear progression in those players as well. So, as I say, it's never linear, but if we see it in individual performances that people are growing into the team and growing into the season, and the team are managing to be increasingly competitive, I think those are all good signs. And of course, Ipswich Newcastle is the biggest sporting event tomorrow, but then Ryan Meikle, another Suffolk boy, in action in the darts against Luke Littler. You looking forward to that one? Yeah, I've been trying to keep a little eye on it. So he's obviously a good supporter of the club and someone who we're behind. So he's obviously up against a very strong opponent, but we wish him well for the weekend, and we'll try and get eyes on it.
Yeah, we'll hear briefly from Ipswich Town fan Ryan Meikle in action at the PDC World Darts Championship against Luke Littler tonight later in the programme. That was Kieran McKenna at his pre-match press conference yesterday, speaking with Harvey Bell for Match Day on BBC Radio Suffolk. Let's rejoin Brenner Woolley at Portman Road. Town v Newcastle, our main feature. Just the one change. It was the talking point, Brenner, among supporters all week. Who's he going to go for in place of the injured Liam Delap, who we're hoping won't be such a big loss, as many are saying. I think the majority of us were probably edging towards it being Schmodix over Al Hamadi, and that's what he's gone for.
Yeah, that's, if I'm being honest, the one that I would have brought in undoubtedly, and that's nothing against Ali, who's come on in games and looked lively and looked useful from the bench and done okay. But Sam Szmodics, it has to be said, obviously a more experienced player, got 30 goals last season, albeit at a lower level, but he has stepped up to the Premier League and done well so far with his 3 goals, all of them away from home. So hopefully he breaks his Portman Road duck for Ipswich Town at least this afternoon. He's scored here enough in the past for various other clubs down the years. So I think it's sensible. And the other thing I would say on that changes as well, Town didn't want to be without Delap, and of course it's extra unfortunate because there's no George Hurst who's available, who would have been an almost like for like swap this afternoon. George would have started this game, so that was a real blow when finally it was clarified that Liam in the melee post-match last Saturday had picked up his 5th yellow card of the season, which is an awful lot for a striker, but he plays physically. But at least what I would say on it is that decision was made at the weekend, and Kieran has had 5 or 6 training sessions to work with Szmodics in that role. Far better that than Liam pulling up with an injury yesterday or waking up this morning ill. Then all of a sudden you've got to throw Sam Szmodics into the central striker role. They've had a week on the training ground to work at it, and of course he's played centrally in the past, not as an out-and-out number 9. And the other thing I would say is that he's not going to play the same game as Liam Delap. He's not going to be that focal point, that physical threat that's going to hold people off, that's going to hold the ball up. But what he will do, he'll play on the shoulder. He's got a nice turn of pace. He's probably as quick as Delap. He's obviously confident given the vast number of goals that he scored this calendar year. And Town will have to play a little bit cuter. They'll have runners off of him. He'll interchange with Chaplin. And I think there's always that perception that if you play with a central lone striker, they've got to be 6'4" and built like Haaland. They don't necessarily have to be. Lots of clubs have success. Liverpool play Jota as a central striker. Diaz has played there. Salah's played there. Other clubs do it. You don't have to have that stature about you. It's about your ability and the chance to make a positive impact on the game, and Szmodics has got that about him. Who knows, Ali might come on and be the match winner. He might have a go at tiring defenders as this game progresses and has a real impact towards the end. But at this stage, Kieran's made the call that I would certainly have done when weighing up those 2 options, because the likes of Broadhead up there or Chaplin up there, and Kieran kind of threw Wes Burns' name out as somebody who's played centrally in the past yesterday. I think it was only ever really a 2-horse race for that number 9 role.
We'll hear from Dara O'Shea in a few minutes' time, talking about how big a role Town's defenders might have against Newcastle this afternoon. We'll look at Newcastle in more detail with Brenner in a couple of minutes as well. Let's hear from the Magpies manager Eddie Howe with his thoughts now ahead of the Sir Bobby Robson Premier League derby. Newcastle aiming to make it a 3rd straight win in all competitions following last week's 4-0 thumping of Leicester and the Carabao Cup quarter-final victory that followed against Brentford on Wednesday.
Yeah, we hope so. I think very good feeling around the team at the moment, not just with the 2 games, but I think even Brentford was a blip within that. But going back behind those games, I think we've actually performed very well. So I'd like to think we're building some momentum, but proof will be in what we deliver on Saturday. We know Portman Road, Ipswich, difficult game, really competitive team. I think Kieran's done an unbelievable job there, and they've been even the games they've lost this season, they've been in all those games, very tight matches, very competitive team, as I say. So we're going to have to be hyper alert. We're going to have to be ready for the match. It's not lost on me, the relationship that Sir Bobby Robson had with Ipswich. I think sometimes doing a little bit more digging into the history that he had there, it can surprise you, the length of time that he served there as manager. I was caught a little bit by that. Of course, he has a stand named after him there, and to have that sort of relationship with 2 clubs is very unique, and it shows what a man and what a manager he was. So yeah, I'm aware of that connection, and we want to try and do his legacy proud at the weekend.
their 2 victories in the Premier League, Ipswich, have both been away from home, and you'll have taken teams to Portman Road before. Obviously they've had some tough matches, but maybe with the backing they get, it's perhaps a surprise it's taken so long, and you'll be wary of that because it will be so meaningful and significant for them to get that first home win this weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure from their perspective that's what they're chasing, and I think when I've reviewed and looked back at their home games, they've been very good there, and that's no surprise. I think coming into the Premier League, I watched them a lot in the Championship last year. Their home form was outstanding. So you look back at their last league game against Bournemouth, where they're leading for so long in the game, and then Bournemouth come back right at the end, as they've done a few times this season, and take the game. It was hard on them, but that is the quality of the Premier League, and I'm sure they'll be focused. They've had a week to prepare. We've had a shorter time, but back the players to be ready.
For yourself as a youngish British manager, I suppose, how highly would you rate Kieran?
Yeah, very, very high. I think I had the pleasure of meeting him a few times over the years, and I think he's, first of all, he's a really good, down-to-earth guy. Obviously, it goes without saying, he's a top manager. You know, what he's done, coach, what he's done with Ipswich is incredible. Dramatic, steep rise, going through the leagues with near enough the same group of players speaks volumes for his abilities to develop players and get the best out of each and every one of them. You know, there will be a really tough game for us. We have to be ready for what they're going to bring to us, and we have to bring our A game to them. Definitely, you'd say they've been very unfortunate in certain games not to have picked up more points. But it swings and roundabouts. I think they picked up a great win last week against Wolves in the last seconds of the game. So these things do tend to even themselves out. One thing I will say, they've got unbelievable spirit. You can see that within the group. A never say die attitude. So they're great qualities to possess. And we know going into the game that we've got to match all the intensity and the desire that they will bring to the game. Their biggest strengths, I think, without a doubt, they've got some very good attacking players. They missed Delap through suspension. He's done very well for them this season, but with Hutchinson, Schmodix, they've got some really good attackers that we've played against before and we're very aware of. Leif Davis is a real attacking threat from left back with his assist record last year, which was incredible. So we're well aware of their threats.
Newcastle manager Eddie Howe speaking highly of his opposite number today, Kieran McKenna, and the Ipswich Town team ahead of our main feature on BBC Radio Suffolk. This from Trevor. Town will miss Delap today, but looking forward to seeing Schmodix up top. Let's rejoin Brenner Woolley at Portman Road. Newcastle 12th in the table, Brenner. You look at their squad, you look at the first 11, you look at the front three, you think they're possibly underachieving. That said, win today, they'll be just 2 points off the top four, just a point behind Man City if they do get it. I mean, that front three in particular, Murphy, Gordon, Isak, it's a real handful on its day. We'll hear from Dara O'Shea in a couple of minutes' time talking about how Town really will probably have to be at their very best defensively to get something out of this, and you can see why with those three names.
Yeah, they've just been phenomenally inconsistent so far this season, Newcastle, and quite often they've turned it on for the bigger sides. They've managed to draw with Man City and Liverpool. They've actually beaten Chelsea and Arsenal, albeit all of those have been at St James's Park. But a couple of years ago, in comparison, when they qualified for the Champions League, they lost 5 games all season, their lowest ever top-flight tally. They've already lost 5 this time around. But you're quite right. You look at this team on paper, the squad on paper, with 1 or 2 to come back into the 20, and they've got more than enough ability to not trouble the top 4, but players in their ranks that could definitely see them qualify for European football again. And you're right, looking at the front three in particular, 2 of those names, Isak and Gordon, I think probably in this starting lineup, I would suggest that Newcastle have got 4 players who could play for anybody in this country. That includes Liverpool, Arsenal, Manchester City. I think Guimaraes, the captain, and Tonali in midfield are sensational. It's going to be fascinating to see how Morsey and Kayuste do against them. And then 2 of that trio that you mentioned, Isak through the middle, lovely football. I don't think he's had his best season quite so far, but he's still got 8 goals. Mercurial talent, gets goals, links play, can spot a pass. He's the all-round real deal, and it's no surprise to see him being linked with some massive clubs around the continent. and Anthony Gordon, last season he was their player of the year, got his first England goal not that long ago, loves to run with the ball. He's been terrific for Newcastle the last 18 months, and that's a concern. Harry Clark's really got to be on his A game this afternoon, otherwise Newcastle could have real joy down the left-hand side. And I look at the two fullbacks, both played for England in the last break, and then amongst all of that, one of them, Lewis Hall, when I spoke to a die-hard Newcastle fan on the Blue Hour last Monday, she immediately said Lewis Hall has been their best player this season. So who's to say when these two sides meet again at St James's Park later on in the season? Because I don't think he's watching games at the moment, Thomas Tuchel, but that'll be fascinating if he turns up for that one, because he could be watching two real future serious candidates for the left-back slot. And I know they'll be on opposite sides of the park today, Leif Davis and Lewis Hall, but it's going to be fascinating comparing the two of them. But I come back to the point, although I've bigged up Newcastle there, they can be very hot and cold, and this could be a chance, hopefully, for Ipswich Town to get that first home win of the season. But as we said earlier on, that the fact they're missing Delap is a big blow. But what I would also say in terms of Smodic's playing there, he ran Newcastle ragged in the FA Cup last season, scored for Blackburn, had another couple of opportunities. Dara O'Shea scored against Newcastle last season. So fingers crossed that today's the day, because we don't want to have to keep on talking about this unfortunate stat that Town haven't won at home for the Chelsea game, the Brighton game, the Man City game, the other ones on the horizon. We want it put to bed fairly quickly.
Well, you mentioned Guimaraes and Tonali in there as well. I was just thinking about the Town captain, Sam Morsey, who perhaps in recent weeks hasn't been at his best levels. I was thinking back to his last really, really outstanding performance for Town. It was probably against Manchester United, wasn't it? When he went up against, all the talk ahead of that one was, wow, Morsey against Casemiro. Yeah. He came off the pitch, heads and shoulders the best midfielder on the day. He'll be relishing that particular battle this afternoon. We've been talking about their front three, but that battle in midfield, Morsey's going to, he's going to enjoy that one, I hope.
Yeah, he's up against arguably world-class talent, but you're quite right, he was the best midfielder on the field against Manchester United. Head and shoulders, he's terrific, but by his very high standards of late, not quite at it for me. He's not been as noticeable in matches, but of course it would always be a massive choice if Kieran McKenna were to make an alteration in there and probably give Phillips an opportunity rather than Morsey. But he's stuck with the captain, but you're right, he's up against Tonali, who got a couple of goals for Newcastle in the Cup. Of course, he had 10 months out of the game when he was suspended, but now just kind of finding his feet in there. Eddie Howe was saying post-match after Brentford in the week, they're starting to see the best of Sandro. And Guimaraes, a player who's continually linked with the likes of Manchester City, linked with Real Madrid, Barcelona. He's been a wonderful signing, an early one under Eddie Howe, the Brazilian playmaker in midfield. So that is, Joe Linton is a loss, because he's been wonderful for Newcastle, but they have brought in Willock, who's a more than capable deputy. It would be really interesting to see how Morsey and Kiyuste do up against some serious talent in there. There's these matchups all over the field this afternoon. We'll have to be interested. I bigged up Lewis Hall there, but Wes Burns had a better game last week, so again I'll be looking to see if Wes can build on that up against what I believe is currently one of the best left backs in the division.
Should be a great atmosphere at Portman Road this afternoon as well. We'll be back with Brenner, Woolley, Mick Mills alongside him in around half an hour's time on BBC Radio Suffolk, with Leicester not in action until tomorrow when they play Wolves at the King Power Stadium. A win for Town today would see them out the relegation zone. Just two other 3 o'clock kickoffs this afternoon, with West Ham at home to Brighton and Nottingham Forest away at Brentford. Forest would go third with a win ahead of the evening kickoff, which sees Arsenal away at Crystal Palace. Already today at Villa Park, Aston Villa 2, Manchester City 1, the latest score. We are deep into stoppage time. Phil Foden has got one back for City in the 3rd minute of stoppage time. Earlier, John Duran and Morgan Rogers on target for the home side, who look like they might be going to hang on for all 3 points in that one. It'd be another defeat for Pep Guardiola's side. In the Championship, a few lunchtime kickoffs. Whistles gone in Hull, home side beating Swansea by 2-1. Portsmouth have seen off Frank Lampard's Coventry City by 4-1. Still playing at Hillsborough, but deep into stoppage time, where it's Sheffield Wednesday 2, Stoke City 0. Needham Market faced Darlington at the Ecologic Stadium, Bloomfield today in the National League North. Both AFC Sudbury and Leiston are away in the Southern Premier League. The Yellows 10th in the Central Division ahead of kick-off against bottom of the table Biggleswade. Leiston, currently 13th, are at Bishop Stortford. At Lowestoft, a 4th bottom ahead of today's home match at home to St Ives Town. In the Isthmian North Division, top of the table, Bury Town entertain Brightlingsea, while second place Felixstowe and Walton are at Goulston. At Mildenhall and Newmarket also on their travels this afternoon at Sporting Bengal and Haringey Borough respectively, and Ipswich Wanderers welcome Concord Rangers to Humberducy Lane. We're at today's games involving Needham Market, Lowestoft Town and Bury Town, and we'll round up results involving Suffolk sides from steps 2 through to 7 of the non-league pyramid during the final half hour of today's programme. At 2 now, let's hear from Town centre-back Dara O'Shea, who was asked what it's going to take for Ipswich to get that first home win of the season this afternoon.
I think it's going to take the same stuff we've been doing in recent weeks. Like I already said, we've been playing some great football and, giving teams a lot of problems. So it's having that full performance and, keep going to the end. Obviously, we've been disappointed by how we haven't maybe seeded out games at home. So, we've learned from that. Obviously, it's a group that haven't been in the Premier League before, so it's learning almost on the job at times, and just kind of getting them experiences. Although they're not good ones to enjoy when you lose a game, you do learn from them, so it's important. It's going to be noisy. I mean, it always is at Portman Road. Our home fans have been amazing there, and it's a really, really great place to come and play, and especially to call your home. And obviously the Newcastle fans as well, very similar, very passionate fans. So it's going to be a loud one, but obviously these are the games you love to play in. When the atmosphere is high and the game's of high quality too. It's one of the best things as a player to have.
Last time we spoke, I think you still had a black eye from a certain battle with Ollie Watkins. Post Crystal Palace, you went off with a bandage on your head. Is putting your body on the line as a defender something that you take pride in?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. It's kind of a non-negotiable really when you're a defender, you're there to help the team out and put your body on the line, and I think that's expected of you really. Obviously I don't mind doing that in a way, but yeah, it's just part of my job really.
And I'm sure your defensive partner Cameron Burgess would echo that. How do you view your partnership with him?
Yeah, it's been really good. I've enjoyed playing with him, and I've enjoyed playing with Greavesy and Wolfie as well. I think as a four, we all complement each other quite well. And really push each other in training, which helps. And that's keeping us on it every day. But obviously, since we've been playing with Burge, built quite a good relationship with him. Obviously, he's a very experienced defender, and plays the game really well and really easy to play alongside. From the start, I always saw him as a player who had some real quality, and he's just, I think, proven that on the biggest stage now for himself. I think that's the same with a lot of the lads. A lot of the lads have probably come from the lower leagues and they've always had that quality. It's only now they're getting to show that, and playing with maybe better players than they played with before brings out the best in people at times.
I was speaking to Kieran just a minute ago about his 3-year anniversary at the club. How big of a role did he play in bringing you to the club, and what were your sort of early impressions of him?
Yeah, he was a massive key part to me coming here. Obviously had heard a lot about him before coming here, and from players that have played under him and players that haven't even, and he was massive. Obviously to come and play for a manager like himself who's so passionate about how he wants to play football, and passionate for the club and really wants the lads here to do well. It's a no-brainer to come to a place like this where you're going to learn a lot, and
And then sort of half the way through the season, what have you learned from him and being in the group?
I've learnt loads. If I was to sit here, I think we'd be here a while. It's the small details with him, I think, and they make such a big difference. It's probably on the outside, you probably can't see them, but when you're inside and you're in the classroom with him and you're learning from him, it opens your eyes to the game slightly differently. I've played under some great managers, and he's definitely up there, one of the best. And I think the details are the key point. The small details are the ones that make you into a better player. Obviously when you come to a club, you're hoping that you're going to be playing games, because they wouldn't be coming for you if not. So that was always the aim for myself. Everywhere I've gone, I've not been happy to just sit on the bench. I want to play, I want to experience the games and play against the best players in the world. So obviously as a player, I think anyone would say the exact same thing. You want to be playing games and playing consistently.
And final one from me, taking what you've learned forward from Kieran, what are your own aspirations for 2025?
2025 is to have a great year with Ipswich, to keep ourselves in the league. Obviously that's the position we're in at the moment, is down the wrong end of the table, and I think there's so much more to come from us, and especially as the club as well. The club's growing so much too, so it's really exciting to be a part of this. So I'd say first and foremost for myself is to keep putting in performances, keep playing well, and help the group grow.
Town defender Dara O'Shea with our reporter Harvey Bell at pre-match press yesterday for BBC Radio Suffolk. If you've just joined us, this is Match Day, half an hour till kick-off in our main feature at Portman Road. Full commentary of Town v Newcastle coming up. One change to the Ipswich Town 11 with Sam Schmodix back from illness in for Liam Delap, who is suspended this afternoon. Whistle has now gone at Villa Park. Aston Villa 2, Manchester City 1. The full-time score from the Premier League's lunchtime kick-off. City move down to 6 in the table, with Villa going above them in 5th. And I mentioned earlier, a win for Nottingham Forest in their 3 o'clock kick-off at Brentford would take them up to 3rd in the table, ahead of Arsenal's evening kick-off away at Crystal Palace this evening. It was roughly this time on last week's Matchday programme when we were hearing from Ipswich Town women's goalkeeper Natalia Negri ahead of the Tractor Girls FA Cup 3rd round tie with Bournemouth. Well, they came through that fixture 1-0 at the Martello Ground in Felixstowe on Sunday to set up a 4th round clash away at WSL giants Manchester City in the new year. We'll hear from match winner Sophie Peskett in a moment after manager Joe Sheehan.
Tough game. I think rarely do you play against a team that, are proud to be the underdog, that are in such good form. I think they've lost a league game for a couple of years now. So we know they're going to be game, they're going to be excited by the challenge. They gave us a really good challenge, and I know we've won the game by a fine score. That we did have opportunities maybe to put the game to bed, but wasn't able to take those. And in the end, we've had to see out a really sticky result, which we're really pleased to do. But really proud of the form we're in, the application, attitude of the players since they reported for pre-season. Probably running on a little bit of empty in some cases. It's been a tough period. Every game is so important to us. We're managing some niggles. We've got a few players out injured. Got a few players ill, and we're pleased to progress. We know we're probably capable of playing a lot better than that, but that's not something to probably talk too much about today. I think it's a time to reflect and be proud of our start to the season and enjoy a Christmas break.
I think this is a perfect time to take stock. Like you mentioned, there's a couple of knocks and niggles, but at this point, top of your division, into the 4th round of the FA Cup, huge tie against Manchester City on the horizon, but 2024 has been really outstanding for Ipswich Town women. Yeah, no, it has, and I will certainly spend some time over Christmas reflecting and celebrating the start, because I think we work so hard. These players, they train a lot. We ask a lot of them, have to report at times, have to field stuff in, they have to go in the gym and do as they're told, have to listen to my boring instructions, I guess, at times every day on the training pitch, whether it's raining, windy, sunshine. It's not easy, especially when there's expectation on shoulders, especially when there's a strong vision and ambition in place that we're all under pressure to deliver. So we will absolutely celebrate over Christmas and, really enjoy what we've managed to achieve so far. But then, once we've soaked that up, it's coming back in and making sure that we're really geared up to start the year really strong. That's going to be really important for us because, a real good run of games and going to be really challenging, but we will absolutely be prepared for it.
I'm really confident at the minute, but you've got to thank just the back line and stuff for the clean sheet. Obviously, as forwards, we've got to get it in the back of the net, but they've also got to keep it out. So to everyone on that pitch today, I'm happy to take the winner from it.
And of course, looking to the next round, special game for you. I remember last time going up against Lauren Hemp. I think I spoke to your mum and she said that Lauren Hemp told you that you were one of the best players she'd ever played against. Something about being really pacey and one of the best she's played. So, big tie for you guys. It's got a lot of meaning given the context of what happened last time. So what can you expect?
Yeah, I think my mum's probably dreamt that. But I think... For me personally, I'm really excited because I'm hoping that as soon as the draw come out, the first thought to my mind was that if I, as a team and for me personally, just to see how far we've come. Obviously, I know Man City would have come far as well, and they're a top team in the WSL at the minute, so it's obviously going to be a really hard game. But yeah, as an individual, I'm just really excited just to see how far we've come and see the growth over the last 4 or 5 years. What we've got to remember is kind of when we were playing Man City last time, I think I was still at school. And I've gone through a lot since then, and I'm definitely stronger. And as a team, we're obviously got a lot more funding now and got a lot more backing from the club. So everyone's really looking forward to it, really excited. But obviously we've still got a league run to focus on as well. So that's obviously important to focus on as well and not get too ahead of ourselves.
Match winner Sophie Peskett and manager Joe Sheehan with Connor Bennett after Ipswich Town women's 1-0 win over Bournemouth that set up a fourth round FA Cup tie at Manchester City in the new year. It's certainly been a very good 2024 for the Tractor Girls. What might 2025 bring? Hopefully promotion to the second tier of women's football. They resume on Sunday the 5th of January with a home league fixture against Exeter City before they head to Manchester a week later. Now, tributes are being paid today to George Eastham, a member of England's 1966 World Cup winning squad who's died at the age of 88. The Blackpool-born forward made 19 international appearances. He was also an unused squad member at the 1962 World Cup before making his England debut in an FA centenary match against Brazil at Wembley in 1963. His last appearance was in a 2-0 friendly win over Denmark before the 66 World Cup. Away from football, Bury St Edmunds rugby players are at home to Henley this afternoon for both teams' final fixture of the year. The Wolfpack are 8th in the National League 2 East table, with today's opponents currently 6th. Sudbury also play their final game of 2024 today at home to Southend Saxons, the Suffolk side aiming for a 4th straight win in London and South East Division 1. Tyson Fury fights Alexander Usyk for his heavyweight world titles tonight in Saudi Arabia. Fury weighed in at a career-high 20 stone and 1 pound, 4 stone more than the Ukrainian champion. But both men chose to stay fully clothed at the weigh-in, making it hard to assess their real condition. BBC boxing pundit Steve Bunce says it could be a risky strategy by Fury.
It's a really bold move to go out and plan a strategy where you get rid of Usyk in 6 rounds, which no one's ever done, knowing full well that Usyk finds a second bit of steam, a second bit of power in about round 6 or 7. So if your plan were to fall short and you're carrying 20 pounds in weight, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to be really suffering at that point.
The former super middleweight world champion George Groves was also surprised by how Fury tipped the scales at the weigh-in.
I always think about that second fight with Deontay Wilder where he came out and he took the centre of the ring and he looked and fought like the bigger man. We might see a bit more of the same, but he doesn't need to come in heavy because he's already a much bigger man than Alexander Usyk. The other way you go, are they thinking, right, this is a 6-round bust up, dust up, let's go to work, and then even if you start to fade down the straight, you're already so far ahead.
Former undisputed heavyweight world champion Lennox Lewis, though, believes the extra weight could work in Fury's favour.
Tyson may not run around as much. He may sit down, put his hands up and come forward. I always like Tyson with a bit more weight on him, so maybe he may come this time with a bit more weight, looking to bully Usyk a little bit and use his size and reach and everything.
17-year-old Luke Littler begins his bid to win the PDC World Darts Championship this evening with a second-round match against Suffolk's Ryan Meikle. Littler made history in last year's tournament as he became the youngest player to reach the final, which he lost to Luke Humphreys. The BBC's James Gregg will be watching at Alexandra Palace.
He is the main event, which is bizarre. A year ago, we had no idea who this 16-year-old was. Since then, he's won the Grand Slam of Darts. He was the Premier League champion. He's won tournaments from Wolverhampton to Bahrain. He's basically been the Tiger Woods of darts, and still 17 years old, very likeable character.
Let's hear from Ipswich Town fan Ryan Meikle, then excited to be back at Alexandra Palace later off the back of support from Kieran McKenna yesterday at his pre-match press conference.
Obviously, they don't get any tougher, I don't think, especially the form he's in. Obviously, I must admit, I haven't looked too much into it yet, but I think it'd be the most amazing experience ever. Everyone's watching darts at the moment, and it's because of him. So, it'd be amazing. It's literally the best place ever. Obviously, from growing up watching darts and being a darts fan, even after, like I said, I've been lucky enough to play there 4 times, and when you sort of turn up, you still get goosebumps. It's just the most amazing place ever.
Last night at the darts, 3-time world champion Michael van Gerwen opened his campaign with a 3-0 win over James Hurrell. And in snooker, Mark Allen beat Ronnie O'Sullivan, and later the 2023 world champion Luca Bressel last night to win the Riyadh Season Championship in Saudi Arabia. picking up a cheque for £250,000. It's Graham Mack with Match Day on BBC Radio Suffolk. In around 15 minutes' time, we'll be with Brenner, Woolley and Mick Mills at Portman Road ahead of full commentary of Ipswich Town versus Newcastle United. It is such a busy period for our non-league sides locally between now and the new year. Lots of derby matches to look forward to, which don't clash with Ipswich Town fixtures as well. So any Town fans after a football fixture on the holidays, maybe have a look out for some standout fixtures near you. I'll run through some shortly. On last night's Matchday preview programme, we brought you the draw for the semi-finals of this season's Suffolk Premier Cup. It will see Leiston face AFC Sudbury, and the holders Needham Market, aiming to win the competition for the 5th time in a row, go up against Felixstowe and Walton United. The Seasiders in the race for promotion to Step 3 of the non-league pyramid this season are managed by Stuart Boardley.
We played them last year. We were very close. Came a close second. But yeah, as you say, we've got to beat the best, and Needham are certainly that at the moment.
The other tie, Leiston against AFC Sudbury. I mentioned during the draw, Leiston, the last team to win this before Needham in 2019. Of course, you were the manager then. What does it mean for a manager to win this competition? How much would you like to do that again?
Yeah, it's fantastic. Actually, against Felixstowe and Walton, it was in the final. So yeah, it was a brilliant day. Something that, you know, I'd managed to do as a player, fortunately, as well for Leiston. So, yeah, it meant a lot doing that as a manager, and we'd love to do it again because, you know, it's probably one thing that's been missing from our cabinet is a trophy in my time at Felixstowe. So we'd love to give that to them.
Not long after that Premier Cup win at Leiston, of course, you became manager of the Seasiders. It's just over 5 years now.
Time flies, I suppose. Yeah, it's certainly been a tough 5 years. We've kind of transformed things. You know, we were bottom when I came in a long time ago, and now fortunately we're fighting at the top of the Step 4 sort of echelons. And yeah, obviously our main aim this year is to get us to Step 3 and get in that league with, you know, the likes of Lowestoft, Sudbury, Leiston. And I look on it quite critically. I think unless we achieve the goal, it's not been a success. We've been kind of the bridesmaid in the playoffs over the last few years, and we'll certainly be looking to try and go one step better this year. And you know, it'll be very tough. Bury Town are right up there and in good form with Cole. And, you know, there's a lot of others like Brentwood and Haybridge and even Whittam this year that are pushing us hard. So, yeah, it's going to be tough. But, you know, we've certainly got eyes on one thing only, and that's avoiding the playoffs, if I'm honest, and trying to win the league.
How key is this period now going into the new year? And just how, can you kind of put into words how hectic it is for a manager of a football club during this period? It starts away at Galston this Saturday. You've got this run of 5 games, potentially huge games in terms of that race for the title coming up.
Yeah, it's unbelievably busy. You know, it's from organising your squads to trying to review match footage and analysing other teams, setting your teams up, trying to fit training sessions in over the Christmas period when you can. Yeah, it's certainly tough, but that's unfortunately non-league management really at the moment. You know, it's filtering down from the pro clubs where a lot more of the analytics are coming into it. You need a lot more time to review games and opponents and things like that, and that's what everyone is doing, and that's what you've got to do to be the best. So, you know, it's certainly something that my wife doesn't really appreciate too much.
I was going to say, can Christmas even be a thing in your...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we try and get Christmas Eve in, but, you know, ultimately we'll have a game Boxing Day, so what we do on Christmas Day is dictated somewhat by that, and I'm sure it's no different for the players. You know, we expect them to have a good Christmas, but not a merry one, if you like. So, yeah, it's really important that we prepare right, and it is an incredibly busy period with games sort of like on the 26th and the 29th, and then again on New Year's Day. So yeah, it'll be busy, and they're packed with obviously local derbies of which anything can happen, and then of course we've got Bury on New Year's Day.
Felixstowe Walton United manager Stuart Boardley, his side away at Galston today. He mentions his team at Bury Town on New Year's Day. They're also at Newmarket for another local derby on the 28th and at home to Ipswich Wanderers on Boxing Day. Also on Boxing Day, it'll be Leiston versus Lowestoft Town in the Southern Premier League Central Division and Bury Town away at Mildenhall in the Isthmian North. So many big non-league games locally to look forward to, with more in the Thurlow non-league as well. And as I mentioned earlier, they don't clash with Ipswich Town this year, so hopefully they'll put a few more on various gates around the county. Coming up to a quarter to kick off in our main feature at Portman Road and around the grounds locally in our featured non-league games. Let's go to the Ecologic Stadium Bloomfield. It's National League North action once again for Needham Markets footballers this afternoon. They're at home to Darlington. Here's Nick Garnham.
Former Football League club Darlington arrive in Suffolk this afternoon on the back of a 5-match unbeaten run. Relegated to the conference as recently as the 2009-10 season, Darlington currently occupy 13th place in what is now known as National League North, with 30 points from their 21 completed fixtures. Needham, meanwhile, sit 10 places below in 23rd position after claiming 17 points from the same number of matches. The Suffolk side are undefeated in their last 3 outings, if you include their win on penalties versus Ipswich Wanderers in the Suffolk Premier Cup. The Market men drew 0-0 at Southport last Saturday, on the same day as Darlington shared the points in a 1-1 draw with Oxford City to stretch their unbeaten run to 5. There's just one change to the Needham side from last Saturday, with Liam Cross coming in for Jacob Lay, who is not in the matchday squad. Cross, who is on loan from Brackley Town, and Watford loanee Jake Watkis will be making their home league debuts. This is Nick Garnham at the Ecological Stadium Bloomfields, handing you back to the studio.
Thank you, Nick. In the Southern Premier League Central Division this afternoon, away days for AFC Sudbury and Leiston. The Yellows are at bottom of the table, Biggleswade. The Blues are at Bishop Stortford. Let's go to the Foster's Solicitors Community Stadium next, ahead of Lowestoft Town versus St Ives Town. We can join Gary Button.
Yes, it's been a stop-start beginning for the reign of Andy Reynolds, Lowestoft Town's recently appointed manager. The Trawler boys have recorded just one victory in their past 6 matches under his leadership, but with games postponed and blank Saturdays due to opponents' successful cup runs, the next month will be a busy time for the North Suffolk side. Last weekend's 4-2 defeat at Bedford doesn't completely tell the whole story. Joe Duffy gave Lowestoft a first-minute lead before the hosts fought back in a flattering final scoreline. Today's visitors, St Ives Town, are currently 9th in the Southern League Premier Division Central table. Improvement in recent weeks after almost the whole of last month, when the Ives failed to pick up any points before an impressive 4-1 victory over Cup specialist Harbour Town last week. Team news: Lowestoft bring in Gabe Overton for Owen Murphy, who is named as a substitute by Andy Reynolds this afternoon. St Ives also make the one. Peter Ambimbola replaces Johnson Giamfi, who drops to the bench. So Lowestoft's line-up this afternoon: in goal Sam Blair. In the back four, Charlie Norman, Dylan Ruffles, Harry Barbrook and Robert Eagle, who's the captain. Midfield, Louis McIntosh, Gabe Overton, Kyle Haylock and Wow Rangel. And up front, no Jake Reed, of course, now. We've got Joe Duffy and Harvey Sayer. On the bench, Ashton Blogg, Ben Haddock, Sam Alder, a reserve striker, look out for him, and Owen Murphy with goalkeeper Ronnie Yeo as named as well. This is Gary Button at the Foster Solicitors Community Stadium here in Lowestoft.
Thank you, Gary. Next up, Jack McLean watching top of the table Bury Town in the Isthmian North Division this afternoon at home to Brightlingsea. Jack.
Yes, it's a soggy Bury at the moment. The pitch looks a bit wet, but it's game on, and that's the important thing. Isthmian North action for me today as Cole Scourse's table-topping Bury Town hosts Brighton and Sea Region. Only 2 losses for the Blues this campaign so far. They haven't lost in the league in nearly 2 months, but with the keeper Charlie Beckworth away today, it's a test for young keeper Ollie Killett-Green in his first senior appearance for the club in what is 2 changes from last week's 1-0 win over Tilbury. Defender Joe White comes in as well for Cole Scourse's men. It's a tough test for them today though, as the Essex side come into this one sitting in 9th, only losing once in the last 7. But with Scourse's men searching for promotion this season, they know 3 points is a must as we welcome into a busy festive period. So it'll be Bury Town asking Santa for 3 points wrapped up under the tree come 5 o'clock today. It's Bury Town versus Brighton and Sea Region here at Crown Meadow, with updates to come.
Thank you, Jack. Second in the table, Felixstowe Walton away at Galston this afternoon. Mildenhall on the road at Sporting Bengal. Newmarket at Haringey. Ipswich Wanderers home to Concord. We'll keep tabs on them throughout the afternoon, of course.
At 6 o'clock with the latest BBC News for Suffolk, I'm Guy Campbell. Ipswich Town have appointed Kieran McKenna as their new manager. At 35, the Northern Irishman becomes the club's second youngest permanent boss. Graham Mack has the latest.
James Norwood, 3-0 Macaulay Bonn. Backinson shoots. What a finish. Lee Evans, who only scored. Maybe chance for Edwards. He scored again. Seven for Harness. 2-0 Ipswich. To Ladapo to make it 4. To Hurst inside the area for 2. Davis low to the area. Chaplin shoots and scores. Samianto stumbles, then pokes and scores. Could be the most unlikely of goal-scoring heroes. Cameron Burgess. West Burns.
McKenna has left Manchester United for Town, along with Martin Pert, who will be his assistant at Portman Road. The pair had recently worked as first-team coaches at Old Trafford under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer and were kept on by United's new boss, Ralph Rangnick.
Woke up this morning feeling fine. There's something special on my mind.
Ipswich Town led to the Premier League by what we can surely say is one of the brightest young coaches in world football.
Something tells me I'm into something good. Something tells me I'm into something.
I don't judge my managers by winning or losing games. I judge them by their behaviour. He will stick to the process, he will adapt the process, he will learn, we will grow, and we'll grow together. And if we do that, we'll be competitive as anything come the end of the season.
Something tells me I'm into something good. Something tells me I'm into something.
Coaching since 2009, after his playing days at Tottenham were cut short due to injury, this will be McKenna's first step into senior management.
And that's it! Ipswich Town win in the Premier League. Kieran McKenna embraced by all of his coaching staff. What a poignant moment for him back at Tottenham Hotspur. He gets his first 3 points as a Premier League manager.
Well, we've waited so long for this. A few tears, to be honest. A few tears.
Unreal. Honestly, this ranks as one of the best games ever for Ipswich Town.
Something tells me I'm into something.
The delivery has to be right. We know how Wolves are soft at set pieces. And it comes, it's headed, and it's in! Town have won it! It's Jack Taylor! Off comes the shirt to celebrate his first Premier League goal! And into the crowd he goes, far side! Under the cosh for so long in this second half. It looked like Town were going to be pegged back and have to settle for a point. Not on your life, they've won it right at the end. What scenes, Wolves 1, Ipswich Town 2.
Something tells me I'm into something good. Something tells me I'm into something.
There's a lot of games to play, but I think we're on the right track in many aspects. We need to keep improving, but I think today was another good step. I know it's easy to say that with a late goal, but I think there was a lot of good things about the game, and that's who we are at the end of the season. But we just want to enjoy every game, take each one as it comes, and make sure we go 100% to try and win every game and see where we get to.
And Suffolk's weather today will be largely cloudy and dry. Mist and fog, though, around this morning is going to be slow to clear. Maximum temperature 5 to 8 degrees Celsius. And for an update anytime, you can ask your smart speaker to play BBC News for Suffolk.
It's been some 3 years, hasn't it? That look back compiled by our reporter Harvey Bell. Town v Newcastle is next.
Santa here on BBC Radio Suffolk. 3, 4.
Ho, ho, ho.
You were very close there, weren't you?
Well, I was buttering my toast. I have to eat.
Goodness, Jean, but you pick your moments to butter your toast, don't you? Thankfully, you answered within 5 gold rings, because that means...
Sleeps Till Santa with me, Sarah Lilly, every weekday morning from 10.
And join me, Wayne Bavin, for breakfast every morning from 6.
And remember,
if you don't go ho, 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 it could be
a no, no, no.
How many sleeps till Santa? BBC Radio Suffolk.
Johnson, ball through towards Smodix, the flag stays down, saved by Edison, it's just into the net, no! It's rolled into the net, and it's Sam Smodix! Davis gets the moving ball, pulls it back to Hutchinson, edge of there, it comes in field, tries repeating his goal in the first half, and he does! Zamari Hutchinson with another absolute beauty! Who just run by Morsey, in on goal, what a chance! Morsey makes it 2-1! Oh, look at the scenes amongst the town fans! Left-footed, saved by Murridge, and again, brilliant from the Kosovan! What a couple of saves from him! Goodness me, that was brilliant goalkeeping. Davis driving up to the halfway line, infield to Delap. He's got Hutchinson to his right-hand side. Still Delap, good strong play. Edge of the box, he shoots and scores a terrific goal! A Premier League goal at Portman Road for Ipswich Town!
Ipswich Town's penultimate home fixture of 2024 is just moments away from kicking off. With full commentary and match day on BBC Radio Suffolk at Portman Road. We'll hear from former Town captain Mick Mills in a moment. He's alongside Brenner Woolley.
And one can't help but think of a certain legendary England manager whenever these two clubs meet, and I'm pretty sure that Sir Bobby Robson will be looking down this afternoon, delighted to see his two great footballing clubs playing each other in the top flight for the first time since he was in charge of the Magpies. Well, Sir Bobby never saw Kieran McKenna's side or watched the Geordies under Eddie Howe. If he did, I'd wager he'd been highly impressed by the brand of attacking, high-intensity football that they brought to Portman Road and St James's Park. So whatever the outcome today, I'm quietly confident we'll get a game that the great man would have heartily enjoyed, especially if it ends up all square, although it's not what we're after, of course. Hopefully Town fans will get an early Christmas present in the shape of their side's first home win of the season. Just looking at the two teams in the tunnel down below us, ready to come out here. Obviously a lively atmosphere at Portman Road. And Mick Mills, at what point does the lack of a home win start to become an issue for Ipswich Town, do you think?
Well, I think only if you sort of dwell in sort of relegation positions, really. It doesn't bother me where the points come from as long as we get enough points to stay up. But obviously there is one group of people that deserve a little bit of reward, and that's the supporters. You always, with away games, there's only 3,000-ish lucky people that can watch the game. When you're playing at home, you're talking about 27,000. So you almost owe it to them to sort of reward their loyalty, to give them a win or two, so that just keeps them going for the rest of the season, really. So apart from that, it doesn't really matter. What really matters is the points total at the end of the season. And you do tend to feel that home games are easier. If you look at any league table at the end of a season, you could bet your life that 90% of the teams in those divisions will gain more home points than away points, which tells you it's slightly easier at home than away. So we have to be patient. Our wins will come. We'll get 3 or 4 wins at home by the end of the season, believe you me.
Well, 2 wins so far for Ipswich Town. 1 at Tottenham, 1 last week at Wolverhampton Wanderers. So can they win back-to-back Premier League games for the first time this season here this afternoon, live on BBC Radio Suffolk against the visitors Newcastle United, who are 12th in the table with 23 points from their 16 games so far. Town on 12 points after playing the same number. So game 9 here of the season, the 17th overall, as Kieran McKenna and Eddie Howe warmly embrace down below us. The players out, just crossing the halfway line, shaking hands. Sam Morsey leading Ipswich Town along that Newcastle United line. Town in their blue-white-blue outfits. And both managers have been forced into a single change. Last weekend, Liam Delap and Joe Linton both picked up their 5th yellow cards of the season, so neither player features this afternoon. Smodics comes in for Ipswich Town. It's Willock for Newcastle. So Smodics, the one change from the win over Wolverhampton Wanderers a week ago. He was ill for that game. Did have a really good game for Blackburn against Newcastle in the Cup last season. Actually scored in that match as well. He's got the nod over Al-Hamidi or Broadhead. So Murrich once again in goal in all yellow. He conceded 4 for Burnley against Newcastle last season. His back 4, Harry Clark, Dara O'Shea, who scored against the Magpies, Cameron Burgess and Leif Davis. Then it's Morsey the captain alongside Kiyuste. A 3 of Burns, Chaplin and Hutchinson. As I say, it's Smodics looking for his 4th goal of the season. His first at Portman Road, who leads the line. On the bench, Walton, Jack Clark, the former Sunderland player, Johnson, Phillips, Broadhead, Al-Hamidi, Townsend, Taylor, last week's hero, and Greaves is preferred to Wolfenden amongst the subs. Newcastle, they have Dubravka in goal, their second choice, because former Town youngster Nick Pope is currently out injured. The back 4 in front of Dubravka from right to left, Livramento, Share, Byrne and Hall. Their 3-man midfield. Tonali will hold in the centre, Guimaraes the captain and Willock play in and around him. Isaac is their central striker. Murphy, former Norwich player, will play to his right. Gordon, the England international, former Everton player, will drift off to the left. Vlachodimos is their sub-keeper. Alongside him on the Newcastle bench, Kieran Trippier, Harvey Barnes, Matt Targett, Will Osula, Miguel Almiron, Lloyd Kelly, Sean Longstaff and Lewis Miley, the 18-year-old midfielder who's just back after injury. How much are Town going to miss Liam Delap then this afternoon, Mick?
Well, I hope not at all, but to be perfectly honest, he's been our key player all season without question. He's been our best player all season without question, and he's a big loss, and a much bigger one, the fact that Hurst is not available, because Hursty has really sort of stepped in off the bench or even the odd starting position when Liam's taken a rest and has performed really, really well as well. So it's a big loss not to have the pair of them, but Sammy Smodics will not let us down. He'll have to play the position a little bit differently. What we'll miss most of all is the physical presence of Liam Delap and his directness as well. Should be a good game. This terrific atmosphere here, the 3,000 Geordies that made the long trip down from the northeast in fine fettle, many of them in the traditional black and white, unlike their team who have the white shorts, turquoisey greeny shorts and white socks. Newcastle in their change kit, Town in blue, white, blue, getting the ball rolling to this side underneath us, the Ipswich Town right. They are defending the Sir Bobby Robson stand in the first half, so playing from left to right as Newcastle have the ball at the back with Share, the right-sided centre-half. The Swiss plays the ball long to Murphy, onside, wide right. He's got away from Davis, who'd vacated that left-sided area. Murphy, the ball into the box, a chance, blocked away, then another one, 1-0 Newcastle. They've scored inside 26 seconds, but the flag has gone up far side. They delayed it for a while. Murphy looked in a lot of space far side when that move began, and eventually the flag has gone up against Newcastle, and it's not Isaac's 9th of the season. I don't believe what I'm seeing now. I think the linesman has now given offside for the initial run through. VAR is checking the offside decision. Well, Newcastle scored after about 90 seconds against Ipswich at St James's Park. I think the last time we were there, if memory serves. That goal, if it stands, would be about a minute earlier. So we're just waiting to see if that's going to be given. At the moment, Burgess is standing over a free kick for Town. It's 0-0 as we sit here. Can they not make their own decisions nowadays? I find it really amazing. He was miles into the Ipswich Town half, Murphy, well away from Leif Davis, who'd gone forward. 3 Newcastle players speaking to the referee, just waiting for the decision. It's very, very tight. Burgess was the player playing Murphy on, if indeed he was. From this angle, we've yet to see the line drawn across the pitch. We're watching the graphic in the rain here at Portman Road. Isaac obviously waiting next to the referee, so too Guimaraes. There's Willock, who had the initial chance for Newcastle. Isaac, who put it away. Eddie Howe's looking at a screen down below us. And this is the way in the Premier League with VAR these days. A lot of sitting and waiting. There's a long ball forward from back to front by Share. It's close, Mick, isn't it? I think Cameron Burgess has got it right. If he has got it right, he's a cool customer, because it was very, very close, but it looks to me as if he's got it right.
Well, it must be very tight, the time they're taking over this decision. The ball was in the back of the net after. When I looked down at my stopwatch, it said 26 seconds, so probably 25. Kieran McKenna obviously waiting. The referee now talking to Sam Morsey. Bruno's there as well. Joe Willock. The body language at the moment, I was going to say suggests no goal, but let's just wait and see. This is crazy that it takes so long.
What is amazing is we had no sort of decision coming from the linesman, and he couldn't have been closer.
Fans, as you can hear in the background, rather disgruntled. He kicks in replays of the goal. Muric got half a glove on it. It ended up in the back of the net. And the referee's blown his whistle. And the goal has been given. Newcastle United have scored inside the first 30 seconds of this game here at Portman Road after a huge delay with the VAR decision. Another one has gone against Ipswich Town this season, and with less than a minute on the clock, well, at least they've got 89 minutes to get back into this game. They trail Newcastle United by 1-0.
Well, Cameron got it slightly wrong, but we really should have dealt with the cross. The cross was a poor cross. We had an opportunity to get out of the penalty area. We fouled.
1-0 Newcastle United lead. Ball on the far side is with Smodics. What a start for both teams in this match then. After a long old while, it did look phenomenally close. And just looking back at the action, Murphy's been credited with the goal inside Portman Road, but it's quite clearly Isak's 9th of the season. So Newcastle on this left with Anthony Gordon playing the ball down the near touchline to Gordon. Gordon's dragged back by Clark. It's going to be really tested, Harry Clark, this afternoon against Anthony Gordon, one of the very best left-sided players at this level.
He's done exactly right, Harry. He's gone, he's squeezed him, got tight really well, but he's then overplayed it. He's got to just get tight and just make sure that Gordon does not turn.
Share his ball up to the halfway line. It was he who set Murphy free for the opening goal. That's right, if you're just joining us 4 minutes in, Newcastle ahead. Burns against Hall. Burns dragging Hall back. Ooh, the decision's gone the way of Newcastle United. Look, 6 of 1 and half a dozen.
That's 6-1, I think, in favour of Town. That was a foul by the left back, no question about it.
As cleared away by Byrne, nodded down by Isak to the halfway line. Clark lifts it forward. Livramento's header brought down by Morsey. Morsey slides, gets the ball to Kayuste. Newcastle win it back. Now it's with Livramento getting away from Kayuste far side. The former Chelsea and Southampton player Livramento, now full England international. Great play from him, but then just overcooks his pass, trying to get Murphy away in front of him. It's out for a throw to the Ipswich Town left back, Leif Davis.
Yeah, good bit of attacking play by Livramento. He really was in control of the whole situation there, and he was pushing Town further and further back as he made the run.
Heavy rain at Portman Road. Newcastle with their goal scorer Isak outside there. It's Willock who's got a goal in him. Willock into the box to Gordon. Gordon still has the ball. Anthony Gordon shoots block, cleared away by Kayuste. Up in the air it goes. Chapman's header goes back towards Clark on the edge of his box, and he volleys it away. Newcastle clearly buoyed by that opening goal of the afternoon. Smodics in for Delap, if you missed the team news at the start of this game. The one change for Ipswich Town. Here is that Share. Overhits that pass dramatically on the far side. Here is the former season ticket holder at St James's Park, Leif Davis, with a throw-in down the far touchline. Share just eases Smodics off the ball and then plays the ball along the edge of the Newcastle United 18-yard area to Byrne. Played with Cameron Burgess at Fulham and Sam Morsey at Wigan many moons ago. Dan Byrne, the big centre-half. Here is Dubravka, the Czech goalkeeper. Short to Share, who's seen plenty of the ball. He was one of Newcastle's goal scorers in the week as they reached the semi-finals of the Carabao Cup again. Back with Share. Share trying to switch your play out to left-hand side, testing Clark with the ball over the top of him towards Hall, who's run onto this. He's overlapped. Clark goes back to Muric. Well defended, Harry Clark. Muric with a little bit of a heavy touch, and then he fizzes the pass away. There's 2 balls on the field. Play continues far side. Not sure why the second ball arrived there. Well won by Davis. Here is Amari Hutchinson. Smodics wants the ball down the left-hand side. He's got it. Needs support in the centre. Smodics is all alone inside the Newcastle box, left of centre. Tries to pull it back towards Chaplin. Comes back to Smodics off a Newcastle player. Town 1-0 down. Davis knocks the ball in centrally into the gloves of the man in green, Dubravka.
Yeah, that was good. I was just a bit disappointed with the Newcastle attack. I think Harry Clark has gone in to mark Gordon right infield, and he's got caught with the ball to shore. And you've got to get you've got to get more assistance from Wes Burns than he did on that occasion. But that was a good attack.
7.5 minutes gone. Town trailing 1-0. Tonali, great run from him, plays it towards Willock. Cross comes O'Shea. Willock in field, little reverse ball towards the Swede Isak. Two Swedish internationals, one for either side on the park here this afternoon, Isak and Kiyuste. Isak with the only goal we've seen so far. Ball into the centre of the field with Cher. Now Newcastle have it on the far touchline with Jacob Murphy. He's been in good form of late. A couple of goals and a couple of assists in Newcastle's last 2 league games. Jacob Murphy did play in a couple of East Anglian derbies early on in his career. Hall down the line, that's loose, straight to Harry Clark, well done. Chaplin, there is Wes Burns. Many people thought he had his best Premier League game at Wolves last week, Wes Burns. Clark in field, finds Burgess. Burgess to the left and Davis. That's good play from Ipswich Town. Obviously, it's understandable. It would have been rattled by conceding a goal inside 26 seconds of this game. There is Amari Hutchinson to Kiyuste. Town in blue, playing it around the half off to the left, given away by Leif Davis to Guimaraes. To the right hand side, Murphy, chance to cross into the Ipswich Town area, plays it instead to Guimaraes. He stands on the ball, little drag back, gets to the byline with his orange boots of his. There is Livramento, who goes back to Cher. Lively encounter so far between these two sides in swirling rain. There is Tonali. He got a couple of goals in the week against Brentford. Plays it to Livramento. The crowd playing their part. One-touch stuff from Newcastle. One watches Eddie Howe down below us. There's the captain Guimaraes up to Isak, whose first touch on the stretch let him down. Town can't get the ball away. Guimaraes gets it off of Hutchinson very easily on the right corner of the Ipswich area. Guimaraes gives it to Murphy. Guimaraes now with a cross into the centre over the top of Isak, stomped up by Clark. The ball still alive inside the Ipswich area, headed away by Burgess, controlled by Hall. Nice movement there from Hall of his body. Gordon infield to the number 8 Tonali. He's going to have a go. Wasn't far away from Tonali. It was aimed towards the top right corner as he looked at it.
Well, they're a lively sort of side, Newcastle. They play with no real caution whatsoever. They remind me a little bit of Bournemouth, who were up here a little while ago. So it's going to be a very open game. They are going to really test us out defensively, but the fact they have such a positive attitude, it will give us a chance to get this goal back.
Hall cushions the ball down nicely for Gordon, who knocks it on for Willock. The former Arsenal player's not quick enough to get to it. There is Wes Burns with a cushion header in field to Morsey. Not quite been on his A game of late, but Morsey has done very well. Morsey to Hutchinson. Hutchinson running well with the ball. Has Davis on the overlap. Hutchinson has a go, comes off the backside of Cher. Deflects to Davis. First time good looking cross from him. Chaplin's there. Headed away by Hall. There's a clash of heads. So Hall certainly got hit by some part of Chaplin and has gone down, and people are booing and whinging. The referee's done exactly the right thing. A head injury, has to stop play immediately. That was a good break from Ipswich.
Yeah, it was an excellent break, a really good break, and in actual fact, during the play, there was a super run early from Sammy Smodics, and I don't think the player on the ball, I think it was Amari Hutchinson, didn't see it. If he had seen it, it's the type of run Sammy makes. He would have beaten the back four quite comfortably and would have had a chance on target. But that was a good attack, and that's the type of thing we've got to do. We really have to be on top of our game.
Chaplin and Smodic seem to be a little bit confused by the referee's decision. He's given the ball back to Dubravka. Stuart Atwell, incidentally, in charge of this one. John Brooks on VAR. That was part of the team that made that big call inside the first minute to award Newcastle a goal. Very, very tight off decision. Tonali almost lost the ball. He's caught Chaplin. The referee says no free kick. Town fans having a moan about that, but the referee did seem well positioned. Newcastle get the ball up to halfway with Murphy. Back it goes to Livramento. Town got 2 more chances to get that home win before the turn of the year. Chelsea come here a week on Monday. In between those 2 matches, Arsenal, where Ipswich Town will be playing their football on Friday night. Full match commentary on BBC Radio Suffolk. Town get the ball up towards Smodics, the central attacker. He gives it backward to Bruno. Big cheer for the decision. It's gone Ipswich Town's way, far side of the field, for a foul on Smodics by Dan Byrne.
Yeah, we need 1 or 2 decisions to go in our favour. I feel the referee with the marginals has given them to Newcastle so far, and it's angered the crowd.
Town play the free kick backwards. There is Cameron Burgess. For most people, Town's man of the match in the last 2 games. Now Kiyuste to the halfway line, goes square to Clark. Clark first time in behind for Burns. The idea was right, just too much on the ball from the Town right back, and it's back with Martin Dubravka.
Yeah, good run by Burns, and normally Harry Clark hits him with a good ball there, but that one he's tried to play along the ground. He needed to really get it up and down.
Another defeat for Manchester City at lunchtime, 2-1 at Aston Villa. Unbelievable run of form they've got themselves on at the moment. They're one of Town's opponents here next month. Of course, after Chelsea, we've reached the halfway stage of the season. It's the return fixtures, starting with that trip to Fulham in the new year. And Town have got 3 Sunday games in a row because of the Bristol Rovers, one in between Fulham and Manchester City. Newcastle in white, playing the ball around inside their half of the field. There is Tonali, once of AC Milan. Ball goes back to Dubravka, out towards Livramento, who's come into a central position, getting the nod ahead of Trippier at right back at the moment. Back it goes to Hall on the near side. There was a real clash of heads with Connor Chaplin. There is Cher along the floor to Tonali. Good side to watch, Newcastle United. When they're really on their game, they're a massive threat. Travelled particularly well though this season. Tonali over the top. Murphy's going to go after it. Might hold up for Murphy. Murphy gets his cross into the box towards Gordon. Gordon heads down. He should have scored. Real opportunity for Anthony Gordon. I guess you credit Harry Clark for getting back and putting him off, but that was a real chance for Newcastle from nowhere.
Yeah, it was a very good chance, and I'm sort of concentrating on Harry Clark's forced positioning, because we're so obsessed with getting Leif Davis down the pitch that we end up with 3 defenders doing the width of the pitch. Harry Clark's having to go so far in that anything like a cross like we had there, or a crossfield ball, he really is struggling on.
Here is Guimaraes. Ball in field towards Dan Byrne, who spent most of last season at left back. Now Isak, the only goal scorer. Lovely play from Isak. Oh, he almost got Willock in there. Stretch, but couldn't get onto the ball. Muric, and Willock's now limping a little bit. He was the one change for Newcastle pre-kick-off. 15 minutes gone, but already we'll play an extra couple of minutes beyond the 45 because of that extended VAR decision which awarded Newcastle United a goal inside the first minute of this game. Muric drops the ball down and then kicks towards Smodics, battling with Cher. Flag's gone up. Smodics is really annoyed with his goalkeeper. Very unhappy. Free kick to Newcastle inside their half of the field. Just the 2 wins on their 8 away games so far this season. They've won at Wolves and Forest ahead of today. It's their 8th consecutive season back at this level. Tonali infield towards Isak, back to goal outside the Ipswich area, turns, gives the ball to Murphy. Murphy shoots and it's gone wide off his weaker left boot.
Well, we're sort of trying our best to get back into the game, but what is concerning me most of all is Newcastle's ability to break our back 4 up just by movement and stretching us. I'm looking time and time again and I'm thinking, yeah, the gaps between you defenders is too big, and there's players about to burst into those gaps. And I just saw Harry Clark having a go at Sammy Morsey for not picking his man up.
Livramento gives the ball to Bruno. Back it goes to Byrne. As I said earlier on, Newcastle have got some absolutely top quality players. If they're allowed to play, to get the opportunity, they certainly will cause harm to any team at this level. Very heavy rain here. Burgess misses his attempted kick. Drops nicely for O'Shea though. Heavy from O'Shea. Touched on by Leif Davis. Cleared away by Cher. Nice first touch from Davis down that far side is Smodic. Share will come across there, shaped to go down the line, in the end turned and gets it back to Dubravka, who's closed down by Smodic. His clearance goes all the way to the halfway line, and Burgess. There is Kiyuste, gives it to Morsey. Burgess, now Leif Davis. He was praised by Eddie Howe pre-match when the two managers did their press conferences yesterday. Once again, 6 League One players in this Ipswich Town side this afternoon. 4 of them, I think, Paul Cook signings. One of them on the ball now, Chaplin. Chaplin gets to the halfway line in front of Kieran McKenna. Passes it straight at Hall when he was trying to fight Burns. Nice turn and field from Hall to get away from Hutchinson. Bruno, with the bleached hair, is available. He gets Livramento away in some space, far side. 1-0 Town trail. Here is Guimaraes to Tonali. Quality there in the Newcastle United midfield. Tonali down the right hand side looking for Murphy. Up goes Davis. Ball out of play for a throw to Newcastle, edging towards the Ipswich Town penalty area. Yeah, didn't manage to beat Ipswich Town in his time as the Bournemouth manager, and they came here for a couple of seasons. All draws those games. Hall towards Gordon. Gordon tries to touch it on. Well done, Harry Clark again. Burns down the right-hand side, wants to take on Hall. He's got away from him. Excellent play from Burns. Is there an end product? Outside the area, low ball into the box, collected by Smodic, who's done well so far. Gets to the byline, back to Burns it goes. Town looking for an equaliser. Tonali blocks up Burns' cross. Clark puts a great-looking ball in, headed away by Bruno. That was nice, very nice from Ipswich Town. Well done, Wes Burns.
Yeah, very good play. Best bit of play we've had so far.
Morsey. Town trying to peg Newcastle back. Morsey getting away from Guimaraes, gives the ball to Chaplin. The left to Kiyuste. Kiyuste's beaten Livramento. Kiyuste shoots. That was good play, just over the bar. Unlucky.
Yeah, lovely play from the right side of midfield across the pitch, and we just found Kiyuste in a great position, and his taking of the ball was excellent. It gave him the opportunity to get a shot away. It's much better.
Yeah, it is. It's given us hope that Town can get back into this game. Been virtual spectators up until then. It was a lovely cross in from Harry Clark. This is the position that worries me when Leif Davis goes to take the right back and we're left 3v3 at the top end of the pitch. Chaplin with a little chest down, gets it off to Tonali. Nice bit of fortune into Smodic in the area. Good save by Dubravka. Lovely play from Chaplin. Out as far as Davis. Town having a spell at the moment. Davis infield to Hutchinson, 30 yards from goal. This is much more like Ipswich Town. Posing some problems for Newcastle. Back defending the Geordies. Smodic was put through on goal. And he's trying to lift it over the goalkeeper. The ball's now in the centre of the Newcastle half. Kiyuste has it from Clark. All 10 white shirts of Newcastle behind the ball, because Town have got it in the middle third. Morsey wanting to get away from Tonali. Reverse pass up to Smodic. The lay off to Hutchinson. Smodic wants it back. Can't find it. It's congested in there. Newcastle get the ball away, but then given away by Woolley. Willock plays it straight to Burns. Can Town capitalise? Burns tries to get his cross in. It comes off Hall, high in the air, out for a throw. Yeah, this is better. We're just posing Newcastle 1 or 2 problems for the first time in the game, and they don't look comfortable with it, Newcastle. They've had it all their own way so far, and they have played with an air of confidence. That's the first time they've had to do a little bit of thinking as a defensive unit. 21 minutes played live on BBC Radio Suffolk Sport. Ipswich 10-0, Newcastle United 1. Clark with a throw towards Burns in the area, touches it infield from very close to the dead ball line. Cleared away by Anthony Gordon, not very well, might come out as far as Kiyuste. The crowd want him to shoot, he's controlled it, rolled it to the left hand side. Davis just outside the Newcastle area, tries a little back heel, touches Murphy. Newcastle clear it away, only so far. Eventually it drops to Isak out to the right hand side. Guimaraes. Now Newcastle are 3-on-2 on the counter-attack. There's only Morsey and Clark back. Guimaraes into the area. Murphy for Newcastle. Brilliant block from the captain. Superb defending from Sam Morsey when Ipswich Town were totally stretched. Oh, we were really on the rack there. There was only 2 players for Town, 3 Newcastle players, and one of them was Sam Morsey, who hasn't really got the pace to deal with a situation like that. But that was an absolutely fantastic block in the end. Oh, phenomenal. And really, that would have taken the wind right out of Ipswich Town's sails after they'd been doing well. And it was so good, I thought it was Cameron Burgess. Yeah, it was terrific. 1-0 Newcastle lead, 2-0 would have been a heck of a blow to Ipswich. Given away by Tonali. Hutchinson gets on it. There is Kiyuste, runs into trouble. Blocked up by Guimaraes. Back to the left back area. Leif Davis will get on it, absolutely tipping it down at Portman Road. Ball swings out of play on the far side of the field. Livramento, the 22-year-old right back, throws the ball back to Fabian Schär. One of the more senior players in this Newcastle side, turned 33 yesterday, Schär. Here he is again. He's got a terrific goal last season in the Champions League against Paris Saint-Germain. Newcastle will be trying to get back into European football next season. Here is Hall. Back towards Dan Burn. Now Schär inside the Newcastle half finds Guimaraes, or rather Guimaraes finds himself a little bit of space, makes himself available, keeps things ticking over. Schär back to Dubravka, who made that decent save from Smodics a few moments ago. The pitch is getting very heavy. Burn up towards Gordon, nice control from Gordon, stands over the ball, comes in field, loses it though. Morsey to Kayuste. Kayuste finds Clark. O'Shea goes back to Muric and blocks off Gordon at the same time. And now Muric in front of the north stand plays the ball out to Kayuste. He'll play it back with his right instep to Burgess. Kayuste again drops his shoulder. Town though in the end have to go back to Muric live on BBC Radio Suffolk. We're at the midway point of this first half. Morsey has got the ball back from O'Shea after Town had played it out nicely from the back. Morsey at the heart of things. Morsey sells Hutchinson short. Tonali steps in. Newcastle on the counter. Maybe a chance inside the area. Isak for his second goal. Straight at Muric. That was a chance for Newcastle again, though after Town had given the ball away. They can't continue to do that.
Yeah, big mistake from Sam Morsey. So that tries to play an infield ball, and there was a easy ball to his right-hand side, Connor Chaplin, and Newcastle got a great chance from that one mistake.
I just hope they're going to rue those missed opportunities, Newcastle. That's two in the last few moments, although one was a great block from Morsey, but that was a chance for Isak. Town on the right wing with Wes Burns, trailing 1-0. Burns looks up, plays a cross into the box, should be dealt with by Livramento. He touches it down for Murphy. Murphy's flick reaches Morsey. Morsey back on the ball for Ipswich. Certainly looked to be more goals in this game. Just that very, very early one. Inside the first 30 seconds, Newcastle took the lead in this game. Kayuste, 40 yards from goal, plays a diagonal out to the right-hand side, and Burns takes it on his chest up against Lewis Hall, former Chelsea player, and it comes across. It's a really good one as well from Burns. Oh, somebody could have been in there, maybe should have been in there.
Yeah, they should. That's a fabulous cross from Wes Burns. You've got Smodics, you've got Chaplin, and then you've got Leif Davis, a line of three, and not one of them broke the line to attack the ball, you know, so they're initially in position to go in pursuit of the cross, but not one of them did it.
Kieran McKenna's got his hood up down below us, understandably so. Very wet afternoon here. Livramento underneath the Geordie crowd, far side, gets the throw into Tonali, and Tonali just bangs it up into that grey sky. Out on the far side for a throw-in to Cameron Burgess, perhaps, he or Leif Davis. It's certainly their side of the field as the Town substitutes are sent out on this near side of the pitch. Newcastle United's last win here, September 2009. It was a 4-0 victory on that occasion. The last time these two sides met was in the 16-17 season. Town lost 3-0 at St James's Park, but then won 3-1 here. Freddie Sears, David McGoldrick and an Emir Hughes goal that particular Easter. It was when Daryl Murphy scored on his return here with the Magpies under Rafa Benitez, that probably was. Clark, almost given away, but Kayuste's done very well to make something of that pass from Clark, who really did sell him a dummy. Clark now back at right back, finds O'Shea, who we heard from earlier on Match Day, the Irishman. Good strong run up to halfway from O'Shea. Then he tries to find Smodics. The pitch didn't help him. The ball is definitely holding up on this water-sodden surface. Shea's come forward, tries to play it in behind for Isak, and again that maybe helped Ipswich Town there. The ball wasn't rolling as well as it might. Kayuste's lost the ball in midfield. The conditions playing a part. Oh, Chaplin brings down Guimaraes. Sort of challenge, it might get a yellow card in the second half, but it's just a word of warning from the referee in the first.
Got away with it.
It is getting very heavy, that pitch.
It was a heavy challenge, and he was miles away from it being a good one, and normally that would be a yellow card.
Torrential rain here at Portman Road, definitely playing a part as well. Jason Tyndall, the assistant manager at Newcastle, just having a word with the fourth official down below us. That's John Busby is the man standing in between the two managers. Still 1-0 Newcastle. 18 minutes to go in this first half. Game 17 of the season. So only Arsenal and Chelsea we haven't seen so far in action against Ipswich Town in the Premier League. Hall with a free kick up to the edge of the Ipswich area, headed away by O'Shea, nodded on by Smodics. All hands on deck for Ipswich defending it. Livramento gives it back to Hall on halfway. Hall then gives it back to Dubravka, way out of his area. Dubravka launches one straight downfield. Clark ducks underneath it, and he sees that it's going to go back to Muric. And Muric passes the ball out towards Cameron Burgess. Burgess slips a pass to Leif Davis. Back it goes to Cameron Burgess. Now with Aro Muric. As Burns underneath us, just looking along the line. Muric stands on the ball on the edge of his area, gives it out to Morsey. Morsey then finds O'Shea under extreme pressure. Morsey did well. Now Clark back in the right back area. Clark in field to Kayuste, who finds Muric. He's going to be closed down by Guimaraes. Muric, that's risky. Didn't reach Morsey. No massive damage done. Newcastle have the ball, but only on the halfway line, going back into their half of the pitch. Did look risky given the conditions.
Muric is. He's not a footballer. He doesn't make the right decisions. He's not like an outfield. An outfield player would not have played that pass.
Cher just got away with one against Smodics. I do feel this pitch might play a part in an error at some point, a misjudgment. Guimaraes with a header down, high up in the air from the Murphy. Not what he was intending. Burns allowed to win the header by Gordon. And it goes nicely to Chaplin. Chaplin loses his footing. The ball's out underneath us for a throw to Newcastle, who still lead by that very early goal to 0. They've had other chances. Smodics with Town's best opportunity. Kayuste put one over the bar as well. So fits and starts. Town have been an attacking force in this game. Newcastle with Fabian Cher. Back towards Dan Burn. Up towards Isak, the goal scorer. Isak's ball's behind Gordon. Out of play for another throw-in. Last Premier League meeting here between these two sides 23 years ago. It was a Newcastle United win on that occasion. Last Premier League meeting anywhere was at St James's Park in March 2002. A 2-2 draw. Marcus Bent with the goals for Ipswich Town on that occasion. Clark, ball down the line. Byrne touches it back. Only to Chaplin. Kayuste has some space inside the Ipswich Town half. He's now opening his legs. He's crossing halfway, trying to find Smodics with the ball off the outside of his right boot. Blocked off. Newcastle get it again with Jacob Murphy. He allows Guimaraes to get in the ball in the centre circle. He picks out a pass to Gordon on the left-hand side. He can now have a run at the Ipswich Town right back. Clark, he rolls it forward to Hall inside the area. Hall's attempted cross was rather tepid, and it's picked up by Muric on his near post.
Yeah, we've made a couple of good surging runs over the top of the Newcastle defence, but they haven't quite been on, and we've sort of elected to try and make the pass, and it's been cut out quite comfortably. We've got to make the right decisions on the ball.
Town continuing to play it out from the back, the short passes that eventually break through the Newcastle ranks. They've done that this time out to Burns. Burns has gone back to Clark, bit of disguise with a shimmy there. Clark, he's got the better of Gordon, but then forward the pass was off target, and that's dealt with by the Newcastle back four.
No, that's unfortunate. Harry Clark couldn't deliver when Sammy Smodics wanted him to deliver, and then he had to get himself back onside, and that's when Harry delivers the ball. And so everything for me has just been like that, just slightly off.
Guimaraes to Tonali. Now it's with Willock. Then Isak outside the Ipswich area. Ball into the box to Gordon. This could be a threat. Anthony Gordon comes in field. Still Gordon on his right-hand side. Tries to pick out a pass. Finds Murphy. Murphy with a shot. 2-0. Off the bar and in. Muric given no chance, and it's the former Norwich City player who celebrates his third goal of the season, and off he goes to celebrate with the Geordies opposite in the rain at Portman Road. It's a rather miserable game this for Ipswich Town at the moment. They trail Newcastle United by 2-0.
Well, it's a great set-up initially by Gordon, and then the strike is a beautiful strike, but Harry Clark is having to go too far infield to link up or get close to his centre-back, Dara O'Shea, and this ball out to the left-hand side is always on, and Harry Clark then is on a hide into nothing. It's 1-to-1 inside our box, You don't want that situation if you're a fullback against a really good player. So positionally we've got to group around Harry a bit more and not make him come infield so much.
Clark goes back towards Burgess. A long way back now for Ipswich Town. Never say never. Just the start Newcastle United wanted inside the first 32 minutes of this game, having had that extra midweek match ahead of this one. Muric up towards Hutchinson. Hutchinson gets it back to Kayuste. Good run of form at the moment, Murphy. It's 3 goals and 2 assists in his last, 2.5 matches in the league. Burgess to Chaplin. Chaplin's just eased off the ball very easily in midfield. Isak, it could get worse. Chance for Murphy again. Burgess goes to ground again. I think the pitch helped Ipswich Town there. The roll of the ball wasn't as Newcastle would have hoped for on a dry surface. Here come Ipswich again in the centre of the field with Hutchinson. Tonali blocks him off. Hutchinson's done very well to hold on to the ball in the centre spot. Gives it to Clark on the right-hand side, underneath us. Clark back in towards Morsey on the halfway line. There's Burgess to Kayuste. Back it goes to Cameron Burgess. 33 and a bit minutes played. Hutchinson almost loses the ball. Clark then left-footed bangs it downfield. Dealt with by Byrne, chested by Hall, going back towards his own area. He's held on to it and he slips a pass square to Livramento. He's done very well under a lot of pressure there, Lewis Hall, who's only 20, the left back. Livramento to Guimaraes. Newcastle fancy more goals before half-time. Guimaraes finds Willock. Willock tries to get it onto Isak. No foul for the challenge on Willock, who went down. Morsey has it inside the Ipswich Town half. Willock has a little drag at his shirt. Morsey's attempted pass is blocked off by Tonali, winning things in midfield. Gordon, who made the last goals, now inside the Ipswich Town area, gets the byline. Gordon plays it off of Clark. In goes Morsey, down goes Morsey. Free kick, one for Town behind right back.
Yeah, this is really worrying me, the way that Harry Clark has to go infield to deny the space between him and Dara O'Shea, who's having to go across the pitch. Sam Morsey's not tracking midfield runs into that space, so Harry has to go there, and inevitably the ball goes out to Gordon on the left with loads of time, loads of space to actually take advantage of a one-to-one.
Another risky ball out there from Muric. Well done actually in the end by Smodics coming back. Newcastle winning the ball well in midfield off various players. They've been swooping on the likes of Chaplin and Morsey when they've been getting a little bit of possession. Tonali and Guimaraes winning the ball for Newcastle, who now lead this by 2-0. As the TV cameras zoom in on a rather concerned Kieran McKenna. As the ball goes back now to Tonali. Tonali looks long. Too long for everyone. Muric out of his area. Gives it to Dara O'Shea, waving people forwards. Stands on it, O'Shea waits. Isak closes him down rather nonchalantly. Back with Cameron Burgess. Chaplin's down on halfway. Not taken apart in proceedings. Leif Davis has let the ball go out far side so he can maybe have a little bit of treatment.
Yeah, he was waving to Cameron Burgess. He didn't want to receive the ball there. He's obviously hurt himself, so he then sat down. Ball's been played out. But we are in trouble. That early goal has given Newcastle a massive advantage. It's relaxed them. It's given them confidence. And then, you know, they have sort of marginally been the better team all over the pitch on the one-to-ones. And then the second goal was a massive goal. It was a great strike. We're now really struggling to get to grips with what we're doing, you know, and I really worry about the massive holes between defenders at the back end of our team. And the fact that Sam Morsey is wanting to pass midfield runs on, but there's nobody to pass those runs on to. So we're in trouble. They've done their homework on us. They know that Leif Davis is going to go on a little wander. It's going to leave 3 defenders, and you can stretch those 3 defenders.
Yeah, Town are in all sorts of trouble here. Chaplin's going to be okay by the looks of things. He's just come off after a little bit of treatment with Matt Byard, the Ipswich Town physio, so a bit more time added on beyond the 45th minute. Plenty of conversations going on out there between Morsey and Burns, Kayuste and Clark. Kieran McKenna now having a word in Connor Chaplin's ear. Very difficult this for Ipswich Town. I think the rain is dried up a little bit, although that pitch is still very heavy. We've seen that on a few occasions. Maybe it's helped Ipswich Town when Newcastle's final ball hasn't quite had the legs that they would have hoped for. Isak gives the ball back to Murich. And Newcastle fans during that break chanting there's only one Bobby Robson, but the Town fans weren't really in the mood to join in. Murich out towards Hutchinson. Tonali is on him. Newcastle win the ball again. They keep doing that. Tonali tries to feed it through. It's very difficult when these boys are trying to hold the ball up under pressure from Tonali, Guimaraes and one of the wide players. 7 to go until half-time, or at least until we're told how much added on time there's going to be. Newcastle's final home opponents of the season, Chelsea. That'll be a nice easy one for them to get their first home win. Here is Livramento towards Isak. Newcastle lead 2-0. Guimaraes inside the Ipswich Town area looks towards Isak by the byline, right of centre, well defended by Dara O'Shea. Excellent stuff from the Irishman. He clears into touch on the far side of the field.
Yeah, that was good defending, but our defenders are having to work so hard today to keep this scoreline down, and I've never seen us having to do so many sort of one-to-ones and interceptions in the back line.
Yeah, this could be a heavy defeat based on what we've seen so far in this game. There is Tonali. I guess the hope is maybe that Newcastle tire given their midweek exertions as the game progresses, but they've got themselves a 2-goal cushion, and here they come again with Isak. They're certainly hungry for more. Murphy on the right-hand side, who got the second goal. Early ball in from him, dealt with by Murich before Willock could get a touch on the near post, or it could run through to Gordon on the far.
Again, that was a lovely sweep movement. It was simplistic, you know. It's not a modern day thing. That was just a slick movement down the right hand side. 2 players have gone in the box in search of the cross. You know, the cross has been taken by the goalkeeper, but it's a nice slick attacking move.
McKenna looking unhappy down below us. Clark with a header forward for Ipswich. Byrne gets there before Smodics. Tough for Smodics up there, I feel for him. Here he is on the ball. He's doing all right when he's been involved. Burns, infield to Kayuste, drags it, read by Guimaraes. The ball still went through to Hutchinson, using his low centre of gravity to great effect. Hutchinson, he's done well. Digs the ball over the top, looking for Smodics. Smodics will keep it in play, right of centre by the byline. Back to Wes Burns. Now the flag goes up against Ipswich Town. That was unlucky. It's a nice little bit of build-up play.
Yeah, that was better. We've got to do more of that, but we're just not quite at the races, you know. If you look at all of our players, they're all just struggling to be on top of the game, and not just defenders, but the forwards. You know, they're not quite. Wes Burns has been marginal, and Sammy Smodics is struggling in that position. Mari Hutchinson has been the most untidy I've seen him in a game of football, and Connor Chaplin also is struggling to find any sort of space whatsoever.
O'Shea hands the ball out near side. The replacement ball's quickly in the hands of Anthony Gordon. He throws it to Isak wide left. Isak outside the Ipswich Town area, gets inside the box, right of centre with those quick feet of his, holds it up well. Gordon crosses towards the far post, too much on it from Guimaraes, and Davis ducks underneath it, out for a goal kick.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good Newcastle performance, but I mean, the opening goal, without question, settled them down and sort of gave them the confidence to play in this manner. But credit to them, they've taken advantage of that, and they have been good right the way through.
Norwich with a goal kick. Old Styley kicks it to the halfway line. It's back now with them from O'Shea, an open play. Murich has the ball centrally inside his area, clips it up towards Hutchinson. Tonali's all over the back of him. Hutchinson's done well to get it out to Davis. Back in field to Hutchinson, who finds Burgess. Making life very difficult in midfield, Guimaraes and Tonali, for Ipswich to have any joy in that area. Tonali keeping in close tabs on Hutchinson in particular. Murich with a long goal kick towards Burns. Burns is a little header down, can't quite find Chaplin. Instead it's found Anthony Gordon, loves to run with the ball. Still Gordon into the box to Isak, trying to make it 3-0. Saved by Murich, he spilt it, but then he's got it at the second attempt. It's going towards the far corner, and it's still just 2-0 to Newcastle, but they clearly feel there's more goals in this game.
Yeah, it's very comfortable for them. You know, they are sort of finding lots of spaces everywhere, whether it's sort of in midfield or in forward areas, you know, and they're enjoying it. You know, you can see the confidence that they're showing. They're not frightened in one way to make a forward run. They know that they will not be tracked.
Norwich to Davis. Davis first time ball on towards Smodic. Smodic has dealt with it well. He's had to go back to Burgess in the end, but that's absolutely fine. There is Burgess looking up, reverses the pass back to Smodic's on the far side. Smodic's forward for Hutchinson. Lovely ball. Hutchinson, the flag has stayed down. Tonali's gone with Hutchinson wide on the left hand side. Tonali then eventually comes away with the ball. Good play from him, finding Murphy. Now Town did commit bodies forward. Can Newcastle hit them on the counter? Murphy's come in field. He made it 2-0. Murphy along the deck to Gordon. Back come the blue shirts from right to left. Gordon down this near side, the Newcastle left-hand side. He's held up. Infield to Gimaresh, 30 yards from goal. Gets a bit closer. His touch lets him down when he's trying to be a bit too clever, I think. Ipswich get the ball back in blue. Now it's Leif Davis. Davis bursts out of a little pocket of space, gets to the halfway line, finds Burns in a central area. Nice pick out, good play from Davis. Burns has it centrally, he's blocked off by Byrne. And the ball's back with Livramento.
Well, the pair of them did as well as possible. Leif Davis did well, Burns did well, but they had absolutely no support. And when I look back at the blue-shirted players, there was no enthusiasm to get up and help them. You know, they're just very disillusioned at the moment.
Yeah, not having Delap, they just lose a bit of belief, I guess, because he'd have caused problems for this Newcastle back line undoubtedly. Livramento up towards Murphy, back to Gimaresh on halfway. Morsey nips in with a challenge. The ball finds its way back to Cher. Now Tonali in the centre of the pitch. Has 9th game here in the league this season. Still without a victory at Portman Road since that win over Middlesbrough in the Premier League. This is back in April 2002. A solitary Darren Bent goal gave Ipswich Town their last Premier League win here. At the moment it's not likely to happen this afternoon. Hutchinson to Kayuste, but can Town get a goal back before half-time? Kayuste's coming forward. There's an option to his left-hand side. He's given the ball to Davis. Davis cutting in field, gives it to Chaplin outside the area. Chaplin finds Hutchinson back to goal. Then there is Morsey, final minute of the first half. Wes Burns on the right-hand side. 2 players in his way, Gordon and Hall. Back it goes to Harry Clark. We're told soon how much added on time there's going to be. There'll be a few minutes. Clark in field to O'Shea. Almost lost the ball. Eventually goes back to Murrich. Out it comes now to Cameron Burgess on the yellow ball, just about to cross the halfway line at the top of the centre circle. Finds Leif Davis far side. Davis with an early ball into Chaplin. Chaplin cushions it down, looking for Smodic's unlucky. It was the right idea. Newcastle read it and dealt with it. 4 minutes to be played. Largely.
It was a great ball there from Leif Davis.
Gimaresh gets the better of Chaplin, just shakes him off. Now Isak picks up the ball on the halfway line, far side the Newcastle right. Tonali, his attempted scoop pass hits Kayuste. Kayuste up to Smodic, might have to go it alone, why not? Go on. Smodic's inside the Newcastle area, left-footed efforts over the bar.
Yeah, and he had to do it. There was very, very little support for him. A great ball up, great collection, and very positively tries to go down the outside. He's not really trying to go past the player, he just wants to be able to see the sight of the goals, and he hits a shot. It's too high, but it's positive.
It is indeed. So we are 1 minute into the added on 4. Newcastle leading 2-0 on BBC Radio Suffolk Sport. Big game tomorrow in the Premier League. Leicester Wolves is a big one in terms of other struggling sides. West Ham are playing Brighton today. Crystal Palace are against Arsenal for the second time in a few days. That's at Selhurst Park at 5:30. As Murrich goes out towards Kayuste. Gimaresh wins it. Isak makes it 3-0. Suicidal from Ipswich Town at the back. Disastrous. And you have to fear that even before the half-time whistle, this game is all over. Isak will not score an easier goal all season. It's Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 3.
See, that is what sometimes you look at a goalkeeper and you think he definitely doesn't know what it's like to be an outfield player where you've got to make decisions and you've got to pick the right pass out. I don't know where he thought that. I believe it was Cajuste that he's passed the ball to. I don't know where he thought Cajuste was going to pass the ball on to. There was nothing on. There was no back pass on. There was no way he could turn. It's suicidal stuff. Just, if you can't do something, don't do it.
Just rubbish. Awful from Ipswich Town. 3-0 before half-time. What a miserable start to the Christmas programme this is. Watching on Kieran McKenna down below us. I think it could have been worse in this first half as well. Chaplin goes back to O'Shea. Well, it's another test of character, which Ipswich Town have never lacked in recent seasons. This second half coming up, because Newcastle keep going. Why not? They're enjoying themselves here. Murphy, whose goal was sandwiched in between two from Isak. Up towards Isak. We're looking for his hat-trick in the second half. Touch forward by Morsey. Heads down in the Town crowd. On the left-hand side now, Smodics. Smodics infield to Hutchinson. Hutchinson gets away from Gimaresh. Little drag back Hutchinson into the area. Really good play from Hutchinson. In comes his cross out behind. Town have won the first corner kick for either side in this game.
Yeah, I was just beginning to think that it was going to be a cornerless first half, which is a real rarity, but that's the first bit of good work that Amari's done.
Smodics on this corner kick for Ipswich Town, so a chance for them to give themselves a desperately needed lifeline before the half-time interval. And it comes from Smodics towards the far post. O'Shea's headed back into a dangerous area, cleared away by Newcastle United, out as far as Morsey. Morsey can't go forward. Crowd have got having a go about that. Here is Murrich to the right-hand side, and O'Shea still playing forward in an area since that set piece. Dan Byrne then belts the ball long downfield. Isak's after it. Davis is going to get there first. His little header in a panic drops down to Isak, who's been penalised for a foul, just as he sensed a first half hat-trick there for a second.
I don't think Leaf fancied that situation, and he's sort of laying down too easily for me, and
Isak didn't do a lot wrong, did he?
Just don't do that as a defender. You've got to allow the officials to make decisions.
Well, we're 5 minutes into the added-on 4. Surely this is the final passage of play in this first half. Long kick from Murrich, chested down by Scher. There is Tonali. It's had a good first half, Tonali. Little reverse pass to Gimaresh. Newcastle have a player coming forward on the right-hand side. It's Murphy again. Back comes Leif Davis. He still has the ball, Jacob Murphy, outside the Ipswich Town area. Maybe a chance for another Newcastle attack. Ball into the box towards Willock. Willock holds it up, gives it back towards Bruno. A better pass. Newcastle could have been in on goal again. They might do now. Isak looking for his hat-trick. Crosses to the far stick. Gordon stretches. It's out behind. Thank goodness half-time's about to come. This has been a shocker for Ipswich Town this first half. That's it for the first half. Bit of negativity in the crowd, which is never good to hear. But comfortably behind in this game, Ipswich Town, Mick Mills.
Yeah, it's been a poor performance ever since we didn't get the VAR to our advantage. Was it onside? Was it offside? It was so marginal, and that it's so early in the game, and that's gone in Newcastle's favour. And they really took advantage of it. They are a very open team, they're a very positive team, they're a very attack-minded team, and that early goal just told them that this could be a good day, and they actually set about enjoying themselves. A lot of teams would have said, right, we've got an early lead, let's just sit back now and take stock, and sometimes that is the way to do it, but other times you search, you sort of think, yep, we've got lucky, a little bit lucky. We're 1-0 up early in the game. Let's try and make it 2. And you get that from positive teams. Well, that's what Newcastle are all about. And they have really made us struggle immensely, right the way through that half. I haven't seen anything that I've liked about Town today. And it's from the goalkeeper. to the makeshift centre forward Sammy Smodic. So really, there's little bits, but everybody should be capable of producing a little bit. You've got to produce more than that, and unfortunately, it's if I use Murray Hutchinson for example, this is the most untidy I've seen him play 45 minutes of football. Sammy Morsey, why is he trying to pass his man on so much when there are a lack of defenders to pass him on to? Poor old Harry Clark is looking inside and thinking, yeah, I'll go and do it, but I'm going to leave Gordon with acres of space, and that's going to put me in all sorts of trouble, but I'm going to have to do it for you, Sam, but I'm going to be in trouble. But Sam's got to do his own bits and pieces, he's got to track, he's got to do a man-to-man role there, but he's not doing it. Leif Davis is being too adventurous at the wrong times. We are so stretched, it's unbelievable. Bad decisions from the goalkeeper, too stretched as a back four. We haven't got the ability in the midfield to be honest and track people's runs. They're elementary things. And then when I look at our four attackers, they have been untidy. They haven't been able to get enough of the ball when they haven't produced. They've given the ball away far too easily. And really, you can't say this is unlucky. This is a scoreline that's pretty much well deserved. There's been mistakes. There's been things that have gone in Newcastle's advantage, but Newcastle are streets ahead of us.
Oh, they certainly are. It's 3-0 at half-time to Newcastle United. Unbelievable.
Completely schooled and outplayed, says Trevor, who's texted in. Jay and Berry says, don't normally text at half-time, but what's going on with the town keeper? Murich has to be taken off. It's not all his fault, but yet another blunder. It's costing Town their status in the league, I'm afraid, says Jay. You can text match at any point. 81333 is the number. It's 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Start your messages with SFK. The other two 3 o'clock kickoffs in the Premier League. Brentford 0, Nottingham Forest 1 at half-time. West Ham and Brighton are goalless. Earlier, Aston Villa 2, Manchester City 1. If we've time during our half-time break, we'll hear briefly from Pep Guardiola and Unai Emery, if not later in the programme, but we will go around the grounds locally next.
Wayne Babin at breakfast.
He doesn't come on this show very often. He's like fourth reserve. Second reserve is the cleaner. Third reserve is the bloke who works at the barbers across the way. Fourth reserve is the window cleaner, Frank. And then when we can't get anybody else, we wheel Ollie out. Has anyone ever been to Christmas to someone else's house and they have like weird stuff that they do? I remember when I was about 19, the girlfriend I was seeing at the time, Christmas Day morning, her mum went, right, come on everyone, let's go out for our walk. I'm like, what? With their rendition of Jingle Bells. Take it away, Julie and Jane.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Wayne Babin at breakfast.
Weekdays from 6.
BBC Radio Suffolk.
Town 0, Newcastle 3, half-time in our main feature, I'm afraid. Looks like Ali Al-Hamadi will be on for the beginning of the second half. We'll be back with Brenner, Woolley and Mick Mills for that second half on BBC Suffolk. Let's go around the grounds locally. At National League North action for Needham Market this afternoon. They're at home to Darlington. Nick Garnham's at Bloomfields.
It's Needham Market 0, Darlington 0. It's goalless here at the break, which is no surprise to those watching, as neither side has really looked like scoring. We've had just one attempt on target in the opening 45 minutes, as defences have been on top from start to finish. The first corner of the game didn't arrive until the 29th minute, when Needham's Dan Morphew was unable to stretch enough to get on the end of Watford loanee Jake Watkins's right-wing flag kick. Darlington did manufacture a couple of efforts on goal as the half drew to a close. First, in the 41st minute, defender Ben Headley drew a routine save from Needham keeper Marcus Garnham with a 25-yard shot. Then, a minute later, Darlington centre forward Jack Maskell should have done better when he glanced a header wide following a left-wing cross. Here's hoping for a better second period. Half-time at the Ecologic Stadium Bloomfields, Needham Market 0, Darlington 0.
In the Southern Premier League Central Division, AFC Sudbury's match away at bottom of the table Biggleswade Town called off earlier today. Leiston are goalless away at Bishop Stortford. Gary Button's watching Lowestoft Town at home to St Ives Town.
Half-time, Lowestoft Town 0, St Ives Town 0. It's been a good competitive first 45 considering the damp heavy conditions. Andy Reynolds' side making a bright start in the opening exchanges. Harvey Sayer finding Kyle Haylock in the penalty area. Haylock's effort not held by the St Ives keeper Dan Wilkes. And then Harry Barbrook also had a half chance, and Haylock again after a series of corners. The visitors broke away on 17 minutes. A poor misplaced pass from defender Ruffles let in striker Josh Allen through on goal, and a good blocking save from Sam Blair in the Lowestoft goal. Allen also hit a dangerous ball across the face of the Trawler Boys goal, while Amimbola and Allen had further chances before half-time. Ethan Creary's flick-on header struck the Lowestoft uprights on 35 minutes, as once again the Trawler Boys goal was leading a charmed life. Sam Blair's attempt to clear that chance for the visitors has led to the recent signing having to be substituted. Reserve youngster Ronnie Yeo has replaced him in goal. St Ives should be well ahead in this match, but at half-time it's Lowestoft 0, St Ives Town 0.
Thank you, Gary. Into the Isthmian North Division. Jack McLean is watching the leaders for us this afternoon. Bury Town at home to Brightlingsea Regent.
It's Bury Town 1, Brighton and Sea Regent 1. A fast start for Bury Town as they had all the possession from the first minute. And in the third minute, an Ed Upson shot troubled the Brighton and Sea keeper, but it did end up going wide. It took until 6 minutes for the league's top scorer, Samuel Ramadan, to give Bury the lead and something to hold on to. It was a shot that came from pressure on the Essex side box. The shot turned cross from the left-hand side, and Mickey David's ball turned out to be the Christmas present that Ramadan needed as he turned it in at the far post past the Essex stopper. The game then petered out for a bit until the 22nd minute when the equaliser came. Bury played themselves into trouble when they were playing it around at the back. A loose pass from Joe White landed at the feet of Brighton Sea attacker Teddy Collis, who then dinged it over young keeper Killick Green. 1-1, and the Essex side were on the front foot, where in the next 5 minutes afterwards they hit the woodwork no more than 3 times. Look, it's been a half where Bury Town have struggled to control it and Brighton and Sea have been on top, but they haven't made that pressure tell. Coles Goose was clearly frustrated with what he was seeing as substitute Ryan Jollard was getting ready to come on for his side in the 38th minute. He chose not to put him on in the end, but changes are incoming at the break. At the break here at Round Meadow, it's Bury Town 1, Brighton and Sea Regent 1.
So as things stand at a point this afternoon for Bury Town, Jack McLean watching that one at the Denny Brothers Stadium. Felixstowe Walter United second at the table, currently trailing 1-0 away at Galston this afternoon. Mildenhall Town are 1-1 away at Sporting Bangor United. Ben Nolan opening the scoring for the Hall before the home side levelled. It's Haringey Borough 1, Newmarket Town 0 at half-time, and Ipswich Wanderers currently goalless with Concord Rangers at Humberducy Lane. Couple from the Thurlow Nunn League in the Premier Division. Brantham Athletic leading Harleston 1-0. At Woodbridge are behind 1-0 at Downham Town. Walsh and Llewellows 0-0 with Dereham. In the First Division North, result from last night, Haverhill Rovers going 14 points clear at the top of the division with a 2-0 win at home to Whitton United. Let's talk Premier League. We'll be back at Portman Road shortly for the second half of Ipswich Town versus Newcastle United. The Magpies 3-0 up at half-time if you just joined us. It's now 9 defeats from their last 12 games in all competitions for the defending Premier League champions, Manchester City. They lost 2-1 away to Aston Villa in the lunchtime kick-off. John Duran opened the scoring at Villa Park after 16 minutes, and Morgan Rogers doubled the lead after the break. Phil Foden got one back in stoppage time. The City manager Pep Guardiola said his side played well in spells during the match.
We played a really good half. First half, part of the mistake in the first actions, but I think we played a really good first half. And the second we dropped, we were not good. The way we pressed were more effective. We could drop them quick. We bring the ball in the final 30 much better positions that we did it in the second half. And after the tempo when the game goes on is a little bit more difficult. And congratulate Aston Villa for the victory.
Do you feel you've identified and are dealing with the reasons why you're in this run of form and seeing signs on the pitch and on training that the end of this sequence is coming? Because it must come, surely. You're Manchester City.
Yeah, it can come, it can not come. So it depends on us and the opponents and the results. I know the solution is, bring the players back. So we have just one central defender, I would say, fit, and that is more difficult. Our consistency in both sides, but we're going to try next game, another opportunity, and don't think much further than that. The recovery well, rest, and try to do it.
Pep Guardiola speaking after Aston Villa 2, Manchester City 1 in the Premier League's lunchtime kick-off today. Unai Emery's Villa go above City in the Premier League table.
We played 90 minutes more or less in the way we were expecting. We started in transition scoring one goal. We had some corners as well and chances to score. And then progressively the first half they were imposing, dominating the match. They were pushing us, defending very low, more than we wanted. And they created one or two chances and we saved it through Emiliano Martinez. And then the second half we started again dominating more than the first half, not only in transition, even when we were keeping ball possession, we were avoiding their press. And in the second half, I think we played better, like I want here, to try to impose and dominate with the positioning. Of course, against Manchester City it's been very difficult, and the first half happened it. But the second half, I think, more or less, we were playing and getting confidence to dominate, to play keeping ball possession, and as well creating chances and avoiding their chances, because I think the second half, progressively, we impose and we deserved to win through our domination of them.
A happy Unai Emery after Aston Villa 2, Manchester City 1 earlier today. Few more texts have come our way. This from Andy in Woodbridge. Kieran McKenna talks all the time about improving small margins. Muric in goal was a bad signing. Continually playing him's even worse. I reckon he's cost the team 9 points this season. Christian Walton must wonder what he's got to do to get a game. Richard in Hesset says, my Geordie mate says the first goal is offside. We appear to be getting a rough deal from VAR. And this from Dave. Don't be too hard on Ipswich. These are the kind of games we can learn things from. Nobody expects us to get points from a team such as Newcastle with all the money they've spent. We need to get points from the Evertons, the Crystal Palaces. But this is a tough league. Tottenham was a bonus. Wolverhampton Wanderers was a must. Let's just keep positive and come out and win the second half, which is next.
Did you miss the BBC Radio Suffolk Carol concert at the Apex in Bury St Edmunds? Don't worry, because have we got a Christmas gift for you? We planned ahead and recorded the evening. On Christmas Eve at midday, with another chance on Christmas Day itself and then Boxing Day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it's your chance to hear the highlights of the Carol concert, featuring the Newmarket Community Choir, the Suffolk Concert Band, Ralph Taylor and the Great Heath Academy School Choir. So make sure you get in the festive spirit and listen to the BBC Radio Suffolk Carol concert this Christmas. And of course you can listen again on BBC Sounds. Happy Christmas.
It's match day on BBC Radio Suffolk. Let's rejoin Mick Mills and Brenner Woolley at Portman Road, where Kieran McKenna has made a change.
Yeah, he has, Graham. Ali Al-Hamidi is going to get the whole of the second half in place of Amari Hutchinson. So Town will line up with Muric in yellow off to our right-hand side, a back four, Harry Clark, O'Shea, Burgess, Davis. That's Morsey the captain and Cayuste. Then it will be Burns, Chaplin, Smodix in support of Al-Hamidi. On the bench, Walton, Jack Clark, Johnston, Phillips, Broadhead, Townsend, Taylor and Greaves. Newcastle United have got Dubravka in all green in front of the Sir Bobby Robson standoff to our left. It's back for Livramento, Cher, Byrne and Hall. The three in midfield, been very impressive, two of them in particular, Tonali and Gamaresh. Also in there, Willock. Isak through the middle's got 2 goals. Murphy off to his right has got 1. Gordon plays to the left-hand side of that front three. Vlachodimos is the sub-keeper. Trippier, Barnes, Target, Osula, Almiron, Kelly, Longstaff and Miley. What do you make of that change, Mick Mills?
Yeah, I think I would have gone for 4 changes, to be perfectly honest, because I think we need a lift from somewhere. Let's hope the people in the dressing room have been able to motivate our boys into. I think this is, for me, blood and thunder. It's got to be blood and thunder this half, and no two ways about it. It's got to be total and utter commitment from everybody, and I just wondered if we had freshened it up by about 4 different players, that would have been the best. But certainly Ali Al-Hamidi was a definite one to come on at half-time.
Let's see if this is going to be a case of damage limitation or whether Ipswich Town can get a foothold at some point, maybe in the next 15-20 minutes. A lot might depend on Newcastle United's attitude and fitness. Blowy at Portman Road. You can see the white shirts of Newcastle flapping around. They're getting the second half underway, playing from left to right against the blue with the white pinstripes of Ipswich Town. At least that heavy rain in the first half has disappeared. Definitely having an impact on the pitch. Here is Livramento near side. The Newcastle right gives it to Murphy. Back to Livramento. Does like to get forward from full back. Byrne. You're going to have to wait till at least the Chelsea game for Ipswich Town's first home win of the season. A realistic prospect, given how well Chelsea are doing, that Town will get to the turn of the year without a victory on this pitch. Here is Cher forward towards Murphy. Got the better of the opposing number 23, Smodix. Probably feel more comfortable off to the left-hand side. Real opportunity for Ali Al-Hamidi here. Nothing to lose as well, Ali Al-Hamidi. Here is Gordon. Of course, Delap will be back and available for Arsenal on Friday. It's probably worth clarifying that when all said and done was a one-game ban, Liam Delap, because there was so much confusion as to whether he'd even got a fifth yellow at Wolves last week. Took almost till tea time Monday for absolute clarity. Infield from Tonali. O'Shea intercepts. Chaplin loses the ball. Anthony Gordon gives it to Isak. Isak gives it away to Davis. Davis's first touch is too heavy. Isak's back there in midfield with those long legs of his, but they're not long enough to keep the ball in on the stretch underneath us. A little bit scruffy from the Swede. Eddie Howe pointing just directly below Leif Davis. Burgess infield to O'Shea. Very pleased with his week's work so far, the former Bournemouth manager. Celebrated 3 years in charge of Newcastle recently, the 12th manager since Sir Bobby Robson had a successful spell in his native northeast. Finished 4th just the season before last Newcastle. A lot of these players were in that side as well. That's the task facing Ipswich Town, or always was this afternoon. It's going to be a really tough game, this one, their final match before Christmas. Morsey to Burgess. Burgess gives it away, intercepted by Cher. Newcastle coming forward. Cher with the ball infield, came off the heels of Murphy, and then he's nudged down. Cher gets back up to his feet against Smodix. The referee plays an advantage. He's trying to find Willock in a threatening position. Cher with the initial pass. Back to the halfway line, and Byrne. Very quiet Portman Road at the moment. Dan Byrne, all 6'6" of him, gives it to Livramento. Newcastle with about 90% of the possession in this first 3 minutes of the second half. The crowd trying to lift Ipswich Town. Another good attendance, north of 29,000. So you'll have a full commentary of all of those games over the Christmas period. Arsenal, Chelsea, and then Fulham at the start of the new year. Here is the Swiss international Cher up towards Isak of Sweden. O'Shea wins it in the air to Smodix. Smodix gets it back to Leif Davis. Davis finds Kiyuste. Lovely turn from Kiyuste. Runs into trouble of trying to get away from Tonali and Gimaresh. Also Willock. All three Newcastle midfielders in on that, Jens Kiyuste.
Yeah, initially it was a great bit of control and turn, but he was hounded by three players, as you say.
Kiyuste goes back to Dara O'Shea in a Burnley side that lost 4-1 to Newcastle last season. Here is Cameron Burgess looking forward, but just spreading play to Davis underneath us. He runs up the halfway line, plays the ball to the centre spot. Chaplin tries to get Al-Hamidi in behind. Al-Hamidi is in behind, edge of the area. Still Ali Al-Hamidi. Ali Al-Hamidi for Ipswich Town, left-footed shot blocked. Comes out to Kiyuste. That was a sight of goal initially for the Iraqi. Eventually got his shot away, but by that time there were white shirts in front of him. Morsey towards Smodix. Back it goes to Sam Morsey. Morsey square to Harry Clark. 4 minutes on the clock in the second half. Still 3-0 Newcastle. Where's Burns? Couple of step overs. Left-footed cross. Good one. No, headed away by Livramento. Look, decent delivery from his left boot, the Welshman. And as far as Burgess. Burgess gives it to Leif Davis. Little drag back. Infield to Kiyuste. Kiyuste pings it back to Cameron Burgess live on BBC Radio Suffolk Sport. Burgess' attempted pass is dealt with by Newcastle. Town win it back. Kayuste to Davis, back in field to the number 12, Kayuste. Now Morsey changes direction. Morsey along the deck, finding Leif Davis. Davis with the ball into the box, the on-rushing Kayuste. Unlucky, it's the right idea. It's a good run from Kayuste. Unlucky that Davis didn't quite pick him out.
Yeah, it's a nice sequence of play, and it started by Ali Al-Hamadi getting into probably the best position a forward has got into for us this afternoon, and he possibly should have done a little bit better, but you know, we picked up possession again, and it was some good possession, and it forced Newcastle back momentarily.
Backhill from Smodics when Town had a chance of winning possession. Didn't work out. Willock has harried off the ball. Al-Hamadi to Chaplin. Chaplin gets the edge of the Newcastle box. Lots of work to be done. Couldn't do it. Tonali nicked it off of him. Wins a lot of possession. Sandro Tonali. Gordon, nice change of direction. Isak, lovely ball to Hall on the overlap. This is good from Newcastle. In comes his ball towards Guimaraes. Oh, he's hit the post with a great header. What a goal that would have been from Newcastle.
Yeah, it was a terrific bit of play. I thought that we were sort of made just one little error up in the attacking half, and they broke really well, and that was a terrific cross and a good header.
Would have been a brilliant goal from Newcastle, and certainly game over at 4-0. 6 minutes gone in the second half. To have your say afterwards. Match day's on air until 6 o'clock. Call 0800 141 2121 to check to Graham and Mick, or text 81333. Start those messages. SFK. WhatsApp 08000 321 333 again. Start those with SFK. Al-Hamadi to Burns, and hear about goals elsewhere in a moment. Al-Hamadi's had a few touches so far and done all right in the second half. Ball's out far side. Let's go back to Graham.
Yeah, Brighton now ahead at West Ham, and Nottingham Forest have doubled their lead at Brentford, who've got such good home form this season.
Wow, that is a surprise. As O'Shea has the ball in centre field for Ipswich in blue. Looks towards Kayuste. Guimaraes is straight on him, as these Newcastle midfielders always are when a blue shirt gets the ball centrally. Back to Muric. Muric fires his clearance, looking towards Burns. Heads it infield, got there ahead of Hall. Burn brings it down in the central area. It goes back to Dubravka. Dubravka out to his right side, and Cher. Now Livramento, ball down the line to Murphy. Murphy's little layoff reaches Kayuste. Kayuste's done well for Ipswich Town. Now Chapman picks up the pieces outside the Newcastle area. Prods it back to Burgess on the left-hand side. Leif Davis. Town trying to change the complexion of this game with a goal back at 3-0. Here is Kayuste once again, exchanging short passes with Morsey, but not going anywhere. Now Davis has it. The ball's on halfway with Burgess, has to get there ahead of Isak. That was loose from Davis. Livramento now has it for Newcastle. Tonali with a switch of play towards Gordon. Gordon brings it down on his right instep, with Harry Clark right behind him. Now Newcastle go back via Byrne to Cher. 8 gone in the second half. Here is Sandro Tonali once again, finding Livramento. Infield to Murphy, back to Livramento. In towards Guimaraes in the centre of the field. Forward to Gordon. Nice play this from Newcastle. Gordon to Isak. Isak carries it on. Burgess gets in the way. Murphy picks it up. Murphy for Newcastle inside the Ipswich area. Murphy's still got the ball. Little back heel inside. Isak with his hat-trick chance and scores. It's a treble for the Swedish international. He becomes the second player to score a hat-trick against Ipswich Town this season, and this game is dead and buried. All 3 points heading back to the northeast. We've only played 9 minutes in the second half, and already it's Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 4.
Well, it should never have happened. They're in good control of the ball on this right-hand side. They work it infield, but we've got so many numbers there, and then when they've tried that little backheel ball, it should never have gone to anybody. You know, this is awful defending. How many blue shirts do we want back there?
Nice improvised prodded finish from Isak. 4-0 the last time they won here, Newcastle. 4-0 this afternoon. The worrying thing is we've still got another 36 minutes of football to go.
We've totally and utterly lost our belief. I've never seen us do this under Kieran McKenna. I really haven't. You know, we don't believe in what we're doing. We're just a mile away from the whole game.
There's part of that not having Delap, not having that outlet, not having that belief when they go forward that something might happen.
Well, it doesn't help. You know, I mean, it doesn't help the situation. And what Liam Delap does, you know, when you see him battering people and, you know, fighting sort of lost causes, it can have an impact all round the team, you know, but we haven't got that today. We've had to really sort of cope playing a different way, but just generally I keep going back to that early start. Newcastle got the rub of the green, but they took advantage of it, and we sort of never really have laid a glove on Newcastle.
Totally out of their depth today. Kieran McKenna's just had a word with Jack Clark and Calvin Phillips. Here is that share. Well, it is damage limitation now, but it's certainly another home defeat for Ipswich Town. Morsey's touch is heavy, ball out far side. Kieran McKenna puffs his cheeks out down below us. Not how he would have wished to celebrate 3 years in charge. Last Monday was that anniversary. Through far side to Newcastle United towards Anthony Gordon. He'll be keen to get in on the goal scoring act. He gives the ball to Gamaresh, through the middle from Gamaresh. Newcastle have got goal side again inside the area. Real chance for Willock. He has to score, and he's lifted it over the bar. Oh, what an opportunity for Newcastle to make it 5.
Well, Willock is the one that is causing us, very quietly, causing us all sorts of problems. He's the one that is making the runs between Dara O'Shea and Harry Clark. And poor old Harry Clark has to come in and take him, because Sam Morsey will not stay with him. He refuses to stay with the man he's playing against, and it's causing our back four enormous problems.
Jack Taylor, I think, is coming on for Ipswich Town as well. He's looking at the iPad under the watchful gaze of Mark Hudson. I don't think this is going to happen, but I did notice that last season Newcastle beat Sheffield United 8-0, one of the newly promoted sides. 4 here. And judging by that last attack, they're hungry for more goals at Newcastle United. Willock's an upper body problem. Seems to be his left shoulder, I think, just the way that he fell and slipped after that challenge, which thankfully was enough to put him off. Well, it's been worth the early start, the long journey for those Newcastle fans over on the far side. Calvin Phillips is coming on as well for Ipswich Town. So definite changes in midfield. He needs to do something, doesn't he, Mick?
Yeah, very much so. And, you know, you tend to look at both ends of the pitch defensively and in attack to think that's where the problems are. But if you haven't got that midfield to knit those two sections together, then you've got no chance. And our midfield has been sort of pretty woeful. I think Kajuste has done some reasonably good things in tight situations. But generally speaking, that threesome of Morsey, Kajuste and Connor Chaplin has just not been at the races at all.
No, they haven't. Well, changes are afoot. Although at the moment it's a Newcastle midfielder who's wincing and coming off the field down below us, but I think he's going to be okay. They would bring on Sean Longstaff if he had to make a change. Eddie Howe will be very happy with what he's seen from his side against a potentially tricky away game off the back of the cup exertions in the week. So Taylor and Phillips.
What is he doing?
As Aaron Murray seems to have lost his concentration a little bit. This is a heck of a way to go into Christmas, this is, for Ipswich Town. Here is O'Shea, gives the ball to Morsey. Bruno's on to him, Gamaresh should have said. There is Clark, belting the ball down the far touchline over the top of Hall. Headed down by Dan Byrne. Lewis Hall's back on the ball. There is Byrne, belting it long, former Brighton player. Headed in field by O'Shea. Gordon's going to go after this. Burgess has to get there because Murrich had got stranded. Burgess clears away from Gordon. There is Smodics with a header, but it drops down towards Willock. Back on the field, he nods it to Livramento. Back under the chest of Willock. They're making Town players chase around at the back. Al-Hamidi closes down Cher, but the ball squirts out to the goalkeeper, Dubravka. Changes likely from the Newcastle bench as well. Understandably resting a few. This game's won as far as they're concerned.
They're actually playing the game almost at walking pace.
Yeah, it's like pre-season friendly. I said that at half-time in some senses. It's like one of these games you see pre-season for Newcastle against a lower league side. Sloppy from Newcastle, but then Town didn't make anything of it. That was a chance for Kiyuste to find Al-Hamidi. Tried to do it the first time ball, didn't work out. So opportunity's been bypassed. There is Murphy, gives the ball to Guimaraes. One back by Leif Davis. Davis loses it though, gives it straight to Tonali. So Isak with a hat-trick, Murphy with a goal. That's why Town trail this game by 4 goals to 0. Tonali towards Guimaraes. Town nowhere near the level of Newcastle United this afternoon. There'll be no excuses, there'll be honesty from Kieran McKenna, I'm sure, post-match. Hard watch for Ipswich Town supporters here. Tonali towards Byrne, and of course Arsenal and Chelsea to follow. Infield Tonali gives it to Cher. Newcastle just passing it around at will at the back. Longstaff certainly one of those players coming on. I think Harvey Barnes, goodness me, he's a flying winger that can score and create goals. He's about to come on for either Murphy or Gordon. Livramento in slides Smodics. Livramento gets the better of him though. He's strong, Livramento. Good player, the right back. Here he is once again. Both he and Hall, former academy players of the year at Chelsea. Similar backgrounds, the two of them. Murphy behind Livramento, tried to pick him up. Morsey gets the ball in the edge of his area, gives it to Kayuste. Back it goes to Davis, closed down by Willock. Willock carries on the ball, but the referee says literally, so it was a handball. So lots of changes now. Kieran Trippier is also coming on for Newcastle. Triple change for them. Kayuste is going off to be replaced by Phillips. Town have got to get him in the team on a regular basis, Phillips. And Chaplin is being replaced by Taylor. Town with an extra body in midfield for the time being.
Yeah, and we need that. We really do. It's a real luxury today to have a number 10 when your 2 other midfield players are being absolutely overrun.
Yeah.
You know?
This has to be the moment that Phillips gets himself back in the team and stays there, surely. He's got to step up. A player that can certainly perform at this level. Town need him. Here is Burgess. Burgess to Phillips, who goes back to Muric, who Newcastle did actually want to take on loan last January when he went to West Ham. They were very keen on Calvin Phillips, but just couldn't do the deal, largely down to finances, as crazy as that might sound. And they are one of the richest clubs in the world, Newcastle, but have to play by the PSR rules like everyone else. Here is Livramento down below us. 4-0 Newcastle lead, 70 minutes gone in the second off BBC Radio Suffolk. Isak to Guimaraes. What a ball from Guimaraes to Gordon. 1-on-1 with Clark. This could be number 5. Anthony Gordon. It's a really tame effort straight at Muric. That was some pass to find him.
Yeah, it was a good pass, but you know, Harry Clark's positioning, why does he come infield so much?
Burns running with the ball far side for Ipswich Town. Ball's taken off them really well by Hall. That was brilliant defending from the left back. Here is Guimaraes, finds Gordon. Gordon in field to Isak. Isak trying to be too clever there, should have controlled the ball. Good ball from Smodics, well played. Wes Burns on the right hand side, running it to Tonali, back in the left back slot. Burns with a left footed shot which goes wide. Worth a go though.
Better.
Little spark of action there from Burns.
That was better, you know, picked up the ball, got it out to Wes Burns, and we've attacked with a bit of adventure and a bit of pace, and we got a shot away as well.
So Livramento will be replaced by Trippier, as expected. Other alterations. Murphy is going to be going off and being replaced by Barnes. Well, that's no respite whatsoever for Leif Davis, because Barnes is a heck of a player. And Longstaff will come into the midfield in place of Joe Willock. So Isak is still staying on, even though he's got his hat-trick. Hasn't really weakened Newcastle greatly. There's 3 changes. Just past the hour mark as well on BBC Radio Suffolk Sport. So Friday night we'll have full match commentary. Mick and myself from the Emirates Stadium. First time Town have been there in the league. And then a week on Monday Chelsea come here as we reach the midway point of this Premier League season. That's with Dubravka, who had a loan at Manchester United really randomly last season from Newcastle. Here is Byrne playing out to Guimaraes, little layoff to Hall far side. He's caught from behind Guimaraes, who's gone down holding his leg, and it's a yellow card for Sam Morsey, who will not be at Arsenal on Friday night. So there's Calvin Phillips back in the starting lineup, one would have thought. Sam's got Christmas off.
I'm just looking at it now.
Caught his right foot, I think, his right heel. Yeah, that's the boot that Guimaraes has put him back on. So Sam, who's been on 4 yellow cards for a little while, and we were getting to the cut-off point, but that's number 5. So as I say, that's one change at the Emirates Stadium. Hutchinson, the other player, incidentally, on their 4 yellows now that Delap and Morsey have got their 5th. Guimaraes towards Tonali. Nice way about them in the centre of the park. Kieran McKenna looking on. Long forward ball from Cher. We'll hear from Kieran before 6 o'clock on match day. Headed on by Phillips towards Taylor. Taylor lifts it forward to Al Hamidi. All the substitutes involved. Good challenge from Cher. A few Town fans had the hump, but there's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. Longstaff to Guimaraes. Out to the right-hand side, looking for Trippier. A great servant to Newcastle United and indeed England, Kieran Trippier. Smodics goes back to Muric. Muric passes it out to Taylor. Taylor tucks it square to the right-back area where O'Shea finds himself. Still more than a quarter of this game to go. There is Taylor, turns in midfield. Looks forward towards Al Hamidi. Al Hamidi heads it up for himself. He's going to battle for it, but it's won by Longstaff. Newcastle United for a long time, Sean Longstaff.
He's done all right, Al Hamidi.
He has, hasn't he?
Yeah. You know, he's just doing his best, and you know, he's giving the defenders a little bit more of a problem than they had first half.
Barnes up against Burgess, former Leicester player. Back to Longstaff. Longstaff with a lovely crossfield ball, inch perfect for Gordon. Nicely taken down. Guimaraes inside the area. Tries a snapshot off the outside of his right boot, trying to catch Muric out. It's blocked off O'Shea, and Newcastle have their first corner kick.
Yeah, they're just playing very comfortably, Newcastle, as you can imagine, and they're pretty much, even like now, there's no urgency about them. They're just walking, they're just going through the motions. They're just enjoying the afternoon.
22 minutes gone in the second half, so at the midway point of the second half, final quarter of the game approaches. Newcastle lead 4-0. Gordon pulls back this corner to Hall. Hall gives it back to Gordon. Right-footed, jabs it towards the far stick. Byrne recycles it with a header into the middle, nodded away by Burgess. The shot is volleyed high over the bar by Barnes.
Yeah, I mean, that was a raking cross that was in the air a long time, and it found a Newcastle player trying to keep it in play, and there was no Town player who was disputing the ball. And then when he kept it in play, it then became possible that they might engineer a chance. You know, it's almost like we're just playing in a very disillusioned state.
Muric. His clearance goes straight downfield. Tonali gets there and loops it back to Dubravka. Dubravka controls it on the edge of his area and floats it out to the right. And Trippier, very comfortable for Newcastle United. How about their business very well. Ipswich Town taught a bit of a lesson here at Portman Road this afternoon. Dubravka goes out towards Byrne. Back it goes to Byrne. Byrne now looks forward with his pass to Anthony Gordon. Gets away from Burns, comes in field, gives it away. Gordon straight to Smodics. Paul from him, well done by Smodics. Driving forward. Sam Smodics edge of the air, back comes Trippier. Given away, not quite by Newcastle this time. I thought it was loose from Cher, but Newcastle get it back, and here's Longstaff. Town understandably lacking in belief. Barnes to Tonali. Tonali up towards Guimaraes, well intercepted by Phillips. O'Shea's attempt to pass forward, I think hits Morsey, comes back to Burgess. Here is Sam Morsey towards Jack Taylor. Great header from him last week that won the game at Wolves. He's given it out to Burns on the right-hand side. Burns attacking Hall. Attempting a cross, blocked off by Hall. And the ball has stayed in. The spin of it has prevented it going out. Eventually, Hall shields it off the pitch, and it's a goal kick to Newcastle United.
Yeah, we just haven't got it in us to sort of create anything today. You know, just we've been second best pretty much from about the first 5 or 6 minutes, really. Well, as soon as Newcastle took advantage of that early lead and played very positively, we really have been second best.
Electronic advertising boards advertising Ipswich Town women against Plymouth here on the 23rd of March. Hope that's not Ipswich Town's first home win of the season. Burns infield to Al Hamidi, that left from him to the right, and Taylor Taylor loses his footing and the ball's out for a throw to Newcastle. At left back, Hall is going to be taken. He has had a good game. He's looked the part, Lewis Hall. Didn't play an awful lot last season, his first season there while he was on loan. Ipswich win the ball on the right-hand side. Al-Hamadi bursting into the area, tries to get to the byline. He's done well, Al-Hamadi. He's won a corner kick off Byrne.
Yeah, he has done well. You know, he was our most natural sort of choice to make with the absence of our two key strikers. Kieran decided to go the other way with Sammy Smodics, but it's seeing this now in the second half, he possibly should have been the choice, really. He's more natural. He's doing quite well.
Leif Davis jogging across to the join of the Sir Bobby Robson stand and the Cobbold stand, far left corner as we look at things here with Ipswich Town's second corner kick of the game. We're into the final 20 minutes at Portman Road. Town trying to get at least a consolation goal, 4-0 behind to Newcastle, and it swings from Davis to the far post, headed down by Burgess, might get another bite at it. No, walloped away by Hall. And a touch on this near side of the field. Miguel Almiron about to come on for the visitors. Wide player in attack. Morsey closed down by Guimaraes. Clark spreads a nice ball out to the left-hand side and Smodics back to Calvin Phillips. Phillips plays a diagonal ball across the field. Not sure that was the intended target, but it's found Burns. Burns tries to turn it back. Comes off the leg of Gordon. Cleared away by Newcastle. It won't turn into a pass for Gordon. And it's gone out just as Nathan Broadhead goes for a little jog near side. Boucher finds Morsey on the centre spot. Morsey up to Al-Hamadi. Al-Hamadi's crowded out, but he's done phenomenally well, taken on and beaten 4 players. Al-Hamadi, edge of the area, shot blocked, might come back to him. No, not this time. He's done really, really well there.
Yeah, super play. Super play. Positive, confident.
Phillips to Morsey. Morsey in the centre of the Newcastle United half. Clark gives it back to Burgess. Burgess turns it to the left side. Phillips, a couple of touches to get under control. The number 8 Luke's infield, then tries the switch of play over the top of Gordon. It's inch perfect for Burns, but at least said about his first touch, the better. Newcastle have a throw in, and on will come Almiron for what the final 18 minutes or so of this game, and he's going to be replacing Alexander Isak, the Geordie's hat-trick hero. Harvey Barnes is going to go centrally, or perhaps Anthony Gordon might go centrally and Harvey Barnes down the left, because Almiron's very much a right-sided player. As you'd expect, Isak is coming off at snail's pace. He's done his job. He's gone from 8 goals to 11 for the season. With that prodded second half finish, it's a handshake from Eddie Howe, Jason Tyndall and the rest of the coaching staff underneath us.
Yeah, it's a good return.
Newcastle have the ball with Tonali, belted away by Byrne to Trippier, edge of his area. Trippier controls it down to Cher. Cher gets it to Longstaff. Newcastle a little bit risky at the back, but with a 4-goal cushion you can afford that, I guess. Here is Almiron, very popular player amongst the Newcastle fans. Dubravka inside his 6-yard area, closed down by Smodics, gets it out to Dan Byrne, and now it's with Hall. Newcastle with the bulk of the possession in this second half, the only goal of it as well. Newcastle 3-0 at half-time, now 4-0 on BBC Radio Suffolk. Given away by Newcastle. Harry Clark on the far side for Ipswich. Too much on that pass. Out behind, goal kick off the floor to the visitors.
Very difficult circumstances to keep going. It really is. 4-0 down at home, having not played at all well. No excuses. To keep going is difficult.
Up towards Anthony Gordon, who might be the one that's playing the central role. Back to Muric. Muric pass it out to Clark. Ooh, Clark almost gave it to Barnes. Town got a bit of good fortune there. There is Morsey inside his half. Longstaff is going to go and close down Phillips. Phillips plays it to Burgess. 16 to go. Al-Hamadi's first touch is a bit heavy, but Davis has got the ball. Not for long. He's given it in field to Tonali. Now with Trippier. Trippier back via Tonali to Dubravka. He's now 34. Kieran Trippier, more than 500 career games. Played for Town against Barnsley. Played for Barnsley whilst on loan at Man City early on in his career. Since been at Tottenham and Atletico Madrid, numerous England caps. Here is Morsey. Gordon's having a nibble. Morsey holds on to the ball. Still has it in midfield, not going anywhere, but at least he's keeping a hold of it. Phillips against Longstaff, can't go forward. Phillips plays the ball up the halfway line to Clark on the far side. Burns is upended. It's a throw though to Newcastle United. Nathan Broadhead's about to come on.
Really good, couldn't get free of them there, could we?
No.
You know, there were very few options on where to pass the ball. We had to go round the back of the pitch, and every time we passed the ball, somebody was closed down.
Newcastle United with Guimaraes in a position just in front of the back four. Passes it up towards Almiron, the Paraguayan. Trippier's given it back to Almiron. Talk that he might move on in the January transfer window. Al-Hamadi into the back of Guimaraes. That's going to be a yellow card. Totally needless from Ali Al-Hamadi to do that. Daft caution for him. Stuart Atwell straight on him for that. Just showing some frustration, the Ipswich Town striker.
Oh, yeah, it's totally unnecessary. It's late.
He's had a few words with Cher about something. Fellow Scouser Anthony Gordon is also just telling him to walk away. Guimaraes still arguing with Al-Hamadi over the challenge. It's a Newcastle free kick inside the half. Broadhead and Johnson about to come on for some extra minutes for Ipswich Town. Final 14 minutes of this game, which is fairly lifeless at the moment, it has to be said. Let's hope for better joy for Ipswich Town at the Emirates Stadium on Friday. What a tall order that's going to be. Looking forward to seeing how Arsenal compare to the likes of Liverpool and Manchester City we've already seen this season. Guimaraes gets the better of Phillips. Hall to the left-hand side. Barnes for Newcastle inside the Ipswich Town area. Barnes with a cross to the far stick, just too high for Almiron. Goal kick to Muric.
Yeah, I think he would have been offside as well in the end, but you know, this is a real drag, it really is. You know, we're bringing another couple of subs on to see what we can do.
Smodix is going off, getting a warm round of applause, to be replaced by Nathan Broadhead, and Burns is going to be replaced by Johnson. 13 to go. Let's hope it doesn't get any worse for Ipswich Town. Back here for Chelsea a week on Monday the 30th. That's another evening game. Arsenal, incidentally, is a 8:15 kick-off on the 27th. We'll have start the build-up after 6 o'clock on match night. Muric, right-footed, straight downfield, dealt with by Byrne. Morsey gets on it ahead of Guimaraes. Remember, Morsey won't be at Arsenal. Morsey to Broadhead. Broadhead's first touch of the game's a good one. Al-Hamadi inside the area now, off to our left-hand side. Gives it back to Broadhead. Broadhead tries to pick his spot, saved by Dubravka. Needed some help from a colleague to clear it away. That was a very, very bright introduction from Nathan Broadhead.
Yeah, it was. It was a cracking shot too.
Morsey, crossfield ball looking for Johnson. Back goes Hall. Hall's dragged down, is he? Yes, he is. Decision given against Ben Johnson. Hall's holding his right Achilles. Felt that one from the Ipswich Town substitute. Lewis Miley is about to come on to play his first Premier League minutes since March. Very talented 18-year-old midfielder. Played a little bit against Chelsea in the League Cup earlier on this season. It's been out, 9 months with an injury before that, the number 67. Played a lot of football for a 17-year-old last year at the highest level, and more than held his own. 79 on the clock. Two clubs have been on it. Two teams have been on different levels this afternoon at Portman Road. It's going to be a free kick which Dubravka is taking. Signs that one or two fans, Ipswich Town fans, are disappearing off. O'Shea wins a header against Gordon. Al-Hamadi battling. Played forward by Trippier, out to the far side Gordon. Don't know who's going to be man of the match in this one for Ipswich Town. That's an interesting shout. Maybe Nathan Broadhead after the last 2 minutes, I don't know. Ali Al-Hamadi's possibly as much as anyone in the reckoning. Miley is going to be coming on for Bruno Guimaraes. absolutely adored by the Newcastle fans. As you can probably hear, he waves to them far side, hands the armband to Kieran Trippier. 29,774 watching this game. You're listening to it live on BBC Radio Suffolk. Afterwards, 0800 141 2121 if you want to chat to Graham and Mick. Or text 81333. Start those messages SFK. WhatsApp 08000 321 333. Also start those with SFK. Or if you want to get in touch with me on the Blue Hour, the final one of the year, on Monday night between 6 and 7, Brenner at bbc.co.uk is the email address. BRENNER at bbc.co.uk. Look forward to hearing from you between 6 and 7 on Monday. Sadly, talking about a defeat though. Trippier clips the ball forward, headed off the edge of his area by Burgess. Gordon's down far side for Newcastle. Play continues with Al-Hamidi taking on all comers. Broadhead tries to win it to Tonali. Back towards Byrne. There is Cher. And Trippier gets the ball back towards Dubravka. Has made a couple of saves in this match, the Czech, but fairly comfortable really. Here is Cher. Once again, came from Spanish football when he joined Newcastle. Cher with a lovely ball forward. Clark's header finds O'Shea. Johnson back to Clark. Those two working in tandem far side. Morsey on his chest. Infield to Taylor. Taylor almost allows Almiron a sniff of the ball. Taylor gets it back on the halfway line. He's done well. Johnson for Town. You see, nice and fresh, having just come on. O'Shea, lovely spot, picks out a pass to Broadhead running forward. Nathan Broadhead for Ipswich Town. Little ball to Al-Hamidi inside the box. Still Ali Al-Hamidi on his right side, shoots, but it's sliced out wide.
Yeah, you just tend to think there Broadhead did superbly well, and then Al-Hamidi should have just passed it on to Leif Davis, who's down his outside, and he would have had a shot, with a clear shot, would have been a bit of a tight angle, but he would have had a great sighting of goals.
He is almost genuinely a shout for Town's man of the match, Ali Al-Hamidi. I'm genuinely thinking round who's been playing the whole match, who's on there now. It's wow, it's a difficult one. It's 8 minutes to go. Lots and lots of people departing early, perhaps for their Christmas drinks. Clark heads it to Johnson. Newcastle lead 4-0. Johnson to the centre spot, goes back to Cameron Burgess. He finds Leif Davis. Davis straight in field, but straight to Miley. That was a bizarre pass. Trippier almost gets it back to Miley. Morsey steps in and wins it. Davis, this time he does find a blue shirt, and Nathan Broadhead running over halfway. Broadhead tried to squeeze the ball through to Davis. Trippier gets there, plays it off Davis. Newcastle throw, 7 minutes plus a little bit to go in this game. Kieran McKenna's thoughts before 6 o'clock, possibly those of an Ipswich Town player as well. Byrne up towards Miley, the number 67. Hall gives it back to Miley. Miley to Tonali. Tonali to Trippier. Playing it forward towards Almiron. O'Shea takes it on the chest for Burgess. Burgess down the line to Leif Davis. Infield to Phillips. Back it goes to Burgess. Now Muric. Muric across the edge of his, right through his 6-yard area. Finds O'Shea. O'Shea up towards Al-Hamidi. Up against Tonali, the furthest player back for Newcastle. Not a defender. Al-Hamidi's held it up. Comes in field, Ali Al-Hamidi. Gives it to Johnson. That was neat. Square to Broadhead, who's caught the eye since he came on. Davis on the left-hand side. Phillips wants it just in field of him. Phillips gives it back to Davis. Can he get one good bit of distribution into the Newcastle area? Not on this occasion. Phillips to Morsey. Forward towards Broadhead. Newcastle happy for Ipswich Town to have the ball 30 yards plus from their goal. Tonali then engages with Morsey. Morsey gives it to Phillips. Phillips looks to play a ball into the box, headed down by Cher. Comes towards Miley. He glances away from Al-Hamidi. Miley, with his long legs of his, gets to halfway, gives it to Gordon. Almiron's making a run. Gordon might have found him. Too much on the ball, just. Maybe if Almiron hadn't stopped his run a bit soon, it might have held up for him. Looked to be onside. Broadhead loses out to 3 white shirts. Gordon's taken a smack in the jaw. Now with Trippier. Trippier once again. Ball down to Ryan Meikle now to hopefully give us some sporting joy tonight. Alexandra Palace in round 2 of the PDC World Darts Championship. The Leiston player up against none other than Luke Littler. It's a miserable sporting afternoon so far for Ipswich Town supporters. Gordon rather clashed with the back of Nathan Broadhead's head. Two players coincidentally made their Everton debut in the same game, the Europa League game a few years ago, Broadhead and Gordon, so they know each other well enough. Not how they really wanted to be reacquainted. Maybe signs of blood from Gordon's nose or teeth. He's certainly been dealt with a bit of tissue down below us in the final 5 minutes of this game. Not how any of us wanted Ipswich Town's pre-Christmas fixtures to be rounded off. Cher plays the ball to Trippier in space. Almiron's on a run. Out comes Muric. Muric gets there ahead of Almiron. Timed his run well. Good positioning from the goalkeeper. Newcastle playing with 10 men because Gordon's still getting some nasal treatment. Al-Hamadi, who's caught by Cher on halfway. Free kick. Certainly giving them more to think about, the Newcastle centre-halves in this second half. Ali Al-Hamadi.
Yeah, without question, he's been certainly our plus point today, and he's just taken advantage of an opportunity.
Morsey over the top to Broadhead. He's done well since he came on as well. Flags going up against him though. Anthony Gordon ready to come back on. Played a big part in Murphy's goal in the first half. 3.5 minutes to play at what's a rather flat Portman Road. There is Dan Byrne going back towards Dubravka. Dubravka hits his clearance to the halfway. Burgess is always going to be the favourite to win that. Miley trying to get on the ball before Morsey. Phillips goes in there, all guns blazing, but his challenge come pass ends up with Lewis Hall getting it on the far side. Now it's with Dan Byrne once again. Dubravka. Hall to Tonali. Hall continues to do well. Tonali can't get the better of Phillips, but in the end Phillips' pass finds a Newcastle player. Gordon to Miley. Miley's very tall in midfield, very lean, the teenage midfielder. Here's Longstaff, the number 36. Longstaff draws on the challenge of Taylor and Al-Hamadi and then plays it back to Cher. It's been an ideal game for Newcastle off the back of their cup win, this one really. Longstaff finding Miley out to the left-hand side, and Gordon. Sorry, it's Hall on the far side, Gordon's in the middle. Here come Newcastle with Miley. Little chip ball across the area, finds the chest of Almiron on the right corner of the Ipswich area, gives it back to Longstaff. Longstaff trying to thread the ball through to Gordon, who'd made a run inside the box. Comes out to Trippier. Trippier's intended pass beyond Davis is intercepted by the left back. Now Miguel Almiron, final couple of minutes. Newcastle possibly trying to get a fifth when an opportunity arises anyway. More than happy with a 4-0 away win though. All three of their away losses this season have coincidentally come in West London. Brentford, Fulham and Chelsea have beaten them. Here come Newcastle. Hall gets inside the area. Lewis Hall dinks it into the middle for Almiron, but Muric read it well and caught it well.
Yeah, super run and very creative. Just unlucky with the cross. Goalkeeper took it comfortably, but very good run from Hall.
Muric, he's got serious competition as an England left back going forward. Leif Davis. Here is Muric. Disguised pass to Leif Davis, controlled near side, plays it up to Broadhead, former Sunderland player of course. Phillips to Al-Hamadi. Al-Hamadi gives it back to Taylor. There's Harry Clark in towards Morsey. You won't see him till Chelsea. Morsey to Broadhead. Broadhead's got it. Town looking for a consolation goal. Broadhead outside the area. Tries to find Johnson. I thought he was going to hit it. Broadhead. He had a couple of half chances to do that. In the end, it's not come to anything, that attack.
Yeah, I think he wanted to, but he was just searching for the perfect situation. He should have just let fly. He'd done good work on the ball. He had got a little bit of space and Should have just let fly.
Byrne takes the ball outside the Newcastle area. We're about 30 seconds away from being told how many added minutes there are going to be. Hopefully not too many. Neither team will want many out there. Hall goes back to Byrne. And onto the chest of Trippier. Trippier to Almiron. Gordon's making a run. Almiron's held on to the ball. Gordon's gone offside. 4 minutes of added on time. Keep getting wafts of Curry sitting in the press box. That's arguably the best part of today. Gordon with a nutmeg on Al-Hamadi. Then to Trippier. Trippier gets it back near side. Tonali gives it to Trippier once again. Bad defeat this for Ipswich Town. Always was going to be a tall order if Newcastle turned up and were on their A game, and I think they could probably play better. Newcastle Town have certainly not been anywhere near their best this afternoon. It's been a bit of a lesson for them. Hopefully when Town go to St James's Park on the 26th of April, ideally with Delap and Tuanzebe in the side, there'll be a different outfit. Dubravka gives the ball to Cher. Now crouching down Eddie Howe on the edge of his technical area. Very good week for him, reaching another Cup semi-final for the second time in 3 years through the last four of the Carabao Cup. They'll play Arsenal over 2 legs for a place at Wembley against either Tottenham or Liverpool. Dubravka to Hall, infield to Miley. 90 seconds into the added on 4 minutes. Newcastle have just finally progressed the ball up to the halfway line, just making Ipswich Town chase shadows at the moment. Newcastle keeping a hold of the ball. Chastening afternoon this for Ipswich Town and their fans. Trippier, every pass now being olayed. This must be up into the 30s consecutively from Newcastle United, one would have thought by now. They've had all the possession for at least 90 seconds. Tonali to Byrne. Brutal, the Premier League, it really is. Such a tough challenge what Ipswich Town are trying to do and survive this season. Dubravka, as Al-Hamadi presses, to Byrne, towards Tonali. Back it goes to Byrne. Byrne, bit of a heavy touch, he's got away from Al-Hamadi. Hopefully Ipswich Town will get another touch in this game. Miley to Gordon, 90 seconds to go, they might not. Gordon trying to play it through to Barnes. Barnes in on goal, great chance for goal number 5. Goes Squay, should have scored. Barnes back infield, Longstaff. Surely Newcastle get a fifth, they do. The flag stays down. It's eventually gone up, just as Dan Byrne started to celebrate. It looked like it was going to come. He hasn't realised over on the far side, but it looks like it's still 4-0 rather than 5.
Are the linesmen instructed to take their time like they do? I mean, that was unbelievable. You know, just wondering, the VAR obviously are getting involved, but
VAR right at the start of the game and right at the end as well. I mean, Barnes should have scored. I don't know why he was square at what on earth he was thinking of.
That was the time to score. That's come off of Sam Morsey, isn't it?
No, I think it's Longstaff. Checking disallowed goal offside, like we really care actually. We were waiting with bated breath in the first minute. That was a massive decision for VAR, but 4-0, 5-0. I was really bothered.
Yeah, he's offside.
Yeah.
He's come back from inside the goal.
Taking a long old time today, John Brooks and co.
I think they're probably trying to assess whether Sam Morsey had the last touch, but I don't think he did.
No, I don't think he did. I think it was Longstaff who kind of prodded it away from him. Still, we are waiting to see, checking for a disallowed goal. It's been cancelled out. It's still 4-0. Sarcastic applause from the Newcastle fans. Goodness me, there's hardly anybody in the north stand or the south stand. Look, it's the first time I've really looked up. I've had my eye obviously on the game. Eddie Howe with a wry smile. So many empty blue seats at both ends of Portman Road. None amongst the Geordie faithful. So Dan Byrne's first goal in inverted commas of the season chalked off. Cleared to the halfway line by Newcastle, nodded forward. So one VAR's gone against Ipswich, one's gone for them. Bookending this match, this very, very disappointing afternoon. Trippier back to Cher. Two of the very best young British managers down below us, but it's Eddie Howe with a smile on his face. It's a very unhappy Christmas for Ipswich Town. Their first fixture of the festive season has ended in a chastening defeat. Totally outclassed by Newcastle United, who've won this game by 4-0.
Yeah, they just enjoyed the afternoon, Newcastle. Town would have dreaded playing every minute of that game. But, you know, as soon as they went behind, they knew that it was going to be a difficult afternoon. And then when Newcastle set about the game after the first goal, that was the key to everything. Newcastle seemed to sort of take maximum benefit of the opening goal and started to play some free-flowing football, and it was difficult for Town to actually stop, to get themselves back into the flow of the game, to actually try and dominate the proceedings, which they needed to do if they wanted to get back to a 1-1 situation. They never looked like doing it, and it just took a little bit of time. The second goal for Newcastle was an outstanding strike, and that was really the game over for me, you know. And I just felt that we had been so far behind by half-time, not just by the scoreline but by the performance, that I would have said, Kieran should have just said, look, you know, we need some fresh legs, desperate for fresh legs. What's the maximum we can do? 4 of the 5 would have been the sensible thing, and I think that would have been the only answer, because the players that had started the game were absolutely distraught. It was going to take something amazing to get them back up again, and I think maybe an addition of 4 outfield players would have helped them, you know, and maybe we could have got something back, you know, from the scoreline at half-time. But Newcastle just generally have been so superior to us, and this is the first time for me that I've seen us miles behind the opposition. You know, I think the one thing that we've always managed to do this season, whether we've won, drawn or lost, we've always managed to keep the game level, the performance level, but we haven't today. We've been a long way from it, and it's not. If Liam Delap had been available, we would have been better, there's no question about it, because he gives us something, he inspires his teammates, but that was a woeful performance from the ones that took part in the game, and it starts at the back. The goalkeeper had a poor match. Our back 4 as a unit were very, very poor. The midfield as a unit were very, very poor, and then the front end of the team just not in it really. And Amari Hutchinson, if I could give you an example there, that's the poorest I've seen Amari, the most untidy I've seen Amari. No, every player, pretty much every player, you know, was just a long way from.
I guess Al Hamadi, if we're going to try and find a positive, Mick, that second half from Ali Al Hamadi, he did all that could be asked of him, and maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, the only 2 positives for me were, you know, Ali Al Hamadi's performance when the game was still a game. You know, when he came on at half-time, there was still a lot for Newcastle to do still. You know, they couldn't mess around at that point. I was going to say Nathan Broadhead was good when he came on, but there was not a game. You know, there's no game out there then. There was no time to get the game back. Newcastle were playing fun football. They weren't playing particularly disciplined football. So you can't judge anybody's performance at that stage of the game, but you can judge Ali Al Hamadi's performance, because when he came on, Newcastle will have been sent out here with the last message from Eddie Howe: don't mess up, boys, you're in a great position, don't mess up, get the first 20 minutes of the second half right, and then the game is yours. So he would have still been throwing out messages to his team to play proper football, and that's when Ali Al Hamadi came on, and he did some inspiring things, you know, but you're talking about one player, you know, over a lot, you know, sort of 11, 12 players if you like, and it wasn't good enough.
Town totally outclassed in their penultimate home game of the calendar year. Sadly, the wait goes on for that first Premier League win at Portman Road. They've been taught a really harsh lesson here this afternoon. Newcastle by far the better side, and they've won this game by 4-0. Kieran McKenna's on the way at some point.
Yeah, really tough afternoon. Just gone 5 o'clock. We're on till 6 with Matchday on BBC Radio Suffolk. Plenty of supporters getting in touch with us already. If you'd like to, you can text us. 81333 is the number. You can WhatsApp us 08000 321 333. Start your messages with SFK, and me and Mick Mills will be taking your calls shortly if we have any of those. 0800 141 2121 to speak to the former town captain at Portman Road for us this afternoon. Let's go through a couple of your texts before we go around the grounds locally. James in Clacton says we're just not good enough. We really missed a lap, but don't have the squad depth. Some of our League One players sadly out of their depth at this level. Bob in Newmarket says that's what you get when you go 1-0 down after 25 seconds with a championship back 5, says Bob. Not acceptable when you put on a Town shirt. It should mean something, but that was pathetic. Jay in Bury, shell-shocked at how bad Town played today. Take nothing away from Newcastle because they were really good, but Town were outclassed all over the pitch. Second half slightly better, but nowhere near good enough. Disappointing, and how many blunders does a keeper need to make before he loses his place? Bring on Walton, also critical of the Town defence today. Andy says any supporter with an ounce of sense would have realised this was going to be a very difficult season, but when you have someone in goal like Muric who'll cost us umpteen points this season, it's going to be almost impossible to survive. Every goal conceded today could have been avoided. Bad decision making all over the pitch. More of those coming through. Elsewhere in the Premier League today, the lunchtime kickoff ended Aston Villa 2, Manchester City 1, a 9th defeat in 12 games in all competitions for Pep Guardiola's side. Brentford 0, Nottingham Forest 2. Forest up to 3rd in the table ahead of the evening kickoff at Selhurst Park, which sees Arsenal away at Crystal Palace. Another result from the London Stadium. West Ham 1, Brighton 1 in the Championship. Leaders Sheffield United 2-0 winners at Cardiff. Leeds in second place have beaten Oxford by 4-0. Third place Burnley also winning today by 2-1. And Sunderland made it wins for the top 4 in the second tier. They came from behind to beat Norwich City by 2-1. Let's go around the grounds locally. We'll start at the Ecologic Stadium, Bloomfields. Nick Garnham watching Needham Market in National League North action at home to Darlington.
It's finished Needham Market 0, Darlington 1, and an 81st minute thunderbolt from Will Hatfield saw the visitors claim all 3 points here this afternoon. It was certainly a bolt from the blue, as an encounter low on quality was not worthy of such a winning goal. There appeared little danger as a cross from the right was half cleared to the edge of the penalty area to Hatfield, whose stunning volley smashed against the underside of the crossbar before coming down over the goal line. In truth, neither side deserved to win a match of few goal-scoring opportunities, with both goalkeepers not having to make a real save of note. Needham did have a couple of chances to equalise in injury time, but substitute Jamie McGrath lobbed wide of the post, and then with the last kick of the match, Tevin Allen got clear down the right and cut inside a defender, but shot tamely at Peter Jameson. Final score, Needham Market 0, Darlington 1.
Thanks, Nick. In the Southern Premier League Central Division, AFC Sudbury's match at Biggleswade called off earlier. At Leiston got a late winner at Bishop Stortford. George Quantrell with it. Bishop Stortford 1, Leiston 2. A point for Lowestoft Town. Gary Button today at home to St Ives Town.
Yes, Graham, full time here. Lowestoft Town 1, St Ives Town 1. 2 goals inside 5 second half minutes settles this absorbing fixture, which visitors St Ives dominated for much of the first half, despite a bright start from the Trawler boys. David Amimbola and Josh Allen had good chances for the Cambridgeshire side, while Ethan Creary hit the uprights with a header which seemed to leave Lowestoft keeper Sam Blair with a hand injury in attempting to save. Youngster Ronnie Yeo replacing the recent signing. On 64 minutes, the visitors finally went ahead. Meade's swivel shot on the turn produced a flying save from Yeo, but striker Emir Hadi smashed home the loose ball from 8 yards. However, Lowestoft's Harvey Sayer, after being denied by the legs of keeper Wilkes a minute earlier, Sayer made space and cut inside, and a flat arrowed shot beat an unsighted Wilkes for the equaliser on 69. Sayer seemed inspired by his goal, and keeper Wilkes then struggled to fist away a dangerous and swinging free kick. End-to-end half chances followed. Numerous substitutions too. Lowestoft 1, St Ives Town 1.
Thank you, Gary. We'll talk Isthmian North in just a moment. More of your texts coming through there after Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 4. This from Andy in Melton. A huge Christmas turkey from Town today. Totally outclassed by a very good Newcastle team. Conceding the early goals seemed to sap our confidence. We never recovered. Think Muric must be dropped now. Far too many errors to defend. No need to panic, but feel we need to strengthen in the transfer window. Josh in Framlingham says, real gut puncher. Hayden from Headingham. How many chances does a keeper get? Harry Clark impressed though, and good to see Calvin Phillips back. We'll go through more text shortly. And like I say, lines are open. I'll be back with McMills at Portman Road shortly. 0800 141 2121 to speak to him. We'll hear from Kieran McKenna and hopefully a Town player before we're off air at 6 as well. In the Isthmian North Division today, mixed fortunes for the top two. Felixstowe Walton United have won 2-1 at Galston. They're second in the table. The leaders, Bury Town, Jack McLean, beaten this afternoon.
Yes, it's a first league defeat in nearly a month for Bury Town. It's finished here. Bury Town 1, Brighton and Sea Regent 2. The second half started with the two teams filling each other out. Once again, neither team looked in or out of control. Brighton and Sea were dangerous from set pieces though, and in the 56th minute, a corner caused havoc in the Bury box with a goalmouth scramble almost turned in for the away side. They then stayed on top and took the lead on the 63rd minute. A ball caught out the Bury defence with goalkeeper Kelly Green off his line and captain Curry unable to get anything on the ball. Jake Clousey, the Regency sub, chipped it over the young stopper who had managed to get a hand on it, but it wasn't enough to stop it going in. The game turned into a scrappy one after this. Fouls and time wasting tactics being used by the Essex side. There was a chance to equalise for Bury and it fell to who it would have wanted to. Ramadan was through 1-on-1 in goal but couldn't get it past the Essex stopper. So it's not the Christmas present the Blues would have wanted, and it ends here in a third league defeat this season. It finishes here in Bury St Edmunds. Bury Town 1, Brighton and Sea Regent 2.
Thank you, Jack. That game between Bury Town and Felixstowe Walton United on New Year's Day is going to be a big one, isn't it, in terms of the title race potentially. So defeats today in the Isthmian North for Bury, for Mildenhall, Newmarket and Ipswich Wanderers. But as I mentioned earlier, Felixstowe Walton United coming from behind to beat Colston by 2-1. We'll have all your non-league results of note during the final half hour of today's programme.
BBC Radio Suffolk Sport. Headlines.
So Ipswich Town well beaten today, and Alexander Isak hat-trick for Newcastle. 4-0 winners at Portman Road. We'll be back with Mick Mills, who's at the stadium for us very shortly. Your calls to him on 0800 141 2121. Lines are open, loads of texts coming through, more to go through shortly. Elsewhere in the Premier League, Manchester City have now lost 9 of the last 12 in all competitions, beating 2-1 at Aston Villa in the lunchtime kickoff. Forest up to third after beating Brentford 2-0. At the London Stadium finished West Ham 1, Brighton 1. Crystal Palace v Arsenal to come. That's the 5:30 kickoff. Bury St Edmunds rugby players have ended their 2024 on a high, beating Henley at the Haberden this afternoon. 41 points to 17, the final score. It's the Tyson Fury versus Alexander Usyk rematch in Saudi Arabia tonight, with an undisputed heavyweight boxing title and a reported split of £150 million up for grabs. Fury's opted to fight at his heaviest ever weight and is more than 4 stone heavier than the Ukrainian champion. And Luke Littler begins his bid to win the PDC World Darts Championship this evening with a second round match against Suffolk's Ryan Meikle.
BBC Radio Suffolk.
Heard from Ryan Meikle very briefly earlier in the programme. If we've time, we'll do that again before we're off air at 6. Kieran McKenna's thoughts, possibly those of Connor Chaplin, to come in the next half hour or so. This from Stephen Berry. Well, I thought we'd miss Liam Delap, but how much did we? Sadly, we were totally outclassed today by an excellent Newcastle team. We never got near them. They were fast, superb movement, cut through us like butter. I was relieved at 4. It could have been much more. The effort was there, but they were miles better. I'm realistic and knew we would suffer a beating now and again. Today was that day. Let's rejoin Mick Mills at Portman Road. Yeah, today certainly was that day. Town disappointing. It is touch of reality there from Steve, though. At this level, you're going to get games like this, sadly. Lots of effort, lots of endeavour. One of those days, though, where Town were were below par. We've seen them in games up to the death this season. They were never really in this one though, Mick.
No, they weren't. But I wouldn't go along and say that this is what we were going to sort of come up against, sooner or later, because I think that I've witnessed enough of the games this year to say that, we've handled the level really, really well, and there was nothing to tell me that this type of performance was around the corner, and this inability to match the opposition was just around the corner. This totally and utterly shocked me today. That we were miles away from it today, and obviously the early goal has caused us a lot of problems, but I was here not long ago when Manchester United got an equally as quickly opening goal. Rashford scored really early in that game, but the response from us was superb, and by half time we had sort of more than matched Manchester United and looked really, really good on that day. Today was totally opposite. I don't know where this performance came from, and I would have thought that the good fortune that we had at Wolverhampton would have given us a massive lift. We were so close to sort of not taking anything from that game, because it looked at one stage at Wolverhampton that we would lose the match, but we didn't. We come away with 3 points, and that should give you a massive lift. And I really did believe that this one today was an opportunity. We were at home against a team that have been slightly inconsistent as far as their standards are concerned, but this was they completely dominated us, and I've got to look at our team not by the end but by half time, and you've got to say from goalkeeper to centre forward, individually we were second best everywhere. And then if you look at the collective units, we were second best. If you're looking at the Newcastle forwards against our back four, they won that battle. You look at the midfield against the midfield, they won that battle. And you look at their defence against our attacking players, and they've won that as well. So they've absolutely dominated today's proceedings. And I have never sort of been at a game for some time where it dragged. It absolutely dragged. I couldn't believe how long it took to get to the final whistle. You just wanted to go home, basically. You just wanted to forget about everything that you had seen. It wasn't a game to analyse, because it was a domination of one team. They just did everything absolutely perfect as far as they are concerned. They snatch an early goal, whether it was right or wrong, they've got it. They responded to that good bit of fortune and dominated us up until half time. And then I think they would have been sent out. I've heard the message in the dressing room many, many times. Don't think you've won the game yet. It's only half time. Go out there and make sure you get the first 20 minutes of the second half right. Then you probably would have won the game. And they did. They came out and they got that perfect. They didn't. Their performance level did not drop from when they walked in at half time to when the sort of 65-70 minute mark was on the clock, and no, they did everything right, so they will feel terrific about themselves, and they will start thinking, Newcastle, that we've ironed the problems out, we've turned the corner, and we're going to finish possibly in the top six, and that is a possibility. Whereas ourselves, we've done something today that has really made everybody within the club, their jobs really, really more and more difficult, just by one performance, because there will be a lot of doubts gone into the heads of the players, there's no question about it, and it's going to take a big effort for everybody now to sort of rectify this, and we only know, don't we, that what 2 games around the corner. Our first two opponents are going to be really difficult, so we've got a major problem, we really have, but when I look at it, if I'm and it's not just today, but I've just felt for a little while where we've been good in first halves and died in the second half. I think it's the midfield. I really do. I think that we can create enough up the front and we can score enough up there. we've got to sort our back line out a little bit. That's too sort of stretched, and it worries me that we've got Leif Davis who constantly goes and leaves 3 defenders stretched across the width of the pitch, and they're finding it difficult at this level to sort of fill the holes and the gaps, but generally speaking, I think it's the midfield, who are at the moment, they're not energetic enough to match the opposition. They can for 45 minutes, but then they seem to sort of die a little bit, and I think that's if in the transfer window, if we're going to sort of make additions, then I that's where I would like it to be done. I think we might have to rearrange the back line, where we might have to be a bit more respectful and maybe play with 3 centre halves. It's something to think about, because at the moment the gaps are enormous, and these guys today, I mean, Willock was one. He recognised it immediately, that he could go between Harry Clark and Dara O'Shea every time. Sam Morsey wasn't tracking him to start with, and it was bringing Harry Clark in to try desperately to pick his runs off. So if he did come in and pick the run off, they just put the ball out to Gordon, who now has acres of space, and there's poor old Harry Clark's on a hide into nothing. So looking at this, and it's not just been today, I've felt this for a little while, that maybe we should go with a 3-man defence and make it tighter and stronger, and then when the window comes, we've got to sort of get some more energy in the midfield.
I'll bring in Trevor, who's on the line in just a moment. Just a couple of texts before I bring him in. Luke on the way home says, atrocious home performance, team selection wrong, got outclassed by Newcastle, our defending was shocking, we must invest big in January to give ourselves a chance of staying up, and how can we stick with Muric after yet another poor performance, giving another shocking goal away. Big few weeks ahead, matches only going to get twice as hard, we need to play more defensively minded to get something out of the next couple of games. Dan in Ipswich says, I went today expecting to probably come out on the wrong end of the scoreline, but not in that manner. No fight from start to finish, no plan B or impact from the subs. Not sure what was said at half-time, but nothing changed. Most one-sided football match I've ever watched. Men v boys from start to finish. Must be Newcastle's easiest win since returning to the Premier League. Fear if we play like we did against Arsenal and Chelsea, our goal difference could become damaging. So down after a great result last week. He adds, Muric has to be dropped from the starting 11. The whole team were poor. Don't want to blame anyone in particular, but it's another game and another mistake. Yeah, we were buzzing this time last week, Trevor, after the win at Wolves, but all a bit deflated tonight. Thanks for joining us. What are your thoughts?
Hi, Mick and Graham. Yes, you made some very interesting comments tonight. I'd agree with what you said. I mean, we come over to Cambridge to watch the games when we can in the ballot system, but that's another story. But at the end of the day, I do think that, unfortunately, I would say possibly the defence just don't trust Muric at the moment. I'm sure he's trying to give it, trying to sort it out, but I think in his head, he just seems to be a bit inconsistent. I do think that he should be given a rest. I do think that we should give Walton a chance on the games that we have come over to see. Everybody around us is screaming, Muric, come on, get the ball out, let's speed it up. He seems to take the ball on his foot, dilly-dally around a bit and then decide whether he's going to go left or whether he's going to go right. And because of the calibre of players that we're now coming up against, they know how to play the high press and put him under pressure. And obviously, there are games that we could have won. And I think statistically, I heard on the website the other day that if we had perhaps been able to turn over the games that we could have won and the mistakes we made, we would certainly be hopefully in a better position. My second point is I do think that I'm an old 4-4-2 person, but I do think that you've got to have a really good engine in midfield, and I do think that I listened to Mick say a couple of weeks ago, Kieran needs to decide who is his best 11, and let's put them out. Whoever that best 11 is, and let's stick with them, and and give them a good chance to prove that they are good enough to match these quality players that we're coming up against. Because I do think that, you know, the last form of defence is the midfield, and once they're through on our defenders, then they are in on goal. And I do think the best form of attack is by, you know, good solid defending, you know, and that's quite through the spine of the team. But we've got to have a really good spine of the team. You know, I don't believe that we will go down. I know the pundits like Alan Shearer and everybody else, we have to listen to them on Saturday night saying, oh, well, if you know you're bottom at Christmas, you're going to go down. But, you know, we've got an amazing, you know, manager. We've got an amazing county, which is Suffolk. We're right behind the team, and a lot of the people in the county will still be behind the team tonight, because at the end of the day, as Ipswich fans, we all still believe that we can do it, and that's it, really.
Trevor, thanks for your call. Good to hear from you. Some good points there. Before I come back to you, Mick, let's hear from Ian in Shotley, who was listening into that. Talked a little bit about the goalkeeper situation there, did Trevor? Mick's touched on the midfield. Quite a lot of texters talking about how big a miss Liam Delap was today. What are your thoughts, Ian?
Yeah, some of the stuff Mick was saying, I agree with formation. I've been looking at that for a while now, thinking that with the centre halves we've got, we probably could go for it at the back and try it. But when you look at today's starting lineup, I mean, to be honest with you, who have we got over 6 foot in that team? Apart from the keeper, 2 centre halves, everybody else is struggling for height. You look at the Newcastle team, full of height. They're a well-drilled team. We were second best all over the pitch. We're missing a lot of players through the injury. I think Axel is missed. No disrespect to Harry Clark, but as a defender, you don't want to be playing facing your goal. You want to be playing with your back to the goal, and most of the time he's facing his goal because he's just beaten all the time. But, you know, the other disappointing thing for me is sitting amongst up in the West End today. I've been there every home game apart from the Fulham game. It's the moaning and groaning from the fans. They've got to realise that this is what the players are being told to do. I know Muric annoys a lot of people, but he's not doing it because that's what he wants to do. He's told to play that way. And people need to realise that if the manager is telling these players that's how I want to play, that's how he's got to play. It was an awful mistake. And I agree that in the midfield, we need some legs in midfield, certainly. I like Jens. I think he's a good player, but obviously he's not got 90 minutes in his tank because he's not finished a full game yet. So disappointing. I was going to ask you, Ian, what is your midfield? What's your perfect midfield then? Who out of the players available, who would you start with? I would say we need 3 in midfield because most of the games I've seen, we seem to be overrun through the midfield. We need that third man in there, and that means changing the system. Amari's been very off the last few games. Connor tries hard. Wes has been okay, but I don't think technically he's got what we need. It's tough with Hursty missing and Liam today. Yeah, Ali's going to run. He'll run and chase the ball down, but the quality, unfortunately, is not there. But what do we expect from coming up in the last 2 years of the players we've got? Unfortunately, it's going to take time.
Ian, good to hear from you. Thank you very much for that. After your heart there, isn't he? We're talking about a 3-man midfield. Mick, we were debating that a few weeks ago. You talked earlier about the midfield, that being an area you'd look to strengthen in January. Missing Delap today, obviously through suspension. There's backup for him in Ali Al-Hamadi, not to maybe the level of George Hurst. Would you, given Hurst out, given Ali Al-Hamadi possibly isn't at this level for all the hard work there is, and it was, I guess, a good performance from him when he came on today, would you look to bring in another forward as well?
No, not particularly, because I would just, sometimes you have to take a slight sort of calculated risk, if you like, and the risk is that Hursty's not going to be long. He's going to be available soon. How quickly, is any sort of deal going to be done in January? So we could be we certainly know that when we hit January, we've only got 19 games left, and we could be down to sort of 15, 16 by the time somebody arrives. And then if Hurst is fit, you've got Delap, and you bring in another striker, you just got a queue of people sort of waiting to get an opportunity. And as those games disappear, I don't really believe, unless we have some bad luck, that he will get sort of many minutes. If this new signing, this new striker gets any minutes, then it's taken off of Liam Delap and Hursty. So I would tend to say no, I'll take a chance on that. I'll take a chance on those two will be fit and available for the remainder of the games, and I'll go with them, because I would imagine if you want to try to improve on those two in the transfer market, it'll be very, very costly. And I do believe that if you look back at the midfield has been sort of poorer, the poorest area, if you like. I think we can patch it up at the back. I mentioned a change of system, and that's purely and simply because I'm looking at these gaps that are appearing there. I love Leif Davis's adventure. I love the attacking side of what he does. I quite like him one-to-one against a good winger. He seems to be able to do all those things, but he has got a habit of disappearing in an attacking situation a bit too early. He often, I see him concerning himself when the opposition immediately get the ball. He's concerning himself now with the opposition right back, not the right-sided attacking player, and Cameron Burgess is automatically coming over to occupy the attacking wide player. Now that worked in the Championship and obviously worked fine in Division 1, but if you imagine when that happens, you've got Leif Davis down the left touchline and Cameron Burgess say 25 yards, 30 yards behind him, almost in a direct line up and down the pitch. Then looking across our back line now, you've got Cameron Burgess very close to the left touchline. You've got Dara O'Shea central. You've got Harry Clark on the right hand side. Massive gaps. If you've got anybody that can really hit you on the break, we are vulnerable. And I've seen it, and I've been sat many times thinking we're going to get caught with doing that. I can remember seeing it at Brentford, and that was a long time ago, and we did get caught with it. I'm seeing it, and now these managers and coaches that they're beginning to get to know us now, and they see things like this, and I think no, that's not right. There's too many gaps, and then I think, well, we've got three very strong centre backs. I like Cameron Burgess on the left of three. I want to try and get Jacob Greaves in there, and I would make him the central one. And then I would make Dara O'Shea on the right, who is used to playing. If all of a sudden the left-sided attacker got away, from whoever was our right wing back, if he got away, Dara O'Shea's very comfortable coming out and saying, right, I'll deal with him. I'll now become a right fullback. And I think he's comfortable. And I think in time, Jacob Greaves would hold that central area strongly, and he would knit things together. He'd fill little holes for us, and I think they're all three good players. You see, that's what I'm trying to think. Can we get our best players on the pitch all in one go? Rather than leave some good ones on the bench. And that's just one idea. I've got of changing the system. But come January. And this is not easy, because I've actually sat at home and tried to do it, and I can't come up with any names, but trying to get athletic players in the centre of midfield that are better than what we've got, that are surplus to requirements at other clubs. I failed to come up. I came up with Dewsbury Hall. I thought he isn't doing anything at Chelsea. He's a good central midfield player, but then I poo-pooed my argument and thought, well, his game is all about technical ability, not about athleticism. baptism, so I had to rule him out really. But the club should be geared now to be able to involve the market abroad as well, so it might not be a domestic player, it might be somebody who's playing abroad, but there is one player at Brighton that impressed me immensely, and I didn't know him before we went down there and played, was Belieber, who has joined the club, and he's only played a handful of games out here. I think it was for Lille, but when you watch that game, Graham, he was immense. He was unbelievable. He could close people down in no time at all, and he could take balls off people. He didn't have to wait to sort of, for them just to overrun it or anything. He was like a tiger. And I actually remember sort of Leif Davis, he did a little recap of what he's seen of the Premiership already, and he said he was the best player he's seen. So that was a club going out, spotting a player in Lille and bringing him over, and top class. That's the sort I would like to see. Somebody who can really cover the ground, steal balls off of people, push them over. Do in midfield what Liam Delap does up the front. Fight people and play the game with no small amount of ability.
Well, it's a tough window, January. It really is. But Town do have previous. They do have previous in January transfer windows over the past couple of seasons. So we'll see what happens. Mick, thank you. We've got more of your texts and WhatsApps to go through in a moment. Let's get some reaction though from Portman Road. Kieran McKenna to come before 6. Right now we can hear from Connor Chaplin, who's with Brenner.
Connor, that must have been an incredibly tough game to play in.
Yeah, tough day. I think one that we got to take on the chin, except that we were second best on the day. But yeah, look, we've had tough days before and come through it and taken the learnings, which is what we need to do again. But we're not naive to think that we're going to have a season in the Premier League and not have tough days. As a newly promoted team, we know that that's going to be something that was going to come up in the season. I don't think we've had many. That's probably the hardest it's been so far in terms of games and matches. But yeah, look, that's something that we need to rectify and look to improve going into the next one.
What do you think it was down to? Was it them being particularly good, you having a bad day, a bit of both?
I think, yeah, potentially a little bit of both. I think decision making at times, I think our game management wasn't good enough for probably maybe a 15-20 minute spell when it felt like the game was getting away from us. I don't think 2-0 at half time would have been a bad scoreline for us going in, because I felt like we were actually a threat going forward. I feel like we had a few chances and moments where we felt like we could hurt them. So 2-0 at half time is not a disaster in terms of getting back into the game. The third goal was obviously a very poor goal to concede. We need to do better in moments, but yeah, I think even the second goal we can look at as well, and there's individual moments and actions that we need to own as individuals and own as a team, and do better. But I don't feel like we weren't a threat. I think they probably played through us maybe similar amount of times we played through them, but decision makings at certain times wasn't where it needs to be.
Did you miss Liam up top? Just that belief as a team that he'll hold on to it, he'll create something up top?
Yeah, I think of course. I think the way he's been playing and the physicality and the attributes that he has in a game like that, where especially where their press is so strong, it's probably a full court press and one of the most aggressive presses we've played against. Obviously you can look at that and it's an area where it probably would have helped, but we didn't have him today, so it was something that we needed to deal with on the pitch and in the prep, and felt like we were prepped to do so, but on the pitch we didn't do our part, and we've got to own that.
What's the manager been like? What was he like at half time? What's he been like in the aftermath of that one?
Same as all. Yeah, disappointed. I think we disappointed, angry as well. I think it's one that we know if we are ever at 95% of our capacity, it's never going to be enough in this league. We need to be 100% capacity every single day, especially on game day. And I think if we come off 1, 2, 3, 4%, it's not going to be enough. So it's a good reality check in that. And maybe it's needed. Maybe this game will help us longer down the road. Maybe this game will help us for the next tough away game. You need to take the learnings from it, definitely, but yeah, it's one where quite clearly we're disappointed and angry about. but we also know we're going to have tough days at times this season. Like I said before, we know we're going to have tough days at times, and we've just got to take the learning and take it on the chin and accept that today we were second best.
And in general, to get to Christmas without a home win, how big a worry is that? How big a concern?
Yeah, we obviously we feel like we've been good at home. We feel like we have been, like we said, when we touched on it before, and today wasn't one of them, but we've been competitive in every single game, and today it wasn't that. I think that's clear for everyone, but look, we need to, our form at home is going to be important, and we need to start picking up more points here, definitely.
Ali was a bright spark in the second half.
Yeah, I was really happy for him. Thought he'd done really well. Done what he's good at. He hustled and bustled. I thought took good responsibility at times as well, for such a young lad, and someone that's obviously new to the level like all of us, but new to the level in terms of being League Two not so long ago as well. So it's I thought he'd done himself proud today, and I was happy for him.
Just finally, you've got to dust yourselves down, haven't you? 2 massive games on the horizon, Arsenal and Chelsea.
Yeah, of course. I think we need to take the learnings from this one. We need to recover quick, and I think the learnings from this one is probably going to be one that's going to be needed for the next game as well. 2 top teams coming up in the next 2, so we need to, like I say, learn fast.
Connor Chaplin with Brenner Woolley on BBC Radio Suffolk after Town 0, Newcastle 4 in our main feature this afternoon. We'll hear from Town boss Kieran McKenna before we're off air at 6. More of your texts to go through now. Tim from Hadley says that was really poor. If we're to have any chance of staying up, we need Liam Delap in the team, as we're nothing without him. We also need a new goalkeeper. First time today I sense several fans losing patience, says Tim. Laura from Colchester, so disappointing. Didn't know what to do with the ball when we were in possession. Performance today very sloppy. Alex from Hadley, poor game in general, but when Nathan Broadhead came on, he was very lively and positive. Maybe he should be starting. Travis from Sudbury, ouch, that was painful. No matter the quality of opposition, we have to at least try. I need to drop Muric immediately, not good enough to be a number 1. Slicker and Walton, 2 great goalkeepers who aren't getting the chance. Whole team not good enough today, barring Broadhead when he came on. Yes, we're playing good teams, but it's unacceptable. We need to push ourselves to work harder. Vital we bring in a striker in January, says Travis. Kevin in Dis says that we had 5 or 6 players on the pitch that were playing in League One a couple of seasons ago, and it looked like it. Second best all over the place. Delap, a massive loss. Just listen to one caller defending Muric. I think that was Trevor, wasn't it, earlier? And yes, maybe he's being told to play that way. Unfortunately, his decision-making and speed of thought's not good enough. Speed of thought is not something that can be taught. You either have it or not. Newcastle, the best team at Portman Road so far, adds Kevin. The worry is there are better teams to come. Phil says, seems the lack of a home win's become an albatross around the club's neck. Then again, Newcastle have hit a rich vein of form. It's only Arsenal and Chelsea next. If only we could play Man City. It's looking like a bleak mid-winter. A couple from Ollie in Colchester says, goal in the first minute, killed the game from the start. Can't keep gifting teams goals constantly. It's costing us results and giving us a needless uphill struggle. Muric getting worse every week. Not sure what he's doing in training to keep his spot. Walter must be smashing McKenna's office door down by now. Costed us too many points and looks so under pressure all the time. We need some strength in depth and some Premier League experience in January who know how to win games in this league. On a further note, adds Ollie, great atmosphere for the last half hour, but why is the noise not like that at kick-off or throughout other games? Is that right, Ollie? Is that fair? Let us know what you make of Ollie's comments. 81333 to text in, 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Another one here from Liam in Lavenham. Thoroughly outclassed without our battering ram Liam Delap up top. It just allowed Newcastle to push up high, as if they knew we went long. They could easily head it back, which made it easy to press. Have to say, however poor we were, everything Newcastle did was so sharp and slick. We couldn't get near them. Our press was poor. You wonder if a better tactic today was to try to counter them, but that's not McKenna's way, to be fair. On to an easier game, says Liam, at Arsenal next week. Major reinforcements needed in January. If we get any more texts, we will go through them before 6 o'clock. We've got manager Kieran McKenna on the way. We're going to be talking non-league football as well. Elsewhere in the Premier League today, mentioned a few times, Aston Villa 2, Manchester City 1 in the lunchtime kickoff. Brentford 0, Nottingham Forest 2. Brentford have been in terrific form at home, but that win for Forest moves them up to 3rd in the live table. At the London Stadium, it finished West Ham 1, Brighton 1. So just quickly looking at the table, Town stay third bottom, 2 points behind Leicester, who entertain Wolves at the King Power Stadium tomorrow. Everton in action against Chelsea tomorrow as well. Arsenal back up to third in the live table because their evening kickoff at Selhurst Park is underway, and the latest score is Crystal Palace 0, Arsenal 1. Gabriel Jesus with the opening goal in that one. While we're waiting for Kieran McKenna, let's bring you one of our non-league managers from one of our featured games this afternoon. Needham 0, Darlington 1 was one of those, and we'll hear from Kevin Horlock hopefully before 6 o'clock. But we can bring you Andy Reynolds at Lowestoft Town first of all. The Trawler boys coming from behind to draw 1-1 with St Ives Town in the Southern Premier League Central Division this afternoon. Andy Reynolds has been speaking in the last few minutes with Gary Button.
Andy, a close match.
Yeah, probably on the balance of it overall, the right result, although you kind of go through it and you say we had a great start and maybe should have done something in the early part of the game. We looked really threatening on our early set pieces. And then the rest of the half, they sort of took over really and ran us back and kept us in our half, and we didn't really have the answers for it. So we made a change at half time, and second half was probably much better performance, much better for our fans to watch, much better for the players to play in, and I felt their goal then came kind of a little bit against the run of play, but we showed great character, came back and woulda, shoulda, coulda on another day maybe scored more. So yeah, I think all in all you probably have to say that's probably about fair. But we definitely want more from it, and we've got to make sure when opposition come here or within any game, we don't give them such long periods where they get their tails up and dominate. I think that's what we've got to take from today for sure.
And of course you had to make the change with your goalkeeper. Young Ronnie Yeo had to come in for Sam Blair. Yeah,
fortunately it's kind of not Ronnie's first game, so Ronnie played Jamie's last game and then turned up on the Tuesday night in crutches, so obviously didn't get to carry on, and Jamie and sort of Jordan had already arranged Sam coming in, so Sam's kind of come in and today he's taken a few knocks now, but he's obviously playing in a mask at the minute, but today he's taken one and he just couldn't feel his arm from his elbow down, so obviously that we don't need to be giving teams a head start of playing the goalkeeper with one arm, and we had Ronnie with us, and I thought he's gone on and done brilliantly, and given himself a real chance now going into the next game. So it's good to have players at the club who are hungry to come in and kind of step up when they're given the opportunities, and I think Ronnie's done really well today, so good on him.
Andy Reynolds, the Lowestoft Town manager, with Gary Button after a 1-1 draw for his side at home to St Ives Town in the Southern Premier Division Central this afternoon. Leiston 2-1 winners at Bishop Stortford at step 3 of the non-league pyramid today. AFC Sudbury's match at Biggleswade was called off. I'll touch on results in the Isthmian North Division, Thurlow Non-League and SIL in the next few minutes, but we can now hear from the Ipswich Town manager Kieran McKenna. We heard from Connor Chaplin around 10 minutes or so ago. McKenna has been speaking to the assembled media, including our very own Brenner Woolley at Portman Road in the last few minutes after Town's 4-0 defeat to Newcastle.
Kieran, you've just gone past your third anniversary as Ipswich Town manager. Would you agree that might be your toughest afternoon so far?
Depends what you mean by toughest, but it was certainly a tough one, that's for sure. The game got away from us, there's no doubt about that, in a way that hasn't happened very often this season. It didn't happen very often last season. It did happen. I think we had Leeds away last year with the majority of the group that were here today, and with some players missing who we had that day, and that game got away from us, and that's can be the level of the opponent sometimes, and it's the first time in a while that it's happened. We need to take the lessons from it really, really quickly, and that's what we look to do over the next few days and get ready for the next games.
Does it come down to the fact that you conceded so early?
I don't want to put it just on that, to be honest, because of course we don't want to concede early, but it's good execution from them, and we make some mistakes in the action. But we've conceded early goals before, lots of times with the group, and we always have found a better response than today. And actually, after the goal, we had plenty of the ball and we had some threat in the next phase of the game. We had some opportunities. So the fact that we were 1-0 down, I didn't think was having a massive, impact on it. It was more when Newcastle got in the ascendancy and the game was open and they were getting chances, we didn't recognise it well enough, and we didn't show the defensive organisation, the resilience, the humility, and concentration in our defending to see that period of the game off, which I felt like we had to do in the first half. It was a period where an open game, both teams creating chances, but Newcastle's calibre means that game is going to suit them, and we needed to close the game off better, do a better job of managing it, and get to half time and give ourselves a chance to compete in the second half, and we didn't manage to do that, and the game was away from us by half time, and the second half becomes about different things then, and the result was realistically gone by that point.
Did you have any hope at half time? Because that third goal they scored was, you were engineers of your own downfall. That one.
Yeah, it's a poor goal for us to concede. It's one action, but it's in fitting with the 15-20 minutes before, with the decisions that we were making at that phase of the game. But at half time, look, we still believe if you get the next goal then it could change, but it wasn't the next goal wasn't the priority. The priority had to be that we needed to get more solidity in the game. We needed to stop the flow of counter-attacks and attacks against us. And we didn't manage to do that, to be honest. We come out well with the ball, but the goal that we concede after half time again is not good enough from our point of view. It's a good level opponent and all those things, but it's not good enough from our point of view. So we didn't manage to stay at 3-0. At 3-0, if you get the next goal, there's still always a possibility that you can get a late swing in the game. At 4-0, the game was gone, and it was about showing different things in a difficult situation. And in general, the group done that, and the crowd done that as well, and we're very good and stayed with the players, and we just had to see the game out.
I know it's Arsenal and I know it's then Chelsea, but is it a relief in a way that you can try and respond as quickly as possible? These games come quickly now.
Yeah, it's not too quick, the next one, but it's quick enough. But look, it's tough games for sure, but in some ways the lessons that we need to take from today, the things that we didn't do well enough today, they're absolute non-negotiables for the next couple of games. So in that way they can be a good opponent for us, because we're going to have to show all the qualities that we didn't show enough of today, and I think that's clear.
Kieran, we've not seen this scoreline against you at Portman Road. You have been in every single game. How important, clearly, that this doesn't then become the norm and you get back to your resilient self here and still try and get that first win.
Yeah, of course, very important. It's not a feeling that we want to have too much today, like we do today for the rest of the season. So we need to take the lessons quick. Again, I've been saying how well the group's been doing to be competitive in games. I know the jump for the group and how well they've been doing to be tight every week, and we've had some credit and praise for that, but that can't be taken for granted, because anything less than 100% on all our details, on our organisation, on our togetherness, and games will get away from us quick. And today we weren't at 100% on those things. Newcastle hit a really good level and the game got away from us quick, so we need to make sure that we take that on the chin today and we learn from it, and we make sure that we respond better in that type of situation again.
I know it's a team game, but did we see today just how important Liam Delap is to your team?
Yeah, probably in some aspects. To be honest, I didn't think our main problems in the first half were attacking. I still thought we had some chances, and we got to good positions. So yeah, you're always going to miss Liam's quality in the final third, but I didn't think our main problems were from an attacking point of view. Our main problems were a defensive transition point of view, and we had a team on the pitch that were capable of doing better on those phases. So yeah, of course we missed Liam and George Hurst, but I don't think that was the only problem we had today.
And lastly from me, I know it's a bit of a cliche when you talk about the home support, but they were with you, and they have been with you. I guess an admission of the journey that everyone knows that this team is on, and there might be bumps in the road like this.
Yeah, they were very good, and look, we don't take it for granted. I think they know, because it's not hard to know. It's players that they've been watching for the last 3 years and have earned a lot of credit, and we don't take that for granted, but they stuck together, and that's what we're going to have to do. Realistically, we're going to have some hard days in the season. We've had some hard moments, some hard results go against us, but we haven't had many days in the context today where the opponent is better than us and the game gets away from us. So we have to take it on the chin. I thought the crowd were very good throughout the game. We have to take it on the chin as a group and show a really good response and keep giving, and trying to reach our absolute maximum.
In terms of Liam's replacement, you went with Sam. Was that a straightforward decision? What was the thinking there?
No, it wasn't necessarily a straightforward decision. Of course, there was a couple of different options in the building, and Ali came on in the second half, and it was one option. But we went for the guys who are up to speed in terms of fitness and match fitness in the games, and went with the same team that we had against Wolves, with Sammy coming back in, who's of course played lots of games this season, and believing that if we could stay in the game, then we had some goals and some forwards on the bench. So yeah, that was what we went with. Of course, we'll never know what the alternative would have panned out like, but yeah, it is what it is.
Just finally, Calvin ready to start games, is he? Because Sam now misses Arsenal, doesn't he?
Yeah, he had a better week in training this week. It's the first time he's managed a full training week probably since he had his injury after Leicester. So he had a better week in training this week. So hopefully he'll be fully available for the next game.
Better news there with regards to midfielder Calvin Phillips. It was Town boss Kieran McKenna speaking to the media, including our very own Brenner Woolley after Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 4 on BBC Radio Suffolk this afternoon. Another text from Andy in Edwardstone, and Merry Christmas to you as well, Andy. Says totally outplayed, found out in all departments. We've put in some really good performances in the Premier League this season, but today wasn't one of them. We most definitely want strengthening in the January window, but that's easier said than done. Very tough window to do this in, especially where we are in the league and the calibre of players we need. A Delap and injured players back will definitely be a help. Thank you for that. Merry Christmas to all our Matchday listeners. Hope you have a good one. Of course, we're going to be back with a programme on Friday the 27th of December. Town away at Arsenal. 8:15 kickoff, but we'll be on air from 6 p.m. with Match Night. For the first hour or hour and a half or so of the programme, we'll be looking back at Ipswich Town's phenomenal run to promotion to the Premier League, bringing you most of the goals from last season in the Championship. And what we don't play out ahead of kickoff at Arsenal, we'll do so ahead of the Monday game against Chelsea at Portman Road. In the evening kickoff in the Premier League, a couple more goals. I mentioned Arsenal ahead at Crystal Palace by a goal to nil. Make that 2-1 now. Palace levelled. Jesus has got his second of the game and Arsenal's second. They were 2-1 up inside the opening 15 minutes. Let's return to non-league football just before we go. We've heard from Andy Reynolds at Lowestoft after his side's 1-1 draw with St Ives Town. I've got results to bring you from the Isthmian League, the Thurlow Non-League and the SIL before 6. We'll hear briefly from Bury Town manager Cole Skews as well. But let's hear from Kevin Horlock, the Needham Market manager, after his side's 1-0 defeat to Darlington today in the National League North. He's been speaking with Nick Garnham.
Kevin, I guess that game was a snapshot of your season so far. Tight game, few chances, and then settled by the odd goal, and it's gone against you.
Yeah, I think so. Look, it was a difficult game for both sets of players to play, and the pitch was really heavy. And we sort of nullified each other, and an error from us. We should clear it, put our foot through it. We've took a risk and tried to bring the ball down, got caught on it, and I've got to say the goal that's won the game's spectacular. I think at any level of football, it's an unbelievable volley, and on another day it could have gone anywhere, I suppose. But where we're at the minute, when you're not winning games, when you're near the bottom, that's what happens. And it was a super goal to win a dire match.
Very few chances. Neither side really deserved to win the game, did they? No,
it was probably a 0-0. I'd written all over it. We did create a few chances, but it was obviously when we was 1-0 down, we sort of went for it a little bit more. And probably on another day, we score a couple of them. But like I say, where we are in the league, everything seems to go against you at the minute. But we'll keep working hard. I can't fault the lads' work rate again. Like I say, it was a difficult game today. But it's fine margins, and unfortunately we're on the wrong end of it today.
Yeah, probably enough about the game. Probably not a lot more to say. But what do you make of your National League experience so far? Because you're one game shy of the halfway point of the season.
It's been tough, but we knew it was going to be. Obviously, everyone mentions, and I suppose it is a factor, the travelling's difficult at times. But look, we had success last year, made history for this football club. To be playing Step 2 football is a privilege. And everyone that's involved with the club that's done so much deserve this shot at it. And we just want to stay up. Look, the lads love it. It's tough. You're defending a lot. It's more physical. Mistakes get punished. That's football. But we're sort of trying to flourish in amongst all the hard times of losing games of football and keep everybody's spirits up. But look, we're capable of beating the best teams in this division, which we've shown. We've just got to do it on a more consistent basis, and that'll see us safe. And that's our aim, to stay in this division. There's still a long way to go yet.
Kevin Horlock, Needham market manager with Nick Garnham after his side's 1-0 defeat to Darlington today. In the Isthmian North Division, all change at the top. Felixstowe and Walton now lead the way after coming from behind to beat Galston 2-1 this afternoon. Willie Clemens and Charlie Warren with the goals. Defeat for the then leaders, Bury Town, who dropped to second. They led today through Jamal Ramadan before losing 2-1 to Brightlingsea Region. We can hear briefly from the Bury boss, Cole Skews, with Jack McLean.
Cole, you joined me after your third defeat in the league this season. Yeah. That's a record you've got to be proud of, but a real disappointing one today.
Yeah, incredibly proud of the group, because we've had a real good start. The sort of points return to this point has been incredible, but it's a game we deserve to lose today. Not through... credit to them, they've come and done what they've done. It wasn't through... I think we derailed ourselves today. I don't think it's through an acceptable... a really, really good performance from them. I just think we derailed ourselves with so much wrongdoings. We made all the wrong decisions at all the right times today. So credit to them, because they've got some real good individuals. They're a real good group, but we were really, really poor this afternoon. But like I said, I can't go in too much, because the boys have been remarkable, and we're still in around the top end of the table. So
from kick-off. Yes. For the first, when you scored, I honestly thought this is going to be the easiest game of the season for you. You look so in control. Yeah. Did they just switch off after that?
No, so it's amazing that you say that, because you get a feeling, more so I say as a manager or a coach than you do as a player. Albeit we had a good start to the game, first 10 minutes. If you just get a feeling that stuff isn't right, whether it be a decision of pass or positioning of a certain player, you just feel no, they're not. That's not what you spend a lot of time prepping and planning. So I didn't quite feel that this afternoon. I thought we were the furthest point from where we need to be this afternoon. If you're wanting to achieve what you want to achieve, ultimately at the end of the season, consistencies bring consistencies. If you're consistently doing good stuff and consistently making the right decisions, or consistently, I know it's one of the hardest games in the world, and the top play at the very, very top, because 9 times out of 10 they make the right decision. But I just got a feeling today that it wasn't quite our day, and that's probably a huge amount of credit goes to them, really, but we need to be a lot better.
Cole Skews, the Bury Town boss, with Jack McLean. His side beaten by Brightlingsea today. Defeats as well in the Isthmian North for Mildenhall, 2-1 at Sporting Bangor. At Newmarket, who went down 2-1 at Haringey Borough. Bottom of the table, Ipswich was beaten 2-0 by Concord Rangers. But like I say, Felixstowe and Walton United going top of the table after a 2-1 win at Galston. Results from today in the Thurlow and Premier Division: Brantham Athletic 1, Harleston 0, Cornard 2, Thetford 2, Downham 1, Woodbridge 0, Hadley 0, Ely 0, Lakenheath 3, Great Yarmouth 2, and Walsh and Willows 1, Dereham 0. In the First Division North, Haverhill Rovers beat Witton United 2-0 last night, top of the table by some distance. Framlingham 4, Galston Reserves 0 today. Leyson's under-23s beaten 4-1 at home by Pinchbeck. Needham Market Reserves going down 4-0 away at Stanway Pegasus. And in the SIL Senior Division today, Backton United 89-0, Wickham Market 3, Copplestonians 3, Tattingstone 2, East Berkholt United 0, Halesworth Town 0, Grunsborough 2, Debenham LC 1, Hawley United 0, Old Newton United 6, Sporting 87 3, Trimley Red Devils 1, and Stow Upland Falcons 2, Henley Athletic 2. So Old Newton United now 10 points clear of Trimley Red Devils at the top of the table. Stow Upland Falcons third in the table, a point behind Trimley in second, and with a game in hand. Halesworth make up the top 4. They've played 4 games fewer than the leaders Old Newton United. Were they to win all of those, they'd be just 4 points adrift. That is it for our, I was going to say penultimate match day. Well, it's our final match day of the year, in fact. We've got 2 match nights now to come before we welcome in 2025. So next Friday, Town away at Arsenal. Like I say, we're on air from 6 o'clock through till 11. It's an 8:15 kickoff. A couple of days later, every kick of Town at home to Chelsea. This coming Monday, Brenner Woolley with another Blue Hour on both BBC Radio Suffolk and BBC Sounds, going through the bones of this one. Town 0, Newcastle United 4 this afternoon. Wishing you all a very Merry Christmas. BBC Music introducing in Suffolk and Norfolk on the way from 8 o'clock. But now, with the time at 6, it's time to join Rob Jelly and the Upload team.
BBC Upload.
BBC Upload. upload.
It's just so easy to upload. Just a few clicks and then the next thing you hear, you're getting played on air.
The best in new comedy, poetry and spoken word.
Grab yourself some shortbread and your Christmas socks. BBC Upload is mounting the pantomime reindeer for some festive fun.
Now, it is... Do you know how many miles it is from Ipswich to Newcastle, Ando?
I know, it's a long, long way.
How many miles would you guess?
670.
No, it'd be so ridiculous. 284. Yeah, unless you took a funny route. 284.
Is that all it is? I thought it was longer than that.
No, it's not that long. You think about it, London's about 300 odd, isn't it? A bit less than that as well. I suppose about the same to Ipswich. Anyway,
it felt about that long coming back because the train from Ipswich to Peterborough.
Yes.
If health and safety had been involved in it.
Really?
Or
what was wrong with it?
Nobody could move.
Oh, couldn't they?
Nobody could move.
You wouldn't want to have to get out in a hurry.
Well, it stopped at about half a dozen stations.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody got on.
No.
Because there was no room.
So, right.
It was crazy.
What was everybody doing? Everyone was trying to get away from the match.
Yeah.
And
everybody was just trying to get back home.
They should think about these things, shouldn't they? When there's going to be extra demand, put another train on.
But the next train was up. It was 2 hours wait for the next one.
Would you like to hoy the trains of Suffolk in the river?
I would.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I shall put it on the list, trains of Suffolk. Meanwhile, let's relive the action. It is 280. You got me worried now that it isn't, but I checked. It is 284 miles. That's probably direct, as the crow flies, from Ipswich to Newcastle. But
I'm on about return. I thought you meant return.
You thought I meant round trip.
Round trip, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, that's what you meant, Ando. I thought, he's
just
too experienced to get that wrong.
I see, okay, yeah. Digging yourself out then?
No.
Right, okay. No, right, no. Right, okay.
If it had been 600 miles one way, I wouldn't be back yet, would I?
600 miles to Paris.
I wouldn't be back yet, Mark. Still be on my way back.
Well, I'm going to try again anyway. It's 284 miles from Ipswich to Newcastle, but following an impressive performance, resulting in a handsome victory, it would have been an enjoyable journey. Apart from that packed train from Ipswich, an enjoyable journey home for those travelling Newcastle fans.
And Newcastle have immediately got Jacob Murphy in on the right-hand side, shooting towards the left. Here's the ball in from Murphy, which comes down to and Newcastle United, after 25 seconds, have hit the back of the net, but the flag has gone up. Here's the referee to put the whistle to his lips. He's given the goal. He's given the goal. Newcastle United have an early lead after a 3-minute VAR check. Here's Jacob Murphy in behind, right-hand side, manages to get the cross in. Here's Gordon. Header into the ground and over the top. The ball that was hung up, and Gordon connected, but couldn't make the most of the opportunity. Jacob Murphy, Tonali up ahead. Isak in the box. Alexander Isak straight to the keeper.
What a chance again.
Isak.
How many times have we seen him do that this season?
It's when he gets one-on-one that those...
Just plays it straight at the keeper.
Still Gordon plays the pass. Jacob Murphy hits one and in. Jacob Murphy off the underside of the crossbar and into the back of the net. He is having a purple patch, Jacob Murphy, and it's a powerful strike that crashed off the underside of the bar beyond Muric and into the back of the net. 32 played. Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 2. Back to the goalkeeper from Ipswich. Bruno's won it. No. Here's Isak, and he just strokes it into the bottom corner. Ipswich have had an absolute nightmare playing out from the back. They've taken risks all afternoon, and Bruno intercepted in the box, straight to Isak, right in front of the goalkeeper, waited for Muric to move and slid it into the bottom corner. Hall to Gordon through the legs of his man into Isak. It's quick play from Newcastle. Slick football and across towards Bruno. He's hit the post. Bruno with a header off the base of the post. It was almost four, and it comes to Murphy. Still Jacob Murphy. He's kept hold of it and found Isak. Isak stabs it into the net. Alexander Isak's first Newcastle United hat-trick, and the first Newcastle player to score 3 times in a game since Jose Perez more than 5 years ago. He had the initial chance and was tackled, and then Jacob Murphy kept it alive, found him with a back heel, and Isak celebrates a hat-trick. It's Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 4. Dan Byrne now Gets away from Al Hamadi and makes his way into the middle of midfield, and Newcastle have got a runner. Barnes wants it through the middle. He had loads of room, but so has Gordon. Now in the Ipswich half, Barnes wanting it, getting it from Gordon. Harvey Barnes one-on-one with Muric, squares it, it's blocked. Barnes plays it back, Longstaff, and then turned in. Turned in by Dan Burn.
Offside.
Well, the flag's gone up as big Dan Burn celebrates a goal in front of the away supporters, turning it in from close to the goal line. Newcastle thought they had 5. The assistant referee says not.
Really good performance from us. I think it helps when you score so early in the game. It settles you down. Our away form has been a bit patchy, but I thought today, from start to finish, it was a really strong performance against a very difficult opponent, so we're absolutely delighted to win.
How did you rate the performance, Ando?
You go away from home, score 4 goals, you've got to be very happy.
Yes.
You score after 25 seconds. It cools everything down. I mean, look, we've played... Our last 2 league games have been against 2 sides who've been promoted last season. And they've been... I mean, we should have beaten Leicester by an awful lot more. We should have beaten Ipswich by a lot more. There were 2 very, very comfortable afternoons. You know, if Isak could finish his one-on-ones, I don't know how many goals he'd have this season. You know, yeah. I don't know how many times this season we've seen him clean through one-on-one and he just chips it straight into the keeper's hands. But look,
he's going to find something else to do in those situations.
Delighted for him that he's got his first hat-trick, you know, and felt for Dan Burn right at the end, because the goal that was disallowed, he actually started it from well inside his own half.
Yes.
He just, space opened up and he got into it and played it and kept going. And he was a little bit unfortunate that the goal was disallowed, but game was basically over after 25 seconds.
Yes, Ipswich never came back. I mean, were Ipswich as bad as Leicester? I mean, again, we're talking about another promoted team, and we've talked a lot this season about the gulf that has proven to be this season, perhaps more than ever before.
I thought the one at the weekend was men against boys.
Yeah.
The physicality of us against them, they were small, lightweight, got pushed around, got shoved about, no physicality about them whatsoever, didn't ask us any questions at all. Mind you, Leicester didn't ask any questions either. And two big wins, but the weekend was really, really comfortable. And as I say, if Ipswich had conceded more, I don't think they could have had any too many complaints about it.
I'm not so sure whether it's worth just closing nominations for performance of the weekend, because everyone's saying Alexander Isak. Anyway, more on him to come in a moment. We'll hear what Eddie Howe has to say about him. But first, while he was pleased with the way that Newcastle went about their business with such confidence.
Yeah, I think you could see that we'd won our previous games. I think it was a confidence that maybe we haven't exhibited well enough away from home. There was a really high level, I thought, to our performance and our mentality today. I think we know it's in there. We've just got to deliver it on a consistent basis. But the recent signs look good.
Yeah, a bit more of a swagger, perhaps, about Newcastle. Now, you will know the answer to this because Razor mentions it all the time and did at the weekend. Isak's hat-trick, the first since who scored a hat-trick for Newcastle?
Jose Perez.
Jose Perez. That was back in April 2019 against Southampton. So it's been about time, hasn't it? You know, it's amazing it's been this long.
Delighted for him because he's had opportunities earlier in his Newcastle career to get a hat-trick and hasn't come about. You know, but it was, look, the boy deserves it, you know. You can't talk highly enough about him.
Well, there are a few people, again, asking us to get our Spanish football expert, John Driscoll, on. People still remember the call that we had with him when Newcastle signed Isak, and he was perhaps suggesting that he wouldn't be a huge success, but there we go.
Yeah, he's you know, I just love watching him. I think he's phenomenal. You know, I think he's got such quick feet. You know, he's brilliant in and around the penalty area.
But a really kind of calm mentality as well.
If anything, sometimes probably a little bit too calm, especially with those one-on-ones when he keeps shipping them into the keeper's hands. But look, he's a great player.
Well, let's hear a bit more from Eddie Howe talking about him. Delighted that Isak finally hit 3 because, of course, he scored twice plenty of times during his spell so far at Newcastle.
Yeah, it's not lost on me how important that is for him more than anyone else, really, because I think he has scored a lot of singular goals and doubles. We've really wanted him to go on and try and get the hat-trick for himself and just to boost his confidence levels even more. Delighted for him. It'll be a moment I'm sure he always remembers.
He's got 10 Premier League goals now after a relatively slow start, so he's joint 4th in the top scorers list. You wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, the start of the season was really quiet for him.
Yeah.
Because, I kept saying that at the start of the season we weren't getting the ball in the right areas to him. We weren't getting the ball to him in and around the edge of the penalty area, which is where he's at his most dangerous. He gets turns and he faces defenders up. All of a sudden we've started to do that now as well. To be fair, Ipswich didn't help themselves. They kept trying to play out from the back. I don't know if you've seen the goal. The third goal is...
Yes, I've seen it.
Snappery.
Yes.
You get your warning signs in games, and you keep persevering and doing it, and it absolutely does your head in.
Somebody, Ando, and you'll probably agree with this, has nominated to be Hoyt in the River teams playing out from the back when they're not good enough to do it.
But I can understand teams trying to do it, right? But when you keep getting caught, why do you keep doing it when you know that it's going to cost you big style?
You stick with your philosophy, Ando.
Yeah, okay, well, keep sticking with your philosophy and keep getting beaten 4-0 every week.
But if you're booting it long and losing it anyway, it's a less dangerous position. But
well, you might get something out of it.
Anyway,
but go on, tell us it's not good to watch, though.
Well, that's part of it, I guess. But the main part, they must have studied it, and they must have worked out that actually trying to keep the ball in your own half, in your own penalty area, around your own penalty area, that's still more productive.
Southampton are exactly the same,
and look at them.
And you would say that Southampton are going to get relegated.
They're a good argument in terms of what you're saying.
Yeah, they'll get relegated.
Okay, so listen, 10 Premier League goals now, joint 4th with Brian and Burmo, and do you know who else? The big man, obviously. Chrissy Wood. Who's going to score more this season? Chris Wood or Alexander Isak? Who's going to get more? Who's going to get more?
I'm not going to answer that because you know who I think is going to get more.
Who do you think?
Isak's going to get more.
Don't knock the big man.
I think Isak
will score a hell of a lot, but I think Chris Wood, that could be my Christmas miracle.
Many did he get at the weekend?
He's going through. He comes back.
Going through a lean spell, isn't he?
A little bit.
Yeah, he's going through a lean spell.
But he'll be back. Forest are still going well.
Yeah, they are going well. Yes. Unbelievable. Up the forward? Are they forward?
I think they are. I think and Bournemouth in 5th. Anyway, so Alexander Isak. You've been trying to sell him to Arsenal for months now. Sorry, you've suggested that Arsenal would like him. I know. I'm twisting your words.
I think there's an awful lot of sides that like him. But he keeps going the way he's gone.
The transfer window opens in just over a week. He's been linked with a whole host of clubs across Europe, not just Arsenal. Eddie Howe, confident of holding on to him?
Yeah, I am. I think we're trying to build. I say many times, every transfer window that comes around, we're trying to build. I think this window for us is probably more about getting the best out of the players that we have rather than looking externally. I don't see us doing huge business incomings. It goes without saying we want to keep our best players.
Would need to be crazy money, wouldn't it, to lure him away or to make Newcastle agree to sell him? Because he's worth so much just through the way that he plays, the goals that he scores, that you'd be nuts to sell him unless it was a ridiculous bid.
They're priceless. Goal scorers. Priceless.
Yeah, but if someone came in with 130 million, you'd sell him,
wouldn't you? They'd probably be tempted, but who do you replace him
I don't
with?
know.
You're replacing you're trying to replace somebody you know can do it at this level and score goals on a regular basis at this level. So it'd have to be ridiculous money.
Yeah, well, you'd replace him with Big Dan Burn. He had a goal disallowed in the final minutes, which would have made it 5. Howe was disappointed that the scoreline wasn't a little bit bigger.
For us, we're a little bit frustrated that we weren't more clinical because on another day we might have needed those goals to win the game. But I think the big thing for me, we're creating. A few weeks ago we were shy of those combinations in the attacking third. Great to see us return to our best.
Now let's talk a little bit about Jacob Murphy, whose performances have caught the eye in recent weeks. He has been putting it in the net, hasn't he?
Great strike of the weekend.
3 goals in his last 2 league games. So here's what Eddie Howe has had to say about him.
Yeah, Jacob's come into some really good form and delighted for him. He's such a selfless player. I think he shows that regularly, assist-getting player for us, and great to see him scoring as well and getting the confidence that goals can bring.
How do you feel he's playing?
Very well. I think his last 3 performances have been very good. The strike at the weekend, we know that he strikes a good ball anyway, but he just got it out of his feet, just rattled it in. It was past Muric before he even moved, before he seen it. He's assisting he gets away down the right side for the first goal. The boy tries to play him offside, and fortunately for him, he got it wrong. Took an eternity to suss it though, but great little ball played in. With ball in. It's like everything though, isn't it? It's something we've spoke about before. Goals breeds confidence,
and he's playing with confidence.
Belief,
you can
and
see
all
that
of a sudden it's going straight through the team. Where earlier on in the season we were a side who weren't scoring too many goals. Now all of a sudden, that's 11 in our last 3 games,
and everyone's buzzing. Everyone feels that they can score. And Sandro Tonali was Sandro Tonali.
I think he's brought us a real stability and a calmness in that central role. Really good to see him and Bruno and Willock dovetailing and interchanging positions. But I thought they got the balance right, and you don't want them to interchange positions too much, because then I think you can lose your structure. But I thought today the 3 players in midfield were excellent for us.
Yeah, so including Joe Willock would why
just going to say the 3 boys in the middle of the park at the weekend were just too big and strong.
Yeah.
And
that was without Joe Linton.
Yeah, but they were, compared to the Ipswich boys in there who were small and no real presence about them. They just totally dominated that midfield.
Do you think Joe Linton might struggle to get back in, even if he is fit?
I think Joe Linton
he'll come back in, so Willock will drop out.
I think Willock did okay at the weekend.
Yeah.
But did he grab you and go, you've got to play me against Aston Villa? No, I don't think so.
Possibly not.
So you will see what people think. If Joe Linton's fit, I think Joe Linton will come back in for that one.
0800 234 6565. That's the phone number. The dates of the League Cup semi-final matches against Arsenal have been confirmed. So Newcastle will go to the Emirates Stadium for the first leg Tuesday, the 7th of January. That one will kick off at 8 o'clock. And the second leg, the tickets for the away leg go on sale tomorrow, by the way. So that's a Christmas Eve job for you. The second leg at St James's has been scheduled for Wednesday the 5th of February, so almost a month in between. It'll also kick off at 8 o'clock. And Eddie Howe has been speaking ahead of the Boxing Day game against Aston Villa today. He says that they will make a late check on Joe Linton, who has served a 1-match ban, but sustained a couple of facial injuries, you'll remember, against Brentford last week. Nick Pope has had a couple of injections on his knee, but Howe says it's still difficult to give a definitive date for his return. We'll have to wait a bit more time for that. Another goalkeeper, Martin Dubravka, is the subject of interest from the Saudi Arabian side, Al Shabab, with some reports in the Middle East claiming a deal has already been agreed.
Yeah, that's news to me. I mean, I've been aware of the rumours and the talk about that deal, but I don't think it's got to that point. Well, certainly we wouldn't want to lose the goalkeeper that's playing for us currently. That wouldn't make sense. So no, that isn't a deal that we would want to sanction currently. As I say, the Martin situation isn't clear cut. Let's wait and see what happens in the next few weeks. But he's certainly doing very well. I've been really pleased with his reintroduction into the team. I think he's given us a calmness, a composure. He's made a couple of really good saves. Let's not forget the one he made at 1-0 against Ipswich. It was a big moment in the game. So delighted with how he's playing. Yeah, he's in goal for us at the moment and doing a great job.
Yes, it would be a strange time to let your number 2 goalkeeper go when your number 1 goalkeeper's injured.
It would be, yeah. Look, he hasn't had an awful lot to do in the games that he's been involved in. He's had the odd save to make, but he hasn't been really called upon to make worldly saves, and they've just been run-of-the-mill bread and butter saves that he's had to make. But you wouldn't like to lose him if Pope isn't going to be fit. Pope is your number 1 keeper, there's no doubt about it, but at this moment in time Dubravka is the backup keeper.
Yes.
So you don't want to be losing him. I don't think, as Eddie Howe said, I don't think they would sanction that if there's any doubt about the length of time that Pope's going to be out. If you can't put a time scale on it, there's no way in the world they're going to let Dubravka go.
And this is Total Sport on BBC Radio Newcastle. I told you it's a sort of funny time of the year. We're getting some different voices on tonight. We always appreciate our regulars. We also like to hear some new voices as well. And Peter has called us for the first time, Newcastle fan. Hello, Peter.
Hi, yeah, I'm actually not a Newcastle fan. I'm just a fan of football. And I'm just following up just a brief conversation that you and John had about playing out from the back.
Yeah.
And a kind of point I want to make is modern football is very much about statistics, and the statistic I'd like to consider is how many times when you play out from the back do you get a strike on the opponent's goal, as opposed to how many times do you play out the back, lose the ball, and they get a strike on your goal. Well, a carte blanche, I'm not saying that you should never play out from the back, but if you've got a side like Leicester or Ipswich, surely whoever's coaching that side knows it's going wrong, must have those statistics, and the definition of insanity is to continue doing the same thing and expect a different result, and it's kind of driving me up the wall, please. It really does, because I played a lot of football. I played at the back, and you play the hand you've got with the players you've got, and if your players can't do that, you don't persist with it,
Yeah, look, I think Barcelona probably started it, but when you had the players that they had, they could do it because they're all
teams must have done it before Barcelona.
Yeah, but they probably took it to the next level.
Yeah.
Manchester City were probably the prime ones in the Premier League.
They did the Great Island team under Jack Charlton. Didn't they play out from the back like that?
No, played their strengths, went long.
What would Jack have said if he'd done that?
Jack would have had you off, and full backs who knock the ball inside and puts the ball in danger, Jack would have you off.
Yeah.
John, you're 100% right. The most successful team I ever played for, the lad who ran it said the same thing every week: don't give the ball away. And when I went on the court sides, I would say look long first. I'm not saying but playing in your opponent's half if you're struggling at the back is far better than trying to play in your own final third. It's just completely mad.
Yeah, you see, I agree with you, Peter. It's all about playing the hand that you've got. If you've got players who are good enough to do it, by all means, but take Southampton. Southampton came up here on the opening day against us. We went down to 10 men. They had loads of the ball. Loads of the ball. And then the goalkeeper plays it out from the back and they're 1 down. They lose the game 1-0 and you're going, you've only got yourself to blame.
Yeah.
But they didn't learn from that on the opening day. They've been doing it ever since, and the manager's lost his job out through it. We watched Ipswich at the weekend, and another newly promoted side kept playing out from the back, kept giving it away, kept losing it. The third goal, if you're seeing that on a Sunday morning from kids, you'd be pulling your hair out. You'd be going, what are you doing?
That's probably why I've got no hair. It's
the feeling, yeah.
There's two other things that drive me up the wall. The second thing that drives me is why all 10 players come back from a corner and then you clear it back straight to them. When I played football, if you left 2 up front, they had to leave 3 at the back. The third thing is, how can kids who've been in academies since 6 and 7 year old not kick the ball with both feet?
I knew that was coming.
It's just driving me completely mad. But I thought I would ring. I never thought I'd ring the programme because I love football, but I'm not a Sunderland or Newcastle fan.
Okay, no, but you're always welcome on with points like that. Yes.
I'm actually a Sheffield Wednesday fan, and we used to play out from the back, but thank God now he's seen the light and he doesn't do it so much, So I thought I would just put it in.
Thank you, and I'll stick those on the list.
Cheers, Peter.
Thanks to Hoy in the River, Peter.
All the best.
Okay, lovely. Cheers.
All the best. Have a good Christmas.
Have a wonderful Christmas. Thank you, Peter.
All
the best to you. Thanks very much indeed for calling us for the first time. It was annoying him so much that he had to ring in the end. That's what a lot of people do. And it doesn't matter that it's Christmas. If something's really annoying you, you give us a call, all right? 0800 234 6565. And we would love to hear from you. Thanks for all the messages as well. I'll read some out shortly.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
play BBC Radio Newcastle,
and on your radio.
The sound of the North East is BBC Radio Newcastle.
Brian says, Merry Christmas to all at TalkSport. Thank you, Brian. Last week was crucial, Ando, and we romped it. We could have scored more in all 3 games. All played well, but on Saturday, Isak was superb. Murphy not far behind. He did himself no harm when we are supposedly looking to strengthen the right wing. A big game coming up against a better team than those we have faced, though, last week. And Big Joe must start, says Brian. Kev in Bill Key says, we were playing Ipswich, Ando. You'd think we'd won the Premier League. Long way to go. Let's see what happens on Thursday.
I don't think anybody's getting carried away. I said right at the top of the programme that game was virtually over after 25 seconds. I said that they got out bullied, just didn't have a physical presence about them. Ipswich, we were just far better than they were on the day, and I don't think anybody's getting carried away with it. But it was, look, the one thing you would say was that it was a big week for everybody at the club. It was a big week for Eddie Howe going into these 3 games against Leicester, Brentford, and obviously Ipswich away. To come through with scoring 11 goals and only conceding 1 is not going to do anybody any harm whatsoever.
This one is from Gareth. Performance of the weekend, Isak. Hoy Simon Pride in the River for suggesting Chris Wood will score more goals than Isak. Good job, you're a canny swimmer, Pride. Thank you, Gareth. Merry Christmas, lads. Thanks for all the shoes this year he's put. I think he means shows. Anyway, yeah, well, they've both got 10 goals, so it's not an unreasonable thing to suggest. I admit that Isak is the man in form at the moment.
I think if you go back to the end of last season, Wood's ratio is really good, isn't it? Is he scored something like 28 in 40 odd games or something?
I think statistics prove that he's the best striker in the world since then. I'm not something like that.
What
anyway.
is it? In the calendar year, Isak scored 22 goals, is it?
I don't know what Isak's got in the calendar year.
Like
and how many's Wood got?
I don't know. I haven't been looking at his. You're the one that's looking at his stats.
Well, I'm just following his progress.
Yeah,
that's
well,
all.
to be fair, he's done great.
Newcastle never got the best out of him.
Yeah, well, didn't play to his strengths, that's for sure. But he's done great at Forest. Good luck to him.
And thanks to Wendy, David, Gavin, and Luke in Woolley. Merry Christmas to you all from TalkSport. They say they are relatives of the one and only Albert, who we will never forget.
I want to hide in the river.
We shall be hoying something in the river on Albert's behalf a bit later on. It was VAR that started that.
It was, yeah.
Remember? When it first came in, he wasn't too happy with it. I don't think he'd be any happier with it now.
No, I don't think he would be, no.
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't
I don't think he would be.
We're going to talk to Wayne, who's a Newcastle fan next. 22 minutes past 7 now, and this is Total Sport right here on BBC Radio Newcastle.
Scott Makin, BBC Radio Newcastle.
Stacey Latisaw celebrating her birthday today. What do you think?
62.
Carol, what do you think?
66.
Stacey is only 58.
Did she record that when she was 14 then, Scott? You said it was 1980.
Don't ask me.
You're giving us bum steer here.
Oh, I never listened to him.
Look at this. Amelia, you're giving me grief. Look at this on a Monday.
Too late now, isn't it? You've given us this tough information.
Oh,
this fake news.
It's not fake news and it's not tough. But
no, it worked all right for me.
Scott Makin. Weekday afternoons from 2. BBC Radio Newcastle.
Evening, Wayne. How the heck are you?
Hello, Pride. How you doing? Hello, John. Hello, Marco.
Hey, Wayne.
First of all, I'd just like to wish all 3 years and your families and all your other listeners a very Merry Christmas and all the best for the new year.
And you. Yeah,
Same right back at you, Wayne.
And Pride, I really appreciate being allowed to come into the studio. The couple of times I've came in this year, I've thoroughly enjoyed it. So thank you very much for giving us that opportunity.
I'm pretty sure, Wayne, that you did well enough for you to be invited back. So yeah, we'll see you again in the new year.
Yeah, thank you very much. Right then, Ando, I've got a quick question for you before we start.
Right.
Jose Perez was the last Newcastle player to score a hat-trick back in April 2019 at home to Norwich, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Who was the last player to score an away hat-trick in the Premier League for Wales?
Oh, good question. Ando will have this. You'll be all over this, are you, Ando?
Whoa. Away hat-trick in the Premier League.
The silence would suggest is... No,
I'll give you a clue, Ando. The year was 2011.
I was going to say... my instinct was to say Papis Cisse, but was it... Wasn't him?
No, it's not Cisse.
Not quite the right time, either.
No, it was round about that time, Pridey.
Demba Ba?
Yes. On the 31st of October, away to Stoke.
Ah, okay. I don't really remember those goals. It's a long time ago.
No, it is a long time ago.
Thank you, Wayne. I wonder how many other people got that.
Yeah.
Not many, I'd wager.
Good question, that, yeah.
Yes.
Razor probably would have known that one.
What did you make of it against Ipswich then, Wayne?
Well, I was just going on to that Friday. I just think it was a thoroughly performance where we've played really well, created lots of chances. We could have had a hat full again. And I just think he brings so much more than, I know he scored a hat-trick, but he just brings so much more than his goals to the team.
Yeah. Look, there's some players who are just natural goal scorers, but I agree with you. I think Isak's got a lot more to his game than just being a goal scorer. I think he's got great feet, got great ability.
I just like the way he brings people in as well, John.
Yeah, he goes past defenders like they're not there. He's just great to watch. You know, he's great to watch. And it's nice to see him get his hat trick as well. You know, it's well deserved. Yeah, it's well deserved. Yet again, he probably missed the easiest chance. Well, no, he didn't, because the third goal was the third goal. I mean, we all would have scored that, but you know, he's clean through again, 1-on-1, and yet again he hits the goalkeeper. It's amazing, you know, to think how many of them he's had already this season. How many goals he would have had if he had to put them away.
Yeah. Would you say now, John, obviously, like, there's been so much talk, I know we've discussed this in recent shows and that, so much talk about them only turning up and performing against the so-called bigger sides, if you like, but we've put in 3 performances where we've scored 11 goals, which could have easily been 15 to 20 across the 3 games against the so-called lesser sides. But now it's like the flip side again, where we've got to keep up the performance, the bigger sides, with the big test coming against Villa on Boxing Day.
Yeah, look, there's been a lot of talk about the fact that we haven't performed well against the so-called lesser sides. But I think we've shown against Leicester, shown against Brentford in the Cup, and yet again against Ipswich at the weekend. That, you know, hopefully we're over that, we're through that period. We're back to scoring goals. We're back to real high intensity, putting sides on the back foot, getting in their faces high up the pitch. You know, and I think scoring not the amount of goals that we've scored is bound to have given the side and the individual players as well such a lot of confidence and belief. So hopefully we can kick on from here.
Yeah, would you say as well, John, that like it seems as though he's now found that balance right? We seem as though we're starting to click as a team again. Even Murphy's been very consistent in the last 3 games. He's been awesome.
Yeah, I think you're right about the balance. I think he has found that balance, especially in the middle of the park. You know, Tonali yet again at the weekend was like a Rolls Royce. You know, he cruised through the game. He really did. You know, so they found a position that suits him and suits the team. You know, he just looks so much more comfortable in there, and it gives Guimaraes a little bit more freedom to get himself into his advanced positions. So yeah, you know, it's something that's working, and if it's working, why would you want to try and change it? To be fair, Wayne.
Okay, Wayne. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed, Wayne. Good to talk to you.
All the best, mate. Take it easy.
Merry Christmas to you, Wayne. Thanks very much indeed for your call tonight.
Bye.
Thanks very much for coming on. Brian in Gateshead says, hi, Simon. There is nothing artificial about Alexander Isak, and he is very intelligent, but he is our own AI. I suppose if you were to design an AI footballer,
fair enough.
He might be it. If AI was to create a perfect footballer, he's got the attributes, hasn't he? Steve says, best wishes for Christmas. What did Ando and Marco make of Spurs defending yesterday if they saw it? And Fraser Forster's having a nightmare, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah,
they're an odd team, aren't they? I think they just...
It depends on what day you catch Spurs on. You know, I mean, I watched them against Manchester City, and I know everybody's beating Manchester City at the minute, but on the day, Spurs were great. They played with that intensity, high press, passed the ball really quickly, and then you watch them against Manchester United the other night, and then again yesterday. And it comes back to the point that you keep making, Pridey, about playing your principles and playing with your principles. But if your principles keep getting you into trouble, you've got to be able to change it. And saying that, on transition, the way Liverpool broke with pace and in numbers was a little bit scary. But if you're going to defend like that, and you're going to leave gaps the way that Spurs leave gaps, good sides are going to punish you.
This one is from Paul in Morpeth. The only criticism from the Newcastle game was when Eddie Howe took Isak off and put Gordon in his place. Another perfect game to put Osula, to play Osula to get him some game time. It's looking like he isn't going to get much time on the pitch in the way that Eddie...
Yeah, it was the ideal opportunity.
Yeah.
He put Almiron on, and you just think whether there's a little bit of emotion and a little bit of sentiment in that, that Almiron's done so well for us. Well, this game's over, we'll put him on for 15 minutes or whatever.
Because he's saying goodbye because he's off in January?
Just because he spoke so highly of him. But it was an ideal opportunity to give a Sula more game time. You just wonder what it's doing to the boy's head. He takes him off and he puts Gordon through the middle, and he's sat on the bench thinking,
I could be doing that. Yes. That's from Paul in Morpeth. There's also thinks that it doesn't look like Newcastle will be bringing anybody in the transfer market unless Eddie Howe is playing it coy. Steve in Leam Lane, my choice for performance of the weekend is, guess?
Isak.
Yes. It's got to be. I think it's going to have to be, bearing in mind this. It's an overwhelming number of people are suggesting him. My Hoyt in the river is people who go to the game dressed as Santa. He says don't get selfies with them either when they do that.
It was amazing the many that were down there with black and white
Santas. Yes. Yeah. I was going to say you don't get very many red and white Santas at
no, there are plenty of black and white ones, but
yes. And I suspect there were plenty at the Stadium of Light in red and white on Saturday as well. But Stephen Lee Lane says don't go to the match dressed as Santa. Okay, keep them coming in. Oh, and Christmas miracles as well. This one is from Anne, who says, my Christmas miracle was Ando praising Jacob Murphy. It is a Christmas miracle. You've praised him before, haven't you?
I've praised Jacob Murphy before.
I don't know that's not necessarily true. But you were fulsome in your praise for him tonight.
I think you should take that one back, Anne.
Paul Dawson, thank you for your message. My Christmas miracle has already happened. The Falcons won not one but 2 games in the Premiership this season already. Thank you for that. Okay, maybe another Christmas miracle. They lost to Bath at the weekend, didn't they? Yeah, but Bath are the leaders. Maybe another one will happen. And Ben says, I think that if he really thought he'd won, Tyson Fury was hoping for a Christmas miracle from the judges on Saturday night. Yeah,
we were just been talking about that outside.
I had Usyk ahead. I had fairly well ahead
as well. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not a boxing judge by any stretch of the imagination, but I felt that he just offered quite a lot more, didn't he?
I did. I thought so as well. Yeah.
Did you watch the boxing, Marco? Did you see it?
No, I never. I read the reports and it did sound. I mean, I think this. I've really gone off boxing. I used to look. My wife asked me this the other day. We were talking about the fight, and she said, "You don't really watch." I said, "But I used to love watching Minter and." I've forgotten all the names now, but we had Nigel Benn, didn't we? And all that. We had some great boxing, and then it used to be just about the boxing. There's so much theatre in it now. It spoils it for me in a way.
Yeah. I know, and it was all a bit of a weird. Did you see the build up to the fight and the ring walk and all that? It was all a bit surreal.
No, I missed that. I have to say, I missed the ring walk.
Yeah, well,
it's weird.
He had a Christmas song, Usyk, but they were just the way that they were. I don't know. It was all a bit kind of off the wall. And
I understand what Marco's saying. I mean, not so much with the Usyk fight at the weekend, but all the bad blood and the pushing and shoving at the weigh-ins, and you go,
it's all pantomime.
Give it a rest, will you?
Yeah.
But also for Fury, he like picks and chooses his moments. 1 minute he can't shut him up, and then the next minute he won't speak to the press, and it's all it's just
it's erratic.
They wield so much power, I think, in a way. They
can just do what they want. In those interviews and what have you. Yeah, Usyk after the fight gave a really strange interview as well to the guy interviewing him in the ring. Anyway, Brian Gates has been back on. Hi Simon, AI are his initials. I understood. I don't understand. I don't know if you thought I didn't, but anyway, thank you for clarifying. Merry Christmas to one and all at Total Sport and all the listeners, says Billy in Jarrow. Thank you very much, Billy. Gasky in Bishop Auckland. Please get that journalist on again who said Isak wasn't very good. All right, but not tonight. Okay.
Let him have a good Christmas.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Exactly, yeah. We'll give him a bit of peace over Christmas, and then we'll get back onto him again. Now then, the Newcastle United head coach Eddie Howe says reports of a January transfer to a Saudi Arabian club for Martin Dubravka are news to him, especially while the Slovakian is the Magpies' #1 goalkeeper, while Nick Pope is sidelined. Now, the dates of Newcastle's League Cup semi against Arsenal have been confirmed. The Magpies will travel to the Emirates on Tuesday, the 7th of January. The return leg at St James's is on Wednesday, the 5th of February. The Arsenal manager Mikel Arteta says winger Bukayo Saka will miss many weeks with a hamstring injury. He was forced off during Saturday's 5-1 win over Crystal Palace and left Selhurst Park on crutches, so a big blow to Arsenal that. Sunderland's head coach Regis Lebris says that he was frustrated. His side is still conceding from set pieces, but he was delighted that Dan Ballard scored from one against Norwich in the 2-1 win. Meanwhile, Sunderland's under-21 captain Harrison Jones has signed a new contract with the club until 2026. The world governing body FIFA has adapted its transfer regulations on an interim basis after the recent Lassana Diarra legal ruling, but accepts it could be open to immediate challenge. FIFA has been forced to change its rules following a European Court of Justice ruling around Diarra's claim that its regulations restricted his freedom of movement. And at the PDC World Darts Championship in London, the 2018 champion Rob Cross, he's in action tonight. He's playing Scott Williams. All three North East players, Chris Dobie, Ryan Joyce and Karen Ridds, made it through to round 3, which will get underway on December the 27th. They have a couple of days off and then they get back to it. What else has been happening over the course of the weekend? Well, Gateshead are just 4 points off the top of the National League table after they won 4-1 at the bottom club Ebbsfleet on Saturday. Callum Whelan and Luke Hannant had them 2 up at the break, and then there was an Owen Orsini double to take his tally to 11 for the season. So he's got one more than Isak and Big Chrissy Wood. Who's going to get more then? Owen Orsini, Chris Wood, Alexander Isak. Anyway, Tyler Cordner pulled one back shortly before half-time, but that's 4 wins in a row in all competitions, 16 goals scored in their last 3 games, all going well for Carl Magnay and his team. They face Hartlepool at home on Boxing Day, and then they're away at York on New Year's Day, Marco.
Big game.
Indeed, yeah, York are going well, aren't they?
They're flying, yeah.
Yes.
They've really hit the form, and they're getting some massive crowds as well.
Are they? So people are getting behind them and say, it's a big city, and, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was also a decently supported club, but they've been getting some... Moving out of town, I didn't think it was a good thing moving the stadium out of the city centre, but it seems to have captured the imagination of they've got a very young. There's one end, very young crowd in there, but they make a hell of a din.
South Shields' home form continues to carry them up the National League North. 2 goals from Paul Blackett. He's scoring a few at the moment, isn't he? Enough for them to beat Marine at Mariners Park on Saturday. You'd have thought Marine would have felt at home at Mariners Park, but they didn't. Shields are up to 9th, just 2 points and 2 places outside the playoff places. Blackett is the league's top scorer now with 14. And South Shields are away to Spennymoor on Boxing Day. They always try to make them local on Boxing Day. And then they host Darlington on New Year's Day. And there's a North East derby in the Northern Premier League between high-flying Hebburn and struggling Blythe Spartans, and it went to form. The Hornets winning 3-1. And elsewhere, Nick Ballardo's 5th goal in 4 gave Morpeth a 1-0 win over Gainsborough. And in the East Division, almost a perfect day. Concert scored in injury time to come from behind to win 2-1 against Sherwood Colliery. Dunstan came out in a 5-goal thriller at Pontefract. Ashington just 1 point adrift in the relegation zone now. Good result for them to beat Ossett 2-1. Heaton Stannington continue to struggle though. They lost 3-0. That was against 3rd placed Belper. In the Northern League, North Shields travelled to Redcar Athletic for the second Saturday in a row, and it was a replica really of their FA Vars encounter, just as he did last week. Bradley Fuster put the home side ahead in the second half, and again Daniel Walden equalised, and then there was a winner from Jordan Lashley. They are 6th, just 1 point behind Newcastle Blue Star, who beat Seaham 4-2. That was on Friday night. And Blythe Town have been leapfrogged by Shildon after they lost 5-0 at home to the County Durham side. All the goals actually in the first half, oddly. Shildon a point behind Redcar, who remain top. And in Division 2, finally, Jarrow have dropped to 3rd. They were beaten 2-1 by Yarm and Eaglescliff. So that's a bit of a round of everything that's happening non-league wise. Remember, non-league local football roundup is around about 5:45 on a Saturday after we have discussed our commentary games. We give you a comprehensive roundup of local football. Berwick Rangers, well, they didn't play in the Lowland League, but you'll be delighted to learn, because you might have missed this, fellas, I'll forgive you for missing this, the East of Scotland qualifying cup. Did you follow that ever?
No.
They won on penalties.
Oh, you did follow it then, yes. Fourth round, they beat. Do you know who they beat, Ando, after a 2-2 draw? Do you know who they beat on penalties?
I can't remember who it was, but the goalkeeper saved. They were 3-1 down on penalties, and he saved 2.
Good knowledge. And it was Crossgates Primrose.
Yeah,
whoever they are.
Yeah.
And in the darts, we've already talked about this. Ryan Joyce is through to the last 32 of the World Championship. He beat the 13th seed Ryan Noppert, which was a great result. I watched a bit of that, happened to catch it, and he held his nerve. He's one of the best at doubles, is Ryan Joyce. So he gets himself to a double, and he's
just getting there. He has the problem.
Sometimes, but not this weekend. He didn't. Chris Dobie's also through as well. So is Callan Ridds, who beat Martin Schindler last night as well. So looking good in the darts for our players. In the basketball, Newcastle Eagles through to the SLB Trophy final against the Bristol Flyers after beating the Leicester Riders by just 4 points on aggregate. So that's massive for the Eagles. We will feature them ahead of that final. They won the first leg, you'll remember, 95-91. That was a couple of weeks ago. And so they had to maintain that advantage, which they did with an 83-83 tie. Mike Okoro putting up 34 of those points, and Josh Ward-Hibbert also on form, 22 for him. The final, one for your diaries, to the Utilita Arena in Birmingham will be on Sunday the 26th of January. We've already mentioned the rugby as well. It was another defeat for the Falcons, but it was at home to the Premiership table toppers Bath. It was 40-15 the score in the end, so they were well beaten. Have I missed anything out, fellas? Don't think I have I?
Covered a lot there.
Blue Hour on BBC Radio Suffolk. To get in touch with me on what's our final Blue Hour of 2024, because of course at this point next week, Ipswich Town, we're gearing up to face Chelsea at Portman Road. You can call tonight, 0800 141 2121. Harvey's taking your calls. Text 81333, start those messages SFK. WhatsApp 08000 321 333, again SFK at the start. Or you can email me at any point during the week, brenner@bbc.co.uk, BRENNER at bbc.co.uk. As ever, I'm keen to get your 90 and 5s as well, your 5-word phrases to sum up Saturday, or just how you're feeling about Ipswich Town at the moment. Actually, a few of those have already come in, as you can imagine. Similar tone to lots of them. Jill in Sudbury, it was men v boys. Yet more errors cost us. That's from Texter 421. We made it too easy. Kieran in Stowmarket. What was Murrich thinking of? That's from Bluebeard in Laceham. Guess, referring to that third goal for Newcastle just before half time. Got a couple actually from David in Pembrokeshire. Evening, David. He sent me one ahead of the game. That was Sir Bobby will be proud. And afterwards, too many off it today. And finally for the minute, in terms of 90 and 5s. Les and Felixstowe, good evening. Ali and Brody, rare positives. They were decent as second half substitutes, weren't they? Al-Hamadi and Broadhead. Well, wasn't much fun, was it? Ipswich Town were totally outclassed at Portman Road on Saturday, as Newcastle United built on a goal inside the first 30 seconds to cruise to a 4-0 victory, which could have actually been worse, I think. Alexander Isak scored a hat-trick in what ended up being Kieran McKenna's biggest home defeat in his time in charge of the Blues. It was all too easy for the visitors, really, and that awful third goal just before half-time killed it off as a contest. Adding to Town's woes, captain Sam Morsey picked up his 5th booking of the season, so was banned for Arsenal on Friday, when at least up top Liam Delap will be back, because he was definitely missed, wasn't he, against the Magpies, albeit half-time substitute Ali Al-Hamadi was one of the few positives on what was largely a day to forget. We'll hear from Connor Chaplin in a moment after this week's Story of Saturday.
They're all amazing players, you know. They've got one of the most dangerous attacks in the league, and we're going to have to be on top of our game basically to nullify that. We know what the threats are. We've been working on that all week, so it's going to be a good battle for us, and hopefully we'll come out on top.
As Newcastle have the ball at the back with Cher, the right-sided centre-half. The Swiss plays the ball long to Murphy, onside, wide right. He's got away from Davis, who'd vacated that left-sided area. Murphy, the ball into the box, a chance, blocked away. Then another one, 1-0 Newcastle. They've scored inside 26 seconds, but the flag has gone up far side. And the referee's blown his whistle. And the goal has been given. Newcastle United have scored inside the first 30 seconds. Tonali over the top. Murphy's going to go after it. Might hold up for Murphy. Murphy gets his cross in the box towards Gordon. Gordon heads down. He should have scored. Real opportunity for Anthony Gordon. I guess you credit Harry Clark for getting back and putting him off, but that was a real chance for Newcastle from nowhere. Now it's with Willock. Then Isak outside the Ipswich area. Ball into the box to Gordon. This could be a threat. Anthony Gordon comes in field. Still Gordon on his right hand side. Tries to pick out a pass. Finds Murphy. Murphy with a shot. 2-0. Off the bar and in. Muric given no chance, and it's the former Norwich City player who celebrates his third goal of the season, and off he goes to celebrate with the Geordies opposite in the rain at Portman Road. It's a rather miserable game this for Ipswich Town at the moment. They trail Newcastle United by 2-0. Muric goes out towards Kayuste. Guimaraes wins it. Isak makes it 3-0. Suicidal from Ipswich Town at the back. Disastrous, and you have to fear that even before the half-time whistle, this game is all over. Isak will not score an easier goal all season. Murphy for Newcastle inside the Ipswich area. Murphy's still got the ball. Little back heel inside. Isak with his hat-trick chance and scores. It's a treble for the Swedish international. He becomes the second player to score a hat-trick against Ipswich Town this season, and this game is dead and buried. All 3 points heading back to the northeast. We've only played 9 minutes in the second half, and already it's Ipswich Town 0, Newcastle United 4. Gordon trying to play it through to Barnes. Barnes in on goal. Great chance for goal number 5. Goes Squay, should have scored. Barnes back in field. Longstaff. Surely Newcastle get a fifth. They do. The flag stays down. It's eventually gone up, just as Dan Burn started to celebrate. The very best young British managers down below us, but it's Eddie Howe with a smile on his face. It's a very unhappy Christmas for Ipswich Town. Their first fixture of the festive season has ended in a chastening defeat. Totally outclassed by Newcastle United, who've won this game by 4-0.
I've witnessed enough of the games this year to say that we've handled the level really, really well, and there was nothing to tell me that this type of performance was around the corner, and this inability to match the opposition was just around the corner. This totally and utterly shocked me today. We were miles away from it today. Obviously the early goal has caused us a lot of problems, but I was here not long ago when Manchester United got an equally as quickly opening goal. Rashford scored really early in that game, but the response from us was superb, and by half time we had sort of more than matched Manchester United and looked really, really good on that day. Today was totally opposite. I don't know where this performance came from.
It didn't happen very often last season. It did happen. I think that Leeds away last year with the majority of the group that were here today, and with some players missing who we had that day, and that game got away from us, and that's can be the level of the opponent sometimes, and it's the first time in a while that it's happened. We need to take the lessons from it really, really quickly.
Look where your left back is. If I'm Burgess, I'm having serious words with Leif Davis. It's not the first time he's done it. He's done it all game. He's never going to win this ball. He's taking himself out of wild high positions, and now you're centre back who you don't want out there in a race with Murphy, who's frightening at the minute and is in great form. Burgess is having a nightmare because Leif Davis doesn't want to defend at all. Look at this. He's on the wrong side of Isak. Then he jogs on another 5 yards. Now he decides to get up. Great bit of skill from Murphy. He actually gets megged on the goal. And if you're Ipswich and you want to stay in the league, you need clean sheets, you want to be solid. You can't have your left back all the way up the pitch like that and leaving it exposed.
Do you not think that comes from the coach?
Possibly, but what I'm saying is if I'm Burgess and I'm the centre back, I don't care what the coach says. I want my left back right next to me defending.
Well, that's former Wales defender Ashley Williams not pulling any punches about Leif Davis's positioning on Saturday's Match of the Day. Is he right, though? Get in touch, 0800 141 2121, or email me, Brenner at bbc.co.uk. Before him, you heard from Blues defender Dara O'Shea, manager Kieran McKenna, and also club legend Mick Mills, who'll be with me at Arsenal on Friday night. I had a full match commentary of that fixture. Yet again, it was Connor Chaplin who was picked to do press duties after Saturday's disappointing defeat, which can't have been easy.
Yeah, tough day. I think one that we got to take on the chin, except that we were second best on the day. But yeah, look, we've had tough days before and come through it and taken the learnings, which is what we need to do again. But we're not naive to think that we're going to have a season in the Premier League and not have tough days. As a newly promoted team, we know that that's going to be something that was going to come up in the season. I don't think we've had many. That's probably the hardest it's been so far in terms of games and matches. But yeah, look, that's something that we need to rectify and look to improve going into the next one.
What do you think it was down to? Was it them being particularly good, you having a bad day, a bit of both?
I think, yeah, potentially a little bit of both. I think decision making at times. I think our game management wasn't good enough for probably maybe a 15-20 minute spell when it felt like the game was getting away from us. I don't think 2-0 at half time would have been a bad scoreline for us going in, because I felt like we were actually a threat going forward. I feel like we had a few chances and moments where we felt like we could hurt them. So 2-0 at half time is not a disaster in terms of getting back into the game. The third goal was obviously a very poor goal to concede. We need to do better in moments, but yeah, I think even the second goal we can look at as well, and there's individual moments and actions that we need to own as individuals and own as a team, and do better. But I don't feel like we weren't a threat. I think they played through us maybe similar amount of times we played through them, but decision makings at certain times wasn't where it needed to be.
Did you miss Liam up top? Just that belief as a team that he'll hold on to it, he'll create something up top?
Yeah, I think of course. I think the way he's been playing and the physicality and the attributes that he has in a game like that, where especially where their press is so strong, it's probably a full court press and one of the most aggressive presses we've played against. Obviously you can look at that and it's an area where it probably would have helped, but we didn't have him today, so it was something that we needed to deal with on the pitch and in the prep, and felt like we were prepped to do so. But on the pitch we didn't do our part, and we've got to own that.
What's the manager been like? What was he like at half time? What's he been like in the aftermath of that one?
Same as all. Yeah, disappointed. I think we disappointed, angry as well. I think it's one that we know if we are ever 95% of our capacity, it's never going to be enough in this league. We need to be 100% capacity every single day, especially on game day. And I think if we come off 1, 2, 3, 4%, it's not going to be enough. So it's a good reality check in that. And maybe it's needed. Maybe this game will help us longer down the road. Maybe this game will help us for the next tough away game. You need to take the learnings from it, definitely, but yeah, it's one where quite clearly we're disappointed and angry about, but we also know we're going to have tough days at times this season. Like I said before, we know we're going to have tough days at times, and we've just got to take the learning and take it on the chin and accept that today we were second best.
And in general, to get to Christmas without a home win, how big a worry is that? How big a concern?
Yeah, we obviously we feel like we've been good at home. We feel like we have been. Like we said, we touched on it before, and today wasn't one of them, but we've been competitive in every single game, and today wasn't that. I think that's clear for everyone, but look, we need to, our form at home is going to be important, and we need to start picking up more points here, definitely.
Ali was a bright spark in the second half.
Yeah, I was really happy for him. Thought he'd done really well, done what he's good at. He hustled and bustled. I thought took good responsibility at times as well, for such a young lad, and someone that's obviously new to the level like all of us, but new to the level in terms of being League Two not so long ago as well. So it's I thought he'd done himself proud today, and I was happy for him.
And just finally, you've got to dust yourselves down, haven't you? 2 massive games on the horizon, Arsenal and Chelsea.
Yeah, of course. I think we need to take the learnings from this one. We need to recover quick, and I think the learnings from this one is probably going to be one that's going to be needed for the next game as well. 2 top teams coming up in the next 2, so yeah, we need to, like I say, learn fast.
Ipswich Town forward Connor Chaplin speaking to me after the game on Saturday. It's never easy for the players to do those kind of interviews when emotions are raw, and they're obviously phenomenally disappointed after a performance and a defeat like that. For a few of you getting through in on the text this evening on the Blue Hour, 81333. Start your messages with SFK. Contributions always very much welcomed. James has been getting in touch. Evening, James. Nice to meet you earlier on today. James was in the studio with Harvey and myself recording his My Town Top 10 for broadcast in the new year. Shocking start. Newcastle were too good, is his 90 in 5. Stephen Layston, I simply can't see a fixture in the near future that will get us back in touch with 17th. There are some really tough games on the horizon for Ipswich Town, the likes of obviously Arsenal, Chelsea, and then a trip to Fulham, Brighton here, Manchester City here, Liverpool away, perhaps Man City here might be the easiest one of the lot, the way they're playing at the moment. David in Ipswich, we all have a really bad day in the office. This was it, like Leeds away last season. I think we still need to keep the faith in the manager and the players. Absolutely true. And it was at this point last year, funnily enough, wasn't it? Just before Christmas, we all trooped up to Elland Road and Town got beaten out of sight. 90 and 5s coming in tonight. Lessons need to be learnt. That's from Jason in Ipswich. The third goal killed us. Helen also in Ipswich. Liz in Bury. January signings are absolutely essential. This is a very harsh one. I can't go along with this. From texter 461. McKenna out of his depth. That does seem a little bit, well, more than a little bit OTT. Let's go to the phones now for the first time on the Blue Hour tonight and chat to Paul. Hi, Paul. Thanks for joining us.
It's an absolute pleasure. Brenner, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad at all, thanks. How are you? How have you recovered from that disappointment on Saturday afternoon? What was your take on it?
Well, I was there with my 12-year-old lad, Bertie, and there we were in the North Stand. We were full of hope for about 26 seconds. And then it all went a bit pear-shaped, didn't it? Look, as has been said on your show, it was a bad day at the office. I think, when we're 5% off, as we were on Saturday as a team, across the team, we're going to struggle in that division. We need to be at our very best. We've shown we can compete with pretty much anyone in this division as well. And we just have to hope that that's what it was. It was a one-off, and we'll bounce back. I know we've got some tough fixtures coming up. You've outlined them there, Arsenal and Chelsea in the next week. There's no reason we can't get something from those games, but we do have to get back to those levels that we saw earlier in the season. I mean, Tottenham, United at home, even Liverpool at home, we competed with them, and look where they are now. So I remain optimistic.
Where are you on potentially freshening up the team, whether it's in terms of personnel or one or two people, Mick Mills amongst them, possibly suggesting maybe Town going to a back three?
Yeah, possibly. I know Ben Johnson came on for Wes on Saturday, didn't he? It did make me think whether we went to a 3 or a 5, whatever you want to call it, and make ourselves a bit more solid for those upcoming fixtures. I wouldn't mind seeing that necessarily. I don't like to dig out individuals, but we've got a lot of players who have been there with us since a couple of years ago when we were in League One. Clearly, it's a huge step up. And as for freshening the squad up, I mean, yeah, look, if we could get a decent striker, I know he's not available, but like a Kiefer Moore, for example, who's got that Premier League experience, particularly if Liam Delap's going to be injured or suspended as he was on Saturday, because God love Ali Al-Hamadi. He runs about. He's hard as nails. He's a right nuisance, but for me, he's not quite Premier League quality. And that sort of shows. I know he came on. Sammy Smodic tried his heart out, but he wasn't really that number 9 that we were looking for. Wasn't that focal point of the attack? So I wouldn't mind seeing a new striker in and maybe a right back with my money.
And if we are going to look at omens, I guess the last 2 Januaries, Kieran has been terrific in terms of the business he's done. You mentioned there Ali Al-Hamadi. He came in with Kiefer Moore, who you mentioned the previous year. I think it was at Broadhead, Hurst, Luongo and Harry Clark. So if it follows a similar suit, perhaps reason to be confident there, perhaps.
Well, look, the club is so well run from top to bottom, isn't it, at the moment? And so I would like to put my trust in both Kieran and the wider sort of management team. My faith remains undimmed. I can't, like you, I can't agree with that texter who says that McKenna's out of his depth. I think some people's reaction, and sometimes you see it, like at half time, there was some boos around me, and I cannot believe that we have that. I retain my faith in the management and the wider management groups or whatever business they do in January, and I'm sure they've got their eyes on some targets. Then they'll have my full support.
And just finally, Paul, and no Sam Morsey at the Emirates, a chance for Calvin Phillips to get back in there and maybe have a run of games and hopefully be the player, given time, that we saw a couple of years ago with England. That could be a massive input he could have, couldn't he?
I think he can have a really big impact now, as you say. And he kind of needs to, really. We need him, and for his career, he needs to step up. And it's about confidence with him. I remember the first game that I saw this season at home to Fulham. Great performance all over the pitch from us. But he was almost deferring to Sam Morsey, almost being in his space a little bit, not quite going into challenges 100% was my perception of it. It's just down to confidence. He's spoken quite openly about how his confidence has taken such a knock over the last couple of years. It would be brilliant if he could take that step back up and really fill those shoes, big shoes to fill, Sam Morsey. But he needs to be his own player and do that in his own right. And now would be a great time for him to do that, please.
Yeah, it really would be. Thank you so much for joining us, Paul, tonight on the Blue Hour. Have a good Christmas, all the best. A couple of people I'd spotted on social media over the weekend. A couple of Newcastle United fans tweeted very positive things about Ipswich Town. I screen grabbed a couple of them. FPL Alfie. Ipswich has got to be up there as one of the best away days I've been on. Great away pub, in brackets, with the quickest service I've ever seen. I wonder where he went. Short walk to the ground from the train station. Proper stadium, and fans were sound. Hope they stay up so I can go again next year. Someone Toon, Ipswich away. Best away day this season. Felt like the away days of old. The pre-match noise and the retro chants were class. Fair play to Ipswich. Great stadium and a proper club. It's always nice to hear things like that. You're listening to The Blue Hour on BBC Radio Suffolk. It's 26 minutes past 6.
We have loved being at the heart of everything Suffolk in 2024.
We are live at the Latitude Festival here in Henham Park.
These young people were riding around this field, making it muddy, getting complaints from the locals, so they decided to do something about it and get their own bike track.
This is the BBC Radio Suffolk Make a Difference Awards.
I feel like there's so many layers to what we're doing here.
I may be holding it. You're all doing fantastic work.
It's Suffolk Day and we are so excited. We're in Southwold. You can hear the sea behind us.
And we can't wait to be with you throughout 2025.
The Blue Hour with Brenner Woolley.
BBC Radio Suffolk.
Remember to get in touch, 81333. Start your texts with the SFK, or you can call 0800 141 2121. Email Brenner at bbc.co.uk. That's what this show is all about. Thank you to everyone who's taken the time to put together their My Town Top 10 so far this season. Remember that BBC Sounds is the place to go if you've missed one or you want to listen again. Now it's time for my final guest of 2024.
My Town Top 10.
BBC Radio Suffolk Sport.
Hi, I'm Kate Riley, TV presenter and former town reporter, a Blues fan of 30 years, and this is my Town Top 10. My first game. Okay, let's take us back to the year 2000. So I'm aging myself now, aren't I? So we're going back to the 8th of April, home to Port Vale, and we actually won 3-0. Scowcroft, Johnson, Holland on the score sheet that day. I'd never experienced anything like it. Like, I always liked football, and I thought, my dad follows it, but I don't want to say tolerated football, but I didn't really quite get it until I saw live football. My favourite player. I love a player who's got an interesting backstory, someone that hasn't been handed things to them, like on a plate, and a player whose story sort of really stood out when I first started following town was Shefki Kuchi. He was that Kosovan refugee. It was at a time when I was sort of growing up and sort of more aware of the world and what was going on in other people's lives, and perhaps the struggles that people had gone through at a young age. His story being a Kosovan refugee, settling in Finland for a new life, and then ultimately coming to England as a footballer, playing in the Championship for us, ended up playing in the Premier League. Just amazing story.
My favourite current player.
Again, this really ages me, because when I was reporting on town, obviously had to travel up and down the country, and people would sort of josh with me and say, oh, well, can you do Stoke away on a Tuesday night? Well, actually I can. And in those days we were reporting on Rory Delap. Then the other day, someone said to me, oh, Liam Delap, is that any relation to Rory? And I was like, oh, I don't know. And then all of a sudden I look it up and there he is. Gosh, things really have gone full circle, haven't they? And now his son's playing for us, scoring some amazing goals in the Premier League. Fun to watch, really exciting.
My favourite loan player.
Obviously, like over 30 years, there's been like a lot of loan players at town, and I feel a bit bad talking about a current player, but Omari Hutchinson, just the role he played in our promotion to the Premier League was enormous. Then the fact that the kid just loved Town so much, and he loved Kieran McKenna's style so much that he wanted to come back, he wanted to leave Chelsea, he wanted to be here.
My favourite goal.
There have been lots of beautiful goals over the years, and then there's something really special, Brenner, about your commentary with the Jeremy Sarmiento goal. Just not to come across all emotional and lovey, but there have been so many tears shed over your words and this goal. And at the time we were living in Singapore, so I didn't get to see the game live. It was 3:00 in the morning, my time. And I just couldn't believe it. All these messages coming in from America, coming in from Ipswich, coming in from even friends up in Norfolk, friends across the world. Yeah, I don't know, it's just magical, and just thanks for the memories, both of you and Jeremy.
My favourite captain.
Matt Holland, what a professional, someone I really look up to in terms of sort of broadcasting and how he holds himself, and just someone that I hold in really high regard, not only just like as a player and how he captained Ipswich, but you know what he's gone on to do after playing as well, and just like captaining Ipswich in the playoffs in 2000, leading us to the UEFA Cup campaign in the early 2000s.
My most memorable non-football moment at a match.
Turning up to the Stadium of Light, going to the media room with my credentials, and the guy on the door saying, "Oh, we don't have lassies in here." And I thought, lassies, what's that? But obviously he was talking about women. So in today's day and age, we've all got to have a laugh about that. So yeah, that was a pretty funny non-football moment. Needless to say, I was allowed in the press box and press room.
My favourite kit.
It's got to be our current Premier League third kit, that's Suffolk pink. I've requested it as a birthday present. I just love the fact that it just embodies just life in Suffolk. Just the fact that Suffolk pink is such an iconic thing with houses in this area. The fact that they've played on that is just fantastic. And then of course you've got the sound wave of Ed Sheeran's song and him being the sponsor, and it just all ties up together. And yeah, it's going to be a great birthday present for me. Can't wait to wear it with pride. And that's the favourite kit, I think.
My worst moment.
Sort of anything to do with the Marcus Evans era. Just they were bad times for Town. Just the turnover in managers, the debt, just the way some things were done at the club. The fact that the fans were very much kept at a distance and weren't taken seriously, and attendances just were falling at Portman Road. It was just really bad times.
My worst defeat.
Okay, so I spent a lot of my career based in Norwich and working with your BBC colleagues at BBC Radio Norfolk and also Look East. And it was never very fun supporting Ipswich in a Norwich-based newsroom. And it's got to be all our defeats against Norwich. Probably the worst is Norwich doing the double over us in the 2018-19 season.
Well, normally at this point on a Monday night, off the back of my guests' choices, we'll ring them up, get them on the phone and have a bit of a natter with them. But I pre-recorded this bit with Kate, quite simply, because she's 6,000 miles away when this goes to air, and an 8-hour time difference. So Kate's hung around. We're going to chat a little bit more about some of your choice. And just overall, Kate, how tough was it to narrow some of those categories down? People say it's quite tricky to do.
Yeah, I mean, 30 years of coverage and several years as a reporter, but 30 years as a fan, it was really tough. I'm just grateful that we've had such a variety of moments. We've had some absolute highs, even in League One, but we've had some really low lows. So really tough. Really had to rack my brains, but it's been fun going down memory lane and thinking about all the good times.
You've done some amazing things in your career, but when you first got to cover your team, how big a buzz was that? That must have been a heck of a thrill. An ambition fulfilled early on?
Yes, definitely. And one I wish I could sort of emulate today. In fact, I don't think I know how lucky I was. And I often look at people that work at Ipswich Town, and if I see sort of a job announcement, you know, someone in the press office, I think, oh, they've got my dream job. They say, have I? I say, yes, you do. So, yeah, very much a dream fulfilled early on. And I think in the early days, I sort of saw it as, okay, well, how do I turn my hobby into my career? I'd really like to be paid to do my hobby, and then I just got lucky, and that's how we did it. But I've got to see a lot of Great Britain, and that's been really good, and I've had lots of opportunities, met lots of people along the way, lots of learning experiences, you know, sharing a best practice as well, and a dream fulfilled early on.
And as I said there, you know, 6,000 miles away. And isn't there a little gang of you in Singapore that gets together? You're not on your own when you watch games at these odd hours a day and night?
Yeah, so I've been there 4 years, and in the first 3 years, I felt like I was all on my own on the island, and no one really got what following Ipswich was all about. And when you do live in Asia, it's obvious, you know, that the big four are the teams that are heavily supported. Then a year ago, a chap who's a lawyer out there, he's a couple of years older than me. He went to the boys' school. He reached out on LinkedIn and he said, "Hey, I think you're the other Ipswich fan on the island. Like, we should try and, you know, form a group or watch matches." And I was like, "Okay, great." And then thanks to the help of Radio Suffolk, those were the days message board, putting a plea out for supporters on Twitter, and also the supporters club, Ipswich Town Supporters Club. With all their help, we've been able to get a group of 30 all together. So we've enjoyed a promotion party, we've enjoyed regular match day meetups. It's great when we get a lunchtime kickoff. It's horrendous when we get a 7:45 kickoff.
What time is that, out of interest? UK time 7:45. When would that be?
3:45. Yeah.
You can't get together to watch those games.
No, so you're either watching them at home. Like now we're in the Premier League, you can watch the Premier League games at home, but you're getting up and then maybe you've got a full day of work or parenthood the next day, so maybe you don't want to be doing those 3:45 a.m. games. But it's been really great. The team have snowballed. We've been able to forge links with a local pub. We share the pub to watch our games with traditionally a Newcastle pub, but they've been ever so kind and they don't mind having Ipswich on one of the screens, and I guess that sort of surmises that special relationship that Newcastle and Ipswich have over the decades.
Well, that's going to be interesting in a few weeks' time, isn't it? Because that's one of the Christmas games. Eddie Howe and co come down to Portman Road, so that'll be an interesting one in the pub that afternoon.
Yeah, well, we'll be friendly beforehand, then there'll be silence throughout the match probably, and then hopefully we'll be friends all again.
I'm sure they will. That's Kate Riley chatting to me a few weeks ago now. Remember, if you fancy having a crack at compiling your My Town Top 10, just send me an email. That's the best way to get in touch. Brenner@bbc.co.uk. And actually, Ray in Lowestoft's been in touch tonight on email. Good evening, Ray. Always good to hear from you. Thoroughly agree with Ashley Williams. That was a bit of audio we played earlier on from Saturday night's match of the day, in case you missed it. Back three have to get across to cover the hole left when Leaf gets stranded upfield, which in turn leaves a hole on the right where Harry gets exposed. We've all seen him struggle with a diagonal ball. Back four, please. Strengthen the midfield, please. Consolidated. Have a good Christmas, Ray. Still to come before 7 on the Blue Hour. Round up what went on elsewhere in the Premier League this weekend. There were plenty of goals. And also hear from an Arsenal fan ahead of Ipswich Town's trip to the Emirates Stadium this coming Friday. No Boxing Day game, back in action on the 27th. You're listening to the Blue Hour on BBC Radio Suffolk. We like that one on the Blue Hour. That's Sam Ryder and Your Christmas to Me. Liverpool are the Premier League's Christmas number one after their 12th win from 16 games sent them 4 points clear at the top. Meanwhile, there's another miserable weekend for both Manchester clubs. Harvey Bell has the details on those matches and the rest of the weekend's top flight action.
If ever a game guaranteed goals, it was Tottenham against Liverpool yesterday afternoon. And it didn't disappoint, the visitors running out 6-3 winners. Spurs' last 4 Premier League games have now generated an incredible 28 goals. As for Liverpool, their boss, Arne Slot, was quick to praise the performance of Mo Salah, who was involved in 4 of the goals, scoring 2 and assisting another couple.
Of course, it's his quality, because if we bring him often enough in that position, he scores the goals. But I also have to give credit to the team, because they bring him all the time in these promising positions. And it led to 2 goals and 2 assists, but it might even have led to a bit more if I look at all the time he was in those positions.
Earlier in the day, second place Chelsea dropped points in a goalless draw at Everton. Londoners manager Enzo Maresca says his side had room for improvement.
See where we can do better. Probably defensively we were top. It's difficult to do defense better today. Probably on the ball we can do something better. So game after game try to improve, and then, as I said many times, then we see.
Third placed Arsenal reached the semi-final of the Carabao Cup last week by beating Crystal Palace, and they did so again in the league on Saturday. This time with an emphatic 5-1 victory at Selhurst Park. Ominously for Ipswich Town ahead of Friday's trip to the Gunners, their manager, Mikel Arteta, says his side's now performing at the standard he wants to see.
I think we're in a really good moment. I mean, we haven't lost in 10, won 5 out of 7, and we deserve to win all of them. We are coping with a lot of things as well. Today as well, Rush wasn't available, with Bukayo as well. Let's see how it goes. So the team is adapting and fighting every game.
Nottingham Forest's terrific season continued with an impressive 2-0 win at Brentford. That was the Bees' first home loss of the campaign. Forest are just 2 points behind Arsenal in 4th place, so a good victory for manager Nuno Espirito Santo.
Really pleased. We knew how hard it is to play here. Brentford is such a good team, and especially at home they've been doing amazing. I think we started well the game, we were composed, we were controlling, really brave in terms of squeezing and trying to be high in the pitch. Good momentums. We work very hard every day, so the boys must be happy and proud.
Bournemouth's 4th win in 5 games has lifted them up to 5th place. They won 3-0 against Manchester United at Old Trafford for the 2nd season in a row. United boss Ruben Amorim says it was a hard defeat to take.
The result is a tough day for our fans, for our players, for all staff, for all the club. It's really hard as a club, Manchester United, no matter what context, to lose 3-0 is really, really tough. So we have to improve.
That result means Manchester United will spend Christmas in the bottom half of the Premier League table for the first time. And it's not as if Manchester City fans could gloat about that win for Bournemouth, because their side's miserable run of form shows no signs of ending. Pep Guardiola's men slipped to their 9th defeat in their last 12 in all competitions, going down 2-1 at Aston Villa.
We played a really good first half, part of the mistake in the first actions, but I think we played a really good first half. And the second we dropped, we were not good. And after, the tempo when the game goes on is a little bit more difficult, and congratulate Aston Villa for the victory.
The biggest game towards the bottom of the table this weekend saw Vitor Pereira get off to a flying start as the new manager of Wolves. They won 3-0 at Leicester to move up to 18th in the table, above Ipswich, who are now 19th.
Fantastic. We feel the spirit of the game. The team, I think the team played a very good game. Of course, we need to improve a lot of things, but the true spirit was there, and this is the most important for me.
Wolves and Ipswich are both now on 12 points, 2 behind Leicester in 17th place. The weekend's other games both ended all square. West Ham fought back to draw 1-1 with Brighton, while bottom club Southampton got their 6th point of the season thanks to a goalless stalemate at Fulham.
Thanks for that, Harvey. We'll hear from Gareth on the phone in a moment.
Did you miss the BBC Radio Suffolk Carol concert at the Apex in Bury St Edmunds? Don't worry, because have we got a Christmas gift for you? We planned ahead and recorded the evening. On Christmas Eve at midday, with another chance on Christmas Day itself and then Boxing Day at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it's your chance to hear the highlights of the Carol concert, featuring the Newmarket Community Choir, the Suffolk Concert Band, Ralph Taylor and the Great Heath Academy School Choir. So make sure you get in the festive spirit and listen to the BBC Radio Suffolk Carol concert this Christmas. And of course you can listen again on BBC Sounds. Happy Christmas.
The Blue Hour with Brenner Woolley.
BBC Radio Suffolk.
We'll hear from an Arsenal fan before off air at 7 o'clock, but let's speak to our final caller on the Blue Hour this calendar year. Welcome to Gareth. Hi, Gareth.
Hi, Brenner. Nice to speak to you.
And you,
show as always.
Oh, bless you. That's very kind of you. Nice to have you on as well. I think Paul kind of summed up all of our emotions on Saturday. So much disappointment about that performance and that result. Where does it leave you in terms of your positivity or otherwise on town survival chances? How are you seeing the bigger picture?
I think it depends on what day you get me, is what I'm thinking, to be honest with you, Brenner. I think I think what I do look at is that we haven't done particularly well points-wise. We have played particularly well, and I think that we probably should have a lot more points on the board than what we have, which can only give us sort of positivity going forward. I think we can stay up, and I think we will stay up, purely on the basis I don't think we need that many points, and I think there's been more right than what has been wrong so far.
When's the third win coming? That's the big question. When you look at this next run of fixtures, what's your money on?
Oh, I don't think anybody could guess that. But no, in Ipswich, through the years as we do, we're quite capable of going away and beating Arsenal. So I never ruled anything like that. In fact, I don't think there's ever been a game that I've thought that Ipswich wouldn't win. So I'm probably the wrong person to ask. But our next win will be against Arsenal, because I think that's the mentality we have to have.
There speaks somebody that's followed Ipswich Town and knows he's Ipswich Town for many, many years. In terms of team selection and this, that and the other, where are you on that at the moment? Anyone you'd like to see come in? Any little tweaks you'd like to see made in the near future?
I think anything that I would like to see more of Jack Clark. Not that he's necessarily done anything to deserve to start or anything along those lines, but actually I think players like him have now got to step up, and I think they're the players now that are going to get those extra points for. So I think people like himself, I'd love to see Jack Taylor start more. I've sort of been banging on about him for the last, since we've brought him to the club. I think he's going to be an exceptional player for the club. So Jack Taylor, I think, would be one of my starters. But the fringe players, as I say, Clark, Broadhead, etc., the flair players, let's get them on the pitch, and let's get them getting the points we want and the points that we need. I think is really the only place I'd go.
That would be lovely. Thank you so much for joining us on the Blue Hour. Gareth, have a very good Christmas. Now, a final piece of music this Monday night, an absolute Christmas belter. Well, they don't come a lot better than that at this time of year. That's Wizard and the iconic I Wish It Could Be Christmas Every Day on the Blue Hour this Monday evening. No Boxing Day game for Ipswich Town this year, is there, which will be a bit strange. Instead, we'll all be tripping off to Arsenal on Friday night for the first of back-to-back matches against title contenders, which will then take us up to the halfway stage. Just 2 more games to go. Ahead of the trip, I've been chatting to Gunners fan Shelley Zender about the fact that manager Mikel Arteta celebrated his 5th anniversary in charge at the Emirates this weekend.
I like him. It took a while to, but I think there's always been Arsene Wenger for me. I mean, he is God's representative on earth. You know, I just loved him. I actually cried when he left Arsenal. I even wrote a poem about him, my love for Arsenal. But I think Arteta we need a striker. We need a striker for, it's so obvious for so long. And if this season hasn't highlighted that, then we need one. This January transfer window, there was talks going around at the weekend that Josh Kroenke was over here to discuss money and, we need a striker. If we, we're going to finish top, second or third. I'd love to get the Premiership, and I'd love to do the Championship. Either one of those or both would be perfect. People said at the weekend, is he going to try and now fight for the Caribou Cup so that he keeps his job? I don't know. I don't think that is, if we get it, brilliant, but I think the agenda is the Champions League and the Premiership still. So, fingers crossed we do.
Do you think that's how the powers that be view it, that he's got to win the Premier League at some point in the very, very near future, or he would be under pressure? Has it got to that stage? He needs to get the big one in the can?
Yes, I would say, but isn't that, if you're up in that top flight, isn't that all the managers and the boards, we want this, because the revenue, everything is ruled by the revenue of the titles and the champion and the money that brings in. I do think they'll give him a bit more time, but I think the squeezes will be on if we don't start producing, in a while.
You talked about the need for a striker. I mean, that's gone back to the days that you were linked with Ivan Toney a couple of years ago. People have said that about Arsenal. So who are the key men? Who is doing that? I mean, Odegaard always looks a heck of a player whenever I see him. How good is he, for example?
Oh, well, the 2 games that he wasn't there, which was when we lost at Newcastle and Bournemouth, he is the new Vieira. Vieira was masterclass. Odegaard is is up there with him. He did look really tired on Saturday, and they subbed him, and he came on as a sub, I think, on Wednesday night. He keeps it all together, and he's brilliant. And when he came on loan, you noticed the switch, and especially when we also another guy, and unfortunately not with Arsenal, Aaron Ramsdale. When we had him in goalie as a goalkeeper, that season just before he came, we were kissing relegation. We were on the relegation. It was really desperate times a few years ago now. I remember being quite desolate. We got Ramsdale, we got Odegaard, and he has such a knack of just spotting where that ball needs to go and who it needs to go to. And Saka, totally rate. I do rate our team, actually. I really, really do this season. We have got the team. It's just the final striker.
And you mentioned the impact that Ramsdale had when he first came into the club, which is really positive. But of course, he's now moved on to Southampton. What about Raya, his replacement? Because when that deal went through, that was quite a surprise to an awful lot of fans. They were disappointed. They couldn't understand why he brought Raya in. But to me, it does seem like he's moved you on to another level. I
was actually in Raya's camp all the way along. I just really didn't. Okay, I thought Ramsdale was brilliant. He brought us up to a certain level, but you were right. Raya took us up to another level, and I was really surprised when we got him from Brentford. Really surprised. I thought, well, he is masterclass. Why have you let him go? Because they are mid to bottom table. They're in the second half. Sorry, that's the word I was trying to say. The second half of the Premiership. And I thought, why have you let him go? He is, and he's not a tall chap. He really has to go for it. But no, I actually rate him as a goalie as well. I think he has taken us to another level, and a lot of respect for the guy. He is a good team player. He's on it.
That's Arsenal fan Shelley Zender looking ahead to Ipswich Town's trip to the Emirates Stadium on Friday night. And since we had that chat, actually, bad news for Arsenal is that Bukayo Saka tore a hamstring against Crystal Palace at the weekend, and he's facing many weeks out, according to Mikel Arteta. As ever, there'll be full match commentary of that game here on BBC Radio Suffolk. Mick Mills will be alongside me in North London. Thank you very much for all of your contributions tonight, and since we kicked off this programme in August, they're all very much appreciated. The Blue Hour returns on the 6th of January. Have a fantastic and safe Christmas.
On the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker,
play BBC Radio Suffolk,
and on your radio.
The sound of Suffolk is
BBC Radio Suffolk.
At 7 with the BBC News, I'm Anna Preston. The Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, has repeated her promise that the measures set out in the budget will deliver sustainable long-term growth after revised figures show the UK economy flatlined in the first 3 months of the new government. The latest data follows other disappointing statistics, including inflation rising at its fastest pace for 8 months. The Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride said it showed growth has tanked on Labour's watch. These shoppers in Manchester say they're feeling the pinch this Christmas.
I think I'm asking people what they want and buying what they want them, and I think the things that they want are affordable because everyone's understanding that it is a very tight year.
It's quite expensive this year, more than everything's gone up, hasn't it?
Things are definitely getting more expensive, but there's not really much you can do about it, is there?
A woman's appeared in court charged with the murder of her 5-year-old son in Essex. Lincoln Button died at an address in South Ockendon last week. 35-year-old Claire Button appeared at Southend Magistrates and spoke only to confirm her identity. She's due before Chelmsford Crown Court tomorrow via video link. Some Morrison shops are back up and running after technical problems meant some customers couldn't redeem discounts on their loyalty cards and had Christmas deliveries postponed at short notice. The store hasn't yet given any information on the cause of the issue and says it's applying loyalty discounts to all customers. Mick from North Yorkshire was among those affected.
And there was people there and stood there a while, and it was freezing cold, elderly people as well. So I said to my wife, I'm just going to go back into the main store and pick up a turkey. It seemed that everybody was doing that, so it wasn't good.
40 years on from Band-Aid, the Somerset nurse who inspired it has been speaking of the impact it had. Dame Claire Birchinger was desperately trying to care for starving children in Ethiopia when her work was filmed for the BBC. Those pictures went around the world. Dame Claire says she could tell when the song was having an impact.
The planes started arriving. Before that, we had one plane a week. After that, you could have about 10 great big C-130s landing every day. And I thought, wow, this is amazing. The doors open and it was full of food.
Cadbury has been dropped from the list of royal warrants for the first time in 170 years. The Birmingham-based chocolate maker was first given the title in 1854 by Queen Victoria. And the King's Christmas message has been recorded outside of a royal residence for the first time in almost 2 decades. The speech was filmed in a former hospital chapel in London earlier this month and will be broadcast as usual at 3 o'clock on Christmas Day. The King will use the annual address to focus on the efforts of healthcare workers following a year in which he was treated for cancer.